If we try to believe in anything greater than a miracle, it wouldn't be this difficult. If we try to be a negative bull, yeah, we could be taking control. If we try to believe in anything greater than a miracle, it wouldn't be this difficult. If we try to be a negative bull, yeah, we could be taking control. Negative mode, 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 yeah, we could be taking control.
Hello everyone and welcome to Pokemon Unite India Open 2022 National Finals. मेरा नाम है उशन शर्मा और यहाँ पर आज के दिन पोकेमॉन यूनाइट के बहुत ज्यादा बेहतरीन मैचेस होने वाले हैं. हमारे पास काफी सारे BO5s हैं, कुछ BO7s हैं जिनके बारे में कि हम लोग जानेंगे कि क्या क्या ओवरऑल रहने वाला है. Players are ready, the audience is ready. Are you guys excited for this one? I can't hear you. Are you guys excited for this one? I still can't hear you. Are you guys excited for this one? Definitely they are because this is going to be the national finals. आपको पता है stakes कितने ज़्यादा high हो. I can't hear you. Are you guys excited for this one? I still can't hear you. Are you guys excited for this one? Definitely they are because this is going to be the national finals. आपको पता है stakes कितने ज़्यादा high होते हैं. टीम्स की बात करें, उनको पता है कितना ज़्यादा प्रेशर वो अपने ऊपर हैंडल करने वाले हैं और उन सब चीज़ों के साथ-साथ they understand what is going to be the final prize coming up for themselves. बहुत सारी 1000 से ऊपर टीम्स आई थी, वहां से धीरे-धीरे छट करके कट करके now we are down to final 4 teams that are going to be just showcasing their immense, amazing, fabulous, spectacular, mind-blowing performance जो यहाँ पर काम में आएगी. First things first, obviously we're going to be having matches which are going to be upper bracket finals जो कि रहने वाले हैं Revenant और God's Reign के बीच में. उसके बाद हम लोग जाएंगे lower bracket के matches में जो होगा SA12 and Marcos के बीच में. वहां पर एक चांस मिलेगा, but जो टीम upper bracket से हारेगी definitely they're going to be having one more chance for themselves. Obviously we're going to be looking forward to other things as well, but before we move forward we're going to be looking forward to the first team and देखते हैं उन टीम के players how ready are they for themselves. That is incredible to be honest, but this is one team, but they have a serious competition coming up for themselves, so let's see what that competition is all about. Well, I'm pretty sure God wants to lead supreme. So without any further delay, let's call God on the stage in a big round of applause, ladies and boys and girls. How are you guys doing? On serious side, but like, are you guys that serious in the game as well?
No, not at all.
Not at all? Alright. We'll see. I mean, ये jokes apart, अभी strategies हर कोई छुपा रहा है, but I would want, you guys to just take up your seats, but the IGL stay. I want the IGLs to stay here, but rest of you can just, take your seats for now. I thought हाथ मिलाएंगे, but ठीक है, इनको हाथ नहीं मिलाने हैं. अच्छा. So now I want both of you just to be here. So Crowley, the first question just comes up to you. कुछ strategies कुछ अलग बनाया, because अभी तक देखिए जितना आप लोगों ने खेला, it was all online, right? LAN पर आना, आमने सामने खेलना, सब लोग दोस्त भी हैं, जानते भी हो, but at the end तो prize pool और वो bragging rights आते सामने. So what's your strategy? What's your game plan?
To be honest, last 2 LAN बहुत strategy बनाया था, हार गए थे. ये time go with the flow है.
And against the likes of a player like Crowley and his team, जो कि international representations भी रख चुके हैं, बहुत सारा इनका achievements रहता है. Any pressure या फिर anything that you feel you're facing, या फिर it's all chill? And if it is chill, what is going through your mind and your team's mind right now?
बहुत chill है, हम लोग को कोई pressure नहीं है, बस जापलिप.
Is there anything that you would want to say to the competition?
हाँ, मतलब इज्जत से गेम खेलेंगे, बुरा तो नहीं लगेगा, but ज़ैप हम भी करेंगे.
And you, any words of wisdom?
Same दोनों flip करेंगे, किसको मिलेगा उसको मिलेगा बस.
All right, we'll see किसको मिलेगा और किस तरीके से मिलेगा. I would like both of you guys to shake hands like gentlemen. Game में I hope ये चीज रहे भी. All right, definitely. These guys are ready. They are ready for the action. They're ready for the game. I know you guys are ready. The crowd is ready. So let's actually move forward with a wonderful, sweet, lovely set of casters who are waiting to tell the story of what's happening inside the game. Take it away, guys.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. The grand finals are just about to start on the corner, as you have already seen the introduction live from the LAN, as God's Reign as well as Revenant. They have already taken up the stage and they're all set to come up with the upper bracket finals. This side, Raider will be joining me live on the desk for this first upper bracket final. So, Raider, I would really love to know, how much excited are you right now?
Excitement is going to be the understatement for the day, because this is a LAN event and eventually the day is going to be quite chaotic. For good, I guess 3 BO5s are going to be there, and after that 1 BO7, that will be the grand final. That will sum up the deal of this Pokemon India Unite Open 2022. It will be quite amazing to see that how far the approach is going to go on, how these teams are going to balance each other. Well, then again, if I talk about the right choice of Pokemon, that is also something I want to go with.
Well, before that, we will definitely like to move on to the prize pool segment as well, because it's almost 22,50,000 on the stake, but the winners will be getting 11,25,000 in their pocket for now. The second place will get 5,25,000 for himself, for their entire team. The third place will get 3 lakh for them. 1,50,000 will be there for the fourth place. 50,000 will be there for the fifth place. Sixth place will be awarded with 50,000. Seventh place will get 25,000. Eighth place will get 25,000 as well. So we do have a big amount of prize pool distribution this side, Raider.
Well, definitely when it comes to the prize pool, the stakes are absolutely amazing. It is quite high, to be precise, and eventually the reward is also going to be quite amazing. Now moving up ahead, the championship is at stake. Apart from that, the bragging rights are also there. But let's talk about the national playoffs, stage 2 and the brackets and stuff like that. In the initial stage, we had teams like True Rippers, Revenant Esports, Enigma, Godstrain, Team SATUL, Marcos Gaming, FS Esports, from which, if we talk about True Ripper, Godstrain, SATUL, and Revenant Esports, these were the 4 teams which were able to just, let's say, move on to the upper bracket round 2. But when it comes to teams like FS Esports, Enigma, Gaming, and Marcos Gaming, they were just, let's say, taken down to the lower bracket.
Definitely, the lower bracket was indeed some tough competition. They went all down to a 3-0 scoreline. If you see SATUL, they eliminated Enigma Gaming with a 3-0 scoreline in the lower brackets round 2. Same goes for Marcos Gaming as well. But now, today we will be seeing the match schedule right now, as you get to see God's Reign versus Revenant Esports. The first match of the day, which will be starting off with the BO5 for the upper bracket finals. The second match is going to be SATUL versus Marcos Gaming in the lower bracket round 3. The winner of that match number 2 will advance to the match number 3, and the loser of match number 1 will advance to match number 3 for the lower bracket finals. And after that, the winners of lower bracket finals will advance to the grand finals, where they will meet the champions or the winners of match number 1.
Definitely, quite an amazing aspect of this fight is going to be there. But let's talk about the roster at this point. From God's Reign is going to be Noxy, Omen, Scepter, Vixen, and Divine. While it comes to Revenant Esports, we have got guys like Crowley, Swifty, Blizzard, Zsol, and Nova. Definitely looking forward to see how far these guys are going to put their approach and eventually what kind of meta these guys are going to explore. Are they going to be aggressive? Because if we talk about the teams, both of the teams knows very well how to play aggressive, knows very well how to play with, like, let's say, those attackers and all rounders or speedsters. But when it comes to the face-off, I believe Revenant Esports had the upper hand in the national playoff stages to be precise. So definitely have to see how what Guardians is going to pack in the finals.
Well, God's Reign is definitely one of those tough opponents that Revenant will definitely try to decimate on a very early basis. But we have to keep that in mind as well, Raider, that it's not just the one match. Even if Revenant manages to, defeat God's Reign in this match in the upper bracket finals, God's Reign will still have another chance in the lower bracket finals to prove themselves and grab the slot for the grand finals, which will be a BO7. That is best of 7. So the grand finals will definitely be something to look out for. But before that, even if the same thing goes for the favor of Revenant as well, because I believe SATL and Marcos will have a close call, but probably it might just end up in the favor of SA12 because the way they have played throughout the tournament, it will be an alarming moment for the Marcos Gaming side, because if they make a small mistake, SA12 won't hesitate to capitalize on that.
Well, throughout the been calling SATL as a redemption type of team, because every single time they were able to lose quite a few rounds, but then again at the end of the day when the PO5 gets over, SATL is the one which moves forward in the stages. So that's definitely quite amazing in terms of SATL. But now let's talk about Revenant Esports. The team profile is here. They have scored 17,604 goals, 723 knockouts are there from the corner. When it comes to the assist, 1254 is going to be the number. But if we talk about the average damage, look at that, 270,000 plus.
Indeed, this is quite an amount of stats that Revenant Esports are carrying for themselves. And you have to see around this corners, Revenant, they have proven themselves quite nicely. The one match, I believe, Raider, that they have lost in the national playoffs is just against God's Reign. Not a single match is there in which Revenant have lost it. But God's Reign, on the other hand, they were completely unbeaten till the very stage. Till this very date in this Pokemon Unite India Open 2022, God's Reign are they are the only team who has not faced a single loss. So that's a big streak. That's definitely a big streak, and I really would love to see if they can maintain this in this final day in the LAN.
Competition is also going to be quite surreal. See, definitely having that kind of, let's say, maiden voyage is absolutely going to be amazing, that they are not going to go down to the lower bracket and stuff like that. They're directly going to seal the deal for the grand finals. But then again, if we talk about the competition, look at Revenant. This is also one of those teams which was just toe-to-toe and head-to-head, to be precise, with the team God's Reign. Meanwhile, let's talk about the team profile of God's Reign. As you can see that the goals are pretty much close to what Revenant was able to score, 17,763, although it is a little bit more higher. When it comes to the knockouts, it's a little bit on the lesser end, and same goes for the assists. But when it comes to the average damage, that's pretty similar.
That's really pretty similar. But when you just talk about, I'm really afraid of those two factors that God's Reign are actually carrying, Raider. That's going to be Scepter and Omen. Those are those deadly pairs that if I was there in the opponent, I would definitely try to get rid of this two at any cost. If we have seen Pokemon bans, isn't it so? But I really wish if there was an option for a player ban, Revenant would have gone for Scepter for sure. I'm just telling you, if there was a player ban, Scepter or Omen will be one of those two players who might be like, no, this time I'm going to bench you right now. You're not allowed. We are banning you. We're nerfing you because we don't want to face you at this moment. But yes, this is the head-to-head that comes exactly in front of us, which is, I would say, the most important head-to-head of this entire event.
Exactly. At this point, all of the teams, to be precise, God's Reign and Revenant, both of them have played 8 matches. And look at the win and loss ratio. That's pretty much similar. 7 wins from God's Reign, and same goes for Revenant. 1 loss was there from each team. But when it comes to the round win and losses, I believe that's going to be a little bit more favorable for Team God's Reign, because they've actually played quite well in that particular perspective. And when it comes to the damage, or should I say goals, to be precise, yes, definitely goals is also the lead where God's Reign is coming back in the arena. When it comes to the KOs, I believe Revenant is a bit more ahead.
Revenant is but they are a bit too far from God's Reign side. But see, In the previous matches, we've already witnessed that God's Reign, they actually go and play with the flow rather than just sticking to the strategies. And
Right.
in the interview, exactly just a few minutes ago, Crowley just revealed that before this particular LAN day, they have faced each other n number of times, and they always went on to a strategized gameplay, which did not actually work out for them. But now, as the head-to-head comparison between Blizzard and Omen, both of them are those crucial players of their own team that they want to outperform each and every time. This time, Blizzard 30 matches, 2 matches played. He has played 2 more matches as compared to Omen in this comparison. 229 knockouts, 284 assists,
Right.
69,387 of average damage, and 3,543 goals.
Well, this is not a small score to break down. So to be precise, I believe once Omen starts, I guess that is absolutely going to be amazing. Meanwhile, if we talk about the guy known as Blizzard, his average damage is quite fruitful when it comes to the goals. He's not that favorable there, that fruitful to be precise in that arena. But looking forward to see how far this approach is going to go on and how much they are actually going to develop at this point. I still believe that guys like Blizzard and some more players, like if I talk about Nova, for coming from Revenant Esports or 50, they are quite credentialed. They are quite prudent in terms of the skills that they use and the Pokemons that they are trying to go with. Meanwhile, if I talk about Team God's Reign, yes, we were talking about Omen and Scepter quite a bit, that they are quite chaotic. But when it comes to guys like Divine or Vixen, they are also one of those players which have been the MVP, the most battle player of the matches quite a few times. That shows that this team is actually balanced in kind of, let's say, game sense and the attacking formation, whatever they have. But the beauty of Team God's Reign for me, it is the way they strategize their attacks. Eventually, when they know that their attacks are not working, what they do, they completely fall back from the situation. They go on a defensive approach. They start and gather themselves in a corner, and then they fight back once again. So that's something I believe I've seen them doing in all together in the India Open 2022. But looking forward to see what they will do today, because both of the teams have grinded quite a lot, and eventually their analysis has to be covered up at this point.
Well, all the analysis, all the strategies, this is the day, this is the D-Day that you have to perform. Though the losers will have another chance, but you actually don't want to be in the lower bracket finals, isn't it? So, because when you get a chance to directly head on to the grand finals, just by winning the upper bracket finals, that's what you need. You need a direct entry in the grand finals of this Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. The first ever official LAN event of Pokemon Unite in India. So this is going to be a very, very crucial day for all the players those are participating in this event. As of now, we've just got 4 of them exactly in front of us, and I'm really, really excited to know what is going to come up next, Raider, because I believe there will be some change in strategies by the players of God's Reign, because they don't want to fall in the same trap that Revenant they have planned up for them.
Well, definitely some shifts are going to be there, but then again, quite a few speculations are going to be there all together in the tournament. When it comes to the game, I believe that's where we are going to get an insight that how these guys are going to perform. Is it going to be some changes of strategy, or they're going to stick to their same action plan or whatever the plan they had in the previous metas? Because both of the teams know each other quite well, and changing the strategies at this point of view, at this point of tournament, is something which can easily move them to the lower bracket finals. That can be quite chaotic for them. So definitely they have to look into this fact as well, that they have to strategize their attack, they have to strategize their plans, and it should not be that versatile that where you are actually going to be on a disadvantage. If you have actually grinded quite a lot with the new strategy, I believe then I guess that can be the advantage. Otherwise, I guess the teams have the answer for each other. Be it Revenant, be it God's Reign, everybody is ready for each other.
Well, they are ready, and they should be ready, because if you're not ready at this hour, in this particular hour, I believe nothing can be done for now. But well, we will be moving forward to the map Veto as Revenant as well as God's Reign. Ladies and gentlemen, they are ready to rock and roll and just come up forward. But which team will be the one to prevail over the top? Because this time, it's time for the Pokemon bans.
Well, the ban phase is here right now, and as we can see, a Speedster ban is there for Team God's Reign. That's amazing. And apart from that, we also have got Blissey, if I'm not wrong.
Well, yes, we do have a Blissey as well as a Dodrio ban coming up from both the sides, one each other.
Right.
So we get to see Swifty picking up an Eldegoss, waiting for God's Reign to pick some. It's a Mew for Scepter, and it's a Mr. Mime. The picks are really working out, isn't it? So Zisol is also coming up with the Mamoswine and Azumarill from the side of Nova. Interesting picks from both the sides, but I really wonder which tank. Is it going to be a Snorlax coming up from the side of God's Reign? If it is a Snorlax Raider, I believe they will have a very, very strong defense. Yes, it is.
I believe the confirmation is yet to come, but I also think so that the Snorlax should be confirmed. And yeah, Noxy does have the confirmation of that Snorlax particularly. At this point, if we talk about Revenant Esports, the approach that they are having is particularly two all-rounders from the corner, one supporter, one defender, and one attacker is as well there. Speeds are missing just because of the ban coming from God's Reign, and that's absolutely amazing. Alolan Ninetales could be confirmed, and yes, Crowley is going to have that particular Pokemon as the attacker for the team. Meanwhile, if we talk about God's Reign, trying to be a little bit more passive, I believe, at this point, because they've got the double tanker approach, double defender approach to be precise. Okay, the shifts are coming up. Let's see if the Talon Flame gets confirmed. That is absolutely going to be amazing.
Well, I really wanted to see a Cramorant coming up from the side of Crowley, but nevertheless, we have seen the combinations. It's the time for the preparations. There might and might not be some few changes that we're looking forward to, but definitely that Dodrio ban might affect Nova a bit. But as we all know, Revenant is one of those teams that they're used to with all the Pokemon, so I don't think they will face many difficulties in this part, but for sure, I really want to see what God's Reign have got in their pockets, because as we just see, the Thea Sky Ruins draft pick is already done. The players are ready. We can see them exactly sitting in front of us. They are just coming up with those last minute moments. But definitely with that, Raider, we have seen beautiful scenarios, but this time the LAN pressure exactly playing in front of the audience will, I believe that can actually make some difference. That can actually make quite a little bit of difference, that the player might be a bit nervous, but both the teams like God's Reign as well as Revenant, they're quite used to with this.
Well, definitely they are quite gelled with each other, and eventually if we talk about the strategies or the big stages, to be precise, the pressure that you have while actually facing a team in front of that kind of huge audience and in a LAN event, I believe that pressure is something which might have actually taken a toll on teams like these, but eventually they are quite gelled with these performances. They are ready with the LAN event, they are ready for the LAN event, to be precise, and the stakes is never going to be higher at this point, I believe. 22 lakhs 50,000 is going to be the prize pool, and apart from that, the bragging rights of winning the championship. And meanwhile, guys, we have to remember one more fact, that the top four teams, which are pretty much here, teams like Marcos Gaming, SCTUL, we've got God's Reign and Revenant, these are the teams which are going to get the slot for Asia Champions League as well.
Well, Revenant, they do have the slot already confirmed for the Asia Championship. On the other hand, you can also get to see the other teams, like if you talk about God's Reign and the others, will also get a chance to move on to the Asia Championship. They will be qualified for sure, but I am really looking forward to that factor, really, because when you just see there is a bit of chance that Revenant, they are playing recently with some of those famous teams of the South Asia region, and they're competing, they're practicing for the Asia Championship. Their aim is to win the Asia Championship, but before that, if they manage to win this India Open 2022, nothing can actually boost their moral in that high level rather than just winning. If you win an official event of your regional area, then you move on to the Asia Championship and you perform there better, nothing can be more proudful moment for us Indians to celebrate, because after all, these are those Indian teams, those who will represent our country in the global platform.
Well, precisely. In order to go to that stage, they have to qualify in this stage and eventually perform the way they wanted to, become the champion of the India Open 2022, and that will actually give the motivation booster, and eventually the hopes from the fans are also going to be there that this could be the team which is going to bag out the Asia Champions League as well. Well, we'll talk about this tournament precisely at this point, because the ban phase is done. We've got two Pokemons which have been banned, a Speedster, and I believe that was a supporter type of ban coming up, but which was absolutely amazing. Meanwhile, when it comes to, I guess, the picks, Revenant seems to have an aggressive approach, because they've got the double all-rounder approach, and apart from that, they have got one attacker, if I'm not wrong, one tanker is there, that means the defender is there, and apart from that, one supporter was there. When it comes to Team God's Reign, they have got the double defender approach, that means they are trying to be a bit more passive, they're trying to be a bit more, let's say, trying to be like a tank in the first round, so that they can actually learn what is the capability Revenant is going to bag out, how they're going to attack, what kind of strategies they're going to actually go with. Once I believe God's Reign is going to be ready with the strategies, or should I say, learned about the fact that how Revenant is trying to play, then I believe in the second round, the approach might be a little bit more different, and the Dodrio ban could have been uplifted. But one more thing, that even if Dodrio is banned, we have seen Scepter and Omen, to be precise, Scepter, playing with the Pokemons like, let's say, Talonflame and other species as well. So definitely having a Dodrio ban is not going to actually suppress the feeling of having a speedster in the terms of God's Reign. But right now, According to me, as I can see, as I can decipher, Godstrain is trying their level best to just learn what Revenant is going to do in the first round.
That should be one of those tactics that definitely God's Rain are looking forward to just grab on. If they're lucky or if they have their own counterattacks planned up upon their sleeves, because the Rodrigo ban should be one of the strategy implementations that they were looking forward to. And if they manage to just beat Revenant with a 1-0 lead in this BO5 series, they will be overwhelmed. But I really don't think, Raider, that there is any kind of chances we are going to see a Rodrigo ban coming up against from their side. So I would love to know what is going to come up next, because I believe Snorlax ban might come up instead of a Blissey ban from the side of Revenant in the second one. But yep, the thing that we are looking for, the thing that we are seeing, we are about to see, to be honest, it's going to be a reality check, because we are just coming up with our own strategies, our implementations, and our thoughts and predictions as well. So what can actually happen? But the main game is just about to start in a short span of time. As we just look down, the players are getting set and they're just getting prepared for the first match of this BO5 series to get started.
Indeed, they are ready and armed up to see how the performance is going to get built. The stage is big, the prize pool is huge. The stakes are way too high at this point, but eventually these teams are ready. Everybody is just trying their level best to warm up a bit and eventually then go for the chaos, then go for the battle. The aspect of this fight is actually going to be there that we have to close the deal, we have to put up pressure, or maybe go with the straight up domination. Let's see which team is going to be there as a straight up dominator. It could be Godstrain, it could be team Revenant Esports as well. Looking forward to see what happens. Alright, the battle has begun. 9 minutes and 30 seconds more to go. After that, we'll get to see what happens. The Azumaral scores the first goal.
Well, this is the start. Revenant Esports, God's Rain, both the teams, they have got to start for now. You can get to see Scyther as Blizzard. He's just going for those jungling, trying to level up himself as fast as possible, because that's the only thing that would help him to reach certain goal. Meanwhile, trying just to defend their own towers. God's Rain will try not to concede more goals in the very first 5 minutes, because that might just give them some good boost. And just to get all the objectives as fast as possible should be one of their mottos. But for now, as you see, Ninetales just evolving around. Fletchling won't have a chance to survive, because Eldegoss will be shutting him down for sure. 16-8, while Revenant, they are leading off with 8 points. Mew is coming with some side beam attacks and just trying to get some damage out of that particular position in the bottom lane. But Azumarill will be there around the corners, just trying to create an opening to just score some goals.
It's quite good to see how Revenant is just trying their level best to evolve quite a bit. On the other corner, if we talk about Mew and Snorlax, well, the solar beams are coming up, the thumping damage is coming up. Snorlax is trying to defend out as a tank for the team. But meanwhile, what Revenant is trying to do, they're trying to score the goals as well as evolve as fast as it's possible. On the top lane, if I'm not wrong, I believe we have got the Lucario trying to just fall back and get the wild berries, because he has to repatch himself, he has to heal quite a bit. On the bottom lane, or the mid lane should I say, we have got the Eldegoss as well. But a KO comes in, that's Pillow Swine for you guys, wiping out the Mime.
Oh, well, we can actually see Azumarill coming with some good scores. And at 79 almost, we can see Revenant are taking a good lead, 70 points lead in the very first 3 to 2 minutes. It's definitely quite good, and we can actually appreciate them for that for now, as you see. Because just creating a good lead before the 5 minutes and just trying to make the difference quite low, it can be like quite big. It's definitely a good chance and a good strategy. But for now, the multiple KOs are coming up from the side of Revenant Esports. God's Rain, they're not just standing against them for now as Revenant. They are just looking for a revenge, I believe, for the national playoffs, what they have faced. But well, Talonflame trying to make the difference for now. The quick attacks might just come, but the scores are eventually coming up from the side of Revenant, which is not at all stopping, which will create a big impact against God's Rain.
Well, definitely the mental pressure is going to be there, but after seeing God's Rain for straight up 13 days from 1st to 13th, I believe we can easily say that God's Rain is one of those teams. They have these second plans, they have the plan B for themselves. So definitely looking forward to see how Revenant is actually going to perform in front of Team God's Rain, because at this point, yes, they have got the domination, yes, they have got the initial lead for them. But then again, when it comes to Pokemons like Regieleki or Rayquazas, the legendary Pokemons in the legendary pits, I guess at that moment, things might change. God's Rain could be farming up quite a bit and eventually trying their level best to evolve. Look at the Talonflame. Look at his, to be precise, level 9, which is absolutely amazing. Nobody from team, except the Scyther, I believe, from Team Revenant was there to reach out to that level.
Well, at this point, I really believe that eventually Reggie Rock has been spawned, Raider. I believe that getting Reggie Rock will be the first motive for both the teams
Yeah.
because that's the first objective. But we can see Mr. Mime from the side of God's Reign scoring up the goals in the top lane. But eventually, I don't think he's going to try and contest alone for the Reggie Licky. Though we can see Nova just trying to make the difference. Snorlax will be coming with the body slam, but his HP is way too low. Talonflame, he needs to be guarded. Reggie Rock not in a good HP. Just Talonflame trying to make a good difference, but will be taken down. 2 back-to-back KOs have been faced. 3 back-to-back, 4 back-to-back KOs have been faced by God's Reign at this hour. But Revenant managed to secure the Reggie Rock, and the raining of scores will be coming upon and drained upon the sides of God's Reign.
Is the first goal zone getting shattered at this point. Team Godstone at a very, let's say, unfathomable side at this point, but let's see how far their approach is going to go on, because honestly speaking, if I talk about Godstone, they can easily capsize quite a bit, but at this point I believe they're just trying their little best to gel with the strategies. On the top lane we can see that we have got a Mamoswine trying to actually decipher with the Mew, but on the bottom lane we have got another set of Pokemons trying to deflect. Mime and the Snorlax are trying their level best to just stun and eventually push back Nova. They were pretty much successful in it, but eventually look at that. Crowley, the attacker for the team, is also here. Team Revenant just trying their level best to build as many momentums as possible. Meanwhile, Talonflame goes in to score another set of few amazing goals, and I believe that was only 10 points. Not a fruitful goal, but then again, a goal is a goal.
Well, that's for sure. God's Reign, I believe, Raider, they just have an intention to just match the scoreline, or maybe just to get a bit close, because
They're chasing, yeah.
if they're just going for the Rayquaza fight in the very late hour, then also they have to focus on just maintaining a low difference, because if the difference is quite high, even after if you get the Rayquaza, you won't be able to stand out if Revenant tries to come up with some counter goals, which you might not be able to prevent it out for sure. As the middle is still trying to just falter out, just trying to fall back, but it's a 3-stack going against Omen, and the Regieleki also goes in the favor of Revenant Esports. The way Revenant Esports, they've started off this first match, it's looking very, very promising. While God's Reign, I don't know if they do have a late strategy of coming up in the late hour and getting the Rayquaza and winning the game. If that's the strategy, I believe they also should give a little bit of concentration to the objectives as well. But because Revenant, they're just scoring and raining all the goals on the God's Reign towers.
The first round looking quite fruitful for Team Revenant Esports. They are having a beautiful lead to be precise. 354 points, 369. That's amazing to be precise. 76, that's all Godstone has actually acquired. On the other corner, the Mamoswine was also able to bag out another set of plus 50. But look at those Air's energy scattered here and there. I believe that was the Air's energy that was given by Team Godstone when they were getting KO'd. And now the Azumarill has to fall back quite a bit. The tankers are also coming up. The Mamoswine is here. Eldegoss is also going to be there. The supporter, to be precise, for the team is going to be there. But the Reggie, I believe the Reggie steal has been stolen by Team Godstone. Let's see how far this advantage is going to help them. The Solar Beam comes in, but still Snorlax, the tank, has been taken down.
Well, that's the start. That's the brilliant start. That's the destructive Revenant we were all witnessing from the very start. But yes, they are here to win. They have declared this time they are going to move on with the flow, not going up with any strategies. They just going to hunt down all the players of God's Reign in the very first match. Omen tries to shut down Azumarill, and he will be successful for that, but this counter trade comes up from the side of Ninetales and gets Talonflame down. On the other hand, it's 369-76. Revenant, the difference they are making before the Rayquaza fight is way too huge, and even also God's Reign, if they manage to get Rayquaza in their favor, steal Rayquaza in their favor, the counter goals from Revenant will be way too much deadly than what God's Reign might just not expect, because at the late hour, even the Rayquaza, it goes in the favor of God's Reign. If they manage to score all the 5 goals of their players, if Revenant manages to score at least 2 counter goals, it will be all over for God's Reign even after getting the Rayquaza.
Precisely, having the Rayquaza is a beautiful advantage, but then again, if you are unable to fruit out of the particular advantage, or let's say fathom the particular advantage in your favor, that's not going to cut the deal. Because if you talk about Godstone, they are actually having a very strategic POV for them. But at this point, if we talk about Revenant, they are going aggressive. They are trying to go with the flow, and the flow is that they are able to counter every single thing. But 110 coming from Godstone, that's a beautiful goal done by the Talonflame. It's level 12 at this point, but eventually the highest level that is there, that is from Talonflame, the 13th level. Omen may be getting taken down, but Omen tries to actually just deflect from the situation. He is vanishing, and he's trying his level best to just go away from that situation. If we talk about Mamoswine, goes in with a beautiful thump, and the Solar Beam also comes in with a Mew. does a significant damage, but not as much as which was needed. I guess those solar beams should be used so that they can actually get the KOs. Look at that. Another solar beam came in, but eventually it was not fruitful.
Well, to make it fruitful, to make it much more effective, they need to just focus on the main strategies, or not to focus on the strategy can be a good strategy in this case, because yeah, that's one of those things that Revenant definitely are following in this match. And this time the final stretch, the Rayquaza will be one of the most important factors. The Unite move, the Showtime has been activated, but yes, the map of match goes all around. The Soul trying to figure it out and get all the KOs. Two players are down for the side of God's Reign, might just go for a third, but two players are down for the side of Revenant as well. The time is taking in God's Reign, they're not willing to back off, but which team will take this home? As God's Reign, they're coming up with some equal scores. Same goes for Revenant as well. The counter goals are coming, but definitely it's 100, it's a 263 points difference, which is still not in the favor of God's Reign.
Indeed, a huge buffer has been created at this point. If it were Trolley's HP, that's not fair. That's not favorable to be precise. But then again, Zisol, look at that. He was able to actually get that move out of the equation. But then again, a KO comes in. That's Mew getting taken down. The center pit, the legendary pit, has actually is at a question, and it's Rayquaza which is about to go down. But let's see who's going to get the advantage, because just 10 more seconds to go. I mean, even not 10 seconds at this point, and eventually it was the Lucario, and God's Reign was able to seal the advantage. But the thing that you said, Nick Rose, that even if you have got the advantage, if the time is up, if you are unable to actually have the advantage and score the goals, things won't be that favorable. And look at that, Revenant pretty much smiling, pretty much having the cherish, or should I say the joy of winning the first round of this LAN event.
Well, the BO5 series did start with a good note for the side of Revenant Esports. The way they have showed us the performance, God's Reign will be stuttered out at this moment, because this is a huge surprise. Revenant, they have won the first match. They have got a lead with a 1-0 score in this BO5 series. They are looking forward to get some more in their favor, but with this, they're just looking forward to just might have some team talks for the mistakes they had. But definitely Revenant are the winners, and this is the factor. This is the lead that Revenant wanted for a very long period of time. But God's Reign definitely will have to come up with some good team discussions and some new strategies against Revenant to stand out.
Then only they will be able to get the game in their favor. Otherwise, it could be a 3-0 coming up for us. But Revenant, the way they were able to dominate, the way they were able to strategize their goals, even though they didn't have these features, they were able to seal out quite a few goals. And eventually, in the last few seconds, I believe, we saw Eldergore scoring another set of 100, which was absolutely amazing. Although the difference might not be that much, the buffer would have been there for 200 or 300 points. That is absolutely amazing. And when it comes to the carnage, Revenant Esports absolutely nailed the fact that they were getting a lot of KOs. They were taking down quite a few players, be it Crowley, the Alolan Ninetales was absolutely on point from his corner. Swifty, Nova, Blizzard, Zsol, everybody just performed, or should I say outperformed God's Reign at this point.
Definitely, God's Reign were completely outperformed and overpowered by Revenant Esports. But now this is the time, as far as we know, Raider, that God's Reign are not one of those teams to just sit back and just watch that whatever happens, it's done. No problem. God's Reign will try to bounce back at any point of time, and they will be quite ready to just get the things right on the track, because they are the ones. They have to make this possible. As Revenant, they will be a bit happy as their strategy, just going with the flow, got them the victory of this very first match. But what about the second? What about the third? Are we going for a BO5, or Revenant are willing to finish this thing with a clean sheet?
I mean, eventually at the starting stage, I was talking about the fact that Team Godson is playing a quite unconventional approach, playing within quite an unconventional approach, to be precise. The way they were having the double defender approach, I've never seen Godson doing this kind of aspect. So having the favorable Pokemons in the next battle is absolutely going to give an advantage for Team Godstrain. So looking forward to see how Godstrain is going to give that comeback, or Revenant is going to straight up dominate in the next one as well. That's going to be the case. But meanwhile, I believe the scores are going to be here for you guys very soon, and eventually that scores will tell us that how much of a buffer was there, how much of a carnage was Team Revenant Esports. And look at that, 475 points from the corner, and Godstrain was having close to 300 points. That means there was a buffer of close to, I believe, 181 points. That's all.
181 points, that was almost the score. But this time, God's Reign, the last few scores were not like, if you just see, Vixen couldn't actually manage to play and get the role what he was supposed to do. 4 goals, 3 KOs, 4 assists, that's it. But The main thing that came up, Noxy, he tried to give a good support, but not applicable this time. He was overpowered. The Soul played a brilliant role. Swifty played a brilliant role. Crowley, with those 9 tails, he just, snatched what he wanted. He snatched the victory, what the first one he wanted. But Omen this time, he tried his level best, but couldn't actually make it to the top because he needed support. In that case, Noxy actually tried but couldn't give what actually Omen wanted. Same goes for Divine as well. But this time, I would say God's Reign, it was a tragic match for them, but not the end. They will have some few more matches, at least 2 more rounds to make a comeback or make the difference. But I believe this match might go for all the 5 matches. We might see all the 5 matches of this entire series.
Right, definitely. This BO5 could actually go at its fullest peak, but at this point, if we talk about the graph, look at that. If we talk about the advantages that team Revenant Esports was having, they were able to steal quite a few Reggie Rocks, Reggie Steals as well. Apart from that, the Reggie LEQ was taken down at, I believe, 4 minutes and 55 seconds as well. Meanwhile, if we talk about Pokemons like, let's say, Rayquaza, that advantage was in the favor of Team Godstain, but it was a little bit too late. I believe only 15 to 18 seconds were left, and eventually that advantage was a little bit in the favor of Team Godstain. They were able to score quite a bit, but it was a little bit more late. It was a little bit more chaotic coming from Team Revenant Esports, and the Eldegoss performed quite well. After seeing these scores, one thing is pretty much clear that Team Revenant, every single guy was able to have some kind of KO, some kind of advantage, some kind of assist in the whole action. But when it comes to Godstain, guys like Vixen and the other players were not having that kind of advantage. As you can see that at this point, if we talk about Vixen, the damage that he dealt was 23,000, but the highest coming from Team Godstain was the Scepter, the Mew, the Solar Beams coming from his corner. Meanwhile, if we talk about Crowley, that was the Pokemon which had the highest amount of damage dealt from Revenant Esports.
That's what's definitely the factor. Damage dealt. Omen did the wonderful job with. Divine was also very close, 52,000 almost. But yes, Scepter will be on the top in this case, 83,500. Zisol will be there, 69. Crowley with 84, almost. There are those huge numbers coming up from that side for sure. But yes, the main thing that matters at this hour, at this moment, is definitely the main score. The main score of which team is leading from the front or not. But if you talk about the player of the game, it's going to be Swifty with 152 goals, 5 knockouts, 16 assists, 35,202 damage, and 87,600 recovery. So we can actually see as we get the first match player of the game with Swifty for you from the side of Revenant Esports.
A beautiful score set by Swifty at this point. Recovery is absolutely amazing. The damage that he was able to forecast was absolutely amazing. And look at the assists. That's 16. That is the only reason. And apart from the goals that he was able to score, that he's the MVP, the player of the game to be precise. But looking forward to see how Swifty is going to enact in the next upcoming stages, next upcoming rounds to be precise, because a long way has to be covered up. Meanwhile, if we talk about the performance, that was absolutely on point coming from Team Revenant, be it the guy known as Swifty or the Crowley attacker, I believe, coming from Crowley's corner, that was 19th, was able to steal out 9 KOs, which was absolutely amazing. And the highest amount of KOs was there from which was there from Godstain, was Talonflame's goal, if I'm not wrong. He was able to score the highest amount of goals and the KOs as well, because that's a Swift Pokemon to be precise. But then again, it's a squishy one if it comes in the arena or in the closeness or in the proximity of the enemy or attacker.
That's quite true. We have seen in this match, like Omen was completely stacked out by almost 2 to 3 players. Each and every time he went for the attack, he was stacked up with 2 to 3 players, and they actually created a good buffer, or you can say a diff in that case. Omen, every time he wanted to go for some KOs, wanted to make some openings, but Lucario did not work out for the side of God's Reign in this part, so they won't be trying to go for the Lucario pick. If they are going for the Lucario pick as well, they have to be very, very much sure about it, that they are getting some good results, definitely. Those good results will be very, very much important for in that case, but well, it's a very, very tough match for the side of God's Reign, because if they don't win this one, Revenant will be with a lead of 2-0 in this BO5 series, and after that, Revenant will require only one more match to win and secure the upper bracket finals in their name, and to head on and directly get the slot in this Pokemon Unite India Open 2022 Grand Finals.
See, basically, it's not impossible to have that 2-0 score and after that come back with the 2-3 coming from Godstain's corner. It's not impossible, to be precise. Godstein can do that charming effect and they can easily bag out the last 3 rounds. But then again, the pressure is going to be there, and under the pressure, quite a few teams have been broken. So Godstream could be one of those teams which can be breaking down by the pressure of having a 2-0 in front of them, and Revenant, the way they are outperforming, the way they are having the kind of, let's say, synergy, and eventually the experience as well. It will be counted because they are able to have the right advantage of the right Pokemons. They were able to seal the advantages of Regieleki, Registeel, or Rayquaza was not there in the favor, but then again, they knew how to counter the Rayquaza effect because the KOs were there, and eventually 1 or 2 goals was done. That's all. Apart from that, Team Constraints, they were getting KO'd quite a few times. The Pokemons were not that squishy, apart from Omens, Talonflame. But when it comes to Slowbro and the Snorlax, I believe those were the 2 Pokemons, I guess, which was absolutely amazing. To be precise, that was Snorlax, if I'm not wrong. It was quite amazing to see how their approach was working out for the team. But then again, the deal is done. The fight is over pretty much for the first round. Looking forward to see what happens in the next one.
Well, the next one matches are definitely one of those interesting factors. The second round of this BO5 series is going to be all the players are getting just set and almost just getting prepared for the next round because, yes, God's reign. They should be chill because if you just keep your head calm, that's the main thing that you will require. You need to just keep your head calm very, very precisely, and you can get all the things, all the set pieces right on the track where you want to put them. If you are disturbed or your mind is disturbed, then it will be a tough factor for the side of God's Reign because we can actually just say God's Reign loses, they will be in a very, very pressurizing moment because
For sure.
we can actually just say that if they just lose it, they will be down to 2-0. And then one more match, God's Reign might try to make a comeback, but that will be very, very tough. That will be a big gambling position because if Revenant wins one, they are directly heading on to the grand finals.
Well, definitely. And if that happens, Revenant, the meta that they're trying to explore, the kind of motivation that they will have is absolutely going to be on par. And beating them in the grand final, it could be a possibility where Godsend is going to go on the lower bracket finals and then again come back in the grand finals after scoring quite a few amazing goals. But beating the Revenant at that point will be a lot more difficult at this point, to be precise, because the game has just started. It's only the first round of the first BO5. 3 more BO5s are going to be there. After that, the grand finals are going to initiate. So definitely looking forward to see how our Revenant is going to build their meta. At this point, Revenant is looking quite strong, but it is the first round where Team Costain was trying to experiment quite a bit with their approach. So I believe things might change in the second one.
Well, there are very, very high chances that we can actually see God's Reign changing up the strategies, changing up their pickouts in this case because I believe there might, as we also, like Raider also told, and I also told in the very first match that there might be some changes after the first match. There was a Blissey ban from the side of Revenant. They might stick to that or they might ban the Tail and Flame. So there is a bit of chance that they might ban the Tail and Flame. They've already got a speedster ban over Dodrio, so even God's Reign cannot actually take the Dodrio. And if God's Reign manages not to ban Dodrio, then either Revenant is going to take it or they might have a chance to take Dodrio in their favor as well.
Well, if the Dodrio ban is not there, I believe Godsrain's the first ever guy who is going to get the pick is for sure going to snatch out the Dodrio for himself for the first time, and eventually it will be shuffled down to Omen or Scepter, whichever the guy who is going to explore it. But apart from that, if we talk about the ban phase, it is going to be quite crucial to see which are the 2 Pokemons getting banned, which are the 5 which are going to get chosen, what is the combination, is it going to be a, let's say, versatile combination where we'll get the taste of every single Pokemon, every single type of Pokemon to be precise in a whole roster, or is it going to be an approach which will be a little bit more on the side of attacking, on the side of defensive, or on the side of all rounders? So we have to look into that factor as well, because as a caster, as an audience, all we can do at this point is make some speculations, talk about some variables. But then again, these are the guys who are going to showcase us that what kind of variables they are going to play with and how their performance is going to affect the game.
Well, that's only the factor. We can actually give you the predictions. We can actually give you some of our ideas and thoughts of what can actually happen in the next match or next round. But the main factor, the main output that you might just get from their end, it's only from the players. And if the players are ready, if the players are just playing according to what our prediction says, it is going to be very interesting. But for sure, we'll have to see, because God's Reign, as per our prediction, there might be some changes in the Pokemon picks, and they might be coming up with some new strategies as well. But for the side of Revenant, I really don't think they are going to change this strategy at all. They will go with the flow. They will go with how the match is going for them, and they will end up being on the winner side or not. That's the question that every Revenant fan and every Pokemon Unite fan is actually having right now, because this is one of those crucial matches, the crucial head-to-heads of the entire Pokemon Unite Indian region. That's God's Reign versus Revenant, one of those top two teams of India fighting against each other to grab a spot in the finals and to just keep their reputation on.
Get the glory, to get their championship in their favor, they have to do everything that's possible. Godson on the left side, you can see that. Revenant is sitting on the right side. Definitely looking forward to see how far the approach is going to go on. Meanwhile, if we talk about the picks, well, that's Eldegoss and Dodger for you guys to be getting banned. And it's Revenant Esports for now who is going to ban the Dodger, because they know how beautiful Team Godson can be if they get the Dodger, if they get their desire to be precise speedster. Meanwhile, if we talk about the picks, I believe the picks are looking a little bit more changed. At this point, I believe Blissey is going to get chosen, the supporter for the team of God's Reign. Meanwhile, if we talk about the picks coming from Revenant, Nova and Crowley are at the question. The Isomeral gets confirmed soon enough, I believe. That is the Pokemon which should go for Team Revenant Esports, because Revenant Esports, the way they were cherishing the advantage of having Isomeral was absolutely amazing in the first round.
Well, Azumarill should be there inside of Revenant. That's definitely one of those Pokemon that will be locked out. It's Blissey for sure for the side of God's Reign as well. Interesting bans coming up from both the ends, but this time Machamp is the pick from the side of God's Reign, which I will believe that it's a good pick, because first of all, it has got a very close range damage that he can actually deliver in that case. But on the other hand, when you just talk about Mr. Mime will be there for the defense, you can get to say Delphox and a Hoopa coming up from the side of Revenant.
Right, that's quite a different approach coming from Team Revenant's corner. We were expecting that the shifts might not be there, but after seeing what Team Godson is trying to pick, like Machamp and Tyranitar as getting confirmed, I believe that's a great approach coming from Team Revenant Esports. They're also trying to just evolve quite a bit. They've got the Delphox, they've got the Hoopa. You have to look into what Crowley is going to go for. It could be Alolan Ninetale as he was using in the last one, but it could be Lucario as well. The Talonflame as a speedster also comes in from God's corner. This is the match for redemption. This is the moment for redemption. The Cramorant could also get confirmed, but let's see what Crowley is going to pick.
Well, at this hour, we can actually say the picks have been chosen. The time for the preparation just begins right now. I don't think there will be very big changes between the swaps, but it's going to be quite stagnant and all. So we just have to go and see what the match actually keeps us awaited. The match that keeps us awaited, and what the match is there to offer us in this second round of this BO5 series. The first match, it went very, very easy for the side of Revenant, because they did not have to do any kind of extra hard work, if you just see, because it was really, really something that we are looking forward to. Though the players are quite ready, Raider, we are just here about to start the second round, in which God's Reign won't be trying to lose it.
A definite enough round to be precise, a definitely amazing round to be precise coming from Team Revenant's corner. Let's see how far their approach is going to go on. Is it going to be a rehost? Is it going to be a performance-like issue? We have to look into it as well. This is the finals, guys. Remember, we have to see which is the team which is going to reign top of this particular performance. Looking forward to see how Revenant is going to perform, because the first round was exceptional coming from Revenant's corner. Godson got succumbed to the aggression coming from Revenant Esports, but I believe this could be the round where they're going to bounce back, having Machamp, having Tyranitar. That's a huge advantage for Team God's Reign. But then again, if we talk about God's Reign specifically, what the thing is important is going to be the right evolution. Is at the right time of period, I believe, if from the Larvitar and the Pupitar, if the Tyranitar comes in very soon, I believe then it can be quite an advantageous performance coming from the corner. If the evolution is going to be a little bit late, I don't think so that advantage will come from Team God's Reign.
Well, the picks, what they have chosen this time, God's Reign, they do have a good picks, and if they're continuing with that, I believe it's going to be very, very deadly match for the side of Revenant Esports, because they've got a Tyranitar, they've got a Machamp, they've got an Eldegoss, and they've got Mr. Mime as well. So the defense line as well as the healing line, they do have a very, very good effect over those Pokemons, and especially when you've got two destructive Pokemons like Tyranitar, as well as you can just get to say Machamp, a big close range beast. Machamp as an attacker, you can see him, and Tyranitar is one of those Pokemons who can actually single-handedly take down the Rayquaza if he was willing to, and if he's quite leveled up right now. So I really believe the Tyranitar pick as well as the Marcham can actually give a winning boost towards the side of them. But, well, we'll have to see whether Revenant, they do have some counter strategies planned against that or not.
Well, definitely we have to look into this fact that the strategies are ready or not, because having this kind of Pokemon, I guess the shifts were there from Revenant Esports. Revenant Esports is having Hoopa and the other Pokemons like Delphox. That's amazing, to be precise. But then again, if Revenant Esports comes up with a mistake, this could be the round going in the favor of Team Godstrain, and Godstrain might actually have that momentum get built. And after that, if the momentum is there, Godstrain will not lose in the next upcoming rounds as well, because that's the only thing which matters at this point, having the right momentum. Because the Pokemons, well, they are already been chosen. Those are the Pokemons which we are going to witness, be it Machamp, be it the Delphox or the Tyranitar coming from these guys' corner. Dodrio was banned, and that is why Godstrain goes in with the Talonflame once again, which was quite an advantageous Pokemon for them in the previous battle. So looking forward to see how far this approach is going to get established from the corner, because Talonflame is a Pokemon which can easily sweep down and get a few KOs at the last seconds. It can easily steal quite a few KOs, and having that kind of Pokemon will be able to help you quite a few times in terms of getting KOs, and in terms of having the Regis, and in terms of having the Rayquazas as well.
That's for sure. And this time I believe I'm really again hoping for a head-to-head against Blizzard and Omen. One more time, not the first one more time. I really want to see those two teams clashing, but a Tyranitar versus something more promising. That might be the Azumarill, might be the other Pokemons that have been chosen by Revenant as of now, because we have seen it on Geoban, we have seen both the Pokemons that were very crucial to them for sure. Revenant is still hoping for just to go with the same flow. That should be the strategy again, because the way Revenant played after just saying that yes, we are going to stick to the normal strategy and we will stick to the flow at that how the game, how the match demands us to play. That's a very bold statement for the side of Crowley, and that bold statement is just getting into a reality check. That is, they are actually playing, they are actually handling the squad so pretty well. They just winning it. I believe 1-0 they've already got the lead, and probably this 2-0 might just come up anytime soon.
It's a MOBA where you have to actually learn the right choice of Pokemons, where you have to learn how fast you can evolve, how you can farm, and meanwhile actually go for the goals as well, because that is the one thing which is going to help you in terms of gaining the XPs, which in turn will help you evolving and leveling up your Pokemon. And leveling up is actually going to be quite amazing. Having the 9 level of Pokemon will actually get you the peak level of Pokemon that you can actually have, and after that, evolving quite a bit is usually going to get you the durability and the HPs and the attacking power as well. So definitely looking forward to see how far this approach is going to go on. Is it going to be a possibility where Revenant Esports is going to straight up just obliterate whatever the picks are going to be there from Godstrain, or Godstrain are here ready after seeing the first match that they can easily come back quite a bit? Because honestly speaking, if I talk about the picks coming from God's Reign, it was not favorable. It was not that kind of, let's say, God's Reignish, because the way God's Reign wants to actually have their Pokemons, it's a little bit more on the aggressive side. And at this moment, after having this pick, we can clearly give the statement that Godstrain is not going to come up with the understatement. They are going to come quite aggressive. They've got the Tyranitar, they've got the Machamp as well, they've got the Talonflame, which was able to have the right amount of advantages. They have Disney Lucario, which is good enough for them. Let's see how far this approach is going to help them.
Well, the second round, it's what we are waiting for very, very, very shortly, because yes, the players are being just, getting prepared and just getting warmed up as they are just planning it out. You can see the players of Revenant just taking to each other, just having some conversation. Same goes for God's Reign, not to make any single small mistake against a team like a Revenant, because if you do it, you will be punished. You definitely will be punished. For now, like, this is the moment, God's Reign, they have to just get this thing done for their side. All the eyes for the side of Revenant fans as well are sticking to this part, because they're still just coming and they're about to explode with all the Pokemons and all the skill set they're actually having for within themselves.
Well, definitely looking forward to see how far this establishment of the Pokemons, this banning of the Pokemons, is going to help teams like Goldstein and Revenant as well at the same point of view. Well, the match has been started after a beautiful instance of waiting and eventually just trying to get as many as perspectives that is possible. The Larvitar and the Mime goes in on the bottom lane, and apart from that, 2 or 3 Pokemons are trying to go for the top lane. For where we have got the Chansey and the other Pokemon. Meanwhile, if we talk about the Talonflame, it is actually here in the mid lane.
Well, with this, when we just talk about God's Reign. The sides have been swapped, the changes have been made. Not to make a mistake is just the main motive that they should have right now. The picks are really promising from both the ends. Especially, I would say the pick for God's Reign are one of my favorites here. They've got a Tyrant, they've got a Marcham, they've got Mr. Mime, they've got Talon Flame as well as a Blissey. A very deadly combination, but the Delphox's Hoopa is also a bit odd for their side of Revenant Esports. Whether they can just stand it out or not, that's a big question, but for sure, I really believe that it's not just a normal match for the side of God's Reign, because they're just trying to make the lead possible as of now, because they want to make the difference. They have seen how Revenant have performed in the previous match, and I don't think that God's Reign will just try to make the things that way, because he's also the one to make it up high for himself and just to get the best of the best that they can actually come up with. But now it's 23-11 as Revenant Esports, they are falling behind a bit.
Well, the KOs are coming up for sure. The Pupitar is here right now. Let's see how this establishment is going to help them. Godsend goes on for another set of 1 goal. That's amazing. Another 1 goal is going to be there, but before that, Azumaral comes in, ducks down, and eventually tries to actually give the damage. And look at that, Mime could be taken down. Divine is just trying his best to fall back to his goal zone. He was successful in it. There is no wild berries, so he's not going to have the HP back soon enough. On the other corner, the Pupitar gets taken down by the Pillow Swine.
Well, with this, when we just talk about God's Reign not being allowed to score many multiple goals is what actually Revenant Esports did in the very first match. But this time, God's Reign is focusing on the towers and just trying to make difference. But still, you have to just see what actually can happen. But Mr. Mime is there, so we can see that Hoopa is already unlocked with his moves. Teleport from the bottom lane to the top lane. 26 more seconds to go for the objective to spawn out, and after that we might just see Regirock and Regilicky, both of them just popping up around the lanes. Well, 10 more goals coming up from the side of God's Reign. They're trying to make the difference a big one, but it is quite tough as Marcham goes down. Talon Flame, on the other hand, is not stopping off just scoring the goals. Whatever she was left with, he's just going and just scoring, just to boost up the scoreline for the side of God's Reign. But with that, the counter goals are also coming up from the side of Revenant Esports as they march on and they move on to get the objectives in their favor.
Now the lead comes in the Revenant Esports' corner. That's absolutely amazing. If we talk about Z-Sol, look at the Pillow Swine trying his level best to get another KO. But Azumaral steals the Registeel, which will give them the advantage, and I believe very soon it could be a possibility where this particular Pokemon is going to go down, and it's Pillow Swine getting the KO by the hands of Skipper. That's absolutely amazing. Omen on the other corner also gets contested. Omen also gets taken down by the Hoopa. Amazing KOs are coming up. The trade fires is absolutely something which is helping to see the clear picture at this point. But if we talk on Mime, look at that. He's trying his level best to go for the goal, but Hoopa teleports once again, tries to be in the vicinity, tries to actually deliver the fight, and you can see that the results are pretty much clear at this point, that Hoopa will not let, to be precise, the Mime to score the goal.
This time we can actually say that the Revenant is still having a lead of over around 55 points. Revenant are just leading with a 1-0 in the series. They're in the lead. In the score, they are in the lead. Marcham will secure the Regilicky this time for the side of God's Reign. But what about the bottom lane objective, in which you can get to see that he barely just survived in that moment. But well, it's a time for some multiple attacks that might just come up from the side of Revenant Esports. But this time God's Reign, they're just going with the flow and just getting more and more scores in their favor. And with that, it's not just going on the way they planned God's Reign, but still Revenant Esports, the way they are making the comeback, the way they are making the difference is quite obvious. And I believe with that, Revenant Esports won't have to face many problems in the very end of the last fight of Rayquaza.
The only problem, Necros, that could actually summon is going to be the advantage of Rayquaza, because the lead is not that much at this point. You can see that 50% of the game is already done, and still the lead is not that much. We have a lead of, let's say, close to 45% in the favor of Team Revenant Esports, but that is not going to cut the deal, because in the last round you saw that there was a lead of close to 300 points in the favor, and where Revenant was having the lead, the Goldstein was able to get quite a few points. But now Revenant Esports is coming up with some good blows. They're coming up with some good points as well. The Tartar is here right now. He has got the Unite. He's not got the Unite at this point, but eventually the HP of Tartar is not looking that good. And look at that. The KO comes in from Delphox's corner.
Well, at this point, there's just few more minutes, few more seconds to go. But Hooper shuts down 2, and Delphox also shuts down 2. KOs in his favor, which actually implies that definitely this is one of those factors that everybody they're looking forward to. But well, with that, the score is still way too high. 62 more points, almost minimum, is yet to go, and we can actually say that in this particular moment, we can actually hold on and just wait for the right moment for Revenant or God's Reign to make a strike in. But yes, the Hooper factor is really working for the side of Revenant Esports.
Well, indeed it is, but at this point, look at the goals done in Touch 40 points is going to be there. The goals don't have been destroyed. Apart from that, the Speedster is working quite a bit. On the top lane, we have got Revenant Esports trying to give the component, and the Kremmer on the attacker was able to take down the Machamp, as well as one more Pokemon coming from Team God's Reign in his corner. But God's Reign, they are able to deflect quite a bit. Look at that. Hoopa also is actually going to arrive here.
Well, Hoopa is also in level 11, so that can be an alarming situation, but it's 129 God's Reign. They're trying to make the difference. They might trying to make some good comeback as well, but it is going to be quite tough. It is going to be definitely one of those factors that might actually push back the entire team of God's Reign back home, as those sides are not exactly what they wanted. But well, with that, Reggie Licky has been taken down by God's Reign, and now with that, Mr. Mime shuts down Azumarill, with which Revenant Esports might face some backlashes, but this time they are just moving forward to the tower. It might be destroyed as well, but with that flow, as you can get to see Blissey, you can also get to see some other Pokemons as well. But well, with that, Regice has already spotted up and has been spawned up in the bottom lane.
Just 20 more seconds to go, and after that we'll get to see the Rayquaza. Meanwhile, Regice is at the contest at this point, and eventually there's nobody to contest. It's God's Reign who's going to take the advantage of that, and if they are able to get the advantage before Rayquaza comes in, that can easily help them quite a bit. And look at that. Omen, 50 goals is there from his corner, and now he's going to sneak up to the goal zone so that he can score the goal, but Azumarill spots him, I believe.
Well, at this hour, at this moment, I believe Revenant Esports, they have to just stay focused, because this is the final stretch. The Rayquaza is there. Before that, the Regieleki might be in the favor, but well, Omen and all, they've got the shields up already. They have to go for the Rayquaza. This is the factor. God's Reign, if they are willing to make the move, if they're willing to make it up for their side, they need the Rayquaza. The time is ticking. The clock is ticking. Azumarill is there, but Omen, he knows it pretty well. Hoopa was hiding there. He was waiting for the right moment. Getting Hoopa down would be one of the best decisions, but now God's Reign, they're stacking for the Rayquaza. They don't want to mess it up. For now, Hoopa will be there for the long range attacks. The Hoopa's Unbound might be unleashed at any moment, but Tyranitar will be moving with the Tyrannical Rampage, and the Showtime might be just activated while Delphox trying to make the difference. Tyranitar needs to shut down the other Pokemons as fast as possible, but he's losing the HP. It's a triple stack. He needs the help. It's a Unite move which gets activated, but it's one player down for the side of Revenant Esports. It's the second one down for their side as well, but now Rayquaza's HP, it's literally low, but Cramorant comes up with a 100 score from their end as Revenant Esports, they're advancing, they have taken the lead, they have definitely taken the lead, but Hoopa's Unbound comes up and Marcham secures the Rayquaza as we see God's Reign moving exactly towards the goalpost as they are going and marching to create the history, to create the goals, and to lead this BO5. Will they be able to do it? Because the scores are way too close, as Azumarill also comes up with a 100 points banger, which will be a big nightmare for the side of Revenant, because they are not being able to score. God's Reign, they're not getting the chance to score up, and even after taking the Rayquaza, I don't think God's Reign are making it home for their side.
Exactly. Well, the buffer is not going to be that much from Revenant's corner, but I believe this is the round once again going to be in the favor of Team Revenant Esports. A beautiful comeback indeed coming from the corner. In the start, it was a little bit of a bumpy ride, and look at that. They are pretty much happy about the fact that they are able to win it, and Crowley and his teammates definitely did a beautiful number on the lobby. And now moving up ahead, if we talk about God's Reign, their faces are looking a little bit more tensed up at this point. They have to get as many as goals as possible in the next round, and eventually with that they will be able to come back quite a bit. But at this point, yes, the performance coming from Team Godstrain Corner is something which was quite amazing in the initial stages. But the winners are Revenant Esports, Blizzard Crowley, and Nova 50. Zsol did it again back to back in the 2 rounds of the BO5. They were able to score, and now the score is 2-0 in the BO5.
Well, I'm not that surprised, but yep, Revan, the way they played, I really thought that after getting the Rayquaza, Gosrin might have a chance to bounce back and level the series or level the score, but it's 1-all. It was I thought it would have been a 1-all, but well, Revenant proved me wrong on a very huge scale. 71-point difference, less than 69-point difference between Revenant and God's Reign. Still, this time Scepter, by playing the Tyranitar, he got 6 KOs, but could not manage to give the output when it was much required. Same goes for Vixen as well. The Rayquaza fight, the final stretch fight, was more and more important than what we could have said or what we could have demanded for. But in that case, Revenant's Crowley, Blizzard, as well as Nova and Swiftly, they played a brilliant game. They did what their team demanded at the very right moment, and that's how Revenant secures another victory in their pocket. But I really wonder what is going to come up next, because after this win, it will be really, really hard for God's Reign to make a comeback, because it's already 2-0 on this BO5 series lead, and I don't think Revenant, they're any way giving chance to God's Reign to bounce back.
I mean, we have already talked about the fact that if the 2-0 comes in, Godstrain is actually going to be in a tremendous amount of pressure. But then again, Godstrain is a team which can easily bounce back in the next upcoming 3 rounds, and if that happens, that could be quite lovely. But Revenant Esports, they are this close to the victory, just one more round to go, and then they will be in the grand finals, and that is going to be the main goal for now. Apart from winning the championship, this is the goal, that having the grand finals title in our favor is absolutely going to be amazing. It's a bragging right to actually be the grand finalist of India Open 2022. So let's see how this teammates, how the performance of Revenant Esports is going to put up a notch on Godstrain. Although Godstrain in the start for the first 2 minutes was shaken quite a bit, and after that, from 2 to 6 minutes of a marker, 2 to 6 or 7 minutes of a marker, Godstrain came back quite strong. They were having a harsh comeback in their favor, and eventually they were the one leading. But after that, Revenant Esports, the way they were able to steal the goals, absolutely amazing. Meanwhile, look at that. The advantages this time was also again in the favor of Team Godstrain. Although despite of having these many advantages, the KOs were surreal coming from Revenant Esports, and not even having a single, I believe, Reggie in their favor, but still Revenant Esports was able to capsize and eventually get the game in their favor.
The way Revenant Esports played was tremendous, and a mind-blowing game from their side indeed. And the player of the game, it will be Nova from the side of Revenant Esports, with 182 goals, 4 knockouts, 7 assists, 54,173 damage, and 33,473 of recovery. The way they played it was indeed one of the best things that any team could desire of. But in the same hands, Revenant, can they make it a clean sheet? Can they just finish the things? Can they just finish the series with a 3-0? The upper bracket finals are looking quite interesting. But God's Reign, they need to just wake up right now. They just need to wake up, because if they are not willing to wake up at this moment, it will be way too late.
Well, definitely, guys. Whoever is asking that when is SHL's match, so let me remind you once again that the match of SHL and Marcos Gaming is going to come soon enough after this BO5 gets over. And in some aspects, we are pretty close to having the closure in this first BO5, because Revenant Esports, they are actually having a beautiful lead, a 2-0 from the corner. But then again, we have seen Godstrain having the 2-3 in their favor. So it could be a possible situation where we might actually see Godstrain coming back in the next 3 rounds. Although it's going to be a little bit more difficult for them, because Revenant Esports, they are packing their punches every single time, be the Machamp, be the Pokemon like Tyranitar. Godstrain was able to shake down quite a bit. But then again, when it came to the recovery to be precise, and having the right advantages, Revenant Esports was absolutely on point. For a moment, I thought Revenant Esports is for sure going to lose this round, because the approach that they had was conventional. Meanwhile, if we talk about Godstrain, they were having quite a few amazing Pokemons. As we talked about quite a bit in the previous caster deck, that Tyranitar is a Pokemon we should fear for. Apart from that, Machamp, the close range beast, was also there. But eventually, before they were able to just, let's say, evolve and put that kind of carnage, Revenant was putting a full stop on them.
And I believe that the Tyranitar factor, the fear factor is already gone from the side of Revenant because the way they played, man, I am really. If I was in the God's Reign side, I would have thought, what can we just do right now? We had a chance to bounce back. We got the Machamp, we got the Tyranitar, we got the Mr. Mime, we got Talonflame, we got an Eldegoss in our favor. What more do we need to just beat Revenant? But the way Crowley planned it up, the way Crowley managed everything in their favor, it was definitely something to look after. But with that, it's 2-0 and probably might be a 3-0. There is a chance because the Revenant, the way they are playing, I am in a thoughtful situation that this BO5 series might end up in a 3-0 factor, and Revenant can actually get what they wanted, the revenge of a clean sheet against God's Reign. Oh my god, it's going to be really amazing to see the next round.
One tough round to be precise, but let's see how far this round is going to go on. Who is going to get the advantage? How far they are actually going to build their strategies and stuff like that. At this moment, one thing it is pretty much amazing that Revenant Esports is every single time getting their deals done. They're trying to conquer. They're trying to actually fight back quite a bit. Although the buffer is not there, not that much to be precise. In the first round, I believe it was 181 points of a buffer, and in this round, I believe the buffer was narrowed down to close to 70 or 80 points. Well, definitely the win is there. But one thing we have to consider that Gaussian, they're also trying to take a toll on Team Revenant Esports, and it could be the second round or the third round to be precise, where they're going to bounce back.
Well, we have to see what is going to come up next. Is it going to be a 3-0 or a 3-1 or a 3-2? The series, at which position it's going to take the place. But for now, it's already 2-0, ladies and gentlemen. The score line is 2-0, where Revenant, they are definitely leading up with those two rounds what they have received so far right now. And I wouldn't say that it was a very clean victory. The first match, we can actually say that Revenant had got a clean victory from there, and the way they performed, they deserved to win the first round. The second round, it was all a game for the side of God's Reign, but they did not manage to come up with that same performance. They failed to deliver what they actually started. But in the same case, we might have some visuals over that discussion panel is going up in the scene in the back end of God's Reign players. They will be coming up. They will be strategizing some more new plans or maybe some new outcomes from their end. But it will be in a very few time as we move on to the map veto. We move on to the Pokemon pickouts, and the ban phase starts right now. They are discussing which team will ban which Pokemon. God's Reign, are they going to stick with Dodrio? I believe it is.
Well, looking forward to see which kind of Pokemon they're going to choose, but definitely one thing is pretty much crucial. Dodrio and the Blissey actually comes up with the ban once again. This is looking like the first round. Meanwhile, when it comes to Team Revenant Esports, they're sitting in the blue corner, and it's God's Reign, they're sitting in the orange corner. Eldegoss, the supporter, comes in. Apart from that, the tanker Mamoswine comes in from the corner of God's Reign. Meanwhile, if we talk about Azumarill, for the first time, I believe, in the last two rounds, it's Team God's Reign who is going to pick it up.
Well, it's a Mamoswine. Azumarill already picked up by God's Reign, so the Azumarill factor won't be working out for Revenant this time. But the next few moments, Scizor as well as Snorlax, they have been picked up. The next two picks for the side of God's Reign will be very crucial to decide. They don't want Revenant to take any lead, but it's a Slowbro and a Mew probably. Yes, it is a Slowbro and a Mew pick coming up from the side of God's Reign. Last pick, it's a Cramorant and Decidueye from the side of Revenant as we speak. It's a very, very cheeky pick, I would say, because, okay, so there have been some slight change. Instead of Decidueye, we can see a Delphox coming up from the side of Revenant. It's a very strong pick from the side of Revenant again. But the last pick for the God's Reign, what it will be, what it should be. Are they going for some cheeky? No, it's a Gardevoir pick coming up from the side of God's Reign. So that's the final pick for the third round, ladies and gentlemen. As Revenant and God's Reign, they're about to begin. The preparation time comes up. There will be a bit changes, small and all. But yes, as we see Crowley back with the Cramorant, I am in a fear factor position. And if it's Crowley who is coming with that that Cramorant. I doubt what is going to come up next, because yes, with this, the map picks, the Pokemon picks have been done. The players are getting just set and just ready to give out the best what they've got.
We are amped up as well at this point because God's Chain, this could be the comeback type of moment, or this could be the moment where we'll get to see Revenant Esports having the catch up and Revenant Esports having the grand finalist slot, to be precise. So, looking forward to see how far this approach is going to get established, what they can do, how they can build this synergy, and what kind of, let's say, benefit they will have from this particular round is going to be the question for now. Goldstein and both Revenant, they are pretty much ready, they are pretty much jacked up, trying to just replenish their hopes. And then when the fight will start, I believe, then we'll get to see how far Revenant is actually going to put the pressure on. Because Goldstein in the second round, they were able to capsize quite a bit. But although doing all of that stuff, the only thing that went out of their hands was the right call-outs, the right, let's say, approach of the fight in their favor. So let's see what happens to Goldstein in this round and how Team Revenant Esports will be able to capsize in this one.
Revenant needs this round to secure the victory of the upper bracket finals and to enter the grand finals of Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. This match, this round, will be the decider for the side of Revenant Esports as well as the side of God's Reign. Because if God's Reign loses this one, they are done for the upper bracket finals and they will be moving forward to the lower bracket finals to face off the winner of lower bracket round 3. But which team will it be? SHUL or Marcos? But this third round is the one that actually sells up. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the third round of this BO5 series of Revenant Esports versus God's Reign, the upper bracket finals of Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. As Revenant, they're leading with a 2-0 scoreline. God's Reign are in an alarming position whether they can actually win it or not.
Oh man, one tough competition at this point. This could be the round where the deals are actually going to get shot. Look at Revenant Esports, 6 points from the corner. The Scyther goes in to seal out on the set of 6. The Swinub tries his level best to get the KO done. And yes, the KO comes in. That's absolutely amazing. But what at what cost is the main goal, is the main question at this moment. If we talk about the Cramorant, look at that on the top lane. On the bottom lane, to be precise, he's constantly trying his level best to farm around. And meanwhile, he's also getting the backlash coming from the Azumarill. Godstrain trying their level best to counter quite a bit. The Mew comes up with the Solar Beam, but the damage was not there.
Well, that is a start that we are seeking for at this point. But yeah, we have to see. We have to just look into that factors that Revenant, both the times, both the matches, they've got a good start. They had made a brilliant difference. If you just see, they've made a brilliant difference and they got what they wanted. They've got the lead, 43-6. This time, God's Reign are trying to make a difference. They're trying to make it a good difference from the very starting phase. They're just coming up with some multiple scores. And if this is another counter round that might come up in the favor of God's Reign, we might be going for a 3-1, maybe a 3-2 again if God's Reign manages to get back-to-back rounds in their favor, which I believe Revenant won't be trying to allow it. At 39-50, God's Reign are in some alarming position for now. But Revenant will be focusing on to jungle up, as Delphox is one of those key Pokemons and he needs to level up as fast as possible.
At this moment, evolving is going to be the key to success at this point, and everybody is trying their best to farm around and eventually get as many as AOS energy and the XPs so that they can evolve. But I believe another KO is bound to happen very soon. Look at that, Slowbro is trying his level best to enact in the fight, and the Snorlax is also getting punched quite a bit in the mid lane. In the Legendary Pit, we are actually looking up to some beautiful wild Pokemons that are getting farmed. The Solar Beam comes in, eventually was able to tag out quite a bit, but look at that, Omen is actually at a very close or nervous spot to be precise, but eventually he was able to steal a beautiful KO. But with that, the Snorlax also gets taken down, back and forth. It's Team God's Reign which is trying to reign on top.
Well, at this moment, I would just say Gardevo's HP is way too low. Needs to heal himself up, but for now, Divine tried to make some goals, but Caesar won't be allowing him to do that. Caesar's already level 7, getting one after another. You can just see that small Pokemon. He's not even evolved in the second stage, Limoswine. He's not even evolved to the Limoswine. And that's a very, very sad, it's a very bad situation for God's Reign because the main tanker is not yet leveled up in the final form. And if it's not in the final form at this hour, the attackers like Caesar and Delphox and Cramorant will create a big, big pressure. But that's the first tower which goes down against God's Reign as Revenant manages to shut her down. another tower, but this time they will stack for the objectives, especially the Regirock, and it will be going in the favor of God's Reign. Sheila has been activated. Delphox will get Slowbro down, and in that moment, Mew will be just going in forward. They don't want to allow anybody to score the goals. Caesar is buying up the time. He will get Mew down as well. At that moment, Divine's HP is way too low as well. Delphox will shut him down. Azumarill gets Delphox. With that, the 2 KO streak coming up from the side of Caesar as well as Revenant. They're marching for the goals. They're willing to score it, and the Eldegoss will score some few scores from their end just to get this tower down. Will be the main objective for Revenant as of now.
Well, definitely, they're trying their level best to enact at this fight. And look at that, Revenant Esports, 106 points from the corner. They're already having the lead. Godson, meanwhile, trying their level best to get the KOs done. And look at that, Sizer actually was taken down. And the Elder Gods is not looking that great. And in the bottom lane, you can already see that a lot of conventional approaches coming up. But the KO comes in, and that's Slowbro for you guys who is getting taken down. The Mamoswine, the Piloswine to be precise, also tries his level best to fall back. But Divine, his HP is not looking that great. On the top lane or the bottom lane to be precise, we have another set of fight coming up. On the top lane, the Sizer goes on in the top lane, and Slowbro is hiding in the tall tree grasses, in the tall grasses to be precise, on the top lane goal zone.
Well, this is the start that Revenant wanted, and definitely it's 106-50 on the scoreboard. They want to make the good difference, they want to make it happen, and Caesar is a solo one contesting for the Regieleki, and with this, we just talk about they're just trying to make the things happen. Caesar is already ready, and with that, the Regieleki will be claimed down by the players of Revenant Esports. While, as we talk about, Regieleki is advancing towards the top lane of God's Reign, and with that, this is the moment, this is the alarming position. You can get to see Delphox still onto the ground. The Snorlax is advancing for that scenario. The bottom lane is definitely contested, but with that, Caesar is just going. They're just pushing back all the players of God's Reign in the bottom lane. But the Snorlax will be getting taken down by Gardevoir at this hour. But Revenant, they're still not willing to back off from this position.
Indeed, but the Gardevoir also gets taken down by the Delphox on the other corner for Taco Cameron. Getting the Piloswine was absolutely amazing. Meanwhile, the Scyther is still there, but the Scyther was able to steal another set of KO. That's absolutely amazing. Mew also comes in. Mew also gets countered. This goal zone is for sure going to go down to the dust. And look at the goal that is getting dunked by the Delphox. It's 195 points coming from Team Revenant Esports, and there is a gap. There is a buffer of 145 points as well at this moment. Godson is stuck at the half century. Meanwhile, Revenant is actually going to cross out the double century very soon. But the Regirock to be precise, also gets countered, and it's Revenant which is going to have the advantage of that particular wild Pokemon. Meanwhile, look at that, Delphox having the advantage, having the damage kind of consistency. God's Reign on the top lane also was able to score out another set of amazing goal. But before going to the top lane, Blizzard wants to farm out quite a few Pokemons as well.
Well, this is the moment, this is the hour. Revenant Esports not willing to back off, not willing to just give up at this position, because they are here to win. They're here to get the victories in the pocket. But we have to say, this is the time that Revenant, they're making this a bit more serious situation. There is a big dump of Unite move in the towers of Revenant in the top lane, but 13 more seconds for Regieleki to spawn up, and Nova, he's just in a very low HP, but Azumarill, he might have a chance to shut down Nova at this hour, but no, Azumarill goes down. Cameron gets Mamoswine as well. The berries are off for sure, but Revenant will have an entire privilege to stack up the Regieleki on the top lane and get everything from it. Regieleki will not have the privilege to move, because these are the two best Pokemons from the side of Revenant who is stacking up against him. But Regieleki has already been sent off to the top lane, wandering about and trying to get the scores done for the side of Revenant Esports, while he will be stopped by Slowbro before he reaches the goal. Gardevoir still trying to level up. This is a do or die match for God's Reign. Eventually, if they're stacking and preparing themselves up for the Rayquaza fight, they have to be prepared, because there's just 20 more seconds to go for the Rayquaza to spawn, and after that 20 seconds, whatever happens, Revenant will definitely come up with some counter goals, even also if they don't get the Rayquaza.
Yeah, definitely. That is the approach Revenant is having in the last two matches, even though they are not getting the Rayquazas back and forth. But one thing they are pretty much consistent in trying to actually give the counter goals. So look at that. 2 minutes or more left there. and Rayquaza, the legendary boy, the legendary Pokemon is here right now. And look at that, Godstrain trying their level best to find out the region from where they can actually enact and eventually get as many as goals as possible. And apart from that, get the Rayquaza. But before all of that, the main focus is going to be to get the KOs done. And look at that, they're trying their level best. The stomping damage comes in, and that's absolutely amazing. Another set of KO might actually follow up soon enough. If we talk about the Piloswine, the Mamoswine to be precise, his SP is not good. Nova also comes in the close quarter, goes in for the particular Pokemon known as Azumarill. Vixen is actually getting countered. Nobody's in the legendary pit at this point. Everybody is focusing on getting the KOs first of all. And once the KO gets followed up, after that, I guess things might change. Gardevoir on the other corner also comes up with the attacking formation. Gardevoir, apart from that, Azumarill and Slowbro and the Mamoswine have got the Unite moves being found. On the other corner, if we talk about the KOs, look at that. It's Slowbro. Oh, it's Mew to be precise who gets the Snorlax. And on the other corner, Vixen also gets countered quite a bit.
Well, this is the moment, Revenant. They are in here. They are here to win it. They are here to capture the win. They are here to win the BO5 series at this hour. But will they be able to? The difference is quite promising. Though we can say in a blink of an eye, if the Rayquaza goes in the favor of God's Reign, everything will be changed. But before that, they do have the privilege, they do have the chance. Scissor not willing to just give up anything. Gardevoir manages to back off Scepter in a very low HP. Revenant not allowing a single player of God's Reign to just come up, and in the meanwhile, Telfox and Cramorant will be the one to get the Rayquaza, but no, it's God's Reign's Mamoswine who steals it, who steals the Rayquaza in their favor. But will God's Reign be able to just stack it up because they are being stopped? Gardevoir's HP is really not in a good position. Well, we can see those body bashes coming up, but the countdown is just moving. The countdown is just going forward. God's Reign need those scores. Will they be able to come up? There is a 76 more. It's a very close call, but who is the winner?
No.
Who is the winner? I believe it's Revenant. I believe it's Revenant.
Yeah, indeed. For me as well, it's Revenant Esports. Look at the faces of these guys. Definitely it's Revenant Esports, because the one thing that was pretty much clear that even if God's Reign was able to get the Rayquaza advantage in back-to-back 3 rounds, the only thing that messed around was at that same instance when they were getting the Rayquaza advantage, they were getting KO'd. And a counter goal was getting followed up by Team Revenant Esports. A beautiful strategy indeed coming from the corner. A beautiful gun game. A beautiful mind of, let's say, amazing. Oh, it's God's Reign? What? That's a shocker. That's a bummer for me as well, because I guess yes, they were able to score quite a few goals, but I was not actually expecting these many goals to be precise, because there was a buffer of close to 300 points.
Well, we will be able to see it when the scorecard comes. Oh my god! Oh my god! It's 425, 443. God's Reign. They are still in the series. They are still keeping the competition alive. As we see this BO5 series getting into a BO4, maybe we are moving forward to the 4th round. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the start. This is the moment that we were all waiting for. God's Reign, they've got a counter round in their favor in the very last hour. Oh, that Mamoswine, the steal of Rayquaza, the game changer for this side for sure. There's no doubt in that. But with this, it's a very big shocker for both the ends. But this is what it is. As Revenant Esports, they have to come up with another round. The 4th round, we are moving forward to get the results of this BO5 series.
Well, we were very close to the result. We were very close to the victory of Team Revenant Esports, but eventually in the last few seconds, look at that. There is a buffer of only close to 17 or 18 points in the favor of Team Revenant Esports. Team God's Reign to be precise. And with that, the 2-1 comes in. God's Reign still have the chance to actually come back in the next upcoming 2 rounds, and Revenant has to score just 1. So is it going to be a possible situation where Revenant is going to bag out the 4th round, or is it going to be God's Reign once again trying to be on top in the 4th round? And if that happens, the score will be 2-2, and then we'll get to see the 5th round, and that will equalize, or should I say finalize the deal. At this point, God's Reign, the battle is here for us. From God's Reign, it was Scepter and Vixen. Both of them were quite chaotic and were able to steal quite a few damages.
Well, there is a big chance for sure, and but this is the time. This is the time. It's all ticking and ticking, and I really want to see some more actions. I really want to see some more close calls, because as we move down to the 4th round, are we going for the 5th one? Is it going to be a 3-2, or is it going to be a 3-1 only? That is still quite close. While Revenant, they almost secured this round, almost secured the series, but in the end second, that setback, what they received, they won't be happy. Definitely, they won't be happy. This is the time. 425, 443. The scorelines is still just. It will be a big nightmare for the side of Revenant because the way they did it, the way they just gave a comeback, Revenant will be stuttered out at this moment at what just happened and how did it have even happen in the very end hour.
Exactly. I mean, at the last second, it was a bummer for me as well. But the guy who is going to be become the player of the game, it's going to be Divine, the Mamoswine for sure. He's going to be the guy who's going to get the player of the game because he was the one who stole that Rayquaza. And eventually, after that, the advantages got followed up. 203 goals coming from his corner, 3 KOs were there, 4 assists were delivered, 37,330 was the damage, and recovery was not that much. But eventually, the Mamoswine is not there with the recovery, he's there with the tanking.
Yep, Mamoswine. The tanking, who could have wondered from the side of Revenant? And I really couldn't see Mamoswine just coming up in the Rayquaza fight and just how and when did he just appear. It is a complete mystery for me because I really did not see him coming from any of the sides. But the way he just arrived and just stole the entire Rayquaza game and the Rayquaza fight, that it was all supposed to happen the way everything was planned for the side of Revenant. Even for me, it's very, very, surprised to be around that how that Mamoswine came up in the Rayquaza fight in that legendary pit, got that final shot and stole that Rayquaza.
Indeed, it was quite amazing to see because Rayquaza, I believe it was very, let's say, on a bare minimum HP, it was very early for that fight to actually happen. But then again, if I talk about Mamoswine, he came back with the Unite move. He was able to swap out the Rayquaza in the favor. And after that, I thought for a moment that they are still not going to get the advantage. And it was looking like that they are not going to get advantage, not going to get the advantage of scoring the goals because the counter goals was also there from the corners of team known as God's Reign. Team Revenant to be precise. But then again, if we talk about Costain, after the right momentum that they got, the deal was done. The formation was actually pretty much over, and with that, we can clearly state at this point that it's Team God's Reign's time at this point. The fourth round is the one which is going to decide a lot of things because the fourth round, if it's in God's Reign's favor, things will be coming to an equalizer, and if it is in the favor of Team Revenant Esports, they will be the grand finalists. Right.
Phase as we just see because this time it is the map veto that is coming exactly in front of us. The fourth round is already on the board.
Well, as you can see that at this point, the two Pokemons getting banned is first of all going to be a Mamoswine and then Dodrio once again also gets banned. I mean, Dodrio having that Pokemon would have actually be an amazing advantage for the teams, but eventually banning it out is also going to be a great set of skills. The supporters coming from the teams are actually going to be the Plissy, and apart from that, we have with the Eldegoss as well. As Umral, the all-rounder comes in, Tyranitar also is about to get confirmed. Apart from that, the double supporter approach might actually come in because Mime is also coming up from Divine's corner. But Divine is going to choose the Snorlax.
Well, the Pokemon picks are important. The Tyranitar gets picked and locked by God's Rain. And the same flow, where we just see it's time for Ninetales and Hoopa. Okay, so that's some good picks coming up from their side as well. So what's the call out? What's the call out? Is it Hoopa? No, it's Lucario. 2 more seconds and Lucario it is, which will be confirmed for now. They're not going for the Hoopa. They're just waiting for the right moment. What will be the pick for the side of God's Rain? They're deciding. It's Carnivore and Sizer. So it's a good attacking. It's a good pick from the side of God's Rain for this 4th round. But the main thing is that to capitalize it. If you can capitalize it precisely, nothing can be better than that.
Well, indeed, if you are able to capsize on this particular performer, that is actually going to be quite amazing to see. Final preparation phase also comes in just 15 or 10 or 15 seconds. We'll get to see the confirmation. Apart from that, for Team Revenant Esports, we are again looking up to a double attacker approach. And from Team Godstrain, we have got the double all-rounder approach, which is good enough. Double attacker, double all-rounder coming from Team Revenant Esports corner. That means Revenant wants to go all guns blazing. They want to just be aggressive. They want to get as many as points as possible in this particular performance, because the only thing that they were missing is actually going to be the right amount of goals. So they are actually going to work their way to score as many as goals as possible. Let's see how far this situation will help them, or is it going to be a possibility for them to actually appoint those goals or not, to be precise. If I talk about Godstrain, after having a beautiful comeback in the game, yes, the joys and the hopes are there, but then again, Necros, we have to remember the fact that the buffer was not that much, so it could be Revenant once again banging out the round.
It can be. If Revenant wins it, the series will be leveled up to 3-1. As of now, those are joined right now on the stream. For their info, the scoreline, which we can see right now, it's 2-1. Revenant have won 2 rounds. 1 round has gone in the favor of God's Rain, which was the last one, the 3rd one indeed. But this time the 4th round is about to just come up exactly on our screens. With this, we move on, ladies and gentlemen. The 4th round of this BO5 series is on the way, exactly in front of us on the screens. This is the round that Revenant will definitely try to stitch it up on their side, on their name. But will they be able to do it? Because I don't think God's Rain are the ones to just give them that chance.
One tough question at this point. Let's see what happens. The first goal is already done. It's God's Rain's Scyther who was able to score another set of 4. And on the other corner, if I talk about Revenant, the Marill actually goes in with another set of goals, another set of +5 goals. That's amazing. 9-9 is going to be the score. And you've already got a KO.
Well, that's a start. That's a good start. 14-14. The scores are getting close enough. This is a good start. And the Pepitar still trying to jungle up, and yep, that's the main motive. Ninetales. Okay, so there's a pause request coming up from the side. I guess they are facing some problem. God's Rain, probably they're just having some talks with the support staff exactly present on the venue. They will be guided up, they will be discussed of to what is actually happening, and as all the things will be getting fixed up, we will be seeing what was just going on, what problems were they facing. But as of now, as we just see, Raider, this has been a tremendous start. The picks have been quite nice, and as soon as the issues gets resolved, we will be directly moving forward and seeing what will be the reactions of the players. So which team will it be? If God's Rain makes a reverse sweep from this position of the series, it will be a big change that they can actually wander off.
Well, definitely, if God's Rain, as you said, Nikros, are able to come back in the 4th round, that would be absolutely amazing, because then the 5th round is actually going to be the one which is going to decide, because at this point, the pressure is there on Team God's Rain. God's Rain can easily choke up and eventually go out of this equation, and grand finalist could be the team known as Revenant Esports. So looking forward to see what happens eventually at this point. The only thing that matters for Revenant Esports is actually scoring the goals and having this particular round in the favor, because if they lose this round and God's Rain was able to capsize on it, things will be quite even for them.
Well, that's for sure. The things will definitely change. The things will make their move on the way. But for now, this is the time we move again. We move on to the match from where it was paused, we move on from that position as well. With Godsreen 1, Revenant 2, the scoreline is just going up higher, a bit higher more than what we see. Snorlax trying to just make the goals. Godsreen doesn't want to make any mistake in this round, because even one mistake can just snatch away the entire upper bracket finals from their hand.
One tiny mistake and the deal is done for Team Revenant Esports. So let's see what happens. Godsreen, they're trying their level best to just conquer and get as many as points as possible. They are also getting the KOs, which is good enough. The Gardevoir is there. The Blissey is actually trying to just fall back. And apart from that, the evolution is something which is going to carry out quite a few things. Meanwhile, farming and leveling up is also pretty much important. And you can see that the Eldegoss is also coming up soon enough. On the other corner, we've got Divine as the Snorlax. And in the Legendary Pit, well, we don't have the Rayquaza yet, but then again, the farming of the wild Pokemons is also going to be quite important, and they are pretty much successful in it. But now, Godsreen is a team which is actually having the evolution rightly done for themselves. Revenant, meanwhile, comes up with the Ninetales. This attacker was absolutely on point in the first round. Is it going to be the same task in this round as well? That's the big question.
That's for sure. And at this moment, let me just speak up. 1930, the scoreline it is. Revenant Esports, they're just getting more and more scorelines as usual. There's nothing unusual about it. As they're just moving forward, they're getting the scores, they're getting the goals, what it's required and what they wanted at this hour. They want to make the difference quite promisable. They want to make the difference quite high, and they are doing it very precisely. It's 1984, but though we have seen n number of times Godsreen making a last minute comeback, of which I believe Revenant will be afraid of too.
Well, at this moment, the only thing that makes up as any concern at this point is going to be how Revenant Esports is going to capsize. And look at that team, Godsreen. Despite of having the right amount of HPs, they were able to fall back. They were able to survive a bit more. And apart from that, the Ninetales comes in the close quarter. Was able to dish out a sneaky damage, but eventually it was not enough. Noxie knew that the other Pokemon could actually come up and give that damage in the tall grasses to be precise, and that is why he was able to fall back. I mean, having the repercussion, knowing the repercussion of the right aggression is also something which is going to be quite important. Look at that, the Delphox also goes in with some amazing fireballs, but still the KO is not coming up. Well, Snorlax was trying his level best to find out the wild berries. He found it out in the last few seconds, but after that, look at that, he's just going to stun around. Meanwhile, the goals have to be done. Another set of 30 points coming from the Ninetales corner. Ninetales was able to steal out the Snorlax, and with that, the cover from Team Godsreen is also coming up, so they have to fall back.
Well, this is a good situation. They can actually make it happen, but Registeel is there. He needs to be taken down. Still, Revenant is there, stacking up. The Tyranitar won't be allowing him to just go for it, but well, Delphox can just get it done from the very long range attacks, but well, this is a unit move that might just hop in, and with that, the Gardevoir will be just securing the Registeel in the favor of Godsreen. But still, Delphox manages to get the score. He gets the second one, might just get the third. They're going for the scores. Will be stopped by Snorlax. Will be definitely stopped by Snorlax. He's just pushing them away. But will Snorlax survive? The body slams are just making the move, but Snorlax will be taken down. But he buys the time what his team required. As Tyranitar and Gardevoir both, they have revived. They have respawned and have already arrived. But the top lane fight is what we are seeking for. Lucario is there, Caesar is there, Godsreen won't be just giving a chance to Revenant to just win it. Eldegoss is also there, just stacking the bottom lane. Azumarill will be there, just going for the Regieleki at this hour. They don't want to make any mistakes, but will bide the time for Azumarill. While Caesar will be going, but it will be way too late as 40 score comes up from the side of Azumarill. And now is the time for Godsreen to stack up on the Regieleki.
Oh man, amazing performances that we were waiting, and eventually that's what we are getting. So looking forward to see how far this establishment is gonna go. Revenant Esports 171 points. They're having the lead of close to 150 points in the favor, which is absolutely amazing. Look at that, another KO gets followed up, and the Regieleki also gets stolen by the Ninetales. That's amazing. The goal zone is for sure gonna be opened up because there is nobody to actually farm it out, and before that they want to actually obstruct this particular goal zone. And look at that, the advantage came in. Ninetales was able to get the back-to-back 2 KOs, and with that, Gardevoir falls back. The Omen is actually gonna be on the back stages, and in the lanes, I believe the main goal is gonna be of farming. And look at that, the evolutions are coming up. Crowley TPs himself back so that he can actually have the right HP, and meanwhile in the center lane he is also going to once again fight back. 4 minutes to go, and after that we'll get to see what happens. We might actually see the grand finalists, or we might actually see the contest for the grand finals in the fifth round as well. So let's see what happens. Oh, another set of plus 40 points coming up, and that's amazing. 268. That's quite amazing. Look at that. The Ninetales also comes in with another set of goals. Let's see how far the approach is going to go on. 308. Already Revenant is just trying to create that rampage, but with the Reggie Rock in the favor of Team Goldstein, they're trying their best to be absolutely chaotic.
The one thing that I'm really seeing in this particular round is that Revenant Esports are not bothered for the objectives. They're just focusing on getting the scores done. Even if they wanted to go for the objectives, there is a way too different approach for the side of Revenant Esports players, that if they want to go for objectives, they are definitely focusing on that. But Tyranitar has been shut down. There is a big loophole in the way Revenant, they are scoring each and every time against Team God's Reign. It's really promising, but 40 goals coming from the side of Gardevoir in the top lane for against Revenant Esports. It's quite promising. It's 27 more seconds to go for the side of Regiliki to spawn up on the top lane, but I believe nobody is willing to make a contest for it, though we can see Azumarill as well as Lucario going for the top lane, trying to make things happen. Even also when you just see Caesar, Gardevoir, they're still there, still holding on to the grounds. Tyranitar will be there, Snorlax will be there, as well as when you just see, you also get to see Eldegoss going for the Regiliki. But 30 more seconds, the countdown is exactly in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. The final stretch will be just commencing in just 30 more seconds, while Azumarill, he's just flanking, he's got a lurking position for himself. He can be that X factor to create the big difference, hiding exactly and striking at the right moment while Nova was there. But Divine, he shuts down Nova, and with the help of Gardevoir, Revenant Esports have faced the backlash what they did not want it to face. But Rayquaza has spawned up, and God's Reign won't hesitate a single moment to strike in for that.
And indeed, they are trying their level best to sneak in on that and eventually get the advantage of the Rayquaza. And look at that, how beautifully they're trying to actually go with it. But after getting the goal zones decimated, I guess things can be a bit more critical for the team known as Revenant Esports, because they won't be able to sneak in and eventually go for the goals at this point. But look at that, Lucario, and it's Revenant, I believe, who gets the advantage of team of having the Rayquaza in their favor. And it's 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. That means for sure the score is going to go like close to 800.
Oh man, I believe that we have got the answers, ladies and gentlemen, to think the way that everything is just forming up. It's 600 plus, 644 plus right now. God's Reign, they will be moving forward to the lower bracket finals after this 1 minute of time span, because there is no way that God's Reign are going to make a comeback. They don't have the goals, they don't have the score, and I don't think they will be able to make it happen either way.
Oh, Crowley.
So that's it. It's going to be all done, and Revenant, ladies and gentlemen, will be our first grand finalist for the Pokemon Unite India Open 2022, as they're just giving some finishing touches, some finishing goals scored by them to just ensure that this victory is on a high scale one.
Indeed, the buffer is absolutely amazing, but still we have got 30 seconds more to go. Coming from God's Reign, people are trying their level best to collect as many as AOS energy as possible, but look at that, Vixen tries to fall back. He's actually going to go for the goal, and yes, of course, I guess another set of plus 50 is going to be there, but oh, the advantages are not actually being that favorable, because look at that, the attacking formation from Revenant Esports is absolutely amazing, but Lucario gets countered quite a bit. Once again, they want to TP back, and just 5 or 6 seconds more to go, and one thing is pretty much sure, that it's Revenant moving on as the grand finalist.
Well, what an indeed a brilliant performance coming up from the side of Revenant Esports. The way they played, the way they won the first BO5 series, the upper bracket finals. Revenant has got a big head start that they wanted, but God's Reign will be a bit unsatisfied with what they have seen. But it is what we are about to see, as Ocean will be just taking the stage for us.
Competition, Crowley, the guy, the mastermind behind this kind of performance, absolutely amazing performance to be precise. But now I believe the interview will actually come in, so looking forward to see what Crowley has to say.
Luck factor is always there in this game.
Yeah.
Which we fucked up in game 3. So we were avoiding that in game 4, and luckily we got zapped this time around. So we got that Luka pick just to get zapped, so it worked out in the end.
You're the first team to go to the finals, right? आप अभी upper bracket finals में थे, अब आप सीधा finals के अंदर head कर रहे हो. How's the feeling? अभी आपने गलतियां करी, जैसे आपने बताया third game में गलतियां थी. So वो चीज को आप कैसे overcome करोगे when it comes down to finals? Because आपको पता नहीं अभी कौन सी team आपके against होगी.
More than overcoming mistakes, I think we have a lot of time to rest and watch matches.
Yeah.
So that's the main thing. So we get to see what other teams have prepared.
What is that one piece of advice जो कि आप बाकी दोनों teams को देना चाहोगे जो कि अभी खेलने आने वाली है?
गंदा खेलना मेरे सामने.
All right, definitely. But I believe the other side is definitely thinking, all right, they're still enjoying and celebrating for themselves. That's one of the things. You guys want to keep it up, yeah? I thought you guys want to just, keep it out or something. All right. They have their flag definitely just, rising up, roaring up for themselves, Revenant ka. And they definitely are looking really, really good. But now it's time to talk stats about the entire game and everything. And for that, I believe the casters are ready. So take it away, guys.
Well, what a tremendous performance it was for so far. Revenant securing the series with a 3-1 on the board and moving directly to the Grand Finals of India Open 2022, becoming the first Grand Finalist. It's a very big pleasure, but with this setback of God's Reign, they move on directly to the lower bracket finals, and they will be waiting for the winners of the lower bracket round 3, which might be SA2L, which might be God's Reign.
Marcos.
Oh, sorry. Marcos.
I mean, definitely, yeah. I guess one thing is pretty much crucial at this moment is how their performance is going to get enacted, how they're actually going to get the points in the favor. But we'll actually move on to the points as well, that how many points these teams have actually attained. One thing is pretty much sure that Gostin was able to counter quite a bit in the, let's say, brief time that they had the advantage. But after that, Revenant, for the first time when they had the Rayquaza advantage, you can see that how beautifully they were able to come back with another set of 400 points in the favor. 718, and there is a buffer of close to 300 and something points. Like, let's say there is a buffer of that amount of points. Skeptra, on the other hand, the Tyranitar actually worked quite a bit this time, but eventually it was quite late. And from Revenant Esports, it was Nova in this matchup who is going to become the player of the game.
Well, that's for sure. Revenant's Nova will be the one, but like I have to say, this was an all-round performance. That was an all-round performance from the side of Revenant Esports. There was no doubt in that for sure. The way they played, the way they outplayed everyone in that pit of God's Reign, it was really commendable. But if you talk about the total damage deal, it's almost 82,000 for the side of Blizzard. Though he didn't got much scores for his side, but Blizzard played a very integral part of just getting the damages and getting the KOs. And from the side of God's Reign, it's definitely Vixen who got Omen 62,700, who just put every effort that they could.
I mean, it's definitely very important to have the advantage in terms of the support system, and that's what these guys did. From Revenant Esports, the support system was always there. If we talk about Crowley, he was able to get the supports from guys like Nova and other people. But when it comes to the bar graph, we can already check out that in this particular situation, it was Team God's Reign, which was trying to be a little bit more chaotic. But then again, after the 2-minute marker, things were in the favor of Team Revenant Esports. And from that 2-minute marker till the Rayquaza in the favor, the things were pretty much controlled by Revenant Esports. But after that, in the final stretch, I guess there was a huge jump coming from 71 points to 233 from God's Reign, but it was not significant. It was not enough because the jump coming from Revenant Esports was just double.
Well, definitely the jump. They already had a big diff, and after that, they got so big jumps back after one another. And definitely, it's Nova who is the player of the game for the side of Revenant Esports, as well as the series. 163 goals, 10 knockouts, 3 assists, 69,907 damage, and a recovery of 39,260.
Well, there we go. Nova, an absolute exceptional game coming from Ikora. And for the first time, to be precise, it was Team Revenant which was using the... not the first time, to be precise. I believe quite a few times Azumarill was there from Nova's corner, but eventually this kind of advantage was not getting there. But finally, when it did, it was absolutely exceptional. A beautiful performance indeed coming from Nova's corner. And if we talk about guys like Swifty, they were able to give the support which was required, and a beautiful performance.
Indeed, some mind-blowing performance coming up from this side. But what is going to come up next is going to be the match number 2, SA2L versus Marcos Gaming, the lower bracket round 3. That match will be very, very much important. But the way, like I would say, the positioning, the game that Revenant played in this one was something to commend off. They waited. They did not went for the early objectives or something that what God's Reign focused on. They focused on the objectives. Getting those objectives was the main motto of God's Reign, the way they were playing. In that case, the main thing that we were focusing on, Revenant were focusing on, was quite different. But before that, we move on directly to Ocean to let us on the venue.
A really, really good start of the day. But coming up next is going to be one of the most important matches from the lower bracket round 3, because we have SA2L versus Marcos Gaming up there, because right now everything is at stake for themselves. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys after this one.
Try to believe in anything greater than a miracle. It wouldn't be this difficult if we try to be a negative bull. Yeah, we can be taking control. If we try to believe in anything greater than a miracle, it wouldn't be this difficult if we try to be a negative bull. Yeah, we can be taking control. We can be taking control. Negative mode. We can be taking control. Negative mode. We can be taking control. Negative mode. We can be taking control. this over? I'm scared to ask these questions, 'cause I know that you'll reject my love, moving slower, frozen to these pieces without a shoulder. And I'll stand against all enemies, your enemies. I'm afraid if our love collides, you'll leave me alone tonight. 'Cause I'm changing and I'm breaking, but I'll still be your superhero. I'll be your superhero.
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna light it up. Tonight, we gonna light it up. Tonight, we gonna light it up. Just like the sunrise, we gonna light it up. Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna light it up. Tonight, we gonna light it up. Tonight, we gonna light it up. Just like the sunrise, we gonna light it up.
बात ही नहीं है इसमें कुछ।
मजा आएगा एशिया में जो चलेगा मौका मिल रहा है काफी सीन बढ़ जाएगा इंडिया में इससे Pokémon Unite
Snowy.
Snowy.
Right.
Okay, fine.
That's it.
So
It's me. And it's me. Because, I mean, you can watch the gameplays, guys.
So if I ask this question to a particular one, like let's say the new joinee, Curem, so what do you think?
I feel like
Damn. Approval, let's go. Validation.
Okay.
I think you all know the answer.
Yeah, it wouldn't be justified for us to say somebody else the same because we are here to win and that's what I would say.
For sure. Is he awake now?
This was our goal from the start. We didn't expect. We'd be disappointed if we didn't reach out. So, yeah, I mean, normal. We set ourselves expectations. We made it enough.
New.
Russell.
Listen.
Snorlax. Caesar.
Have dinner with my family.
Go home and sleep.
Yeah, have dinner with the family. Party. Yeah.
Nothing fancy.
Ready.
My favorite Pokemon right now. Probably the same. I would say someone say Rayquaza. You.
Rayquaza? Greninja.
Listen. I'm a sorry. Sarina.
And we are back with the Pokemon Unite India Open 2022 National Finals. My name is Oshin Sharma. I'm going to be your host for this entire event. But right now, we are heading on to one of the most important matches that there is. This is where we see what do or die means. This is where we'll see how a legacy can be broken or how a legacy actually moves forward. क्योंकि ये जो मैच रहेगा, जो भी टीम इस मैच में से जीतती है, हमारे लोअर ब्रैकेट राउंड 3 में से, वो टीम आगे जाकर के पिछले मैच के लूजर्स से जरूर फाइट करेगी. लेकिन जो टीम यहाँ पर हारती है, उनके लिए जर्नी डेफिनेटली थोड़ी सी डामाडोल हो सकती है. अभी के लिए हम लोग डेफिनेटली अपनी पहली टीम को बुलाने वाले हैं. But before we just move forward with that, let's see what they've got for themselves. All right, just like we talked about it. This team has it up for themselves. Please welcome Team S8UL on the stage, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Definitely the crowd favorites up here. And first welcome out there, guys. Are you guys feeling some tension? कुछ ऐसे mind में चल रहा है अभी के लिए? Because this is a do or die match for you. Who's gonna talk though first? Like, all right, come here, cool. Come here. कोई ऐसे टेंशन वाली चीज, थोड़ी एक्साइटमेंट कुछ है अभी चल रहा? एक्साइटमेंट as usual you're saying. But like lower brackets and lower brackets का भार वगैरह कुछ?
Doesn't matter because we are gonna win.
All right, definitely. But they definitely have one competition against them. So let's see what that competition has got right here on our screens. Well, we still have SATUL out here, but I know the team is ready to give them a tough competition, a tough fight. Please put your hands together for Marcos Gaming, everyone! I mean, I still wanted to hear a lot of chants or something, but still, you know, yeah, that is good, that is good, that is nice. And who's gonna just, you know, speak out of you guys? आप में से कौन बोलेगा? आ जाइए, आ जाइए, आ जाइए, आ जाइए, आ जाइए. नहीं Vox नहीं बोलना चाहते. So what is your level of excitement or your level of understanding regarding कि ये lower bracket है? यहाँ से अगर हारे तो बाहर हो जाएंगे.
I mean, the way you put it here, so we got to give our best game.
Definitely. I would want all of you to guys just to take your seat, but the IGL stay. The IGL stay, that's all. Everyone else just take the seat. You guys can go. IGLs मुझे चाहिए यहाँ पे, just to have a conversation around. So first question, you know, any piece of advice जो आप अपने opponent को देना चाहेंगे, because again important match.
Don't 50-50 buddy.
What about you?
Good luck.
Just good luck, that's all. Nothing else.
Yep.
And इसके बाद जो भी अगली टीम होगी आपको पता है जो भी जीतेगा वो God's Reign के लिए जाएगा, you know, because they lost the first game. So are you guys planning that already या फिर अभी के लिए ही गेम प्ले आपके माइंड में कि इसी गेम को देखना है अभी के लिए?
I am currently concentrated about this game only.
On this one only.
Yeah. You ran through everything, right? All the scenarios of like who all we're going to play. So yeah, kind of.
Definitely.
I mean, each game at a time.
All right. I would want you guys to shake hands like gentlemen because this is a gentleman's game, and with that, all the very best for this one. All right. They're definitely hugging it out, but I believe ये प्यार यहीं पर खत्म हो जाएगा because आगे आने वाला एक बहुत ही ज़्यादा important game, lower brackets, do or die for this one. Casters, take it away.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you again to Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. The lower bracket round 3 match, the BO5 series is about to start, but we've got a small change in our casting desk. That is, Mridul will be joining in the place of Raider for this BO5 series, and we welcome you, Mridul. As you have already seen, it was a 3-1 series against Revenant versus God's Reign, which was in the previous one, the first match of the day. The second match is about to start, in which SATUL and Marcus Gaming will be facing each other. So what is your pick, do you think, for this match?
Well, Necros, thank you so much for the warm welcome as we are here in the final day of Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. It has been a great journey where we have seen these teams just fighting it all out and, coming down to this very day, where now they're present in the LAN finals. And as we discuss about the match number 1, I was really excited to, witness that match, and definitely how Revenant just shook off God's Reign. The third game where God's Reign actually took their part was because of, just a slight steal in the end that the Mamoswine had a great play. But then, as you talk about all the 4 games, Revenant looked amazing. For now, we talk about the lower bracket round 3. We already have one team, situated in the lower bracket finals. But then, what are these teams fighting for? The big grand prize pool of 22.5 lakh rupees.
Well, the winners is going to take 11.25 lakhs in their favor. The second place will have 5,25,000 in their favor. The third place will have 3 lakh in their favor for sure. 1,50,000 for the fourth place, 50,000 for fifth and sixth place, 25,000 for seventh and eighth place respectively. We get to see the prize pool distribution on a very, very properly distributed manner. And all the teams, I really wonder which team is going to take that 11,25,000 in their favor and how are they going to celebrate it out, because as you all know, Christmas is just knocking on the door. It's 24th of December. And by, I would say, in just few hours, we will be stepping on to the 25th of December. The Christmas day, the Christmas Eve is on. And the winners will be getting the reward on the Christmas Eve. And nothing can be much more special in compared to that.
Well, definitely, on the day of Christmas Eve, we are having the LAN finals out here, It's definitely a great day to, be selected for. But then, we also need to talk about the brackets. The brackets are right now in front of us, where God's Reign have already lost the upper bracket finals. And now, they have one more chance to fight it against SATUL or Marcus Gaming. Well, that will be decided in, some more 1 or 1.5 hour will we have the 5 next games coming up. But also to talk about, the score lines will be in front of us. And we already have the first grand finalist, Revenant Esports, got the match number 1 with a 3-1 overall scoreline. The second game is going to be SATUL and Marcus Gaming. And the next matches are yet to be decided, where we have 1-1 teams already situated. 1 in the low bracket finals and 1 in the grand finals of the Pokemon Unite India Open 2022.
Well, the second match, Team SATUL versus Marcus Gaming, is one of those important factors, one of those most important games right now, as the lower bracket will decide, because these two teams, there is a big chance that all the SATUL fans are having the visuals over the players. Darbari, Goal, Curse, Tensei, Might, all the players are lined up against Marcus Gaming, one of the strong teams. Volk, Snowy, Miriam, Vox and Kurim will be on the line. They are here to win it, or both the teams are here to win it for sure, but only one team will have the privilege to advance to the next stage, the lower bracket finals, where they will meet God's Reign to compete for the grand final slot, as the Asia Championship is already on the stake. The qualifications are already on the roll. The teams just maintaining their top critics will be able to get a slot in the Asia Championship. But for coming up for the team profile of Team SATUL, you can see 16,472 goals in this Pokemon Unite India Open 2022 so far, with the 668 knockouts, 1134 assists, 241k plus average damage, which is definitely something to look after for.
Well, definitely, we talk about Team SATUL out here. You know, one of the best teams right now, situated in the lower brackets, and a lot is at stake, Necros. If you lose this game, you're out of the Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. And definitely, you know, as far as we know, the 4 teams are going to be from lower bracket finals, and the other 2 teams are going to be there from the very grand final. So definitely the slots are going to be shared out here. But then if you talk about Marcos Gaming, Volk, Snowy, Miriam, Vox and Kurim, 13,000 plus goals are out here, 592 knockouts, 893 assists and an average damage of 281,000 plus. You know, it's 40,000 more than Team SATUL right now. If you look out the stats, overall the teams are, you know, similar in the matches. Won 7, lost 2 till now. And if you talk about the rounds and, you know, wins and loses, 24 rounds against 16 wins and loses, and, you know, 24 rounds against 12 win or lost. When you talk about the goals, yes, SATUL is leading in that manner, and even in the knockouts, SATUL is above Marcos Gaming. Yeah. Correct. Yeah. Mm, mm. Correct.
It's all the time that we're looking forward that this difference, this head-to-head battles have always been the factor that has overcome many more times. We have seen the battle of Marcos Gaming and SATUL in the previous rounds in the national playoffs as well, where SATUL they managed to beat down Marcos Gaming. But will Marcos Gaming be able to take a revenge over SATUL, or SATUL will be again the one to take the cruise control against Marcos Gaming?
Well, definitely Marcos Gaming have dished out a lot of damage. Even if you talk about a single player or the whole team, they have the highest amount of average damage. When you talk about the damage dealt, yes, they are leading, but then all the other things, goals, rounds, matches, every other stat is in the favor of SATUL. Well, the stats are just for the analysis, but when you're on the grounds, when you're in the arena, when you're right here sitting on that stage, the stage where you need to prove yourself, it is a ticket towards the lower bracket finals. You know, the other team who will be losing will be an audience for the rest of the matches.
Well, that's for sure. And now we move on to the first Pokemon pick for the very first match of this BO5 series. Tyranitar and Gardevoir will be the 2 bans which have been applied. Marcos Gaming, they have come up with a Gardevoir ban, while Team SATUL, they've got a Tyranitar ban from their side. It's the pick, if you just see, Mew, Eldegoss, Mamoswine. The picks from the side of Marcos Gaming, Dodrio and Azumarill have been locked and loaded by the players of SATUL. They're going for Snorlax as well, and we might see a Mr. Mime, if I'm not wrong, from the side of SATUL. I won't be surprised, but it's a Lucario, as we see last picks coming up from the side of Marcos Gaming. We will be definitely looking forward to what are they looking and locking up. It's Sizer, as we are seeing a glimpse. And Sinris, indeed, from the side of Marcos Gaming, they will be locking up the roster for this very first match. And the last pick for the side of SCTUL will decide the ventures where they are heading forward to. Because this last pick will decide SCTUL, do they have the better comp than Marcos Gaming? Or is it Marcos Gaming having a better comp than SCTUL? But it says Slowbro. And with that, the picks comes to an end and the preparation phase starts off.
Well, definitely coming up with two defenders out here. Oh, okay. The preparation phase still going on. Yes, there would be a switch coming out here as a Lucario is switched out and Slowbro will be going in with Durbury. Okay, so, some preparation phase will require out here. And then on the other side, a Cinderace and a Scyther combo. Definitely, Necros, that is going to be a great combo out here. But then, as we talk about Curse, picking up a Dodrio out here and then, not having the Gardevoir, well, then again, we need to talk about the support because, two defenders coming up out here. Indeed, a great topic to talk about. Well, then the teams are all set and, just to be in the lobby in some more few seconds, we are going to have a matchup where it's all going to be about the next 5 games or even the next 3 or 4 games as we will see coming right through.
As far as we know, SCTUL is one of those teams that will definitely try to finish things with a 3-0 score, while Marcos Gaming will try to prove it wrong. But the first match of this BO5 series goes underway. The lower bracket round 3 starts up with a good note. As we see SCTUL and Marcos Gaming, the strats they're about to unleash or they want to apply it exactly in front of us will be the things to watch out for. But as we see, Tensei is going into the enemy pits just to steal up the buffs. But why is he trying to do that? I believe he wanted to make some disturbances or just trying to figure it out, but he's trying to steal all those points that Team Marcos Gaming are willing to get it for them. And he is quite, expert in those things, and he just managed to do it very well. But this time, the contests are a bit higher as we get to see Tensei moving up a good front and quite quick in the bottom lane, as the bottom lane is in some insecure positions as Marcos Gaming, they're trying to get some goal points out here.
Well, coming up with a Lucario and then with an Azumarill, SCTUL is, all in with their strategies. Getting to all-rounders out here, having that mobility with those all-rounders, definitely SCTUL is looking out for, consistent amount of goal points being added because how Marill is out here and then becoming an Azumarill dishes out a lot of damage and causes, great chaos. And look at that, the Sizer goes down and the way, Azumarill just is adding those points for Team SCTUL is just wonderful. Again, Snorlax adding more points and already look at that streak. 65 to just 6 for Team Marcos Gaming. As Marcos Gaming is busy, in the farming out there. Murem trying to add more and more side of Mew, but then in front of Lucario with that endurance an all-rounder has, with the all-rounders SCTUL just going in with the chaos. Okay, so one of the first chaos coming in from side of Sizer, and now it's a Scyther coming out here. Again, a KO coming in on Azumarill, but SCTUL is out here with the KO streak as Slowbro takes down the Scyther.
Well, indeed, it's a good start for SCTUL if they are willing to get it right on the track. They've got almost 80 points on the board, 6 points for the side of Marcos Gaming. They're lagging behind a bit, but Lucario will be coming up those 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 or some pretty scores that whatever SCTUL is trying to come up with. They are creating the difference. They're trying to make up a good lead before the 5 minutes, before the Rayquaza fight. They don't want to depend on a Rayquaza fight most precisely. But Dodrio gets a knockout and shuts down Sizer from the side of Marcos Gaming. Counter trade goals are also trying and coming up from the side of Marcos Gaming, but not indeed in that high scale in which Team SCTUL is trying to deal up with.
Oh, well, exactly. Look at Team SCTUL. The very first 3 minutes and over are now we will see the Regis coming in. Yes, we will have one of those Regilikis, and then on the lower end, it might be a Regirock or a Registeel. But look at Team SCTUL. Right now, busy finding those berries. Snorlax will be up for the, healing of his HP. But then look at that. A block screen coming right now at the very right place. And, even in the bottom lane, they're not allowing the team to actually get it. Yes, on the bottom lane, you have the Registeel available. Marcos Gaming trying to dish out a lot of damage, but then S8UL have got the chance. They have still, made it clear that they want that Registeel, and Lucario will be taking it now. Having the special power in front of them, they already take down the bottom goal post. The top lane goalpost was already covered up by SATUL Might, and look at that, the speciality is working out. Yes, Scyther will be taking down one of those Pokemons, but then to a very end we can see SATUL just leading the whole charge with the Dodrio, adding more and more points, and now the total has reached to 227 against just 28 of Marcos.
Well, SATUL is just making the same ups tactics what Revenant did in the previous BO5 series, and they're maintaining the same flow. They don't want to make any kind of mistakes. More precisely, Dodrio shuts down Eldegoss, and still the contest is going on. Team SATUL, they're going for an approach. Dodrio will come up with those plenty amount of goals, which will be quite sufficient to get a good lead indeed, and now they have to just back it off. Regiliki is still about to come, and now Lucario is handling the top lane situation pretty well by just being a solo performer on that stage. While if you talk about Marcos Gaming, doesn't want to give up that position. The lead what Team SATUL have made exactly in front of Marcos Gaming, it's a mountainous ridge. If they want to break it through, they have to cross it up, and for that they need to make a bigger amount of score limit or a bigger amount of mountain to just overcome SATUL at this position. For that they need to score the goals. Just by sitting and just getting the KOs won't be helpful for them. But Marcos Gaming, the start, it's not quite promising. But I believe they will have to rely on the Rayquaza to just win the first match of the series at any cost.
Well, then again, Marcos Gaming, right now we're already touching that mark of 4 minutes and 30 seconds. And look at that, now is the time that we have a Mammoth. So definitely, we needed some of those early evolutions where Marcos Gaming was actually looking forward to that. But then SATUL, getting those points, getting those cheeky ends where they were also targeting the Pokemons of Marcos Gaming. Definitely whole and whole SATUL has stood up with the power, and look at that. Even without the Rayquaza, they, already having just one single Registeel. The Regilicky was in the hands of Marcos Gaming, but, look at that. The Scyther actually taking down. Here you go. At last, Mew will be taking it. A KO streak coming in. For the first time, SATUL right now facing a lot of damage out here, and definitely more and more points would be added. I see 100+ points will be added to the side, but then the Lucario coming in once again, and Eldegoss would be stopping it.
That's for sure. Namuswine still trying to make the difference. Sizer will get 2 KOs. That's some counter goals coming up from the side of Marcos Gaming. Just boost up the morale. Snorlax still trying to defend it out, but won't be able to do it because that's a complete 4 stack. So Cinderace is still trying to get the Regilicky. Lucario is a bit late. Might just try to steal the Regilicky in the end moments, which might be possible at last by the players of SATUL. And yes, Lucario will steal the Regilicky, and all the hard work of Cinderace goes in vain. But for now, as SATUL, they do have the Regilicky advantage. They can actually clear out the field by just clearing those all players of Marcos Gaming, just to pave the path for Regilicky to go and hit the first tower that he sees. But now 2 towers are down for Marcos Gaming, while 1 down is for SATUL. They have the advantage. SATUL, they have the numbers. The one thing that they need to capitalize on is just to score the goals and ensure that you get as much as difference possible before the Rayquaza fight.
Well, look at that. Marcos Gaming definitely, getting that lower end goalpost. But then on the top lane, look at the Azumarill. Just ready, steady, and, just one call needed, and the guy would be present right at the moment. Look at that. Now having 300+ pointers, SATUL is waiting for the Lord Rayquaza to arrive. Even after getting the Rayquaza, Marcos Gaming would actually need to beat the whole SATUL defense that they have. Look at that Mammoth coming in from Marcos Gaming. Definitely can steal, some more and more points coming in. And now on the Legendary Pit, we have the Rayquaza coming in. With that, the Unite moves need to be ready, and on the side of SATUL, those are already ready. Coming up for the KOs, the first KO will be in the hands of, Mew, but that is just for a saying, coming in. Mew gets a KO streak, and now Dodrio needs to take it all out, or Mew would be taking it out. Marcos Gaming can change the whole game. If they're going to get it, that is definitely going to be a big, big thing. But Azumarill will be taking down the Mew. Azumarill will be taking down the Mammoth. The legendary pet is already available. Scyther is the only Pokemon that can do the wonders again here for the team of Marcos Gaming, as Mew is still 10 seconds far away from the Rayquaza. 1 minute remaining. Time is really less to actually beat the Rayquaza and get those goals on the goalpost. Azumarill just changing the whole game out here. And in the very last minutes where Mew could have got it all, Eldegoss gets a KO on the Slowbro. With that, Rayquaza still getting a lot of damage on it. And Marcos Gaming dishing out the damage. It could be a steal that Dodrio is waiting for. Just one single Unite move, and a steal could go in the hands of SATUL. It's the Snorlax actually getting it for Team SATUL. Marcos Gaming, the Rayquaza also not in their favor. And now SATUL, with the whole game in their hands, is actually going to win it.
They do have the Rayquaza. They actually did what they wanted, but not to let Marcos Gaming take that. Rayquaza was the main game changer that SATUL delivered on the right moment.
Correct.
Where they wanted it to be. 534 on the board, still number of goals counting after another. The Unite move will be activated, but won't be kind of any use. Azumarill still trying to get some shutdowns, will get some KOs. Scyther still trying to make some counter goals, but it's all done and dusted, ladies and gentlemen. The first match winner of this BO5 series is none other than SATUL. Marcos Gaming will be facing an early loss in this series as SATUL move up ahead with the 1-0. And look at the joy, look at the laughter and the faces of Cursed. You can see the face of Darbari as well. Might just trying to fist bump, but nobody's giving him attention. And he just calls it up for Darbari. Yo, bro, give me just one fist bump, bro. I was just waiting for it. And yeah, that's it. SATUL, the winners of the first round, indeed. Though I can actually make some meme out of it, of All Might. And All Might, be ready for this meme content. I'm just going to send you very soon. But yeah, before that, we move on. SATUL definitely perishing Marcos Gaming in the very first match. Second match, the second round of this BO5 series will be coming very shortly. But I really want to know, there will be a big amount of discussion in the panels of Marcos Gaming as they have to come up a bit stronger than what they have performed in the very match one. If you look up to the difference, that's a huge one. 147 and 548. So that actually marks a great difference that SATUL actually marked up in the very end. Though they started off early, they created a huge difference from the very start and managed to keep it that way till the very end.
Oh, well, definitely when you talk about the lineups getting picked up, Might actually getting that Azumarill. Definitely he deserved that fist bump. Necros, in the very last minutes, getting out that Mew and that Scyther was the most important move out there. And Might was successful in that. Darbari, that was so bad of you. But then again, when you talk about Darbari coming in with a Slowbro, Darbari, OMG. At last, Necros, we have a victory coming in for SATUL. 500 plus points against just 147 of Marcos Gaming.
Definitely Marcos Gaming will be a bit disappointed, but what an effort coming up from the side of Volk. 73,896 damage. Without three players, Miriam, Snowy, Volk did a brilliant job. Well, Kurum and Vox did whatever they could from their end. That was no flaws in that, but yep, SATUL, they overpowered it. 94,204 Azumarill. This is what you call might, a mighty performance. Indeed, it came up from the side of SATUL. But talking about the graph, it's definitely, you can see SATUL maintaining lead from the very start. Not much changes. If we just talk about, there has not been a very big change in the graph line score for the side of Marcos Gaming, more precisely. The way SATUL have performed, you can just see it go up higher and higher without any kind of faults. And it's Marcos Gaming only maintaining a single shot. They will be a bit disappointed, but yes, they do have them chances. It's not the end of the series. They have got another 2 more matches at least to make a comeback. But now it's the time we move on to the panels, that because as we have seen in this match, it was something of a tough situation, and we can see in the back ends that definitely Marcos Gaming is coming up with some good discussion, and maybe a change in strategy might be
Yeah.
implemented from the second round. Because without any change, I don't think it will be really easy for Marcos Gaming to beat SATL or get a counter round in their favor.
Oh, well, definitely when you talk about the side of Marcos Gaming, a great try from their side, Necros, I must say, because again, look at the amount of concentration that they had till the very fifth minute. They were looking out, on the farming side, actually getting a lot of more experience out there and evolving their Pokemons as soon as possible. But then when taking a look over to Pillow Swine, not yet a Mammoth until the very 4 minute and 30-second mark. So again, it took a long time to actually get evaluated and then have the final evaluation stage. The Pokemons which could have made a wonder from the very start, SATL actually looked over to it. They have the Azumarill ready, they had the Lucario ready, and already adding up those points, Dodrio was also out there. So three Pokemons just looking in for the goal post, while the other two were focusing on respecting them, allowing them to create that space. And then the Regis somehow still went into the favor of Marcos Gaming. One Regiliki was also in the favor of Marcos Gaming. But then when you talk about the end stages, their SATL was just so strong that Marcos Gaming couldn't actually make a comeback out there.
That's for sure. SATL did not allow a single chance for the players of
Yeah.
Marcos Gaming to make a counter or make a comeback at any point of time. But yep, with this, they have marked up a brilliant victory from their end, and they will be quite happy. They've got a momentum boost. SATL, we have seen their performance prevailing over the top of this areas of in the previous rounds of national playoffs. They have been one of those dominant teams. Yes, one match loss actually pushed them back in the lower brackets, pushed them down to the lower brackets, but they are still leading in that category. Once they are pushed back in the lower brackets, they still manage to win each and every matches to come up to this round number 3. And if they win this round number 3 as well, they will be moving forward to the lower bracket finals. But from this match, one team will be bid adieu to this Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. It still might be SCTUL, it still might be Marcos Gaming. Anyone will just say bye-bye and move on to the lower bracket finals, where they will meet one of the strongest teams in this Pokemon Unite India Open 2022 so far, God's Reign. And against them, if the lower bracket finals, either SATL or Marcos Gaming manage to beat them up, they will be moving forward to the grand finals, and one of those teams from the lower bracket finals will also say a bye-bye to this Pokemon Unite India Open 2022 for now.
Well, yes, definitely. When you talk about all these teams, Marcos Gaming definitely in the head-to-head against SATL had the highest amount of average goals. But then when you talk about the whole of Pokemon Unite India Open 2022, Necros, it's God's reign. We have seen how much amount of average goals they had in the very start, having, 1,000+ goals in each and every game that they have played, even if those were the offline matches or the online matches. God's reign was just above all, actually, was sitting on the God's supreme position. But then in the very end, even they lost a match against one of those teams. And, that was Marcos Gaming, if I'm not right. And Marcos Gaming right now here, they know how to actually stand against God's reign. But then it's all about this game out here. SATL versus Marcos Gaming, the match 2 of this best of 5 series. Right now, we have the veto screen. We have the draft picks coming up. Well, in the ban phase, as we saw that SATL got a Gardevoir ban from the side of God's Reign, and SATL actually banned a Tyranitar. Would the same thing be continued in the game number 2?
The Tyranitar and Dodrio ban, both the two strong Pokemons, have been stopped in the round number 2 from both the ends. But now it's the first pick coming up from the side of SATL. Mew is the first lock. Now the 2 picks from the side of Marcos Gaming will be conversing, and we'll have a look on what are those ones. Azumarill is the first one to be picked by Marcos Gaming just to stop the destruction that All Might actually caused in the round number 1. Mamoswine will still be there with Vox, and still the 2 other picks from the side of SATL. We might see a Sizer, definitely an Eldegoss will be there for sure, but a Snorlax should be there for the side
Oh,
of
no.
SATL, and I won't be surprised in that case that Badi should take the charge of the Snorlax. But it's a Lucario that has been locked. But on the other hand, Marcos Gaming going for a Blastoise and maybe attacker which might be kind of a Gardevoir or a Serena maybe, but it's a Blissey who has been locked up.
Yeah. Oh yeah, coming up with the ban phase out here. The picks are also coming in, and how SATL had the Dorio pick with them, and definitely that was a great pick for them. Right now, Azumarill might be choose from the side of SATL. Well, that's still in my mind, but no. Now they have the Gardevoir available, and no chance will be left out here to actually not pick that. And on the other side, yes, it is going to be a different pick coming in, and that would be a Delphox. Delphox coming in from the side of Marcus Gaming.
Well, that's a Delphox. Definitely, that is a good choice for Marcos for a long range attack, and
correct.
We can see the Delphox can be a very, very crucial one. They do have a Gardevoir team SHL, but this time the picks have been changed. There has been some changes that they didn't wanted for. They had to go for it because there are no more chances that they can make any difference. But with that, when we just see it, this is the time. SETUL wants to make it a 2-0 and Marcos Gaming wants to make a 1-all. They want to come up with an equalizer. You can see All Might and All warming up their hands, getting prepared for the match, because this one can be the crucial round for both the teams to ensure that yes, we have got the momentum and we want to finish the things off. Marcos Gaming definitely trying to coordinate with each other and trying to make the victory possible. But you can see that SETUL, they are also preparing for this right moment to strike in and to get what they want.
Oh, well, definitely when you talk about this very match up right now, Marcos Gaming is already in a lower end where they have lost, against a huge margin continued by SATL. To leave it all out and actually begin with a great head start, it is the match number 2 of this very best of 5. Sizer just going in and actually look at that SATL. Scyther on the bottom lane, whereas if you talk about Marcos Gaming, it might be a good start from them. On the other side, if you talk about Team SATL, yes, a good attack coming in from their side as it's a psychic attack also there. And when you talk about the Mew again being that Pokemon, a great choice was added by the side of Marcos Gaming, and these two psychic attacks, SATL is right now up for a confusion to be caused to Marcos Gaming. But then when you talk about the whole score line, it's right now equalized. So again, in the very start, yes, SATL is facing a lot of problems to get that lead, but then look at that chaos coming in back to back from that Azumarill, and that's a great choice once again made from Marcos Gaming. Azumarill right now at the Morel stage already adding up those points. Delphox also adding up 7, and then picking up a Blissey. Well, right now at the Chansey stage, a lot has been added by Marcos Gaming. But then when you talk about the Curlier stage, okay, Gardevoir is not going to stay silent. Leveled up, and from the side of SATL, it's only Gardevoir which is not available. But then we talk about the Swin Up stage. At least we want the Pillow Swine before the 7 minutes, or else a KO streak will be coming in from the side of SATL. With that, they're leading by 10 points. Mew once again going back to the mid lane and now present at the very bottom lane. If you talk about the side of SATL, they also want a good defense out here, Necros, and with that, look at that. The very first 2 minutes, SATL once again getting that lead, and now Curlier at any given moment would be a Gardevoir.
We can actually see right now, like Marcos Gaming, they're trying to put up the efforts, they're trying to make the difference quite high. They want to make a good lead. They don't want to come up with the same mistake what they did in the previous round. So they are just focusing on the scores. That's a good thing for them. But SATL, they do have a big difference as compared to the match number 1, round number 1 of this BO5 series. So if they want to implement the same strategies that they have done in the round number 1, they have to be very, very mentally prepared with what outcome it might be coming up. So as we just see, Snorlax will be getting picked off. Delphox will get the knockout for that in that case. But 87-63 is the scoreline. SATU is still trying to make the difference a bit higher, and for that they need to score up, but they don't have that Azumarill this time, as All Might has to change up the strategies. But yeah, it's all fine, I believe, because every time you don't get into your comfortable zone. But in this case, Marcos Gaming might have a chance to come up with an equalizer or to capitalize this round, but because this time, if you see the objectives, Reggie Steele will be getting completed and secured by the players of SATUL as they move on to create some good scores and to destroy the first tower, as Scyther won't be having the privilege to just defend the bottom lane by himself. And with that, one of the towers of Marcos Gaming falls apart as SATUL take a lead of 170-63 scoreline.
With that, look at Team SATUL. Now in the next 2 minutes, SATUL have already taken up a huge lead. And Necros, we are going to see a huge celebration also coming in at the very mid lane. Look at that, the Reggie is going in the favor of Team SATUL. And with that, a KO might come in from the side of Delphox. But then, when you talk about SATUL, the top lane Reggie also in the hands, and the Reggie would straightforward be running for the goal points. 24 more points added, but the goal post is open. Just go one tap and you have the goals coming in for SATUL. Oh, with that, the KO streak coming in, 230 points. Lucario is just running for the lead. Yes, they are missing out on that Azumarill, but no, the Mew will be coming in with the attacks, just confusing the whole Marcos Gaming side. That's an offense right now coming in from Mew. And with that, if you talk about the mid lane, from every single position, SATUL is just leading the charge. Mew coming in with the slow solar beams, the legendary pit. More and more points available, more and more Eos energy available for Team SATUL. Just pick it up and more points to be added to the goal post. But then the lead already maintained. Now what they focus on is the bottom lane Reggie, and just to utilize the time out here. They have a huge lead, and with that, look at that. The Unite's also available. It's just Lucario, to be remained with the Unite move. A KO comes in from the side of Sizer as he gets a knockout on Lucario.
That's a good start. The central lane, this middle lane is getting more and more congested. The legendary pit is outnumbered at this point, but if you talk about the HP of Mew, it was barely low, but now it's the time to get a good KO over Delphox. If Eldegoss can manage it up, the Mamoswine factor is working up for the side of Marcos Gaming for dearly, but it's the difference to 30-87. It's a good diff before the Rayquaza fight, and they want to make it up on a higher note as well. Marcos Gaming coming with some good scores, as Azumarill will be having 16 more in their favor, but Reggie Ice will be secured by Marcos Gaming again. So the objectives, they are going in the favor of Marcos Gaming as well, and in that case, SATUL, they're falling apart one after another, but this time they don't want to leave Scyther at all, as with this, SATUL, they're just moving forward to get some more scores, and that will be completed. Probably there is a chance 20 goals have been registered by Lucario, as Azumarill will be trying to chase him down for sure. But as we talk about Delphox, just trying to jungle up, Scyther will be there on the top lane as well, because the Regiliki is the main caution, is the main focus on which both the teams are looking forward to.
Oh, well, they are looking forward to it. And when we talk about the side of Team SATUL, yes, Marcos Gaming actually wanting to make the scoreline to a 1-all, but an alone Delphox actually getting those KOs. Would it be a mark that Marcos Gaming is actually looking at it for? Look at that, all the Pokemons right now at the top lane. It's a destruction coming in for Marcos Gaming as they are facing a lot of damage. But then Tensai once again going into that Snorlax, actually dishing out a lot of damage and just maintaining that defense for Team SATUL. Getting a lot of damage, taking a lot of damage for the team. And with that, Marcos Gaming would actually be adding in more points. Oh, the bottom lane. And with that, SATUL at last, the Reggie, they felt that might go offense, but no, the Reggie is not offense. And once again, the chaos coming in. Eldegoss getting down, the Blissey out there. And 250 points. SATUL once again, in a lead, but then a Rayquaza steal from Marcos Gaming can actually take down the whole game that they have built up until now.
Well, that's definitely a true factor, Mridul, and I would like to point it out because there's like 9 more seconds to go for the Rayquaza to spawn up. It's 250, 137 on the board, and probably Scyther and all, they are all waiting. They're stacking up on the legendary pit, but I don't want to see any kind of destruction. Maybe I don't want. I won't say that's a bad. That's not a appropriate word, but yeah, there is going to be an entire dump of unite moves, but already 2 KO streaks. SA12, they've got a 2 up. They're already 2 up. Might just go for a third Scyther, unleashes its unite, but won't be effective that much because I believe there is a high probability of chances Marcos Gaming, they're losing the numbers. They have got 2 down, but with that SA12 secures the Rayquaza, and they have to just go forward to score the goals. But before that, they need to get those KOs, as this time Kyurem, he's the one to get targeted. Azumarill will be there, the shield is there, which is actually creating a good impact. 100 score comes up for the side of SA12, and some more hundreds and hundreds are raining for the side of SA12 as they move down to a 550 score marker. 80 goals coming up from the side of Marcos Gaming indeed, but another 100 delivers from the side of Lucario, which makes it 650, and I believe that should be enough for them to make the difference.
Well, then on the top lane, we saw how Scyther just came in and actually got an 80 points from Marcos Gaming. But then when you talk about the Mew, it's only Snorlax, and once again, the Unite moves. The SA12 being ready with the Unite moves at the perfect timing, and with the perfect timing that they have up until now. Necros, they have already stood up. Once again, maintaining a huge lead out here. It is once again more than 400 points of lead that SA12 has got. And in the very last 20 seconds of the game, we see how SA12 is just, blocking Marcos Gaming. And the pointers that they have, not even wanting them to secure that. A 2 KO streak coming in from Delphox. Well, that goes in vain. 3, 2, 1. Time's up! And it's a 2-0. This time, a real clean victory. Even the Reggies, not even a single Reggie was in the hands of Marcos Gaming. And look at the celebrations coming up. How just, how well they look with the, comfort zone that they have. They know. And just warming up those hands. Darbari. Oh, you have done a great job, man.
Well, you can see the smiling face as All Might. You can see Darbari leading from the central position. He's the one, I would say, the most experienced players that I've ever seen from the time of TRX Darbari to SA12 Darbari. He has come up a long way, and with a lot of struggles, with a lot of victories, and with a lot of success, he has achieved this place. And now SA12, they're about the corner. They're about to make it possible. It's already 2-0 on the board of this lower bracket, round number 3. One more win in the series will lead them to the lower bracket finals, where they will face God's Reign. That will be one hell of a showdown because both the teams are very strong. Only the best out of those two will actually forward and will meet Revenant in the grand final. Before that, if we just move on, it's 662 and 217 the score, and as we see, as Cursed will be the MVP or the player of the game, if I'm not wrong, from the side of SA12. But what a performance which was delivered from the side of Volk and Miriam from the side of Marcos as well.
Well, then, if we talk about the side of Team SA12, Curse just coming in with a great play. This time having the Gardevoir, not missing a single chance, of not having that attacker Pokemon, the psychic attacker Pokemon with him. And then when you talk about, Darbari providing in a great support, it was all that SA12 needed, with the supporter Eldegoss having a lot of range and, having that mobility to actually be there at the right time. This time it was actually Darbari getting in that Rayquaza for them. So, it was really important for SA12 to have the Eldegoss with them. Again, look at the recovery made by Darbari, 77,000 plus of HP recovered. And on the side of Kyurem, yes, it's 100,000 plus from Blissey. Actually, Marcos Gaming this time, all that went wrong was once again in the very last minute. maintaining the whole lead, maintaining it out against SA12. But still, SA12 was always, maintaining that 80 to 100 point lead against them. Yes, look at that graph. From the very 4th minute till the last of 8 minutes. And then the last 2 minutes and the story changes. Look at that graph going up high. And then the 400 pointer distance maintained. So getting that Rayquaza also is a great thing that SA12 always has in their hands. This time, they also lost the Regis in the game. Previously, they maintained them, but then they lost it in the last game. So again, Regis always build up a pace of the game. But then when you talk about Gardevoir, Cursed got the chance, just stood on it and actually became the MVP. 1,12,444 damage. That's a lot. And 961 recovery points out there. Player of the game. Almighty Cursed, surrender to you.
Well, that's indeed a very, very great match coming up from the side of SA2L. As we have seen this far, as we have come this far, it's time for the third round to begin. But before that, I'm really wondering what is going to come up next, because the 2 rounds we have seen SA2L dominating with only a one-sided way. Second time we are about to move on, or maybe the second time the third time we are going to see them coming up again against Marcus Gaming. It might be the decider. It can be the same game or the same flow how Revenant were outplayed by God's Reign in the very third round. They wanted to make a 3-0, but they couldn't actually make it up. But in the LAN, if SHUL makes it up with a 3-0 and they advance to the lower bracket finals, that will be an alarming moment, and that might be an alarming situation for the team like God's Reign, because yes, they have come up with a 3-0 and it's quite tough, but SHUL versus God's Reign, then again the grand finals. Next, after this series, we have got one BO5 series, which will be the lower bracket finals, and BO7, that is going to be the grand finals of Pokemon Unite India Open 2022.
Well, then again, when you talk about God's Reign, they are coming in here after a loss that they faced against Revenant Esports, and SA2L will be coming in again after having a win against Marcus Gaming. So, it's the change of mindsets. It's all about the mindsets that they would be having. But then again, when you talk about God's Reign, throughout the tournament, they have played brilliantly, marvelously well. If we talk about the side of SA2L, they have been consistent. Consistency, have always mattered for them. If we talk about the upper brackets, yes, they were the, losing ones. They actually lost it against the team. But then when they stood out in the lower bracket, they had the clean sweep victory. So again, SA2L have been consistent throughout the lower brackets, and they're coming here after 2 do or dies. When you are in the lower brackets, Necros, it's always, you're facing a death out there. It's either you do and actually qualify to the next round, or either you're out of the tournament, because it is the double elimination part out here, and it's the last game of the double eliminations. After this, you're out or you're in for that title of the Pokemon Unite India Open 2022.
Well, I believe there is a big chance that we are going to bid adieu to some of the players, but before that, we will look on to the highlights once again to recollect all the epic moments that has already been done so far in this match.
When you talk about the highlights out here, Necros, look at that. Just on the other side, we saw how actually at the very 4-minute mark, yes, if I talk about that, in the last of the minutes, when you talk about the 6 minutes or the 4 minutes, Marcos Gaming was actually close to team SA2L. But then, not getting those Regis. Delphox was actually getting those KOs, the breakouts already done by Delphox. Any Pokemon that Delphox got was actually converted for the side of Team Marcos Gaming. But then when you talk about the whole team out here, making a decision to not convert the Scyther to a Scyther, and then, going back to the base for a longer period of time, the time was enough for Team SA2L to actually just barge up on the Legendary Pit. And look at that. In the Legendary Pit, it was so easy for them when they got the Rayquaza that they were just, standing on the goalpost. Even if Scyther added 80 points for the team, the difference was a lot. And, to just cover it up, it was no chance remaining for Team Marcos Gaming.
Well, Marcus Gaming wanted to come up with an equalizer, but they couldn't figure it out what to do and how to do, because SCTUL, they did not even give them a single chance to even think of that how can they manage to get over the SCTUL players. But this time the third round is just about to start. The preparations are already going on, and probably when we just talk about all the factors that we're seeing, this is the moment that I'm eagerly waiting for, as the players are just getting warmed up. Now it's the time. Will they be able to just snatch the victory ahead, or is it going to be entirely SCTUL who will be dominating the Marcus Gaming camp and will just
Yeah.
maintain with a clean sheet, and the first clean sheet of this LAN event of Pokemon Unit India Open 2022? If they manage it, if they anyhow can get it out right, it's all done and dusted. But if they cannot, ladies and gentlemen, we might have to bet adieu to Marcus Gaming from this Pokemon Unit India Open 2022, while SATUL might have a chance to advance to face God's Reign in the lower bracket finals.
Yeah, definitely, Necros. And when you talk about Team SATUL, already in with a 2-0, a 2-0 coming up from the very start and actually maintaining that whole lead out here. And when you talk about SATUL and Marcos Gaming, Cursed got the chance of having that Gardevoir, just stood on it and actually took the second game for the team. When you talk about the first game, the Regis, once again, I would talk about the whole strategies landing in the halves of SATUL. The last Reggie also had a great impact to the game in the very first game. When SATUL was at around a 250 mark, if I remember it perfectly, it was the Reggie and then the Lord Rayquaza coming in the hands of SATUL. But now, leaving all the analysis aside, we are moving forward to a chance of Marcos Gaming to actually come back in this game, or either SATUL is going to shut down these three games and just take a victory with 3-0. The three continuous games where Marcos Gaming can have a comeback, or three continuous chances where SATUL can just patch them up. Yes, the bans have been decided. A Dodrio ban coming in from the side of Marcos Gaming, and a straightforward for the third time. Yes, again, we would be having a Tyranitar ban.
Well, indeed, the good choices have been made from both the teams. SATUL, they have to ban the Tyranitar because that's the only way how to stop Marcos Gaming for just going on a rampage, though the Dodrio has been shut it off. But still, at the very moment when we just see or when we just talk, the picks are the one that we are deciding. As SATUL, they've already unlocked and loaded Azumarill and Mew. Marcos Gaming has come up with the Snorlax, so there is a high possibility you won't be getting Snorlax for sure. But as Team SATUL won't have a Snorlax, what are the tanks that they're going to use? Is it a Mamoswine? Or Mr. Mime will be there for sure, but they will be needing someone different as well.
Oh yeah, definitely they would be requiring a lot of more strategies coming in, and at last on the side of Marcos Gaming, a Mr. Mime I see right there. Yes, has been picked up, might be switched with one or the other player, but SATUL is looking clear with the mindsets. Again, they would be going in with the Mew. I don't know if they are actually going to go with the Lucario or not, but yes, an Azumarill is standing right out here. And AG Slash coming in for Marcos Gaming, as they also have a Venusaur. And yes, as I was right, a Lucario for sure.
Well, we can say the picks have been confirmed, and the picks are really promising from both the ends. You've got some long range attackers, you've got some mid range attackers as well, but with this, I really want to think that this time Marcos Gaming might have a chance to make a counter round for themselves, but the AG Slash is definitely one of those factors which can actually make a difference. But by taking a pick of AG Slash in the very crucial round itself, isn't it going to be a big problem for the side of them? But for now, it's SATUL, those who are completely focused on the game, because it's all about the time. They want to secure the series, they want to make it happen, they want to make it a 3-0 for their side.
Well, when you talk about the picks coming in from Marcos Gaming, definitely even I'm shocked that, Snowy going in for an AG slash. Well, definitely all of the answers will be there in the arena. Well, with that all rounder, the mobility actually is a lot with AG slash. And then when you talk about the attack that AG slash has, but then being an all rounder, the endurance is less what AG slash is lacking around here. So, can't take much of damage, but actually can just move around and add those pointers. So again, need to be evolved as soon as possible, not staying there at the Hornage or the Doublet stage, and as fast as level 7 could be reached in those experience points, and HE slash would arrive. So definitely a lot of consistency is required with the all-rounder you have as an AG slash. But then look at Team SA12. Look at their smiling faces. They know what they have picked. They know that they have their picks with them. A Lucario and an Azumarill combo. Then going in for a Blissey and a Mamoswine. Two defenses. Two amazing all-rounders coming in. And then a ranged attacker. Great lineup.
Definitely, that's a great lineup, but we are really waiting for the third round to begin between SATUL and Marcos Gaming. The decider for both the teams. For Marcos, it's just depending upon whether they will stay in this tournament or not. But for the other one, in the other case of SATUL, it's the match that they're looking forward to make a place better and just get the things right on the track, because if SATUL wins it, they go and move forward to the particular next phase. But for now, SATUL, they have to just focus on what the basics are, what the tactics are in Marcos. Either it's a do or a die.
Oh, well, definitely it's a do or a die. Right now, SATUL having a lot of chances, and then, some more stats coming in as Pokemon pick rates. How much Eldegoss is picked, within these 4 teams we have on the stages out here. Revenant picking up 17 times, the Pokemon Eldegoss, then God's Reign going in for 16, SATUL going in for 15 picks up until now, and Marcos, just 2. So again, Marcos, in their whole lineup, Eldegoss might have a place or not. That always depends on the situation. But the amount of rate that the other 3 teams have, that is SATUL, and going in with Revenant and God's Reign, these 3 teams have always stood up on their pick of Eldegoss.
Eldegoss has always proven to be one of those important Pokemons in this case. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we move on to the third round, the decider one of this BO5 series, as SATUL will be taking on Marcos Gaming. It might be a bit tough, but yep, it should actually work it out better for the side of SATUL, because the way they have played and performed in the last 2 particular matches or rounds, it's not that quite promising from the side of Marcos Gaming to just beat down SATUL at any cost.
Oh, well, when you talk about the side of Team SATUL, once again the Marill and the Lucario combo already adding those points for the team. Yes, the Toteo will not be there, but then swing up to become a Mamoswine, the last 2 minutes are already secured by SATUL. If you talk about Marcos Gaming, the stat actually shown was because of Marcos Gaming, depending on an Eldegoss this time, Curem has a lot in his mind. And changing according to situation is what Marcos Gaming has thought for. But then the situations are too harsh right now, to get those strategies out and actually relying on them in the very last minutes, in the very last situations. A lot is going to, be in the hands of Marcos Gaming. They have changed the situations, and now everything depends on the decisions that they make. SATUL once again maintaining a good lead out here. Marcos Gaming right now is just roaming around all of those positions. Again with an Ivysaur would add more points, but then SATUL is never to be broken.
The lead SATUL, they are known for just to make the higher lead, is quite natural, and with that when you just see, it's quite I would say dependable. But at this point, 72-28, Marcos Gaming, they're lagging behind for sure. Some scores might just be settled up with this particular moment, but as it's SA2L Azumarill and it's Might who is taking the control of the Azumarill. I'm quite afraid. But now, I believe Mridul, that we will have to see some more action coming up from the side of SA2L. But the way the difference, the fast they're moving, 143 already on the board. I believe they do have a train to just, take a pick up and just go up for this next lower bracket finals. But now it's the time that we can actually say they're here to make it more and more comfortable for their side. SA2L, they don't want to make any mistakes, and now they are just punishing each and everyone who's coming exactly brutally in front of them. So this is the time, this is the moment that we are just looking forward to, because SA2L, they're not stopping, they're getting the objectives, they're getting the score, and they're creating more pressure on Marcos Gaming at this point.
Oh well, when you talk about team SA2L, the pressure is definitely a lot on the side of Marcos Gaming. Once again, look at the Reggies. SA2L is the only team, just standing out here, and Marcos Gaming, meanwhile, is just coming down from their bases. So, they have been left behind. Once again, that Reggie going in for the goal post, actually just to clear it out. But now, at last, we would be provided with some or the other action, as we have the AG/ present for the team. But then, look at SA2L. Nothing can actually stop them. The goalpost is already open, and Mew gets a pick for the team. The goalpost is open, one tap, and you have the points already added.
Well, the points are getting plus and plus, 253. The score is just getting more and more higher. SA2L not giving a single chance for the players of Marcos to just retaliate at this moment. They're getting multiple knockouts. The amount of scores is just coming up with before 5 minutes. They almost arrived in the corner of just scoring 300 plus. But that's for sure at this point. When you just see, it's quite sure and it's quite natural that there are no more chances. Marcos Gaming, the only hope that they do have is the Rayquaza right now.
Oh, well, yes, definitely a Rayquaza is what they require. But then, once again, SA2L maintaining the whole pace of the game. They're already up with the evolutions, and that is how you maintain a timing with a Swinub actually becoming a Mammal Swine before the very 5-minute marker. Because again, then, the amount of, damage you can actually deal to the team would be more. And having that combo of 2 defense, 2 all-rounders would actually be defined very well. On the other side, where you have a supporter, a defender, an attacker, again, many things can be clustered up. And that's how Lucario, once again, just taking the whole situation out. They had the Unite moves available, just very well depending on it. Oh, at last, Venusaur would be adding some more with the Petal Dance, actually getting a KO out there. But then, Team SA2L, Marcos Gaming is not going to be left behind. The way that they're, just conquering them. And once again, now getting that Reggie Rock also in their hands. 3 Reggies. And SA2L is just unbeatable at this moment.
274 marker has been crossed, 28 for Marcos Gaming. The towers are being shattered one after another. As Team SA2L, they're just moving forward. They do have the shields coming up for now. Tensei will shoot down Eldegoss.
No.
The towers are being completely demolished by the players of SA2L. Azumarill will be there. Snorlax might just come with some body slams. But will he be able to survive? Well, Blissey gets that Regieleki in the favor. The Petal Dance will be in a use, but Lucario and Blissey manages to hold on to this part. Doesn't want to give a chance to the players of Marcos Gaming to come up with some retaliation score. Lucario and Blissey still trying to fight out for the Petal Dance and the Giga Drain. They are actually working pretty well for the side of Follux. But Mr. Mime's just trying to hold it back. So the scores have crossed the marker of 300. 36 more in the name of SA2L as SA2L moved down to the 350 marker. 3 minutes and 20 more seconds to go. And 1 minute 20 seconds you will already get to see the Rayquaza popping up, and that's the only hope that Marcos Gaming can actually rely on at this moment. Snorlax and the company, they have to focus on either leveling up or just trying to make some counter goals. I don't think the counter goals will be possible as of now, but just leveling up before the Rayquaza fight might just give them a single chance to retain themselves in the series. While Might, he has been caught off guard. AG Slash as well as Venusaur will be just chasing him down. Well, he has to hold it off and just have to wait because the towers are being protected on a very, very serious note.
Oh, well. Right now, all the buildings that Marcos Gaming would have built, being shattered out here. But then again, a real that they have more 20 seconds remaining for the Rayquaza to arrive. And then when you talk about, the Registeel out there, Marcos Gaming is actually one of the first to actually get it. If they would be able to get so... Again, in the end, it might be a steal. Oh no, it is not a steal. Snorlax would actually be taking down the Registeel in the bottom lane. And now the times would be wasted. Low on HP. No, Marcos Gaming. Yes, you were able to secure that Registeel for your team. But then, the amount of Unite moves utilized on them. Snorlax just, lying down the arena. MG, Marcos Gaming, no. Now all they need to do is actually get that Rayquaza, but then coming up with the Solar Beam. Mew would not allow it. Mew would definitely not allow it and actually want to take down the whole team of Marcos Gaming. Yes, it can be a comeback that they would make, but then the Eldegoss goes down and now a timer on all three of those Pokemons. Yes, the AG Slash would be back, but a time already bought from the team. Yes, again at the Legendary Pit, it's SA12 actually taking the damage, but Snorlax... Oh, Mamoswine spots it. Snorlax was in for a steal out there. Can it be a steal? It is a steal from the AG Slash, the Rayquaza in the favor of Marcos Gaming. They have the Rayquaza shield with them. And at last, in the third game, it might be a comeback that Marcos Gaming would be making.
There is a chance, there is definitely a chance. 214 still, Marcos Gaming, they're lagging behind. Venusaur might just end up the streak. There are no counter goals, and it's 308, 94 score for the side of Venusaur. Still a 42 points lead from the side of SA12, 32 more seconds, they have to hold it down. Won't have a chance because Blissey is going for 100 and he will get that, he will definitely get that. But that's a counter, that's definitely a counter goal they were seeking for. Mamoswine finishes it off. It's a 440, this is a 440, SA12 is going. It's 308 with 12 more seconds to go. AG Slash has been taken down. 10 more seconds to go. SA12, they are quite points all away. They do have the chance. And Kyurem won't be able to get this 20 on the board as SA12 will be finishing the things off with this note. And they come up with a 3-0 clean sweep to Marcos Gaming. And with which, ladies and gentlemen, Marcos Gaming takes an exit from the Pokemon Unite India Open 2022 as SA12 move up to the lower bracket finals to face on God's Reign and to compete for the second slot of the grand finals.
Oh my god.
Well, Necros, to talk about the situations right now. Look at SA12 just celebrating the victory.
Kaisa laga? Pre-planned. It was pre-planned. It was pre-planned, you're saying?
Yeah.
You guys had a huge lead, so you guys just, went for it.
We went for the last hit, though we didn't get it. But yeah, we knew who had the shields, how many goals we had, and we can counter them.
I mean, till the last moment, किसी को पता नहीं चल रहा था कि at the end होने क्या वाला है. But I believe you guys just said कि ये pre-planned था. ऐसी scripts नहीं लिखनी चाहिए, to be honest. नहीं तो बहुत ज़्यादा, ये climax के time पे दिक्कत होती है. But now, might I would want you just come out here. If we just talk to you for a while. ये एक straight up 3-0 गया. एक बहुत dominating performance है. पहले दो में तो थी, तीसरे में आप बोल रहे हो बस मजे के लिए आपने ये किया.
Yeah, until the zap, it was fine.
Yeah.
After that, it kind of got a little bit messy, but we got it under control.
Definitely. But what are your thoughts on the next match, which is supposed to happen? आप इधर आ जाइए हल्का सा. What are your thoughts on the next match, which is supposed to happen, जिसकी कि अगर हम लोग बात करें, वो भी technically एक do or die ही है. उसके बाद आप finals में जा सकते हैं, या फिर आपके opponent God's Reign. आपने उनका game देखा है, उन्होंने आपका game देखा है. So what's your strategy for that one now?
Well, that you will see in the match.
Okay, definitely. I mean, we'll definitely see that in the match. But I'll just wish you guys all the very best for the next one because this was a really, really insane match. Just तरीके से match गया till the last moment though. एक time पर dominating and then they were like हम लोग थोड़ा सा काम हो जाएंगे. But now it's all down to casters to just take us through all the stats and everything that happened in the game. Over to you guys.
Oh, well, it was indeed a great match and a great outcome of the lower bracket round number 3. But we have to say, we have to admit it, it was tremendous to watch out the best in the business, but with a heavy heart, we have to say, Marcos Gaming, they did play well, they definitely played a better game, but it could have been better. SA2L were the ones to lead, are the ones to take the cruise control, and they did it pretty well. As with that, we move on to the scorecard where we can get to see SA2L 440 and 308 for Marcos Gaming.
Well, again, when you talk about the whole side of Team SA2L, this time Tensai adding a lot for the team of Team SA2L, and then in the end, when you saw how SA2L actually stood out victorious even after losing out on that Rayquaza, we heard from Might that it was pre-planned. I was, in that state when I actually heard the, word pre-planned. Was it actually pre-planned? Because, losing out on the Rayquaza when you have already got the Rayquaza 2 times and maintained a huge lead. Well, in the third game, the breaths were, till our throats and, we were just stopping it for every single second. The breaths were stopped. All we were rooting is for, a victory for either of the sides. But then Marcos Gaming, got that Rayquaza, but AG Slash in the end, and AG Slash getting a KO, and then 90 points were added from the side of SA2L. I am not able to recall who added those 90 points, but then it was a lead where it could have been just a 40-point victory. It became a 100+ point victory for the team of SA2L.
Well, Tensei was the man was swine. It is 90,869 total damage deal. 1,19,715 for Mew, but definitely looking forward to the graph. It didn't even come down for a single chance for the side of SA2L. Yes, it was very close, almost in the 9th minute. It was very close, almost like one more difference or one big score could have turned the tables for the side of Marcos Gaming, but it was not the case as Tensei made the difference. He got what SA2L demanded. The fans of SA2L will be very, very happy and very, very obliged with this situation. But Tensei will definitely be the man, will definitely be the one to take the control, to take the lead, and now the player of the game with 153 goals, 6 knockouts, 13 assists, 90,869 damage, and a 15,893 recovery in his name. With that, the player of the game just comes in handy as SA2 will move up to the lower brackets finals to face God's Ray now. I am really, really looking forward to that match because the lower bracket finals will be another heartbreak for one of the teams, either God's Reign, otherwise SA2L. The way SA2L have played with a clean sheet, I wonder what God's Reign will be wondering because they have lost to Revenant with a 3-1 score. If they want to take the revenge against Revenant, they have to beat SA2L right now.
Oh, well, with that, we see that Pokemon Unite India Open 22. At last, the rounds are over. And now we are waiting for the finals. The lower bracket finals and the grand finals of this very event. Yes, we have the lower bracket finalists with us. 2 of the lower bracket finalists. And yes, taking a look over to the scoreboard. In that very bracket section, we see that we bid adieu to Marcos Gaming. In the lower bracket stages, we have, bid adieu to Skyesports, then Revenant Esports, Enigma Gaming, True Rippers, Marcos Gaming. 5 of these teams, losing it out, and then in the do-or-die situations, they had a death. Now, in the round 3 that we just saw, we had Team SA2L with a clean sweep victory. So again, from the upper bracket finals, how God's Reign lost and they are here in the lower bracket finals. One more chance for them. And for Team SA2L, a chance where they can actually be fighting in for the title of Pokemon Unite India Open. against Team Revenant Esports. So again, anything can happen, Necros, but all we are waiting for is for some more time.
Well, that's for sure. That's for the confirmation. The way the matches went, it's definitely a big, long time.
Correct.
But I'm really wondering what can be the strategy. I like if you just see, I have friends in God's Reign. If you talk about them, but now is the time we throw directly the duty to Ocean to hand over in the venue.
सामने आने वाले हैं because the next match is again going to be a do or die, but मुझे लगता है वो शायद 3-0 ना हो, वहां पर score line 3-2 तक जा सकती है. We'll talk about it more because the next match coming up is going to be Team SATL versus God's Reign. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you after this.
If we try to believe in anything greater than a miracle, it wouldn't be this difficult. If we
just give me the questions, I'm ready. Yeah. My voice is actually live right now. Is it? No. I think. Check. Alright. 18? Okay. Yeah.
Try to believe in anything greater than a miracle. It wouldn't be this difficult if we try to be a negative bull. Yeah, we can be taking control. If we try to believe in anything greater than a miracle, it wouldn't be this difficult if we try to be a negative bull. Yeah, we can be taking control. 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 chance to make it, to make it. I'm afraid if our love collides, you'll leave me alone tonight. 'Cause I'm changing and I'm breaking. Is this over? I'm scared to ask these questions, 'cause I know that you'll reject my love. Moving slower, frozen to these pieces without a stand against all enemies, your enemies. I'm afraid if our love collides, you'll leave me alone tonight. 'Cause I'm changing and I'm breaking, but I'll still be your superhero. I'll be your superhero.
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it away. Tonight, we gonna let it away. Tonight, we gonna let it away. Just like the sunrise, we gonna let it away. Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Only just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna light it up. Tonight, we gonna light it up. Tonight, we gonna light it up. Just like the sunrise, we gonna light it up.
Well, hello everyone and welcome back to Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. You are watching the national finals. My name is Oshin Sharma and अभी तक दो मैचेस हुए, बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़िया तरीके से वो मैचेस गए. One was 3-1 in the favor of Revenant, who are right now just waiting for their opponents. उनके पास एक फाइनल, ग्रैंड फाइनल BO7 खेलने के लिए है. उसके अलावा अगर बात करें तो अब वाला जो मैच होने वाला दैट इज गोइंग टू बी बिटवीन गॉड्स रेन एंड टीम एसएटीयूएल. एसएटीयूएल अभी अभी 3-0 जीत करके आई है, बट गॉड्स रेन माइट जस्ट चेंज दैट बिकॉज उनका माइंडसेट है. दे वांट टू टेक दैट रिवेंज फ्रॉम रेवेनेंट एट द एंड. देखेंगे इस मैच में कौन जीतता है कौन हारता है, बट अभी के लिए सबसे ज्यादा मेजर बात यही रहती है कि टीम्स खुद को मेंटली प्रिपेयर कर रही हैं. आई कैन सी एसएटीयूएल के प्लेयर्स एज वेल, दे आर ट्राइंग टू प्रिपेयर देमसेल्व्स मेंटली. यहां पर अगर बात करी जाए गॉड्स रेन की, ये सब प्लेयर्स भी रेडी कर रहे हैं खुद को धीरे धीरे. दैट मैटर्स एज वेल. But right now, with all these things around, I believe the audience is excited as well for the upcoming matches which are going to be there. Again, ये भी एक BO5 रहने वाला है. इस BO5 से जो भी निकलता है वो obviously खुद को देखेगा BO7 के अंदर, which is going to be the grand finals जो कि होने वाले हैं. मतलब अब दो मैचेस बचे हैं, but the stakes for these two matches, it's going to be higher than ever for now. You know, अभी के लिए एक साइड जरूर खाली है, but दूसरी साइड पर you see the players just trying to warm themselves up. They know the mistakes that they did, and they know how to change that. They did go for a very, very brutal comeback. एक उनका 3-1 जब हुआ था रेवेनेंट के अगेंस्ट, so उसमें एक बहुत अच्छा और एक बहुत ब्रूटल सा कमबैक आया था. बट उसके अलावा अगर बात करी जाए, अब इनकी बारी आती है अगेंस्ट द टीम ऑफ एसएटीयूएल. दैट हैज हैड अ ब्रिलियंट गेम जस्ट राइट नाउ फॉर देमसेल्व्स. आई बिलीव एसएटीयूएल के प्लेयर्स भी तैयार हैं, वो भी आना चाहेंगे थोड़ी देर में स्टेज के ऊपर. They'll just take their own places, own spaces for themselves. But for now, what matters is this one match. Again, it's a do or die. If you win this match, well, you're going on to the finals. If you don't win this match, तो आपकी जर्नी यहाँ पर जरूर खत्म होती है. लेकिन जो टीम जीतेगी वो खुद को देखेगी अपने opponents के against, which are going to be obviously Revenant. So we'll have to just look forward to what else might as well just happen. But अभी के लिए थोड़ी सी बातचीत करने वाले हमारे और सह समीक्षकों के साथ, which is called casters. So well, take it away, guys.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, back after a long break, and we are here in the Pokemon Unite India Open 2022 Grand Finals Day it is, and joining me now on the desk is going to be Raider, the man himself. We just saw him in the match number 1, and Raider, welcome back to the match 3, where we are going to begin with the lower bracket finals.
Excited to see what happens in the lower bracket final. Which are the two teams? Well, we are going to talk about that as well. But before that, let me remind you guys that the stakes are very high at this point in the grand finals. The team whichever is actually going to win this particular round, this BO5, is going to face off Revenant Esports in the BO7, which is absolutely going to be an amazing aspect of this whole tournament. Apart from that, the prize pool is actually of 22,50,000, which is not a small deal to crack at this point. Apart from that, the championship is on stake. The bragging rights of becoming the champion of the India Open 2022 is something we have to watch out for.
Oh, well, definitely. Right now, as we talk about that, Raider, the match we just saw between Team SATUL and Marcos Gaming, that was just amazing. You know how well Team SATUL performed. 2 games back-to-back in the very start of the day. It looked like it would be a comeback in the 3rd game, but then, once again, SATUL being so strong in the last of the minutes that even after getting a Rayquaza, Marcos Gaming was not able to get that victory.
Well, indeed, I guess Rayquaza is just another feather in the cap for these teams particularly. But then again, if you want to take the advantage of these legendary Pokemon, you have to prove yourself quite prudent and eventually showcase the talent in the initial, I believe, 1 or 2 minutes, 1 or 1.5 minutes when the Rayquaza gets spawned. But eventually, if you lose it, the advantage goes down to the rest. If you're getting KO'd back and forth, even after getting the advantage, that is not something you have to go with. Well, let's talk about the upper brackets final. In that particular situation, God's Reign, for a minute level of time period in the 3rd round, we saw that God's Reign was able to give a strong comeback. But after that, in the 1st, 2nd and 4th round, to be precise, Revenant was able to sum up the deal with a 3-1 coming from the corner. And they are the first ever grand finalists of this Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. Meanwhile, on the lower bracket round 3, it was Team SATUL versus Marcos Gaming. Well, we had no question at that point that eventually SATUL is going to lose it or win it, because SATUL sealed the deal with 3-0 in their favor, and now they're going to face off God's Reign. And to be honest, this particular matchup is going to be one difficult match for SATUL.
Oh, well, definitely when you are going to talk about whole of these teams, you talk about the lower bracket finals. the last of the matches, Raider. We are already done with the first two matches, and now we are in the second half, where it was a 3-1 for Revenant Esports, and they became the first grand finalists. Right now, if you talk about Team SATL and God's Reign, again, it is going to be a great match where Marcos Gaming have left us. Now they are the audience for the rest of the games that are going to come here in front of us. If you talk about right now the lower bracket finals, only one team is going to go there and just withstand Team Revenant Esports in the match number 4, or as we say, the grand finals of Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. Right now, discussing about the lower bracket finals, yes, these are the player lineups. From the side of God's Reign, you have Noxy, Omen, Scepter, Vixen, and Divine. And on the other side from SA12, once again, Might, Tensei, Cursed, Darbari, and Ghoul. So yes, these are going to be the 5 players. Definitely, Raider, I have a thought in my mind that they, might be tired or not, but again, having that clean sweep victory, definitely a momentum is, supporting them right now.
Mridul, before taking the first and second position, or should I say the championship in your hands, 4 teams were there in this particular day, and we can already sum up one thing that Marcos is going to be the one which is going to take the 4th position in their favor. And after that,
Correct.
this particular battle will decide that is it going to be SHL or Godstrain which is going to take the 3rd position, and then we'll get to see for the competition between Revenant and for sure whichever teams wins this one, and that will sum up the deal that which team is going to take the 1st and 2nd position. Meanwhile, let's talk about the team profile. 18,122 goals, that's absolutely amazing. Bit more higher than the team known as Godstrain, if I'm not wrong. If we talk about the KO, 746, assist 1270. The average damage is not that much because I believe Godstrain is somewhere around 270,000 plus average damages. When it comes to SHL, they've got close to 250,000 damage.
Oh well, when you talk about Team SA12, in the previous game we saw that they had an average damage of 241k plus, but then after the match is over, the match between SA12 and Marcos Gaming didn't add much of it. And we talk about Team God's Reign out there, 264,000 plus of average damage coming in with 1,047 assists, and definitely in the goals also Team SA12 and God's Reign somehow look alike. Again, Raider, really excited for this lower bracket finals because again, one more do or die situation for Team SA12. Up until now, God's Reign was having the breather in the upper brackets, where in the upper brackets standing still and winning games back to back, but lost again Revenant Esports. The 2 best of the teams that we talk about, when they had a battle once again, it was God's Reign, losing it. But again, if they win this one against Team SA12, it would be the revenge time for God's Reign to actually win the game and take the title into their hands.
Definitely looking forward to see how Godstrain is going to make their way to the grand finals, because at this point, the only obstacle, or should I say the biggest one, is going to be team known as SATL Esports, which is going to stand tall in front of them. We were talking about it on the back end that Marcos Gaming is going to give one hell of a competition to SATL, but to our surprise, what happened at that point? Eventually, SATL was able to capsize on them with a 3-0, and that was something which was quite mesmerizing. Meanwhile, if we talk about God's Reign, again, we have to suspect this, that SATL is not going to lose that easily. And if we talk about teams known as God's Reign, well, that team is also going to push quite harder, going to actually achieve quite a few points. And for the 3rd time, we might see Godstrain fighting in front of Revenant Esports, because in the playoff stages, we had seen them trying to go face to face in the stage 1. In stage 2, once again they were there, and in stage 3, should I say, in the finals of the upper bracket, once again these 2 teams faced off in front of each other, and it was Revenant which came out glorious. But if Godstrain is able to beat down Team SATL Esports, once again we might see that particular team coming up in the arena.
Oh, well, when you talk about these 2 teams, and right now we throw it to the ocean, and as we'll be back with the games.
Dynamo Gaming on the stage right now with a huge round of applause, everyone. अरे सीटियां भी पड़ रही है मस्त मस्त. कैसे हो सर? ये ले लीजिए आप. बिल्कुल ये आपके लिए है. ये मेरी तरफ से आपको एक छोटा सा गिफ्ट है. सबसे पहली चीज तो मैं जानना चाहता हूँ लाइफ कैसी चल रही है अभी इस टाइम पर आपकी?
लाइफ बहुत ही जबरदस्त चल रही है और इतने क्राउड को देख के मेरे को बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. लाइक इट्स फैंटास्टिक.
It's fantastic, definitely. And आप अभी आजकल अगर बात करी जाए काफी GTA RP खेल रहे हो, so एक और कॉन्वर्सेशन है कि GTA 6 आएगा, उसकी एक्साइटमेंट कैसी है आपके माइंड में?
बहुत ज्यादा, लाइक बहुत ही ज्यादा.
एंड ये अगर इवेंट्स की बात करें, सो इट्स अ सीएसगो इवेंट एज वेल, सो आप पहले कभी किसी सीएसगो इवेंट वगैरह में गए हो क्या? अगर गए हो तो कैसा एक्सपीरियंस रहा है, क्या चीजें रही?
मैं आई थिंक काफ़ी साल पहले गया था, मैं भूल गया था इवेंट का नाम तो, बट बेस्ट थिंग ये होता है ना कि जो इंथुसियाज्म होता है ना लोगों में फाइट करने का, टीम को सपोर्ट करने का, वो मेरे को सबसे बेस्ट लगता है. तो इट्स फील्स रियली ग्रेट टू सी ऑल ऑफ यू हियर सपोर्टिंग अ टीम.
डेफिनेटली डेफिनेटली. एंड स्काई स्पोर्ट्स चैंपियनशिप 4.0 चल रहा है हमारा, सो इससे आपकी आपको कैसा लग रहा है, जिस तरीके का माहौल बना हुआ है, जैसी वाइब है, व्हाट्स योर टेक ऑन दैट वन?
सो बेस्ट पार्ट ना ये होता है कि यूजुअली क्या आप घर में बैठे हो तो गेम खेल रहे होते हो, राइट?
हाँ.
एक आपको इवेंट मिल जाता है कि यार आपको बाहर निकलना है, लोगों से मिलना है, अपनी फेवरेट टीम से मिलना है, राइट? अब जैसे फोटो सेशन वहाँ पे हो गया, तो दिस आर द बेस्ट थिंग दैट हैपेंड टू स्ट्रीमर और गेमर एज वेल. तो मेरे को लगता है कि ये इवेंट्स और होते रहने चाहिए, हर 2 महीने में, 3 महीने में, वो अलग अलग मजा आता है देखने में.
डेफिनेटली, मजा बहुत आता है. मजे की बात करें, एक हमारे बचपन की चीज है पोकेमॉन, राइट? यहाँ पर पोकेमॉन यूनाइट चल रहा है. सो मैं जानना चाहता हूँ कि आपका कोई फेवरेट पोकेमॉन कैरेक्टर रहा है कभी से, अगर कुछ ऐसा?
सो अगर एनिमे की बात कर रहे हैं तो मेरा फेवरेट कैरेक्टर चारिज़ार्ड वगैरह है, बट अगर गेम की बात करें तो सेंट्रेस है. सेंट्रेस में तो बहुत अच्छे से पेलना आता है, तो वो सबसे बेस्ट है.
लेकिन आई थिंक मुझे नहीं लगता मैंने आपको ये गेम खेलते हुए देखा है, बट कोई ऐसे प्लान्स हैं स्टार्ट करने के या कुछ गेम खेलना है?
मैंने एक्चुअली जब ये आया था ना, मैंने बहुत खेला था, मैं मास्टर भी जा चुका हूँ इसमें. मैं और निक्सन साथ में खेलते थे.
निक्सन तो खेलता है, काफी खेलता है.
फिर उसके बाद सडनली आरपी वगैरह स्टार्ट किया, छोड़ा, तो अभी देखते हैं, अभी शायद वापस स्टार्ट करेंगे बहुत जल्दी.
डेफिनेटली. एंड आई नो डायनामो आर्मी जो है वो डेफिनेटली आती है, हाइड्रा आर्मी डेफिनेटली आती है. सो कोई मैसेज है उन सब लोगों के लिए जो आपको यहाँ पर देख रहे हैं, स्ट्रीम पर देख रहे हैं, हर जगह पर देख रहे हैं?
सो मैसेज ये रहेगा कि यार ऐसे ही बस प्यार करते रहो, सपोर्ट करते रहो, और जितने भी लोग यहाँ पे हैं, खेल रहे हैं, कौन सा भी गेम है, उन सबको सपोर्ट करते रहो, राइट? बिकॉज इसमें कम्युनिटी ग्रो करेगी तो हम सब ग्रो करेंगे.
डेफिनेटली, आई मीन इट्स ऑल अबाउट द कम्युनिटी, द फैमिली दैट ग्रोस अप, राइट? एंड अगर अभी की बात करें वर्सेस लास्ट टाइम की, चलिए लास्ट ईयर की बात करते हैं. स्काई स्पोर्ट्स चैंपियनशिप 3.0 के अंदर यू नो गॉट द अपॉर्चुनिटी टू गेट दैट अवार्ड फ्रॉम मिस्टर सचिन तेंदुलकर सर एज वेल. सो व्हाट आर योर एक्सपेक्टेशंस फ्रॉम 4.0 जो कि अभी चल रहा है? सो उससे एक्सपेक्टेशंस कैसी हैं आपकी?
सो एक्सपेक्टेशंस तो मेरे अभी यहाँ देख के मुझे बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, इतना ज़्यादा क्राउड गैदरिंग है. यूजुअली ऐसे ही बैठे रहते हैं, अपना अपना स्ट्रीम हो गया, गेम हो गया, ये सारी चीज़ें. अब मैं जब ये सारे लोगों से मिला यहाँ पे, मुझे काफ़ी अच्छा लगा. सो एक्सपेक्टेशंस मेरी अभी ऐसी है कि यार ये चीज़ें ना यूजुअली होते रहनी चाहिए बस, राइट? आज जो मज़ा आ रहा है वो ऐसा नहीं कि अब आया तो 1 साल वेट कर रहे हैं हम लोग इस चीज़ का, राइट? अभी आ रहा है, अगेन 2 महीने बाद एक और होना चाहिए, 3 महीने बाद और एक होना चाहिए. तो वही एक मेरी वो रहेगी. बाकी तो गुड लक टू ऑल द टीम्स, जितने भी यहाँ प्लेयर्स हैं सबको, एंड आई एम लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू सी ऑल द मैचेस.
डेफिनेटली डेफिनेटली, आई एम प्रीटी श्योर आप लोग भी तैयार हैं आगे आने वाले मैचेस को देखने के लिए. विद दैट डायनामो, थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर बीइंग अ पार्ट ऑफ दिस वन. इट वाज रियली फन टॉकिंग टू यू. हम लोग हमेशा ऐसे कुछ दिनों से काफी ज्यादा मिल रहे हैं, टू बी वेरी ऑनेस्ट. एंड अगर इन सब चीजों के साथ साथ बात करी जाए, डेफिनेटली हमारे अगले मैचेस भी रेडी होने वाले हैं. आई बिलीव यू हैव समथिंग एल्स टू से. क्या
सबको बेस्ट ऑफ लक बोलना है मुझे एक्चुअली?
या श्योर. चलो, द माइक इज योर्स.
अच्छा,
या यू कैन जस्ट
हाय भाई, गुड लक.
He's just having his own moment of just saying best of luck to everyone.
Good luck, man.
On that side as well? Yeah. This is like the sweetest thing. From one legacy to another, he's just passing on his words of wisdom and सब चीजें बताई जा रही हैं. लेकिन अब हम वापस आते हैं उसी चीज के ऊपर, उसी मुद्दे के ऊपर जो कि यहाँ पर रहने वाला है, क्योंकि हमारा अगला मैच डेफिनेटली रेडी होने वाला है. बट उसके लिए for that one match to begin, we'll just go on to the casters, the storytellers. So guys, take it away. The stage is yours.
Yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here with the Pokemon Unite India Open 2022, and we just saw how Dynamo just joined in on the desk. With Ocean, how much of enthusiasm these teams have. They're all set for the lower bracket finals. Team SCTUL once again looking all confident, Raider. On the other side, we saw that this time it's God's reign sitting in front of them. Definitely, even after they have lost a match against Revenant Esports, they are one of the supremes. Standing in the tournament, up still in the lower bracket finals.
Well, we have to remember the playoff stages, because in the playoff stage 1 or 2, to be precise, this was the team which was dominating on top. This was the team which was reigning on top. So definitely, SCTUL has something to actually go for. But now let's talk about the head-to-head at this point. Eventually, between two giants, that's going to be SCTUL and God's Reign. And you can see that in the head-to-heads, SCTUL is the one which has played higher number of matches, to be precise 10, and from God's Reign 9 are the number of matches that they played. But if we talk about the win and loss ratio, it's looking pretty much more similar, because there are 2 losses for each of the team. And when it comes to the round win and losses, at that angle, I believe we have got God's Reign in a slightly let's say adverse corner.
Oh, well, when you talk about the head-to-head out here, yes, definitely in the knockouts thing, and even in the goals, we have a team leading in. But then Raider,
Mhm.
as we saw the stats looked well in favor of SA12 once again. But then you cannot just leave behind God's Reign. God's Reign once again have been performing brilliantly throughout the playoff stages, and even in the upper brackets, it was just one match that they lost, and now they're pushed forward to a lower bracket finals. Yes, once again they have been provided with that um, upper half, where even coming up from the upper bracket, winning all the matches until now and losing just one, again in the lower bracket finals they have a chance to retrieve something for themselves. But then in front of them it's SATUL. You know how much of a clean sweep that they got on Marcos Gaming, and now that Marcos Gaming is right now the audience, it might be a homework that Gosrin must have done, because they must have seen how SATUL is picking up those lineups, how they are still sticking to the Pokemons that they always stick upon, and once again consistent bans after Ranatar. SATUL might want to change their strategy.
Well, definitely, because Tyranitar is the one Pokemon which God's Rain is not able to use today. Because in front of Revenant Esports, there were 2 or 3 times where God's Rain came up with the Tyranitar and eventually went out with 0 KOs and eventually just 2 or 3 assists. That's what happened to God's Rain. So definitely banning out Tyranitar is not going to be a great task for this particular team. I believe banning out Speedster, to be specific, Dodrio could be the one thing that Team STL might actually go with, and same is the thing that Team Revenant Esports also did. But now moving up ahead, let's talk about the map veto. Well, the arena is pretty much same. That's the TS Sky Ruins for you guys, and we have got the ban phases on the right corner. You can see that we have got Team STL sitting in the orange, and in the purple we have got Godstream, and the pick phase is done. And look at that, STL for sure bans the Dodrio, and from the other corner, it's Snorlax getting banned by Godstream.
Well, again, Raider, that was a great analysis from your side that SATUL will be going in for a Dodrio ban. And on the other side, as you talk about that, yes, it will be a ban of Snorlax coming in on SATUL. Definitely, Snorlax as a whole adds a lot to Team SATUL. But then Darbari right now going in for an Eldegoss pick. Definitely in the end would be switching it up for any other Pokemon. Ghoul going in and picking up the Mamoswine already for its player. But then when you talk about the side of Team God's Reign, and Azumarill and a Mew in the picks from their side.
Well, for Godsrin at this point, the double all-rounder approach is something I'm actually worried about, because in front of Revenant they were unable to capitalize on this approach. But then again, the teams are different. Revenant is not the one which is known as SATUL, and SATUL is not the one which is known as SATUL. So definitely, I guess things might change at this point. The Tyranitar comes in. Well, that's a great approach. SATUL might is actually gonna go with that mighty Pokemon. But on the other corner, the Sylveon also gets chosen. Mime will be the supporter for the team known as Godsrin, I believe. The confirmation has yet to come. And on the other corner, if we talk about Team SATUL, we have got Eldegoss as the particular Pokemon which is going to be the supporter. But I believe double attacker approach could be there. Okay, Mime once again gets confirmed. Some jiggles were there between the Pokemons, but after that, the double all-rounder, double supporter approach coming from Team Godsrin is going to be there. Let's see what is the approach for Team STL, how they're going to sustain in this kind of situation, because they've got, at this point, they've got one particular Pokemon which is known as defensives to be precise. That is going to be the Mamoswine, and after that, at the end, we can confirm this that Ninetales to be precise, we have got a double attacker approach.
Oh, well, look at that. A Tyranitar coming in from the side of SATUL. That is going to be the Pokemon I am going to be really excited for. And then, a duo forming up once again of an Azumarill and a Lucario. That is going to be a duo that I always talk about. Adding up those points in the points table, this duo can be the deadly one, just maintaining the whole streak of goal points. This is a duo that you would want to have on your team. And right now, once again, on the desk, it is going to be this time God's Reign versus Team SATUL. It is a fight to have the second slot for the grand finals. One slot already booked by Revenant Esports, and another one on the take right now.
Apart from what you said, that being the grand finals is going to be the main goal, I believe one more thing that we are going to get is going to be the team which is going to be the second runner-up, or should I say the team having the third position in their favor. Whichever team gets eliminated in this particular stance in this BO5, that team is going to go to the third position. And who is the fourth one? Let me remind you, it was Marcos Gaming which got beaten down by SATL with a 3-0. Marcos Gaming is going to be the one which is at hashtag 4. Well, of course, these top 4 teams are going to get the slot for the Asia Champions League, which is absolutely amazing. But apart from that, Marcos has to learn some new strategies so that they can bring back the glory for the team a bit more stronger in the upcoming tournaments. But for now, the match gets started. It's Godstain sitting in the purple corner and SATL sitting in the orange one. But SATL goal with that 9-tail is trying to actually move forward and farm as fast as is possible.
Well, then once again, SATL right now looking forward to, be included in the farming, because again, they have chosen those Pokemons which actually require an evolution, and till the very 5 minutes, it would be more focused on getting those Regis and actually taking in those evolutions. But as I talked about that, they also have a Mr. Mime with them. So a trio going in where SATL has always focused on that, and right now they're looking forward to the last of the minutes. Once again, SATL has always recovered in those minutes, but then, it always requires a huge standby that they have, and once again, maintaining that streak of points and getting the points table running. Look at God's Reign. They already have 15 points on the chart, 1 minute over, and all the reigns, reigns covered up, and then maintaining their position on the lanes. Once again, if you talk about the side of Team SATL, Ghoul now at the 9-tail stage might be able to add points, but then the mobility is going to be an issue.
Well, look at that. I believe Divine is about to go down. And yes, of course, that's what happened from SATL. There we go. We have got another set of KOs coming up. That's absolutely amazing. Meanwhile, the Swinub, 9-tails and the Sylveon, they have to move forward, and eventually they are trying their level best to go for the goals. Swinub is going to score another set of +4. That's amazing. Godstain is trying their level best to be chaotic, but Lucario gets taken down at the same instance. Mime comes up with a shield. The barriers are coming up. 9-tails gets confirmed at that same instance. On the other corner, the TP back situation is also going to be there, but 9-tails was KO'd, so that is why this particular Pokemon once again comes from the base region. And in the bottom lane, I believe Divine is going to be the one who is trying his level best to farm and get as many farming points as possible so that he can evolve. But look at that, Spin Up goes in for another set of 7 goals.
Oh, well, with that, Team SATL just, going slow and steady at this moment. But, already at the Pillar Swine stage, they have focused more on the evolutions. And once again, look at that, a Mama Swine would come up at any given moment, as a KO has already come in from the side of Team SATL. 3 of the Pokemons actually adding those points, and now they have the lead. It's all about the waiting for the right time. But then Mr. Mime, just one single attack, and it was either Swinub or 9-tails. Yes, it was 9-tails which actually got KO'd with one single move. So again, the levels also need to be out there, to match up the levels of the opponent and then actually go in with the attacks. Look at that. It's a huge cluster out there in the bottom lane.
In the bottom lane, the Ruckus is there, as I said, Mridul, that we have got a huge contestment coming up, but eventually the Pupita was able to find a beautiful cave. That's amazing. We are waiting for the Tyrant Tower for the moment. Regice is there, and the question is, which team is going to pick it up? Oh, the Solar Beam coming from the Muse corner was absolutely amazing, and with that, the Pillow Swine gets taken down. Another set of Pokemons coming from SATL might actually go down. 9-tails, look at it, it's HP. He tries to fall back, and he's pretty much successful in it, which is good enough. If we talk about Scepter, he's also not looking that sharp. He has to fall back, get the Wild Berry, so that they can actually come back with some more strong competition. But Sylveon gets connected with a beautiful shot of Solar Beam. That was amazing. Now Regia is still trying its level best to be precise, be a little bit more chaotic and eventually get the blows done. But on the other corner, Unites are something which is getting used, but it was 9-tails who get confirmed by the Azumarill.
Oh, well, when you talk about the bottom lane, once again, this time it's God's Reign getting those KOs on Team SATL. A KO streak coming in from Mr. Mime as he gets a knockout on that Pillar Swine, and with that, once again maintaining it, 9-tails gets that revenge. At last, God's Reign would be adding that Reggie into their hands, taking down that Reggie. And on the top lane, the Regieleki is still left open, to be conquered by either the Pillar Swine or that Lucario. Oh, look at the bottom lane. Once again, they have the shields available with them. That's the shields that, the Reggie has provided to the team. And once again, oh no. We see that the KOs are still going to land on the halves of Team SATL, and they have been pushed back.
Indeed, the KOs are actually for sure going to be there, but in order to survive from those chaos, I guess the people had to fall back, and eventually, yes, the falling back situation came in. And you can already see from team SA12, we have got Tanatar with more than 40 points, with close to 40 points to be precise in his favor. 40 goals he can dunk, and same goes for the Azumarill as well. But the main focus for team Watson is there for the evolution. Look at that, Azumarill is at level 10, and there is no one who is actually close to level 10 in team SA12 right now. So definitely SA12 has to work on that perspective, that they have to evolve as fast as is possible so that they can come back stronger. Tanatar tries to wreak the havoc on the Azumarill but fails to do so. Lucario is actually there on that corner, particularly on the top lane. You can see that Mew comes up with the solar beam, fails to connect, but then again the Elder Goss, look at his HP, for sure gonna get KO'd, and it's Azumarill who sweeps in the KO.
Oh well, with that we have the Mamoswine and the Tyranitar. So SA12 actually looking in forward with the evolutions, and oh wait for it, you know, SA12 right now focused on the build up. Well, on the top lane you see that how Ninetales is getting those KOs back to back, and Mamoswine coming up with a huge damage, and now it's going to be Tyranitar causing a huge destruction. Yes, Mamoswine gets KO'd, but Tyranitar adds a Reggie to the team. It's now the time that on the top lane, SA12 goes in with might. Actually, the top lane securer for the team gets the top lane for the team.
Oh man, indeed, the top lane has been secured at this point. Look at that, the score coming from SA12 is 119, that's good enough. But Godsend counters back, answers back with a goal of Mew, and that actually was able to help them with plus 24 points in their favor. That's amazing. On the other corner, in the bottom lane, you can see that the solar beams comes in, the shields was able to deflect quite a bit. The wild Pokemons are the one which are actually getting the questioned. But look at the pillows, look at the Mamoswine to be precise. He comes in with the Unite move, comes in with the thumping damage, but fails to connect a lot of Pokemons, and eventually with that you can see that he had to fall back. But on the other corner, if we talk about Mew, tries to actually farm out the Registeel so that they can get the advantage. But is it going to be an easy task? Not at all. But all the Pokemons coming from this team known as STL are actually in the bottom lane, and now the KOs are actually going to follow up. And look at that, Might comes in, gets taken down. Meanwhile, Mew was able to take down the Ninetales as well. Well, the KOs are there, but Azumarill steals out the advantage of Registeel. With that, once again, STL is actually on is going to be on the back foot.
Oh well, with that, Azumarill would definitely add a shield to the team, you know, getting that Registeel out. But Mamoswine would be able to take down that Azumarill. With that, Eldegoss, yes, definitely, you know, wanting to provide a lot of support. Just moving around, Tensai needs to add up more to the team, because Mr. Mime once again would be taking it. And on the other side, you see that SA12 is in for the goals adding, and now they are at 192. Waited for it, made a build up, and now KO streaks coming in from the Tyranitar. Look at that, the action is still remaining for team SA12, but God's Reign not much behind, you know. At any given time, they could still match up the scoreline of SA12 and be equalized to them.
But indeed, at this point, I believe the competition is one thing which is looking a bit more stronger. Look at that, just 10 more seconds to go. We also have the Reggie on top. That's going to be Reggie Eliki. If anybody focuses on the Reggie Eliki, it can give a straight up advantage. But in the mid lane, as you can see that in the legendary pit, there are two Pokemons which are trying to hide. And look at that, Lucario tries to actually go and try to create a ruckus, but eventually he fails to do so. His position was also revealed. Tanatar, the Might, is also going to go on the top lane so that he can score the goal. And that could be a great approach, to be honest. But eventually his focus gets shifted. He's trying his level best to go in the mid lane and the mid pit, to be precise, in the legendary pit, so that he can actually get a little bit more of the KOs. But SA12, they have to actually go with this strategy as well, so that they can come back a little bit more stronger with some good goals. If they have the goal advantage, that can easily help them quite a bit. But at this point, you can see that the ruckus is for real. Team SA12 is the one which is leading the charts. And meanwhile, if we talk about the timers, that is something which is going to help quite a bit. Well, Tanatar still in the top of that mid lane. But if we talk about Ninetales, well, that is the Pokemon which is guarding the bottom lane goal zone.
Oh well, when you talk about team SA12 right now, they're good with the defense that they always talk about, but then how much of defense can a Mamoswine provide? Because again, also busy to provide a lot of damage. Look at that, the growls coming in. God's Reign is just running away from the legendary pit. SA12 is emptying it out with the Unite moves that they're available with. Once again, right now, SA12 wants to get that Rayquaza. Tyranitar is helping a lot to the team and being the damage causing. Oh, Mamoswine gets that busy. A timer set on those Pokemons. 2 of the Pokemons, 3 of the Pokemons not available. All in the hands of Mew. Needs to hold while they already get the Rayquaza in their hands. Mew and a Mr. Mime might be in the end that they would be able to take down the Rayquaza. No! S8UL is going to put a stop on God's Reign. Unbeatable, they're going in with the Rayquaza shield and with the pointers available, just running towards the goalposts.
Look at that, the goal zones are getting destroyed. 392 points coming from Team SHL, and they are looking forward to score more in the basic, in the mid lane to be precise, in the mid goal zone, the base one to be precise. So definitely looking forward to see what happens. And look at Might, even after getting the 100 goals done, he is actually trying to scavenge for more and more EOS energy so that he can turn down that as well. And this is a great strategy coming from Might's corner, because he knows that every single goal is going to bump his head-to-head battle as well. And apart from that, the chances of winning, 602 points coming from the corner. I believe they can go for the 700, but let's see. 600 is not a small embarkment, to be actually precise. But at this point, look at that. Goldstein in the last few seconds was able to give quite a few KO. Sylveon comes up with the KO of Mew, but the deal is already done. It's Goldstein, which was at the bottom of the chart, and eventually it's SATUL bags out once again. To be honest, the momentum that they've got after beating the Marcos Gaming is absolutely amazing.
Oh, well, once again, look at the struggle of Mike, just waiting for the fist bumps again. Missing out on it. Darbari was there at the position where we see right now Tensai, but then leaving it all, the struggle of Mike, it's on the other side. But right now, the struggling ones are going to be Team God's Reign, which have just launched, the round number 1 against Team God's Reign. When you talk about the positions that SATUL had, they had it all calculated. Calculated is definitely going to be that word in my mind, because everything was calculated. Even if God's Reign was leading to in the very first 4 minutes, where SATUL was busy just farming up things, evaluating, making up strategies, how to conquer the top lane and at what time, and how to conquer the bottom lane and at what time, how to stop God's Reign from the legendary from the legendary pit for 2 minutes straight. Everything was calculated from the side of Team SATUL. God's Reign, definitely a great position from their side, where Scepter and Vixen and Divine, these three added a lot for the team, made a good consistent performance. But in the end, it was SATUL getting the Rayquaza, and everything was in their favor.
Well, indeed, the way they were able to get the KOs done eventually, for a few seconds, I thought might actually go for the top lane goal zone, but eventually Mike knew that his team demands his presence, because he's the one which can actually pack out quite a few damages. And look at the levels of these guys. 15 is the one which is going to be the level of Tyranitar, which is absolutely amazing. When it comes to Team Godstain, there is nobody even close to having the 15 level. But in the start, I believe it was Team Godstain which was having the higher level of Pokemons. But if the graph comes in, you can already see from the start it was Godstain which was trying to be the one which was setting the scores, and eventually Team SATUL was able to just capsize on it. But after 7-minute marker, SATUL was like, enough is enough, now we are going to set our own scores, and with that they were able to score 192, and 143 was the number of Team Godstain. And after that, actually, the performance coming from Team SHL was absolutely on par. In, I believe, 8 minutes and 20 seconds, the Rayquaza was in their favor, and SHL was able to get 602 points. Meanwhile, Goldstein 143 from the corner. Absolutely, we love them, but no doubt at this point, I guess the performance which we wanted from Goldstein is not coming up. Tyranitar and Might, they are one in all, and this is the guy who is becoming the player of the game.
The pick of Tyranitar just working straight in the hands of SHL. Well, this is the team which bans the Tyranitar for the opponent. This time they didn't do so, but again, to actually talk about the whole situations, a Dodroban was out there, and definitely it helped Team SHL a lot, because they were focusing on actually getting the Rayquaza and then ending the game. 104,820 damage, 8,000 plus of HP recovered, 8 knockouts, 7 assists, 261 goal points secured. A mighty performance. Definitely a fist bump to you, man.
Well, definitely a beautiful performance coming from Might's corner. Looking forward to see what Godstain is going to do. Well, absolutely having 143 points is something which is not the game style that Godstain loves to play with. But eventually, if we talk about this day particularly, 24 December is not the day. They are actually trying to, not the day where their performance is trying to outshine the enemy, because In
Yeah.
the first three matches, if I talk about in front of Revenant Esports, things were not that favorable for them. Eventually, the only round that they won, they had the buffer of only 15 to 16 points. That's all they had as a buffer. And after that, if I talk about Team SHL, the 3-0 coming from the corner against Marcos
Yeah.
Gaming, it's already a statement delivered that we are not here to mess around. We are here to become the champion. We are here to face our Revenant Esports and maybe even crush them at this point, because we have to see what happens whenever the best of seven comes in. Then I believe we might actually get a closure, or we might actually get a insight on that particular fact that what will happen. And for now, just telling you guys or speculating about SETL being in the grand finals is something which we should not do, because Godstrain, they're known to actually give the comeback. But SETL is the one team which I would love to coin out as the redemption champions, because in the past, in those 8 days, 8 or 9 days of the stage one, national playoff stage one, and in the 4 days of stage two, national playoff stage two to be precise, SETL was the only team which was able to give the harshest comeback which was required. And in the, let's say, last few seconds, they were able to capsize quite a bit, and today also they did the same. Score was not that high. 193 was the point that was there from the corner of SHL, and Godstrain had only 143. But still, at the last, I believe, 8 minutes and 20 seconds of marker, what happened? That SHL was able to capsize on the request after giving quite a few KOs to Godstrain, and then Godstrain was unable to do anything because they were not present. They were waiting for their respawn to be done. Then they will be able to bounce back. But before that, all the injuries were done. All the chaoses were over. 602 is what Godstrain was able to do.
You know, it looked like a script that SA2UL was reading throughout the game. They had the script ready, and when they were actually acting along all the dots got connected one to one. Connecting the dots and actually landing everything right is what a team requires when they have the strategies in their mind and actually, performing them in the arena. If you talk about Team God's Reign, they have the caliber. We know they have the caliber. They are one of the best teams of India right now standing on the LAN stage. And definitely these four teams, if we talk about, these are going to be the four teams representing us in the Asia Championship. So Asia Championship is the next level where these teams are looking out for. Definitely a prize pool is out there. Winning the LAN and having the bragging rights, as you always say, of being the champions of the Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. After many stages, national playoffs, the playoff stages, semi-finals, different set of rounds, upper brackets, lower brackets, every other thing you talk about Raider, we are in the last of the games. And when you talk about the second game, just right on the corner, Team SA12 once again have picked up a good lead and a great head start for them. The momentum that they continue from the last game, right now they just need to land upon it, and we go towards the Vito screen as we are live here with the draft picks. Bans already have come up. A Dodrio ban coming in from the side of God's Reign, and a Tyranitar ban from SA12. So again, we have used it, now you cannot. And a Dodrio ban, for the steals, actually, that Team God's Reign is looking for.
From Godstrain perspective, I'm still missing a speedster. So let's see what happens eventually in this match. Is it going to be a speedster approach coming from the corner? If we talk about SHL, we have never seen them using a lot of speedsters. So definitely that is not my speculation for this team. But if we talk about the approach for now, we've got an all-rounder which is known as Azumaril, which was quite chaotic in the last one to be precise. But now, if we talk about the Bari YT, he's actually going to go with the Mew. And for Tensai, I believe we have got the Snorlax, the defender for the team. And if we talk about Godstrain, one supporter, one defender is already allocated. With that, all-rounder is actually going to get confirmed. That's Lucario for you guys. Meanwhile, we also are going to get a Venusaur. That's absolutely amazing. This is a different Pokemon that we were not able to see today.
Oh, indeed. Looking on those lineups and actually just focusing on how the teams are actually going to win it. Raider, I am also going to, talk about the strategies right now we're waiting for. Once again, it is going to be God's Reign going in for a Venusaur, a Lucario coming in, and a Delphox being chosen. Now, the final preparation phase is what we are going to talk about, and then we are going to be clear about how the game is going to be like.
At this moment, SA2 is the one team which is not having even a single supporter to be precise. So that's something which is making me worried. But they have got the tanker, they have got the Snorlax to be precise. Nobody can stand tall in front of this guy, particularly if the shield comes in, if those stuns are actually going to be there, if those splashes are going to be there. Definitely Snorlax can be one Pokemon which can easily turn down quite a few things in the whole scenario. Apart from that, if we talk about God's Reign, they have got their supporter, and when it comes to team known as SATL, they've got the double attacker, double all-rounder type of approach with one defensive Pokemon in their favor. So looking forward to see how SATL is going to enact in this point, because Mew, again, solar beams are absolutely credential, and eventually it is quite helpful to steal out the KOs and get the Rayquazas in your favor at the last seconds. Eventually, even if you are this last man standing from your team, particularly, you can hide in the grasses and maybe come up with that unite move with the solar beam and steal out the Rayquaza in the last few seconds. But then again, it's a squishy one, so have to survive quite a bit.
Indeed, when you talk about all these positions, Raider, we also need to talk about how everything came into the hands of Team SATUL. Once again, right now, if you talk about the lineups getting chosen, I am once again confused why, a Delphox is also coming in. Yes, the KOs would be added. Yes, the damage would be done from the side of God's Reign. But then, when you talk about the whole lineup, these experiments can either go in your way or the other team's way. It can either get you to the victory stage or either you're going to go all down. So again, experiments coming in at the very end of the moments. Definitely these are the teams which are actually opting in for it, and all we wait for is for the next game to arrive. We are waiting for, once again, is it going to be SATL making it a 2-0, or either we are going to see God's Reign coming up with a 1-1.
Godsend might actually come back with a strong game in their favor and eventually showcase us that they still have got it, because in the playoffs, I believe Godsend was the one team we were fearing quite a lot. Every single team was trying to actually vouch for that particular team, that they are the one which is quite chaotic. But when it comes to the grand stage, I believe teams like SATL and Revenant Esports, which was just trying their level best to hide out their strategies, now they are coming up. Now they are showcasing their strategies. Now they are showcasing their talent, that we were there in the competition. You didn't saw us because we didn't want you to saw us. We don't want that any team wants to analyze or steal our strategies or make us predictable, to be precise. So that's what SATL did, that's what Revenant did, and that's what even Marcos did. Marcos had a very strong competition, to be precise, from the stage 2, and that's how they were able to be in this finale type of stage. But eventually, if we talk about Marcos Gaming, they are the one which is having the 4th position in their favor. A huge prize pool, the huge chunk of that prize pool is also going to go from in their hands. But then again, being the champion is actually something every single team wanted to actually go with. But at this point, only one is actually going to go there. 3 teams are remaining. It's God's Reign versus SATL at this point. The team which is going to win is going to face off Team Revenant Esports, and the one which is going to lose is going to go in the second runner-up position, or should I say the 3rd position of this particular tournament, and they will get again a significant amount of the prize pool. But let's see what happens, how this approach that SATL is trying to build, how this uncertainty of the attacks coming from SATL are going to help them. Because if I talk about Godstrain, their approach is pretty much conventional. The only thing missing is going to be the speedster, and I believe speedsters only come in from Godstrain's corner when it's high time, when they know that now we have to do it, otherwise we are going to get out of the equation. So then the speedsters might actually come in from the corner.
Oh, well, when you talk about both of these teams, definitely the speedsters matter a lot. But we have seen a double all-rounder strategy also landing in from either of the teams. And today, on the day of Grand Finals, Raider, I have witnessed that the duo combination of Lucario and Azumarill is also landing out for most of the teams. How well they are going to maintain the whole streak out there, and then an addition of Mr. Mime or either, any other Pokemon that you're going to choose from your side. Again, a trio gets formed up when you have a Mr. Mime with this deadly duo. So again, if you want the points table to be running, we already saw that from God's Reign, but still in the end SATL mattered a lot and looked forward to maintaining that consistent growth. While on the side of God's Reign, right now the strategies needs to be revived up, because SATL also have their homework done. They have been playing against each other from a long time, either the upper brackets or lower brackets, or either the national playoffs. They know what kind of strategies each and every teams actually pick up for. And right now at this stage, one single mistake and everything can go down.
Indeed, a single mistake can actually turn down quite a few things. Being the champion or being the glorious one of having the championship in your favor is going to be out of the equation. So definitely looking forward to see what happens and how the impact is going to get established at this point. The only thing matters is going to be the right calls, is going to be the right Pokemons, is going to be the right bans. Well, we have seen the pick phase, we have seen which are the Pokemons that have been chosen, which are the Pokemons which have been banned, and SATL from their corners Tyranitar banned because they knew what kind of potential that Pokemon can unlock. So that is why they were able to ban it out. And from the other corner, Godsrain, they're stuck with Dodrio because they also know that Dodrio is one of those Pokemons whose each single head can easily go ahead and score quite a few points. So definitely they don't want to actually go with that Pokemon, so that if the enemy has that Pokemon particularly, he can easily come back with the advantage of that. He can easily sweep in and get a lot of KOs and get a lot of goals done, and he can sneak behind the enemy line and gets the goals done. So definitely there is a huge advantage of having Dodrio. Other speedsters are got good enough, but Dodrio is one of those speedsters which is absolutely amazing. Whenever you think of a speedster, Dodrio is the one Pokemon that you actually go with. On the other corner, Godsrain, and if I talk about Tensai, the Snorlax, he's getting punched and beaten up quite a bit.
Well. With that, we see that actually it's going to be God's Reign getting a lot of points on their side. If we talk about Team SATL right now, yes, more and more points would be added from their side. But look at Team SATL. Oh, once again, they are actually looking into, just being stable and actually maintain more and more points from the side of Azumarill. Mew is in for the attacking side, so neither to care for that, and it's Snorlax just lying around, in the arena. Get me the damage that you want to give it to my team. Snorlax is available, was banned in the game number 1. So again, a good strategy would be made, and as Mew gets a KO, Team SATL would be pushing in the top lane.
They're trying their level best to configure that how the performance should be there. The Gardevoir is yet to evolve, so definitely that evolution is something everybody is trying their level best to crave for. They are trying to farm the wild Pokemons, meanwhile getting the XPs as well, so that they can level up as fast as possible. Look at that. If we talk about the top lane, we've got Vixen, the Lucario trying to fight back. The Azumarill comes in, tries to deliver a lot of damage, but eventually there was 2 wild berries. Both of them gets 1 each, and with that their HP is pretty much back to normal. On the other corner, the KO comes in. Snorlax once again gets taken on. I believe Snorlax has been taken on 3 times in the start. I believe 2 minutes have not passed, and Snorlax have been KO'd 3 times. I don't know what is actually happening to Tensai, or what he's actually having an approach like. Maybe Tensai is just trying to ease off the competition from Godsrain's mind that, yeah, this Snorlax is not something you have to be worried about, and eventually when that Snorlax is going to get evolved or the time is right, I believe that is the only Pokemon which is going to mess around quite a bit. But the Snorlax, apart from that, we have got another defender coming from Team Godsrain's corner, and it was able to take out the Blissey.
Yes, again, the strategies are once again going to land in the hands of Team Godsrain. Look at them. Yes, they are going to face a lot of damage from the side of SATL. And as I talk about that, Mew just runs straight over and actually picks out the Ivysaur right now, not in the Venusaur stage, and is vulnerable at this moment. 30 points added, and SATL now pick up the lead. More 10 seconds remaining, and then they would be having the chance of getting those Reggies into their favor.
At this moment, the performance that is coming from Team SATL is looking quite sharp, because in the initial stages, their players were getting KO'd. The Tensai guy was actually getting KO'd quite a few momentums, but eventually, look at that. Now their goals is looking a little bit more favorable, as it was looking in the first rounds, to be precise. But the Gardevoir goes in, tries to actually take down the Regirock, but the concern is that the enemy is also going to be there, lurking around in the corners. The Piloswine is there. Oh, look at that. The shield was able to deflect him quite a bit, but the Petal Dance also comes in, and the advantage goes in the favor of Team SATL, which is absolutely amazing. These are the let's say minute advantages that SATL wants to go with, and with that advantage, look at that, they're already trying to put a pressure, and one more guy is going to get taken down. The tanker for the team, that's the Swinub, I believe. That's the Piloswine, to be precise, also gets taken down by the Gardevoir. That's good enough. Team SATL trying to outperform every single strategy that this team is particularly trying to build, but the Petal Dance is something I'm actually worried about. The Solar Beams are also coming up from Mew's corner, and Venusaur might actually get KO'd, and yes, of course, might is not going to be the answer. It's for sure the KO coming up from the SATL's corner. 146 points and 50 is what Godsrain is stuck at.
Oh, well, when you talk about Team SATL right now, Raider, Team SATL, yes, definitely they have picked up a huge lead out here. I would say a huge lead, because again, this is the time where SATL focuses on, the evolution stage. But then 5 minutes are now going to be over. it's only the Gardevoir that wanted to be evaluated and passed down the whole 2 stages, and now is the Gardevoir itself. But again, on the other side, you still have a Piloswine. A Piloswine needs to be a Mamoswine right now at any given moment, because the Reggie
Snorlax
might just come in into the favor of Snorlax. And with that, S8UL is going to have the top lane cleared out. It is going to be Might once again. The mightiest Might, the top lane champion, always knows what to do in the top lane. And just going in with the Tensai. Look at that, the Blissey actually taking down the Venusaur. And the goalpost is empty. Want to save it for sure. The time would not be provided.
Look at Tensai, how beautifully he's just trying to corner around every single guy from Team Godsend, and they are pretty much successful in it. But then again, the KO comes in. That was Piloswine who was able to take him down, but the Delphox also gets taken down by the Gardevoir. Goal zone is something which is going to be one thing which might turn down quite a few things. 226 points coming from the corner of Team S12. The bottom two goal zones to be precise, have been destroyed. That's absolutely amazing. The top goal zones is something now S12 is trying to actually put their sights on. And never talk about from Godsend's corner. Everybody is just trying their level best to a little bit be defensive. 12 is the level of Gardevoir, which is absolutely amazing. That attacker has to be of that level so that he can punch down quite a few things. And on the other corner, if we talk about Team Godsend, from their corner, the highest level that they've reached is going to be 11, and that's for Lucario, the all-rounder for the team. Now the focus is on Registeel, and I believe Registeel is going to get stolen soon enough. The Petal Dance also comes in, but Gardevoir was able to take it out. That's amazing. SHL once again gets the advantage. The Firecrackers are actually going to be there.
At last, look at that. A streak of confusions forming up from the side of Team S8UL. At a time, they were at top lane. Now they are at bottom lane. Got the Registeel, got the Regieleki, and just all in to, hold the legendary pit. What are they actually looking in for? They have the shields. They have everything with them. S8UL also has the lead. But right now they want the top lane, and Might is fighting for it with that Azumarill, converting some good more HP for the team and then actually waiting for the team to arrive. So that is how he is available for the team. And now, just looking in for that Regieleki. Oh no, God's Rain might actually steal it. The Mamoswine once again causing the damage. But Mew comes in the end, and the dreams of getting one single Reggie also shattered, and now here it comes. A chaos streak of 3. The top lane is empty. Just go and secure the goals.
And yes, of course, the top lane goal zone is also one of those goal zones which is going to get destroyed, and exactly that's what happened. 423 is the point from S8UL. Now what S8UL has to do is always be defensive and eventually beat down Godsend in terms of their gameplay, in terms of their action. And if Godsend is not going to get the Rayquaza, then I believe things will be more favorable for Team S8UL, because at this point S8UL, they have actually got the lead of more than 350 points in their favor, which is absolutely mesmerizing to be precise. The only thing that is making me worried is the advantage of Rayquaza. If Godsend is able to steal it, Team S8UL will have a hard time to counter with it.
Oh, look at Team S8UL right now. 423 points on the chart, while it's just 60 points for God's Rain. On the bottom lane, as you see, and going in from the mid lane, we see that God's Rain been pushed back. The legend repeat is also not available for them. The last 10 seconds where the Rayquaza is also going to arrive. Mamoswine trying to do the wonders for the team. The Azumarill might just go down, but again just leaks out of the spot at the perfect given time. Once again, right now Snorlax needs to be available with the Unite move. Even the Azumarill requires the Unite move to actually get that Rayquaza down, or either it might be a steal from the Delphox or the Mamoswine to get that Rayquaza into the favor of God's Rain. But S8UL, if they actually touch that 500 point mark, it might be still a chance that even after getting the Rayquaza, God's Rain won't be able to do much of the damage. Now 1 minute to be wasted from the side of Team S8UL on God's Rain, and they would be having the victory. The Mamoswine goes down. Gardevoir does the wonder, and Mamoswine actually needs to wait for 15 more seconds, while Gardevoir gets a chaos peak of 3 the last 1 minute, and S8UL is the only team standing at the legendary pit. A Delphox comes in and takes down Gardevoir.
Oh man, the little fox was able to steal out Two good KOs, that's absolutely amazing. The Snorlax also comes in with the thumping damage. Now he's actually going to put down the shield. The Solar Beam comes in, that's good enough. Omen is not looking at a very good stance, and look at that. Omen faces the wrath of Team SHL, and with that, Team SHL was able to survive quite a bit. 49 seconds more to go. Izumeral is not looking that good. Look at that, he's trying his level best to stand around, but it's Meryl. It's Izumeral who was able to seal down the Rayquaza, and with that, once again, it's SHL getting the advantage of it. Nobody is going to get in front of them. Aldegos goes in for the goal scoring, but I believe Snorlax could be the one which is going to counter it. And yes, the counter comes in. 60 points is what Team Goldstein is having. This is a very bad match for Team Goldstein, to be precise, if they are unable to score even 100.
Oh, well. But look at Team SATL getting that Rayquaza, having everything in their hands right now. Even if they don't secure those 100 points, Snorlax won't leave it. He had those points and definitely would be adding it for the team. Would be KO'd for sure by Delphox. Delphox once again, added a lot in the legendary pit, added those KOs, more 26 points added before the time was up. But it's a 2-0. And look at SC12 just celebrating everything for themselves. And at last, Might gets that fist bump from Darbari.
Oh man, indeed a beautiful performance, no doubt in that. The way they were able to circumcise and get everything in their favor was absolutely amazing. Now they are actually going to move on to the another desk where Godson is going to replace them. On the other corner, if we talk about Team SATL, a beautiful performance indeed. A one prudent performance that we were waiting from Team SATL. They came back from the start till the end. They were the one consistent, they were the one aggressive, and it is really a bad side to watch a team like Godsrain, a team who has the capabilities which Godsrain can actually show, but they are still unable to score even triple digits in their favor. Look at the score, 60. That's all they have got. SATL is actually at the lead of if I'm not wrong, 647 points or so.
637 points of lead that SATL has got, and look at Might, 228 points added. But why is Tensai still the, MVP? The amount of assist this guy has holded for the team. Every other KO that the team SATL has got, Might has always had some or the other, performance and, some or the other contribution from his side. When you talk about Darbari coming in with that Blissey, and actually, the Blissey also added a lot for the team. But then, for me, at the legendary pit, it was Cursed, and before that, at the top lane, it was Might, changing the whole pace of the game, having 60,000 plus damage, actually getting the KO streaks. You can get KO streaks throughout the game every other time you want, but then, when you actually require them, it was the top lane, and at the other moment, it was the legendary pit where Mamoswine could have actually got the game for God's Reign. But then, it would have been a great defense from the side of Team SATL. At last, it's SATL with a huge lead victory. And now they're on for another clean sweep. That is what they're looking for. God's Reign, they had a good start. After that, they were at 60 and never left it.
Well, at this point, I'm worried for Revenant Esports. What if SATL is going to qualify for the Grand Finals and then SATL is going to crush down Team Revenant just like the way they are doing Godstream? That would be absolutely amazing to watch. SATL was one of those teams, to be honest, which I thought is a team which loves to play around and eventually is known to be a little bit more passive, go with the points like 500 or 600 points in their favor. But this kind of domination, straight up a domination of 637 points, well, I'm actually fearful at this point for teams like Revenant and Godstone as well. I don't know what will happen, but eventually Tensai is the one with that Snorlax. Look at that. Midul, we were talking about the fact that Snorlax was getting KO'd 3 or 4 times in the first 2 minutes. But it was a strategy. It was a deception that this guy was trying to create, that I'm a very vulnerable Pokemon. I don't know how to play with Snorlax. You can easily take me down. But after that, what happened? His shields, his thumping damages, every now and then was able to steal the Rayquaza, steal the Regielekis and Registeals and the Regi's Ices in his favor. So definitely Tensai was quite a bit, let's say, successful in terms of the deception that he created, in terms of the strategies that he was able to build out. Although the knockouts was not that much, but eventually if we talk about the assists, 36,000 is the damage that this guy was able to uphold. So no questions from my corner that Tensai or the pick of Snorlax was absolutely prudent for the team.
Oh, well. Now, Raider, we also need to talk about just one thing out here. And that is going to be, can SATL once again have a 3-0 on the scoreline. The biggest question that the audience will also have, and even us as casters, all we root for is a 3-0. But can Godsend actually come back? Because again, they need to take that revenge from Revenant Esports and actually once again fight them as the grand finalist of Pokemon Unite India Open 2022.
In order to reach at that stage, taking the revenge from Revenant Esports, well, the competition is something which is not going to be that easy. For the first time, I believe in this particular LAN event day, we are also going to see the highlights very soon, which will showcase us that those glorious moments, to be precise, coming from SATL's corner, that what happened and eventually how the game was converted. So moving onwards, I believe the highlights will come in very soon for you guys as well. And there we go, the highlights are here. Look at how beautiful Mew, Snorlax, and look at that. This is the moment. Snorlax goes in with the thumping damage and steals out the Regieleki. And although the Regieleki was not looking that favorable for Team SATL, they got the advantage of that. Apart from that, when the KO comes in, Snorlax was also getting KO'd quite a few times, but the only thing that was consistent, look at that, now how beautifully he was able to stun down the Elder God so that he won't be able to provide the support for the team. Although he gets repaid by the KO coming from Piloswine, but that was not significant, that was not enough. Look at that, the Firecracker came in, the Darbari, to be precise, coming from Team Soul's SATL's corner was absolutely on point. Wild Berries having the right advantages and picking up the right timing. Look at that. Again, the thumping damage will come in. And look at that. How beautifully those Regis were in the favor of Team SATL.
Oh, again, when you talk about the positions of Team SATL, they were always leading the whole charge of this game number 2. Even at a single second, if I look forward to this game, I won't be able to say that it might be, a win for the side of Godsend, because, it was only the Rayquaza where Mamoswine could have done the wonders with Delphox if both of the Pokemons were there, in the given time and at the perfect moment. Look at that, it was a KO streak, 2 KO streak coming in, they were at the legendary pet, but then came in the Gardevoir, the mighty Gardevoir. Just 10 seconds were remaining, and after that it was just Gardevoir winning it.
Oh man, the performance absolutely amazing. The last 10 seconds was absolutely quite chaotic, to be precise. I thought for a second that we might see some goals coming from Team Godsend just to actually save their shameful fight at this point eventually, but they were unable to score even a single goal in the last 2 minutes, where everything can turn down, everything could have been in their favor, but the deal is done. The fight is pretty much over. Second round goes in the favor of team known as SATL. A beautiful performance indeed coming from the corner. Once again, the highlights are on loop so that you can actually check out what happened and how it happened.
Oh, well, look at that. Yes, again, once again, if we actually talk about the game, how Regis were conquered, once again, focusing a lot on the Regis, SATL always wants each and every position from the game, Raider. Everything that you can take out from a game, SATL wants it, has the hunger for that, and gets that. That is how the how they actually convert it. That is how the conversion that SATL has was the word I was actually finding for. That is how SATL actually finds the conversion, and then after finding that conversion, just maintains onto that. Either you actually find that whole path, or you follow it is always a question, because again, when we see teams actually picking up Regis and even picking the Rayquaza, but they still lose out on the game. So that is where actually you need to tackle Team SATL. Once again, SATL know that they can just be confident with the last of the minutes, but in this game they picked it up from the very start, where Godsend had a lead for the first 2 minutes, and after that it was Godsend which could not even tackle SATL for even 10 points.
Well, it was a role reversal for me, because Godsend is the one team which is known to set up the score, and SATL is the one team which is known to chase the scores. But eventually, the roles have been reversed. It's a vice versa situation at this point. SATL is the one which was setting up the score, and to be honest, Godsend was not able to even chase the score. So that was something pretty much bad coming from Team Godsend. But we should not lose our hopes, our faith in Godsend, because 3 more rounds to go and they can easily come back quite strong.
Yeah.
Or it could be the same fate that Revenant had in front of Team Godsend, where third round might actually go for the Godsend's favor. And then in the fourth one, once again, SATL could win it and seal the deal. That's exactly what happened in the first BO5 for the day. But moving forward, I believe SATL is the one team which is not trying to copy anyone, not trying to actually just do up a similar type of performance. They are here to make a statement that in all together in the LAN day, we are going to come up with clean sweeps, be it in front of Marcos, be it in front of Godstain, or in front of Revenant as well. We are going to come up with the clean sweeps. Although in front of Revenant, it's going to be a little bit more difficult, to be honest, because Revenant is the one team which was invited before all of this in the Asian Champions League, and eventually they are also trying to play and gel with the South Asian teams of the Pokemon Unite era. So definitely have to look into it. But now the ban phase comes in. Let's see which other two Pokemon is getting banned from each of this corner. Godsend is sitting in the left corner and Esituel is sitting in the orange one. So that's absolutely amazing to see that how the impact is going to be there in the ban phase. I believe one thing which is pretty much secured is going to be Snorlax and Rodrigo. Look at that. Godsend are trying to ban those Pokemons which Esituel is trying to just overcome with.
Well, once again, if right now we also want to talk about how the teams are actually going to go for it. On the other side, when you talk about Pokemon Unite India Open 2022, oh, it is going to be a Snorlax ban coming in from God's Rain on S2L. You cannot pick up that Snorlax, and it is going to be a Dodrio ban from the side of S8UL. Now, an Azumarill logged in. We might see the Lucario coming in at any given moment. Would be transferred that Azumarill for sure, and a Tyranitar. God's Rain, beware of the Tyranitar that God's Rain comes up with. We have seen even in the national playoffs, when we were there in the upper brackets or in the lower brackets, or also in the stages where we had more of the teams. Tyranitar is always and always that Pokemon which in the end can change the whole game for the side.
But when I believe Godsend is trying to pick the Tyranitar, I'm not actually that afraid of Tyranitar coming from Godstein's corner, because if we talk about today's day significantly, the approach by the Tyranitar is not coming out. They are not even able to evolve it as swiftly as the Team Esituel was able to build it out in the first round of this BO5. So definitely looking forward to see what happens. Eventually, if we talk about the approach of Esituel, we have got one supporter for now, and double all-rounder approach is already done. We have got one defensive position as well. Well, if you ban out the Snorlax, the only good approach at that moment is going to be the Slowbro, and that's what comes from the Curse's corner. I believe the shifts are going to be there. Curse might actually go with some other Pokemon, and Tensai is the one who is going to choose or should I say, have the Pokemon known as Slowbro, and exactly that's what happened. Look at that. Tensai is very good when it comes to the defensive Pokemon approach. So definitely he having the defensive Pokemons in his favor is something which was absolutely amazing. Although he could have actually gone for the Mamoswine, but then again, Mamoswine was already picked by the guy from Team Godstain, and he was the first pick. It was the first pick, to be precise, of Godstain. And at this point, all the faces, all the questions are there for Team Godstain, because Esituel, although if they are gonna lose this round particularly, they still have the chance. They still have to actually just get only one match. And if I talk about Team Godstain, what they have to do is start from the scratch, because from now they have to get 3 rounds back to back in their favor in order to win it and be the grand finalist.
Well, we are all warmed up to actually begin with this very game. Either it's going to be S8UL just, finishing it off with a 3-0, or either it's going to be the God's Rain actually making a comeback. Everything, depends in this game. A thumbs up is what we have on the screens, and all we are looking for is the game to begin in no time. And here we go! God's Rain against Team S8UL. The third game. Let's go.
The fight has already been started, and you can already see the Pokemons are trying their level best to farm around and eventually just level up as fast as possible to waste energy from its corner. But look at that, Goal might actually go down quite soon because his HP is not looking that great, and the Larvitar is actually trying to chase him out. The Slowbro also on the other corner is also trying to be a little bit more chaotic, but the goals are done from Team Godstain's corner. But the thing is that Godstain, even if they are able to be chaotic in the first few minutes to be precise, I believe there is a hope, there is a scope, and there is a tenacity and tentativeness coming from Team Esituel that they might actually come back quite stronger after the 2 or 3 minutes marker from this particular fight up. So 1 minute have been passed, and the first KO that comes in was from Team Esituel's corner, and it was the Scyther to be precise, which was taken down.
Oh, well, we also go in once again. The first minute is already over. S8UL and God's Rain actually matching in with the scoreline, but again, they now have a Slowbro with them. Okay, so S8UL actually coming in with that, the Lucario and the Azumarill combo. And on the other hand, we would be having, that Serena actually coming in, or it's that Curlia we talk about. Okay, it's a Gardevoir definitely coming in from the side of God's Rain. But then, Team SA2L right now, 25 points for them. And the Scyther is already up here. And once again, the Curlier gets a kill.
Indeed, a beautiful KOs are coming up at this point. Team Acetul is also having the backlashes, but eventually in the last round, same thing happened. Acetul was receiving quite a few backlashes, but eventually when they came back stronger, it was absolutely amazing. So after the 3 or 4 minute marker, when they have got the, should I say, evolutions done and dusted, I think the things might actually change. Gardevoir on the other corner with 6 level, that's absolutely amazing. 28 EOS energy is there from its corner. That's good enough for one from the corner of SHUL. The only Pokemon which is able to counter that is going to be Mew and Azumarill, because they have got the same sort of level. So it is absolutely amazing. But the Gardevoir is running a little bit more faster. 64 points at this moment. Oh, 76 to be precise. SHUL is having a beautiful lead.
Oh, look at that. Team SA2L actually just, making that mark to 76 Raider. And then once again taking out that lead. Now they would be focusing all their hands on the Regis. Once again, God's Rain would be adding the points because definitely, they have the Pillar Swine available. But Mew takes down the Gardevoir. The support system is right now at question.
Well, indeed, I guess that is the only thing which has to be mattered at this point, that how the support is going to work out for the team and how far this approach is going to help them a lot. If we talk about Ghoul, 17 AS energy from his corner, the Regis are actually at the question, and look at that, the Regis Steel comes in the corner. The advantage of having the Regis Steel is actually something everybody wants to go with, but look at that, the approach is looking quite favorable, and Slowbro was able to steal it out. That's amazing, and with that, now let's see what kind of advantages fight they are actually going to build. The Pillar Swine is something which is going to go down for sure, and yes, the KO comes in. Despite of the solar beams, one thing was pretty much confirmed, that is the KO of Pillar Swine. But God's Rain, their goal zones are now going to get questioned because 82 points are coming up, and that's a 124 for you guys, and that's absolutely amazing. Slowbro comes in with another set of amazing points. With that, if we talk about another Pokemon, Mew, once again backs out another set 33, 30. Plus 30 points coming from the corner as well. Oh, the KOs are getting followed up. Look at that. Now their focus is on the next goal zone. But the only thing that was missing was the AS energy. So they decided that they had to fall back because they don't even have the AS energy. So why to actually pressurize the team and the particular goal zones?
Oh, well, definitely. And it was Azumarill alone at the top lane actually fighting in with the Regieleki. And not even one single Pokemon from God's Rain was actually in that fight. So two of the first of the two Regis actually going in the favor of SA2L. Everything is going in their hand, and now it's just the hard work of next more 5 minutes and 40 seconds to be precise that SA2L would actually win this one. But again, God's Rain this time is really close. One single mistake and they would actually be matching in that score line. Once again, on the other half, Pillar Swine needs to be the Mamoswine right now, whereas I always talk about that, the Pillar Swine needs to be Mamoswine. This statement I have made in each and every game because again, as I see the 5 minute mark, the goosebumps actually shook me off that when is the Mamoswine actually going to come, and I always go on with the same statement. But then when you talk about team SA2L, either not, a Mamoswine, but then again would be adding more 8 and 10 points to the team. Once again, SA2L is leading the charge. Oh, gets that LD Ghost. Scyther would be doing that problem to the team. Lucario comes up and takes on the Gardevoir. Once again, Gardevoir has been, sent back to the base. And the support system right now at question. Once again, when you talk about the attacker being that a ranged attacker that Gardevoir is, Tyranitar right now needs to steal the deal, because again, if Tyranitar is not going to steal the deal, then which Pokemon is going to do so?
The ancient one coming from the Tyranitar was absolutely on point, but the Regi Steel is actually going to be the focus at this moment. You can see that the Eldegoss and the Lucario also comes in the close quarter, and I believe one of the KO will actually get followed up. And yes, the KO comes in. It's Slowbro who is going to seal out. Once again, the advantage goes in the hands of CSTUL. Nobody is going to question the fact that these are the new amazing guys. But if we talk about the Eldegoss, well, of course, that's gonna be taken down. Lucario manages to take out another beautiful Pokemon, and with that, the advantage gets followed up. Let's see what happens to Team STUL at this moment. Why they are trying to be sneaky, I don't know. What is the approach at this moment? Everybody is just trying to scatter around, and the top lane, I believe the focus is going to be there. And with that, look at that. The bottom lane is absolutely empty. And this is the advantage. This is the advantage everybody was waiting for. It seems like at this moment, everybody from the bottom lane is going to go ahead and score the goals. Look at that. Everybody is focused in actually scoring those goals. And yes, the goals are done. Blissey decides to TP back and was successful in it. But with that, 297 points coming from Team SATL, which was absolutely amazing. But the only thing that is going to be a loss for Team SATL is going to be the Reggie Eliki loss. So everybody is going to go TP back themselves so that they can once again bounce back and eventually go for the top lane goal zone. But with that, Godstrain was able to counter quite a bit. 192 points from the corner. That shows that Godstrain is very close to snatching the victory in this round.
Well, wait for it, because SATUL God's Reign actually came up and now is just 100-pointer lead out there. So again, SATUL. Yes, losing out on a Reggie meant that God's Reign would actually be conquering on your position side. So again, they need to be aware of that and actually now would focus on just, do the farming and be available with the Unite moves at the Legendary Pit. That's it.
And meanwhile, you have to actually safeguard your goal zones as well, because if the goal gets done at this moment, things might not actually be that favorable. But we talk about the Azumarill, look at that. He's actually on the top lane just trying to defend it as fast as is possible. But in the bottom lane, we are actually about to see another set of Reggie coming in. So definitely teams are actually focusing on that perspective as well, so that they can actually get the Reggie advantage. And if that advantage comes in, it will be a fruitful one, to be precise. And look at that, just 1 more seconds to go. And there we go. The Reggie Ice is there for now. And Scepter beat, Divine beat, the Omen, everybody is focused on it. And I believe the advantage will follow up for them. And Taratar is the one who is going to get the advantage of this particular scene. And with that, I believe the attacking power is actually going to get boosted up. But let's see how this boost is going to help them, because the damages coming from SATL is not going to stop anytime soon.
Oh, well, look at that. 297 points coming in for Team SATL. And in the last of the minutes, we see that God's Reign is actually looking strong at this moment. 192 points where, oh no, the Reggies are also being lost by Team SATL. Now, at the Legendary Pit, either they just want to hold out God's Reign out of this position, or God's Reign with the Terminator might actually take in the steal.
Oh man, Slowbro is not looking that good. The Unites are actually coming up. Let's see what happens at this moment. The water cannon actually came in, but still, Gardevoir gets out the Eldegoss. It's SATL which is at a loss at this moment. Look at that, teams are getting shattered. SATL Might is also about to go down. And yes, of course, this could be the round where team known as Costin is for sure going to get the advantage. And look at that, yes, the advantage is actually here for them. And Mamoswine was able to help them quite a bit. And with that, the scores are actually going to get countered. And a beautiful comeback coming from the team known as Team Goldstein.
Yes, with that, they're already at the respawns. The points would be added. And when they lost it in the end, it was because of the Gardevoir and the Tyranitar. The whole pace of the game changed in the end. God's Reign, at last, would be pushing this match to the game number 4.
Indeed, the game number 4 is bound to happen for sure. The buffer is definitely significant at this moment, but eventually the KOs are getting followed up once again. Look at that, the Lucario was taken down. Taratar, for the first time from Godstrain's corner, and this day particularly worked out quite beautifully. The Mamoswine also worked out quite charmingly for the team, and this kind of advantage is what we were expecting. And look at that, Taratar once again comes up with the Ancient One and a beautiful KO as well. Two good guys from that particular team were taken down. Another set of goals will actually go down. 746 from Godstrain's corner, and now it's Godstrain who wants to teach who is the real boss.
Oh yeah, definitely. When you actually talk about the whole position out here, Raider, we also see how God's Reign just changed it all. Mamoswine in the end also got a KO streak of 3. But again, a silent celebration. Right now, God's Reign won't be going in for a huge celebration that they actually, had a win against SATL. They just need to be silent, because right now, SATL still have 2 more chances to just, climb upon them and actually take the victory. God's Reign, 3 games back to back, or either they have lost it all.
3 games back to back is not an easy task, to be honest. And at this moment, if I talk about just 2 more games from Team Godstrain is going to be the case, and 1 game from Team SATL is going to be the case. Well, if I talk about Godstrain, they would have actually cherished this victory, but eventually they will remember one thing that happened in front of Revenant Esports, because in front of Revenant Esports they were about to cherish this victory in the 3rd round, to be precise, their first ever victory in this LAN event. And after that, what happened? Revenant came back even stronger in the 4th round, and eventually they were able to capsize their position in the grand finals. So definitely at this moment, Godstrain has to figure out that what they can do, how they can actually come back in the next 2 rounds is going to be the bigger question. Even though they've got one victory, but this victory is not going to bring back the sigh of relief because SATL is looking a little bit more sharper. And the way they were able to perform is absolutely something which was quite chaotic. But SATL, now there is a dent in their feather in the cap because SATL might actually not go with the clean sweeps. If they are able to go for the grand finals, they are actually going to go with 3-1 or 3-2.
854 points. Well, this is the God's reign we saw in the national playoff stage. Raider, this is the God reign, just landing around those 1,000 points, always being so damage causing. Yes, this is the God's reign that you talk about. Well, with that, we move over to the fourth game. We're actually waiting for S8 and SATUL and God's Reign to have a fight once again. Right now, as far as we see God's Reign and SATUL in this match, it was a great teamwork on the side of God's Reign to win it out. SATUL, in the end, it was just the loss at the legendary pit which just took it all from them.
Indeed, if the legendary pit would have been in the favor of Team SATL, and eventually if the buffer would have been a little bit more higher, things would have been a little bit more favorable for Team SATL. So definitely looking forward to see how far this situation will be able to favor them. At this point, if we talk about the graph, you can already see that how beautiful in the playoff stage to double eliminations to be precise. SATL from the start was trying to be a little bit more chaotic, but eventually with that Rayquaza advantage, things changed quite a bit.
With that, right now, we also see that in that graph, SATL was leading. But in the end, the last of the minutes, where SATL is always that team who win in the last of the minutes, couldn't do so because the Mammoth and the Gardevoir did it for the team. At the chaos, perfect timing. And the player of the game is going to be God's Divine as the Mammoth 173 goals, 3 knockouts, 8 assists, and 52,000 plus of damage, 13,000 recovery. God's Divine, amazing performance.
Indeed, a beautiful performance coming from his corner. I guess that's what we expected and that's what we got. So looking forward to see how far this establishment is going to favor this particular team. But the only thing that is missing from God's Reign is going to be the consistency. So let's say, is it going to be a consistent approach from the corner? And if the consistency is not going to be there, things might change quite rapidly because SATL is this close to having the victory. And just one good match. That's all SATL wants. And then they will face off the Revenant.
Well, with that, it's just the start of a comeback. Again, they need to be consistent with it. Just wait for one single mistake of SATL and actually just land upon it. They did this time. But again, the Pokemon switches would also matter, which is the strategy that they would be going on with. And the Mr. Mime pick that you talk about, Marco's Gaming, once again with the Mr. Mime pick was the lesser one. Even in the Eldigos, we saw that Marco's Gaming didn't pick Eldigos much. But when you talk about the Pokemon pick rates, God's Reign is leading with Mr. Mime. They love the Mr. Mime in their hands.
Well, definitely that is a very good supporter to be precise. So definitely they are going to love it. And the only thing that is quite credential at this moment, that God's Reign, even after they were having Mime back and forth in their favor, they were unable to get the advantages. But at this moment, would have to conclude that the Tyranitar was something which changed quite a few things. So looking forward to see what kind of approach is going to be there in the fourth round. And if we talk about Revenant, Mr. Mime pick rates to be precise were 13, and the lowest amount of Mr. Mime pick rates were from Team Marco's Gaming, which was something quite amazing. But Marco's Gaming is now at a loss. Fourth position is what they have to actually go with, and God's Reign, they are about to go with the third position because one good victory is easily going to change everything. From SATL, things are looking a bit more comfortable for them, but after looking at this kind of comeback that God's Reign was able to dish out, things might change for Team SATL as well, because God's Reign might actually back out the back-to-back 3 rounds in their favor, and if that happens, it will be very fruitful.
Well, a lot of things right now going on in my mind right now as we actually talk about both of these teams. Again, SATL, no mistakes. God's Reign, mistakes in the first 2 games, but actually came back in the third game. Right now, God's Reign, a lot of things would be going on in their minds, but then when you talk about SATL, what went wrong? What went wrong for them, One, that at the legendary pit where they're always and always situated and actually had, the position stuttered up, they could not stop the Gardevoir and the Tyranitar combo. In the highlights, we also see that God's Reign and SA2L always and always was so close that in the end, where SA2L actually wanted to have a lead, they couldn't had so again, lead was the difference. So again, SA2L this time might come up with a combination where actually they would be able to add more and more points. Focusing on the highlights, we see that SA2L actually had a lot of lead, but in the end, when they just made it to a 100-pointer lead, it is at that position where they lost the game.
Definitely looking forward to see how the situations will be that much favorable. Eventually, for a brief time of period, we saw SATL trying to lurk in the shadows, trying to hide in the tall grasses. Look at that. This was the moment, if I'm not wrong, where they had the Earth energy and they were just trying to sneak up on them. And I believe at that instance, things changed because Richie Leakey was in the favor of God's Reign, and with that advantage, they were able to take down quite a few Pokemons. And even after getting the TP back situation or teleporting themselves back to the arena and once again trying to be defensive, Team SHL was at a loss in this round.
With that, we see that, the 192 and the 297 point mark, last 3 minutes, Mamoswine, Tyranitar, and Gardevoir. Destruction is the word I have in my mind. Just clear and destruction. Reggie is coming in the hands of God's Reign, and wow. It was a victory, a clean victory for God's Reign after they actually got the Rayquaza. No one could actually stop them.
Indeed, I mean, when you have the Rayquaza advantage, how could you stop? And quite a few times we have seen that Rayquaza advantage is in the favor and then you get countered back. But it only happens when the Pokemons are ready, when the enemy is ready. But look at that, when they had the Rayquaza, nobody from Team SHL was even spawned. So that was something which was absolutely amazing. Once again, the highlights on loop so that you can check out and what happened, how it all initiated in the initial stages, how the thing changed quite a bit. But eventually, every single thing that was as a counter from Team SHL was getting failed in this third round. So let's see what happens in the next one.
With that, we also see that 600 plus points have come up from their position, but then on the other side, we also see that most of the points and most of the positions actually landed in for the Mamoswine. Mamoswine, the last position where it actually got a chaos streak of 3 Raider. That is where, SC12 might have added more 50 or 100, 100 or 150 points. But then that wouldn't have made the difference because it was a difference of 600 plus points where SC12 actually lost again God's Reign. But again, that's the game which is in past. We leave the past behind and all we focus is now in the future.
Let's see what happens in the future. Is it going to be Goldstein who is going to go face off Revenant Esports, or is it going to be some other team known as SHL Esports, which will move on because SHL Esports for now they have got the advantage. Even after losing one good matchup in the third round, it is pretty much safe to say that SHL still have the advantage, still have the pressure on Goldstein that they might actually win the fourth round and go back to fight with Team Revenant to be precise, and maybe become the champion as well. Although becoming a champion is going to be a big question because at that moment it's not a BO5, it's not a BO3, it's not a BO1, or it's not something else. It's a BO7. A long stretch of matches are going to be there. At least 6 to 7 matches are going to be there, I believe, because Revenant Esports are not going to lose that easily. And if I talk about SCTL, they are known to be the redemption champions, so they might actually come back with some good strategies to be precise. But now I guess we are going to move on very soon with the ban phase, and in the ban phase, I guess again the same approach is going to be there of Tyranitar and Otro getting banned. That could be lovely. And yes, exactly that is the approach. So TS Sky Ruins is going to be the battle arena. Godsend sitting in the right corner and Team SHL sitting in the orange one.
With that, we also talk about how at this given time, when you talk about the ban phase, yes, it is going to be Tyranitar ban. SA12 don't want that Tyranitar back into the arena. And on the side of God's Reign, they have banned the Dorio on SA12. To actually make a comeback, SA12 might have needed one. But wait for it. You always have a counter from the side of SA12. Now, we are having those picks from the side of SA12. You have Mamoswine, Lucario and Eldigos already cleared out.
Well, we are ready to see how far this approach is going to go on because honestly, if I talk about the approach of Team Goldstein, that is the one thing which is making me worried because they've got the Snorlax, but eventually, if they are able to use that particular Pokemon as an advantage, then only I guess having their Pokemon will help them quite a bit. Those thumping damages are something which is going to shake the whole arena, I believe. But then again, if the approach is not going to be right, I guess things might change. At the point, if we talk about SATL Esports, we have got the Mamoswan as the defender for the team. We have got Lucario and the Sizer as well with the kind of, let's say, all-runner approach, and the supporter comes in as the Eldegoss, Delphox comes in as the attacker. Gardevoir on the other corner is going to get confirmed, I believe, for Team Quadrine. But the thing that is making me worried is having Mew, a squishy one to be precise.
Oh yeah, with that also on the side we see that all the Pokemons have been logged in, and right now we go to the final preparations phase. In this very final preparations phase, we see that Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. Oh, the preparations are going to be done at any given moment. Look at that. A Delphox on the side of SA12. SA12 now takes the chance in their hands.
Well, indeed, the Delphox has been confirmed. So, hard to look into the fact that how Delphox is going to be an amazing advantage. But at this point, if I talk about Team SATL, they're a little bit more stressed out because they have given the way, they have given the advantage, they have given the kind of, let's say, amazing pressure that they were having on Team Costain. That pressure is actually losing up after the loss of the third round. So, yes, from Costain's corner, if I talk about them, their anticipation is way too high because now they have to strategize a way out of this whole situation and they have to gain as many as points as possible and meanwhile crush down the hopes of Team SHL of winning this whole situation in their favor because the team which is going to win it is going to be facing off the grand finals in front of Team Revenant Esports. And if we talk about the team which is going to lose to be precise, that team will have the second runner position, the third one to be precise. So let's see how the approach is going to get established, what kind of meta is going to get established from Goldstein's corner. And if we talk about the team which is known as SHL, looking a little bit more pacifistic at this moment, but then again the approach is going to be delivered soon enough when we get to see the arena.
And the arena is in front of us. The game number 4, where SA12 might actually go in for the redemption and actually just take it out. A 3-1 and they might be able to win it. But on the other side, when you talk about God's Reign, okay, right now, Raider, God's Reign is going to have that lead, and in front of that, SA12 are actually going to, make 2 more points, 5 more points. They have a different set of lineup where they are actually waiting in for Delphox.
Well. Team SHL 19 points from the corner, and Godsend having 17. Having the right approach, to be honest, is going to be the main meta that Godsend wants to go with. They are trying to be a little bit more strategic, and you can see that their strategies are one thing I'm a little bit more worried about because if Godsend is able to bounce back in this one, things will be a little bit more clearer. But the follow back is actually going to be there. They are completely trying to push back and eventually survive a bit more. With SATL having 19 points, with Godsend having only 17, there's not a lot of buffer, but then again, this buffer is actually more than enough. And look at that, Godsend, one more good Pokemon is getting countered.
With that, we see that SA12 is back in the action with the Scyther, and Eldigos also adding more and more points, and now they're taking 1-on-1s. With that, in those 1-on-1s, we see that SA12 is actually going to go in with some more amount of damage to be dealt. Look at that, 44 points right now. Out here, where it is just 17 in the hands of God's Reign. Can God's Reign actually take this one and, leave the rest of the decision to the 5th game? The question goes on. In the bottom lane, we also see that it is a fight between Lucario and Mr. Mime.
Oh, Gardevoir once again gets confirmed, and look at that, Piloswine was able to take down the Mime as well. Now the goals are going to be there for sure. From the corner of STL, 79 is going to be there, 30, another set of 30 is going to be there, and 109 is what Team STL is having. And if we talk about Goldstein, only 17 points from the corner, but they're still there, they're still trying their level best to struggle around and eventually have as many goals as possible. Look at that, the Piloswine scores another set of +1 goals. That's amazing. Whatever is there, they're just trying to go with it. Delphox, meanwhile, has to fall back, get the wild berries in his favor so that it can repatch and maybe fight back quite stronger.
Oh well, the repatch is also going to be needed from their side. But then again, look at that. God's Reign stuck at 17. 3 minutes done, and now the Regis would be available once again from the side of an opponent team. This time it's going to be alone. The Azumarill fighting in with the Regiliki, while SC2L is focusing on the bottom lane. Either Regi Ice, yes, it is going to be Regi Ice. Already half tagged. SC2L wants it bad.
Well, at this moment, the only thing that is making a concern for me is going to be the chaos that Costain is trying to face. Every now and then they are chaos. Well, if we talk about the Regi's advantage, well, that is also there in the favor of Team SC12. They are going to dunk down as many as goals as possible. Goldstein, they have to fall back. Let's see how far they can go. Look at that. Everybody coming from Team SC12's corner is actually going to push on in these goal zones. Oh, the solar beam comes in. Well, that was absolutely chaotic, but definitely I guess that the advantage was still in the favor of Team SC12. 226 points from the corner, 36 is what Goldstein is having. That's all they've got. 40 points from the corner, that's amazing. 238 points. Team SC12 is still having a beautiful lead, to be precise. I guess there is a lead of close to 200 points.
Yes, with that, we see that, how much of lead Team SC12 has maintained in this game. How Scyther has been that contributing one to the team. Right now, we see that God's Reign would be adding some more 20 points to their board. But again, all going in vain, because with those 5 minutes at mark, once again, a Pokemon and the more important Pokemons who actually matter to get those points for the teams and, actually add up for the team side are not able to do so.
Once again, the advantage of the Regieliki is in the favor of Team SC12. That's quite good enough, but look at those punches getting delivered. This goal zone is actually going to be there quite opened, I believe. But then if we talk about the Sizer, well, that was absolutely an amazing unit move being used. But then again, the advantage was not that much in his favor. The KO comes in and it's Delphox who gets the another beautiful KO. But with that, I believe now the focus of Regieliki is going to be there to just go ahead and dunk down more and more goals. And meanwhile, the Piloswine and the Mamoswine, to be precise, the Mamoswine is there. Gardevoir gets countered, but as you all know, that being in the enemy territory is always going to slow you down. So that's what happened to the Mamoswine. But Mamoswine comes in with the Rampage. Gardevoir is about to go down. Let's see what happens. And yes, Gardevoir was actually taken down. That's absolutely amazing. With that, Mew was able to take down the Eldegoss as well. Fall back, Tensai, or you are going to get countered. And yes, that's what happened. Tensai was taken down. With that, we have to wait for two Pokemons coming from Team SH12 to just respawn. And meanwhile, if we talk about the levels, I guess Delphox and the Sizer is the word. And along with Lucario, I believe, are the three Pokemons which are having the higher amount of level. And if we talk about Team Goldstein, they are still struggling at 10 or 9 levels.
Oh well, with that we also move forward with how Team SA2L is going in with the damage that they have done to the team. God's Reign would actually be taking in that Registeel, but Chaos coming back to back on them. They have to make, a solution out of that, or either it's going to be SA2L just standing and waiting for God's Reign to arrive while they have already, beaten up the Rayquaza.
Oh man, look at that. The goals are getting dunked. Another set of goal zone is going to get destroyed. This is absolutely fruitful. At this moment, 3 goal zones from Goldstein corner has completely been obliterated in the thin air. And if we talk about the approach of Team SH12, look at that. There not even a single goal zone has been destroyed, because the whole score that Goldstein was able to destroy was 52. But with that, I guess Oman was pretty much angry about the fact that I talked about. And now Oman is going to score another set of 40, which is absolutely amazing. The set of 40 points is looking quite good. But Cole has to fall back, get the wild berries in his favor so that he can actually come back a little bit more stronger. But at this moment, the Rampage comes in. Gardevoir might not survive for another fight. And yes, of course, that's what happened. Lucario was able to take him down as a revenge. But on the other corner, it's Sizer who gets the agility once again in the favor. And look at that, another set of goals getting dunked. But nobody has the focus that we also have lost the Regieliki. And look at that on the top lane. It's Team SH12 trying to create a Rampage. But the Lucario gets taken down at the same instance.
Oh, well. With that, we move forward with S8UL. 300 plus points right now. And wait for it, just wait for it, where we see how much of importance God's Reign would be taking in this game. Once again, they look strong in their base. But right now, they're ready with the unite moves. And everyone is just running to the legendary pit.
25 seconds more to go. Then the Rayquaza, the legendary guy, is actually going to get spawned. So looking forward to see what happens in that particular instance. Which is the team which is going to have the advantage of that Rayquaza. Is it going to be Godshin? Because if Godshin gets it, the lead of close to 160 points is not going to cut the deal. And at this moment, if we talk about the situation, I guess Tensai and his teammates are just trying their level best to be a bit more, let's say, advantages of the fact. But on the other corner, Omen might actually go for the 12 level, and yes, the level ups are done. The Mamoswine is surviving and he's hiding out in the whole tall tree grasses. 6 more seconds to go. The Tensai has been figured out that Tensai was actually hiding out in this arena. The supporter approach coming from teams is actually working out quite a bit. But look at that. Tensai is about to go down. The rampage comes in. Who is he going to take down? I believe no KOs were found out at that moment, but eventually the HPs of Tensai is not looking that great. He has to fall back. Go, man. Fall back from this situation. But no, he gets countered at that same moment by the Azumarill. With that, the focus is going to be on the mid lane, and it's going to be the focus of the Legendary Pit and the Rayquaza as well. The solar beams are coming up, but not that significant to be precise.
Well, it is about the last 1.5 minute where SA2L need to be back really, early, because again, it would be Rayquaza going down once again. Chaos coming in from Snorlax. They are already at the Legendary Pit. Can they be beaten up? Because again, if the Rayquaza goes down, it is going to be a huge backlash to SA2L, where they could have got the victory right now in this game. But again, the last minute out here. Once again, Godsend is going for it. And the Scyther is available for that victory, but again, would be going back to the pace. Not alone, can't do the wonder, could not do the wonder, and Rayquaza is facing the damage out here. Oh, he takes out the Snorlax! Scyther does the wonder, but again, the Rayquaza would for sure go down into the hands of God's Reign. The last 40 seconds, SA2L needs to stop God's Reign, or either they have once again lost it against them.
I believe they're already going to lose this particular matchup, and look at that, 476 points, 526. That's it. That is going to seal the deal. SA2L, they were quite happy about the fact that they were actually getting quite a few advantages, but the only thing that mattered at this moment was the Rayquaza, and you can already see that how beautiful was the team known as Godsend in terms of stealing out the Rayquaza from the fact, and they were easily going to get the KOs, and Delphox was countered quite a bit, and with that, we can clearly state this fact that now Godsend is the one which is absolutely going to have close to 600 points in their favor, and SA2L was stuck. Man, absolutely amazing performance to be precise, and God's Reign, they are coming back quite strong.
God's Reign, what a great comeback coming in from their side. 2 games back to back, and now in the 4th game, they have once again got the victory for themselves. With that, now it's all, depending upon the very last game. The very last game to be played between God's Reign and Team SA2L is going to be the decider. That who is going to be the second grand finalist for the Pokemon Unite India Open 2022.
Man, I was not expecting going to the 5th round of the BO5, but then again, God's Reign, the way they are able to deflect the fights is absolutely amazing. At SA2L, they were all jolly good and happy in the first 2 rounds, but now one thing which is actually going to create a lot of ruckus in their minds, that if we lose this round as well, we are going to go out of the equation. We are not going to face off in the grand finals. We are not going to become the grand finalists. So looking forward to see what happens. There was a buffer of 307 points coming from God's corner. A beautiful buffer indeed. Divine with 226. And if we talk about Might, he was the player of the match for the team. But cursed Tensai, Ghole, I don't know what happened to them. They have to go with Tensai, should I say, precisely have to go with the Snorlax. If the Snorlax is coming from Tensai's corner, I believe I can actually put my faith on it.
With that, we also see that on the side of SA2L, 301 points out there, but it's just 608, points from the side of God's Reign. Not just, it is a lot, a double of Team SA2L. Look at Divine being the MVP out here. 226, goal points secured for the team, and then having 5 assists, 4 knockouts, and some amazing MVP points with him. Darbari, 91,000 plus of HP recovered, added a lot of, points for the team. But then, in the end, what mattered is, once again, the comeback of God's Reign, getting the Rayquaza and just shutting down SA2L, even if they had the lead.
Everything is said and done at this point. SHUL and Gaussian, both of them are stuck at the same page. Just one more match to go, and then we'll get to see the clear picture. But let's see which team is going to get that one match in their favor. Is it going to be Gaussian? Is it going to be Team SHUL? That is the bigger question for now. Well, according to the damage dealt, I believe it is quite amazing to see. Scepter was quite chaotic in that perspective, and same goes for Might as well. Might from the other corner was also able to seal down 83,000 of the damage, which was absolutely amazing. The bans were Tinatar and Daughter respectively, as we were talking about it earlier. But now let's talk about the winners, and you all know who were the winners. The winners were God's Reign, Divine, Noxy, Omen, Scepter, Vixen. 5 of them were actually like a punch being resolved in front of Team SATUL Esports.
With that, SATUL. A victory which could have been a 3-0 clean sweep. Now it's all going to the very last game. A 3-2 on the either of the sides. It might be God's Reign with 3 games back to back and actually taking in the grand final spot.
608 points. Amazing. From the start till the end, it was Team SATUL Esports, which was quite chaotic, but eventually after the 9-minute marker, in a beautiful tussle, it was Gaussian who was able to capsize the Rayquaza, and with that, deal was pretty much closed. There was no hopes that SATUL is going to bounce back because the Rayquaza advantage was there, the Earth synergy was there in the favors, and to be honest, this whole last 1 minute was a very fruitful aspect of the fight in the last 2 rounds. Gaussian was able to capsize on it quite beautifully, but let's see what happens in the next round, which is going to be the final round of the lower bracket finals.
With that, we see that, the very last round, this is the national playoff stage number 2. In these brackets, we are witnessing the lower bracket finals right now. It is a LAN event we always have talked about. Pokemon Unite India Open 22. And, right now, witnessing all these moments, the highlights, the past always kicks in. God's Reign, the team who has been dominant in all of those stages, performed so great, and once again, maintaining it. And right now, look at God's Divine, MVP for 2 straight games. This time, it might not be a Mamoswine, but it is going to be a Mr. Mime from his side. 226 goals, 4 knockouts, 54 assists, 48,000 plus of damage, and 33,000 of recovery done.
Oh man, everything is done and dusted at this moment. Well, the only thing I'm actually worried about is how far the approach is going to go in the next round, because the next round is one round which will turn down quite a few things. So that round particularly is going to be quite amazing to see that what they will do, how the approach is going to be there. And on the Hindi desk, on the LAN stage, I believe you can already see in the screens that we have got Lucifer and Divine, and JD is also there on the back end as the co-caster for these guys. So definitely guys, you can tune in on that Hindi stream as well. We are actually streaming on multiple languages. I believe we have got the Bengali, we have got Malayalam, we have got Kannada as well, and Punjabi is also there if I'm not wrong. So definitely quite a few regional languages are there for you guys to actually tune in on. And it's absolutely amazing to see that how far this establishment is going to go on, how far this Pokemon Unite India Open 2022 is actually going to get established. Because for now, just one more round from the BO5 is going to be left, and apart from that, a BO7 is bound to happen soon enough at 9 PM marker. So stay tuned for that as well.
Oh yeah, definitely. Right now, as we talk about it, Raider, we know that all we are waiting for is the very last game. Right now, the lower bracket finals, going till the very last game is not what I thought. But again, God's Reign, the wonders that they have shown, the comeback that they have shown right now in the lower bracket finals is just marvelous and actually mesmerizing as I talk about it. How much of moments we have formed in this very game, starting from the very start where SATUL was just being dominant, maintaining that momentum, but just one single spark that was required by the side of God's Reign. They got it and they just stood on it. In the 4th game, SATUL actually tried to make a comeback and actually just, stop it at 3-1. But then once again, in the end, it was God's Reign actually picking up the Rayquaza and once again standing strong on the legendary pit. We have our answers in the highlights.
And in the highlights, you can already check out how beautifully the KOs were coming up. Mamoswine now and then was trying to become the rampaging guy, but eventually he was also countered quite a few times. And the chaos were there, no doubt. If I'm not wrong, I believe Tensai was a very effective Pokemon for the team, effective guy for the team of SATL. But then again, look at that, how beautifully at the last stance from Mew he was taken down. And if we talk about Snorlax, this guy with those thumping damages was absolutely on point. The shields that he was able to put forward was able to stop quite a few things. But then again, if we talk about the advantages, Gardevoir was also able to steal quite a few things.
Oh, we also see that in the highlights. Most of the time, it was SATL with a great lead. Like, look at that, And in the last 4 minutes, they could not even move from the 301 point that they got, 4 minutes before they lost the game.
Indeed, they were not even able to secure, let's say, minute level of points. But honestly, if I remember the matchup where SATL was having close to 600 points in the favor and Boston was having just 60, that was something which is still boggling my mind. That SATL is a team that you have to be feared for. But Godsend, the way they are actually giving the comeback is something which is absolutely amazing. Let's see how far Godsend is going to go on, how this approach is going to get established. Is it going to be a possibility where Godsend is easily going to turn down quite a few things? And in the 5th round, what will happen? How the impact will actually be there? A lot of questions are there in my mind and as well as your minds as well. I believe the guys which are on the stream. And Tanmay, yes, of course, it's a 2-2. The guys who are on chat right now, let me remind you, it's a 2-2 at this point. The score is 2 for Team Godsend, score is 2 for Team SATL as well. Meanwhile, SATL could actually become the grand finalists, and same goes for the team known as Godsend at this point, because there is no advantages, there is no sense of, let's say, upper establishment at this point, because both of the teams are sitting at the same page as at this moment.
Well, we talk about the whole positions out here, Raider. All we discuss at this moment is going to be between God's Reign and SATL. The discussions just would not stop because, again, as we saw, Team God's Reign and SATL, fighting in, it's been like one and a half hour plus that we have been witnessing this game, and the action is not stopping. The action just continues and continues and continues. We started at 5 and now it's 6:40 on the clock, and we still are left with, one game to be done. Again, it has been a long match where, again, Raider, we also need to talk about what are the strategies to be made, because again, the duo combination of Lucario Azumarill tried. Tyranitar coming from both the sides already tried. Worked out for a team, didn't work out for a team. That's, just on the other side. But then, right now, the map veto for the game number 5 and the ban phase right now is in front of us. The bans have already come up. A Dodrio ban coming in from the side of SATL, while a ban of Snorlax on SATL by God's Reign.
The two Pokemons which are out of equation is absolutely a prudent one. On the other corner, the Piloswine the Mamoswine to be precise, is getting confirmed by Divine. This is good. Now all SATL is left with this Slowbro, and I believe that's what they're going to go for. Tyranitar on the other corner also gets chosen by the guys from Team SATL, which is absolutely amazing. Might goes in for the Tyranitar. Eldegoss comes and gets confirmed by their body. On the other corner, if we talk about Omen and the other guy from Team Godsend, let's see what they're going to choose. We have got an attacker that's going to be Mew, a squishy attacker to be precise, a long range one, and the Azumarill also gets confirmed. Azumarill is one of those Pokemons which is absolutely an advantage whichever team goes with it. But to answer the Azumarill, I guess the Lucario will come in from Team SATL.
Oh, definitely. And when you actually talk about that, Raider, we also, have our eyesights on a pick of Tyranitar by SATL. Destruction to be caused out here, and again they need to beat God's Reign at any cost, because they would have been the victorious ones, winning in the lower bracket from the start till the end, and to be here after getting 3 victories where it was death at at a level where if they could have lost, they would have lost it all. But they fought it through. They fought 3 matches in lower bracket. It is their bracket where God's Reign have entered after losing a single game in upper bracket. So again, SATL knows that they could have been, getting into the grand finals, or it is God's Reign once again going in for the revenge. Right now, we are in the final preparations. Well, let's see who actually takes it home.
Indeed, have to look into that aspect as well. If we talk about Team SATL for the moment, they are having a decent approach of double take a double all-rounder, double supporter on the other corner. Wigglytuff coming from the corner of Goldstein is something I'm actually worried about. So let's see how what the approach is going to be on. How the performance is going to get convoluted is something I have to be worried about. But look at that. In the LAN arena, everybody is ready and pumped up to see how the performance will be getting delivered from the team known as Team SHL, or is it going to be Team Goldstein who's going to counter it out? And the management team is sitting, everybody is ready. And look at that. Rok sake to rok lo. That is going to be the slogan.
Well, again, stop us if you can. Rok sako to rok lo. The slogan goes on the phone screen. And look at the excitement, the audience has right now. They're excited to actually have this game coming to an end. Look at that. The finalist Revenant is already waiting. Who is going to be their opponent? It is going to be decided in this very match. Go God's Reign! Yellow Hearts coming in. Let's go God's Reign is the slogan coming in from one of the fans sitting in the crowd. And we begin with the game number 5 of the match number 3. Today we see between God's Reign and SA2L. The grand finalists Revenant are waiting. SA2L and God's Reign. And we are live with the game.
Well, the battle is already started. It's God's Reign coming back with some good goals. That's absolutely amazing. People are supporting God's Reign at this moment. And no doubt there are quite a few supporters of SA2L as well in the vicinity of that LAN arena. But at this moment, SA2L having 8 points, God's Reign having 11. Good enough as Umaral goes in to get another set of +5. That's amazing. But look at that. Mew goes in, tries to wreak havoc on the Tensai. And yes, Tensai gets connected with it quite a bit. But let's see what happens. I believe God's Reign is pretty much ready to face off Revenant Esports in the grand finals. Looking like that.
Oh, well. We also talk about how Team SA2L would actually be, focusing in on the destruction. As I talked about that, they would be focusing more on the evolution stage in this game, Raider. As right now, SA2L is looking for more and more action.
Well, of course, looking forward to see what happens, how the approach is going to get established. For now, it's God's Reign looking a little bit more on the shaky corner. The Pokemons are actually getting quite a few KOs as well. Look at that, Azumarill was able to get the Aldigos, and I believe the Sylveon was also taken down. Now they have to fall back. Gold wants to fall back, and he wants to just recatch the fight in his favor. But God's Reign comes up with another set of 30 pointers. That's quite good enough, and the support that is coming from God's Reign's corner is looking good enough. But the Wigglytuff gets countered.
With that, we move forward to the side of God's Reign. Right now, look at that, Raider. It is going to be a neck-to-neck battle coming up between these two teams. As if we look forward to the side of SA2L, once again, Eligos is out there. Cario might be adding in those points. But at the Pupitar stage, it is going to be Tyranitar soon. The Sylveon is also present. And with that, we see Lucario comes up with a KO on that Philosoid.
Oh man, God's Reign having 77 points from their favor, and the Fox gets in another set of 2 KOs. That's absolutely amazing. Team SHL having only 56 points from their corner. Things are not looking that great for Team SHL for now, because God's Reign is trying to be chaotic from the start, as they used to be in the previous stages, in the previous national playoffs to be precise. So looking forward to see how far this establishment is going to go on. The grand finals is one thing I'm actually waiting for. And let's see which is the team who is going to get the favor of the grand final in their favor. But at this point, if I talk about Regice, counter is coming up. Pillar's1 is there. Divine is trying to counter it. The Unites are actually being used in. And look at that. The Sylveon comes in with the growls. 197 points from God's Reign. 56 from Team SCTL. A good enough performance. But the Regice is actually going to be in the favor of Team God's Reign.
Well, with that, we also see that on the side of God's Reign, it is going to be, a huge mark yet to be made. Indeed, they have picked up the lead, and again, 2 games straight that they have got a comeback. If they finish it with a 3-2 against SA2L, SA2L definitely would be qualifying for the Asia Championship, but would be finishing off at the second runner-up, as we talked about that, the 3rd position.
Exactly. Precisely said. KOs are still coming up. 40 pointers coming from the Azumarilla's corner. That's good enough. Another set of plus 8 points. But shows that how Godstrain is just trying to focus more and more on the goals and meanwhile also getting the KOs. This is the round which is looking a bit more favorable for Team Godstrain from the start till the end. I believe the advantages are coming from Team Godstrain's corner. But the only thing that can mess around this advantage is going to be the Rayquaza. But for Rayquaza, we have to wait for 3 minutes and 50 seconds, I believe. So let's see how far this establishment is going to go on. Oh, another KO comes in. The Growls was there with that Mew. Gets squished, a squishy Pokemon getting taken down. Meanwhile, if we talk about Team SATL on the bottom lane, they are looking a little bit more sharper. And look at that, the KOs are getting followed up. The Piloswine is also bound to be taken down. But the Firecrackers are actually stopping everybody to just go ahead for the goal scoring. And Costain knew this strategy will work. And that's how their approach is coming up once again. Although everybody was taken down, but still, look at that. How beautiful is the approach of Costain. Nobody is able to secure the goals. Although the KOs are getting followed up, but look at that, the Pokemons are pretty much ready. They have been respawned, and still now the KOs are actually getting persistent, and it's Team SATL which is getting pushed back.
Indeed, definitely. When you talk about Team God's Reign, already starting off with a great victory that they're looking out for. The last of the 5 minutes that you talk about. Again, the Tyranitar is out there. Lucario is actually getting up those KOs. But they're losing out the KOs, and Mamoswine actually takes down the Eldegoss. Yes, gets taken down as a revenge from Lucario, but again, a single Lucario. Ghoul adding a lot to the team. Still, we're losing out on the Regirock. The Regirock, 2 of the Regis already have been into the favor of God's Reign. Can SATL actually get this one? Yes, they would be taking home the Regirock with them. And now, having some special abilities, let's see if they can actually, get those KOs and get the points done for them.
Well, God's Reign, back and forth, having a lot of KOs. That's absolutely amazing. The Mamoswine also goes in with another set of KOs. Oh, the Mew also gets another beautiful KO. And another goal zone has been destroyed. It's SATL, which is looking like God's Reign from the previous rounds. And the 3 goal zones have been destroyed. Meanwhile, if we talk about Costain, every single goal zone is pretty much static. But the advantage of having every single goal zone destroyed is actually going to be that when it comes to the Rayquaza advantage, everybody has to go for the bottom, or should I say, in the mid lane goal zone. But when it comes to the when it comes to teams like SATL, which have the goal zones in front of them, pretty much close to them, I believe they can easily sneak up on them and easily score quite a bit. But now Regieleki is at the concern. 3 minutes and 20 seconds more to go, and let's see who is going to steal the Regieleki. The KOs might actually get followed up, and it's Eldegoss who is going to get the Regieleki.
With that, we move forward right now. Look at that. We are going to see that it is going to be a huge destruction in the top lane, with the goalpost might be left open, but the God's Reign won't allow. So the goalpost is open with the Regieleki in the hands of SATL. Can they add points? No! A Delphox by God's Reign and a chaos streak of 5. All the 5 Pokemons going down by this very Delphox. And that's the wonder that God's Reign has shown in the last game.
Oh man, God's Reign looking quite sharp. 308 points from the corner. Team SATL, they're just trying to grab their stance back in the game, and I believe they are pretty much fruitful in it. But then again, everybody has their focuses on the Regis and the Rayquaza. Regi Ice or Registeel over Regirock, whatever is going to come in the bottom lane is going to get affected by Eldegoss and the Azumarill, which is surviving in that lane. Let's see what the focus is going to go on, because of course both of them are actually going to damage each other. But the Tyranitar is also trying to figure out the aspect of this fight. But if we talk about God's Reign, they are easily going to TP themselves back, and the Mamoswine is now going to configure the center arena.
Oh well, with that we are into the last 2 minutes of this game, Raider, where God's Reign have picked up the lead, but it can be SATL actually looking forward to, just steal the show, getting that Rayquaza. They are, quite successful to actually stop it. Sylveon going in with the Growls, initial damage already done to the Rayquaza. Can they win it? Tyranitar is also out there trying to take out the damage, but then they have been stopped, and now they need the Unite moves to just get those victories against. These are going to be the 1v1s, which is going to decide that who is going to be the victorious one.
The legend repeat. Oh, it's Mamoswine who gets the legend repeat in his favor, and for sure, the God's Reign have done it. They're going to go for the grand finals. That is it. That is done and dusted. Nobody's going to stop them at this point. And look at that, 448, 548, 512, whatever the score is. Nobody is going to be in front of Team Costin at this point. They are going to face off Revenant Esports once and for all. They are going to close the deal in the grand finals. The best of 7 is bound to happen. The team which is going to move on is for sure going to be Costin. We can already state that fact. 109 points. That's all SATL has have. It's is having to be precise. It's looking like the match when Team SATL was able to conquer with only with I believe 600 points, and eventually Gaussian was stuck at 60 points. That is the exact match that is resembling. But 940, that's amazing. I believe the score is actually going to go off 1000.
Again, if it is going to be 1000, that is definitely going to be, you know, a great one for sure. Look at that Chaos Streak once again coming in, and they're running for it. If it would be converted to 1000 points, definitely God's Reign, you know, has done some wonders. 982 is what I saw last. 14 more. 996. Just 4 more and it could be 1000 out here, but no, not at. Oh, 1800, and they have got a total of 1000 plus points. God's Reign. What a damn great comeback. 3 games back to back. And losing ones would be SATL. A great performance from their side. But just look at the smiles in their hand. They still have to play the grand finals, but now they're in for the revenge. And we have got a victorious team. That is God's Reign.
Oh man, the deal is done. The fights are over, and now we are actually going to move on to 2 teams which are the grand finalists. It's Godstrain and Revenant Esports. It's basically like a recap happening in the playoff stage 1. We saw the teams Godstrain and Revenant Esports facing each other in the first and second position for the group wise standing, and after that in the stage 2 we saw Godstrain and Revenant Esports fighting for the upper bracket, and eventually it was Revenant Esports which moved forward and Godstrain was pushed back. And in the in the finals of the upper bracket, same thing happened. But now guys, we are actually going to go to the arena to see what Ocean has to say.
Giving congratulations to each other for the wins and nice tries for the losses, but trust me, what a game it was! Coming down 2-0, 2-1, 2-2, 2-3, God's Reign just had this Saturday evening for themselves. Although abhi ek match baki hai, but wo baat ki baat rahegi. But as of now, there's some happiness on one side because they are going to be going on a revenge match, जो कि आज सुबह की हार थी उसके against Revenant. लेकिन on the other side, it's maybe a lot to understand, a lot to think about it. But what a freaking game! Second game के बाद मेरे को जानना है what went on through your mind after that. You guys have just had comebacks and comebacks and comebacks. कैसे क्या हुआ क्या?
So first game हम लोग को पता था कि एक गेम हमें कमबैक करना है, देन अपनी टीम की एनर्जी पूरी अप हो जाएगी, उसके बाद अपोनेंट टीम विल बी इन पैनिक स्टेट, सो वी हैव टू जस्ट यूज दैट, बी काम एंड विन ओवर.
I mean, what are the emotions going on through your mind right now? I'm pretty sure हाथ थोड़ा सा ठंडा है, ऐसे थोड़े से emotions अलग हो जाते हैं, goosebump movements हो चुके हैं. The team was just chanting for you. Every single thing was in your favor. So क्या चीज हुआ पहले गेम जब आपने comeback किया versus ये last game? किस तरीके से mindset boost हुआ?
तो हमें पता था कि लास्ट गेम है, सीरीज का लास्ट गेम है, तो सेकेंड गेम से तो ऑब्वियसली हम लोग ड्राफ्ट चेंज कर दिए, बट लास्ट गेम वी न्यू इट कि ओपोनेंट टीम प्रेशर में रहेगी, हमें टू बी बेटर वी जस्ट डोंट नीड टू बी इन प्रेशर, प्ले कामली बिकॉज ओपोनेंट टीम विल बी इन प्रेशर एंड वी कैन विन इजीली एंड मेक काम डिसीजंस. दैट्स व्हाट वी हैड इन माइंड.
एंड टॉकिंग अबाउट प्रेशर डिसीजंस, राइट, सुबह का गेम था, पहला BO5 था, वो था रेवेनेंट के अगेंस्ट. यू गाइस लॉस्ट दैट BO5. नाउ इट्स टाइम अगेन अगेंस्ट रेवेनेंट. This is a BO7. This is winner takes all. अब इस BO7 के लिए क्या mindset है?
BO7 के लिए तो obviously first best of 5 था, तो we were pretty surprised. We got surprised by the picks. Right now हमें सब पता है क्या चल रहा है क्या नहीं चल रहा है, तो BO7 है, it's a long game, तो देखते हैं.
Any message to the opponent team that you're going to give, like Revenant के लिए कोई message है क्या? बोल दो.
फपलना मत boys.
Oh my God, congratulations for this one. जिस तरीके से आपका ये comeback देखने को मिला, this was out of this world to be honest. God's Reign, well, they are reigning supreme right now, and this one LAN event, but abhi bhi obviously, finals are just on the waits, and I just wish you guys all the very best. So yeah. Oh, what a game, guys! What a game! But abhi के लिए इस गेम के स्टैट्स और बाकी सब चीजों की अगर बात करें तो उसके लिए हम लोग जाएंगे हमारे प्यारे से कास्ट के पास. So guys, take it away.
Well, at last we saw some, celebrations coming in from God's Reign. How actually they made a huge comeback out here, Raider. And again, when Ocean was actually asking those questions from, player of God's Reign, how they actually got the victory, they were also, in a shock. But again, they were just in the moment. And you have to be in the moment. This moment is what they're living. But again, the championship is one step still remaining. The championship is one step away for God's Reign or either Revenant Esports. Once again, a redemption chance where God's Reign is going to fight against Revenant Esports. Yes, they lost the upper bracket final against them. But not this time. In the grand finals, they are standing once again in front of Revenant Esports, the two team from the same group, the group of death, as you remember from the national playoff stage number 1 Raider. Again, that is going to be out here. God's Reign, who have been consistent with the damage that they can do.
Might you're here only. अभी बाकी सब लोग तो खैर अभी के लिए जा रहे हैं, but अभी आपके
lost only once, but again, always and always won. And now
might just be a bit brutal, but क्या हुआ? What went wrong? What do you think?
In the last match, I'd say like we kind of fucked up early game. Sorry for that. And otherwise, like it was all good, but in the end, we just couldn't make it happen.
I mean, SATL एक ऐसी टीम थी अभी इस मैच से पहले जो एक भी मैच नहीं हार रही थी. You guys were dominating back and forth. Do you think ये कहीं इस तरीके से आया कि mental fatigue हुआ कि back and forth, क्योंकि आप शुरुआत से मैचेस खेल रहे थे, पहले आपने एक बेस्ट ऑफ 5 खेला, उसके बाद अभी एक और बेस्ट ऑफ 5 आया था. So ये mental fatigue में है, फिर calls मिस हुआ, like क्या चीज आपको लगता है?
I think there was maybe a little bit of hurry to finish the matches, especially in the third and fourth match. That's all. Like we have to correct our mistakes, right?
Yeah, exactly. Now my next question actually comes down to this only. What are the things that you have learned from this match? ऐसा क्या चीज़ है जो आपने सीखा इस मैच से?
Focus on last hits.
Definitely, and well, with this one, I'll let you be with the team. The team is definitely out there. You guys definitely played incredible, and just not their day, but I believe they definitely are going to be having immense, amazing days coming up in the future for sure for themselves. But अभी के लिए जिस तरीके से उन्होंने खेला, they said calls थोड़ी बहुत मिस हुई थी, थोड़े बहुत और mistakes हल्के फुल्के हुए थे, गेम प्ले को लेकर के, गेम प्लान को लेकर के mistakes हुई थी. But at the end ये सब चीजें होती हैं. You might just have a really really good day, you might just not have that good of a day. But at the end बात यहीं पर आती है कि किस तरीके से ये players खुद को prepare करते for the next tournaments. But let's talk about the next match that's going to be happening, क्योंकि ये match रहने वाला है हमारा grand finale match. But that's going to be coming up. Revenant is going to be on one side, Cochrane on the other side, but we'll be right back with that match.
Sector.
Previously did.
Check. Because of his experience and a lot of and a wide area.
Us, we are the best. I don't think we have any competition now.
First of all, a great thanks to Skyesports for organizing such a great LAN event. And it's been an amazing experience overall. It's a really growing stage for Pokémon Unite in India. It's been going worldwide, the best experience. Dixon.
Yeah,
PWC.
PWC. There's a lot of comps, but one champ for each of us. You can say Pita, Eldegon, Siren Flame, Mime, and Lucario. Yeah,
सबका I think Pikachu. Ponian Sylveon. Crusher.
Snorlax.
I think it will be Marcos. Yeah, Marcos only. Marcos.
Marcos.
So I was very fond of mobile games. When Pokémon Unite launched, so I decided to play it with my friends. And it's been a very easy game to learn and very fun game. So I decided to grind in it and go competitive. After playing Wild Rift for a while, I switched to Pokemon Unite. It was fun. Started playing casually. After that, I played with Divine and other 2-3 my old teammates. It was fun, and we started playing competitive.
So I used to play for fun only. Then the scene got serious. Then okay.
After playing MOBA all my life, I started playing Wild Rift past 2 years. It was great experience playing in mobile. Then Pokemon got serious. Then I shifted into it.
So Pokemon Unite is there, so I started making my career in Pokemon Unite. Going to pick this up and win.
So it's very easy for us. We don't think about the starting 8 minutes. We only think about the last 2 minutes. So we save all our energy for the last 2 minutes. That's how we keep our cool. Pikachu.
Yeah.
Best Pokemon.
Never go. Tyranitar.
Same for all na. Peter.
Dura for last 2 minutes.
Castle.
Really,
Crusher.
No bro with water.
So Asian Championship is a really big event for India, and overall there will be 2 teams representing India. The competition is really good for India also, and we'll be excited to compete in competition. Super excited, firstly because we qualified for Skyesports LAN India Open. After that, I'm pretty sure we will do we'll fight our best for top 2, top 1, top 2, and we'll go Malaysia also. Obviously, we'll get chance to represent India. That's why we are so excited.
First of all, super excited for this news. Like right in between of Skyesports, we got to know we are getting invited for C Championship. Then we are all excited. Obviously, lot of overthinking is going on. But right now, our only focus is Skyesports for Asian Championship. We are gonna look after this.
Super excited for the Asian Open event.
Zap is alive, we'll keep on winning.
If we try to believe in anything greater than a miracle, it wouldn't be this difficult. If we try to be a negative bull, yeah, we could be taking control. If we try to believe in anything greater than a miracle, it wouldn't be this difficult. If we try to be a negative bull, yeah, we could be taking control. Negative mode, 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 yeah, we could be taking control. If we try to believe in anything greater than a miracle, it wouldn't be this difficult. If we try to be a negative bull, yeah, we could be taking control. If we try to believe in anything greater than a miracle, it wouldn't be this difficult. If we try to be a negative bull, yeah, we could be taking control. Negative mode, 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 yeah, we could be taking control. Is this over? I'm scared to ask these questions, 'cause I know that you'll reject my love, moving slower, frozen to these pieces without me sure. I never wanna hold you back. I wanna give you every chance, and I'll stand against all enemies, your enemies. I'm afraid if our love collides, you'll leave me alone tonight, 'cause I'm changing and I'm breaking, but I'll still be your superhero. I'll be your
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna light it up. Tonight, we gonna light it up. Tonight, we gonna light it up. Just like the sunrise, we gonna light it up. Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. Whenever your heart is broken, don't ever forget you're golden. I will find the light in your soul, I'll be there. Never leaving you in the darkness, even when you're out of focus. I will be the light in your life, you'll see it clear. I'll be your inspiration, 'cause I know that you'll do just what you're told. I'll be your heart and temptation, 'cause I know that you'll make it on your own.
spend all day losing my touch with reality. Driving all day, searching all night. Can't seem to focus this double sight. This is a tale, sworn in a sight. Finding my way back to
one specific frequency.
And well, we are live again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, with Pokemon Unite India Open 2022 National Finals. This is where the stakes are going to be extremely high. This is where both the teams are going to be ready with their A game for themselves. This is where we'll try and find out who is the champion when it comes down to it. The players are ready. Well, they're definitely just going down for now, but the players are ready definitely from both the sides, and they would want to showcase the best of the best gameplay. This is going to be a BO7, a best of 7, just to find out. We started off with 4 teams today. Well, overall, we started off with 1,000 teams, but we started off with 4 teams today. And right now, out of Revenant, God's Reign, Team SETUL, and Marcos, we only have 2. It's going to be Revenant versus God's Reign, a team that just won the upper bracket finals at the earliest, and a team that just dominated the fan favorite. But well, we'll talk about both the teams, but before that, let's look at their AV. All right, these players were looking really, really dangerous. I mean, we've seen them play. We know what they are capable of. We know what their capabilities actually bring onto the table. But for now, let's actually head on to the casters for a little small slight chit-chat of their own self. So yeah, casters, take it away.
Welcome back to the Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. This is the grand finale, the BO7, the legendary pit where everything is actually going to be there, and the Rayquaza is going to be the championship. Let's see who's going to take it away. My name is Ray. Along with me, it's Necros for the day, for the event, for the absolutely amazing matches which are going to follow from now.
Well, we have to say it, Raider. It is a big stage. It is the big moment. Each and every
Indeed, man.
Pokemon Unite fan, they were waiting for this. Exceptional day, exceptional matches it has been so far. The previous match, I was just sitting in the back end and I was watching the match that was occurring between SATUL and God's Reign. Man, it was something to really, talk about. But definitely, if you just say it, I really thought it would be a 3-0 or at least a 3-1 from the side of SATUL. The way they started off the series with the 2-0, it was almost there that yes, it would be the same, and he just moved down to the lane. God's Reign was like, hold my beer, champ, let me just get into this task. And he came, they came, and they ruled over the SATUL Esports. They perished themselves, and they came up to fight one another time for the last time in this Pokemon Unite India Open 2022 against Revenant to claim the trophy, to claim the position, and to claim the bragging rights.
Dude, it's very tough to see that what will happen at this point because it's a BO7 first of all. And before that, if I talk about the national playoff stage 1 and stage 2, I guess close to 3 or 4 times we have seen Revenant and Goldstein facing each other. And every single time it's Revenant which is actually having the advantage of that particular fight up. So things are looking a little bit more critical because if I talk about the start of the day, Godsend was not that good in it. If I talk about Revenant Esports, absolutely trying to wreak the havoc, absolutely trying to be chaotic. So definitely looking forward to see how Crowley and his teammates are going to perform in front of Divine and his teammates. That's God's Reign to be precise. So one more thing that has to be added up, that God's Reign, well, their meta is looking a little bit more stronger because you saw after 2 back-to-back victories what they did in front of Team SATUL, how that 2-0 came back and changed in a 3-2. Absolutely amazing instances are going to be there. And on the back end, guys, you can also watch us in the regional languages. That will be, I believe, Kannada. We have got Bengali as well. We have got Punjabi as well. And the LAN event is going on in Hindi. So definitely, guys, go for those regional languages as well if you want to go with it. But now let's see what Ocean has to say about the event.
Where winner takes all. Let's call both the teams on stage just in a while. क्योंकि अभी के लिए थोड़ा सा टाइम लेंगे उनके लिए because I guess players are just getting ready for themselves. But once again, if you guys are new out here, if you guys are joining out, we are up on Pokemon Unite India Open 2022 National Finals, and this is going to be a BO7 Revenant against God's Reign. There they are, coming up on the stage right now with a huge freaking round of applause, everyone. They are discussing. मुझे क्राउली की आवाज मेरे कानों तक आ रही थी. हमें राइट जाना है, राइट जाना है, राइट जाना है. ठीक है. ये players यहाँ पर आ जरूर चुके हैं. And I believe you guys are ready to take it, right? Both of you. इन लोगों ने comeback किया था. आपने वो comeback देखा होगा. So पहली चीज तो कैसा लगा इनका comeback देख करके?
I mean, हम लोग सबने तो सोल एक्सपेक्ट किया था, बट अच्छा खेले वो लोग काफी.
एंड आप लोगों ने कमबैक डेफिनेटली अभी किया, लेकिन सुबह की हार का बदला कैसे लोगे?
सुबह सुबह नींद ठीक से नहीं हुई थी तो जीत गए वो लोग. अभी फ्रेश है, हम लोग रेडी है.
They are saying they are ready. Like, do you have any answer to that?
ओ अभी रेडी है, मैं अभी नींद में हूं, देखते हैं अभी कौन जीतता है.
All right, but like कुछ स्ट्रैटेजी जैसे कि आपने बोला कि सुबह इन लोगों के जो पिक्स थे आप उसको सरप्राइज पिक्स ले रहे थे, राइट? वो एंटिसिपेट नहीं किया था. सो अब लाइक आर यू रेडी फॉर अ प्लान बी, प्लान सी, कुछ ऐसे अलग से चीजें हैं?
बेस्ट ऑफ 7 है तो फर्स्ट गेम के लिए प्लान है, बाकी का सब ऑन द वे देख लेंगे.
प्लान 1.
बट लाइक अगर आपको जीतना हो ये बेस्ट ऑफ 7 में आप लाइक व्हाट आर द स्कोर लाइन दैट यू आर एक्सपेक्टिंग?
4-3 बोल देते हैं अभी थोड़ा कॉकी नहीं होने के लिए, बाकी तो गेम के बीच में ही समझेगा क्या सीन है.
What is the scoreline that you're expecting?
Scoreline 4-0.
All right. There's no love lost between these two teams. I would want आप लोग definitely सब लोग हाथ मिलाएं क्योंकि ये final game ही है. I hope so. A few good lucks coming up. Good lucks coming up definitely. These guys are ready and these guys know what it's all about. This is going to be the bragging rights. मैं छुप चुका इन लोगों के पीछे but कोई बात नहीं. This is going to be the bragging rights and everything that comes up with them. So I would just want you guys to take your seats and these guys are going to be definitely just rooting up for their own best game. Because यहाँ पर अगर नहीं हुआ तो definitely इसके बाद बहुत ज़्यादा time इनको लग सकता है अपने better games दिखाने के लिए, जैसे कि हमने देखा आज के दिन 2 टीमें बाहर हुई हैं, but ये दोनों टीमें अभी के लिए तैयार हैं, and I believe they are just taking their own places, their own spaces. हम लोगों ने इनके AV जरूर देखे, इनकी बातें सुनी यहाँ पर, but I want to hear it from the audience side. If you guys are just listening to me, I would just take one by one name. सबसे पहले बात करते हैं Godwin की. Do you think these guys are going to win? All right. अब थोड़े से ज़्यादा लोग हैं. Let's talk about Revenant out here. Do you guys think they're going to win? Audience ने अपना काम कर दिया, बाकी काम बचता है सिर्फ और सिर्फ हमारे players का. So we'll see if it is going to be on the God's Reign side or if Revenant takes it for themselves. But for that, let's head on to our storytellers. Casters, take it away.
Well, it was indeed a good segment. We have heard the talks about what Crowley actually said, but I was just wondering about the entry readers. Like, both the teams were just coming from the same lane. Crowley was poking the players of God's Reign, like, go to that side, bro. This time I'm going to take this side and all. So yeah, that's the friendly banter that you can expect. And now, the segments, the lines we were using throughout the tournament of this Pokemon Unite India Open, that God's Reign, Revenant, True Rippers, SATUL, the rankings, the way we ranked the teams according to the performances, the debate is finally over, as now in this Pokemon Unite India Open, the first ever official LAN tournament in the Indian region, settles up the score, in which we have got our finalists, the top 2 teams in the Indian region, that is Revenant Esports and God's Reign. Now the debate is of which team is number 1 and which team is number 2. That debate will be settled in this BO7 series, in which the winning team will take up the bragging rights of the #1's position in all over the India, while the second will take the second position in the entire Indian region till the very next official event.
Oh man, looking forward to see what happens. It's just like it's 10 a.m. and eventually the day has been started. But look at that. 3 good BO5s have been passed out and eventually the result is much more clear at this point. The team which started it off is going to end it all. Because look at that. God's Reign and Revenant faced each other in the first match of the day. And now they are actually going to face off in the last match of the day as well. The difference is stakes are way too high at this point. The first position is at stake. The championship is at stake. The bragging rights are at stake. And apart from that, it's a BO7. So definitely the arena is also going to be quite a little bit more contested. But now let's talk about the rosters. Noxy, Omen, Skipter, Vixen, and Divine is here from Team God's Reign. If we talk about Revenant, well, representing this team is going to be Crowley, Swifty, Blizzard, Zsol, and Nova. And Crowley is one of those guys who always loves to play the mind games as well, either out of the arena or in the arena as well. So definitely looking forward to see how Crowley and his teammates are going to perform. Meanwhile, if we talk about guys like Skeptor and Omen, those approaches are actually going to be quite amazing to see that what these guys are actually going to go for. I believe the speedsters that were missing against SATUL might actually come in.
Well, just let me share a little thought, Raider. Before in this entire tournament, one match there was when Revenant were falling off with a 2-0 scoreline. They were not winning the rounds. I asked and texted Crowley that, bro, what is happening? Why are you guys just falling apart like this? Because Revenant is definitely a very strong team, and seeing them just going down like this, it's definitely something, a surprising moment that we can actually call it off for. Crowley said, just wait for some time and let me play the game. And after that, they won that BO5 series with a 3-2. And I was at that moment, it was like it was all part of the game, all part of the strategies they are preparing for the Asian Championship. And I really hope that all the 4 teams, those who will be advancing from this India Open 2022 to the Asian Championship, they do perform well and make our nation proud. But before that, we move on to the team profile of God's Reign.
Well, at this moment, God's Reign, the look at the goals that they have actually scored, I believe that is the highest, 21,715, which is quite good enough. KOs are 726. The assists as well, 1211. When it comes to the average amount of damage, I believe at that angle, Revenant is actually going to take up a notch in terms of their competition. So looking forward to see how far this approach is going to go on. Meanwhile, the player head-to-head or the team head-to-head is also bound to happen. Look at that. God's Reign have played 10 matches, out of which they lost 2. And if we talk about Revenant, they played 9 matches, out of which their only loss is going to be 1. And if we talk about the round win and losses ratio type of thing, I guess at that corner, again, Revenant is actually going to be on the versatile angle.
Well, Revenant did outplay God's Reign n number of times, but now this is the final battle. This is the final series that Revenant as well as God's Reign both will be trying to win it, because they know the value of this. They cannot lose, and there is nothing that if you lose it, you are not getting eliminated out of this tournament, but you will remain in the second position, which will dignify that you are the second, your number 2 team in the Indian region. And I don't think both the teams, the way they play, the caliber they have got, they won't be happy. They will be happy with the second position. I don't think so. Any of those teams will be happy with the second position. They want that #1 position. They want that crown place, and they are fighting for that. Got Scepter, Revenant Nova, a proper head-to-head comes up, in which we can see Scepter have played a bit more amount of matches as compared to Nova, but in that case also, the number of scores that Nova have scored is greater than Scepter in that case. But now it's the time. It's the time for the final showdown. It's the time for us to get our champions, our number 1 team in the Indian region.
Well, definitely looking forward to see which is the team who is going to be the number 1, which is the team who is going to be a little bit close to the number 1. I mean, the second position who is going to be the runner-up of the championship. 2 things have been clarified, that the third team, or should I say the second runner-up, is for sure SATUL. And if we talk about the 4th position, that has been grabbed by Team Marcos Gaming. Although this whole competition is about to come to an end, but then again, the excitement of seeing the grand finale is something on another level, because this is the BO7. I believe, Nikros, we started it off in the zonal finals with a BO3, and then we came back with the BO5 in the playoff stages, and now it's a BO7.
Well, indeed, it's the biggest series, I believe, in the entire till date. N number of tournaments have happened of Pokemon Unite, but I haven't seen a single BO7 series in the finals. So this is going to be the first ever BO7 series in Pokemon Unite tournament in the Indian region, where you will be witnessing the 2 greatest of the teams of Indian region clash against each other. Revenant Esports take on God's Reign. The first map pick is already there. We can see Dodrio, Mamoswine and Delphox, the picks that have arrived from the side of Revenant Esports. If we talk about God's Reign, you can see Tyranitar, Snorlax, Eldegoss, as well as Azumarill. The 4 picks they had been chosen. Revenant, they've gone for Hoopa and the Pikachu. Okay, Swifties back in the action.
I mean, this approach coming from Revenant Esports corner is absolutely amazing. I've never seen performing like that. And the picks are absolutely amazing. To be precise, if we talk about God's Reign, well, from their corner, we have got the double all-rounder type of approach. When if we talk about the attacker, we've got the Gardevoir. If we talk about the defender, we have got the Snorlax from the corner. And when it comes to supporter, that's going to be Noxie for you guys. And meanwhile, if we talk about the approach of team known as Revenant Esports, they've got the double attacker approach. They've got the Speedster. The Dodrio is also going to come in this matchup. So definitely looking forward to see how Dodrio as a Pokemon is going to become an advantage, because you all know those 3 heads constitutes of quite a few amazing points, and eventually I guess the competition will be there. The sweep down of the Dodrio is actually going to be something I would love to actually see. And meanwhile, if we talk about the stealing power, it's unreachable. But then again, I guess, Nikros, every Pokemon has its own cons as well. Like Dodrio, it is very squishy. If it gets surrounded by the Pokemons coming from God's Reign, it won't survive.
Well, you never know what can actually happen. We have seen Omen playing the Talonflame n number of times. He is one of a guy who has got a Talonflame ability, who can actually play it pretty well than other players who can play it and who actually play Talonflame. But in that case, Revenant had already a plan to stop Omen, because if you stop Omen, if you stop Scepter, God's Reign are in, like, you actually corner God's Reign in some part of time. And if these two players actually roam around freely in the entire map and both the lanes top and bottom mixed, they will create the openings that God's Reign actually want to seize the series or seize the matches. And in that case, Revenant will definitely have the same strategy against these two players, because in the previous upper bracket finals we had seen they did not allow Omen, neither Scepter, to open up their wings to play freely. They continuously created the pressure over Omen and Scepter so that Scepter could not break through those openings. But Omen still tried, and still, I would say, somehow he managed to just let his wings wide open. He tried to play his natural game with the Talon Flame, but he failed to seize the victory in his team's favor, because only one player or one or two players cannot actually win you the game. You need all the 5 players to stack up for that. And that is the only thing that Revenant did not allow God's Reign to reign over. This is the final match. The mistakes that had occurred in the upper bracket finals should be corrected by God's Reign and Revenant. They are up here with some new strats, some new formation, and some new mind games to seize this finals trophy, as well as to bragging rights.
Well, Nikros, you actually proved a very beautiful and should I say crucial point, that the individual performance is not going to be that kind of, let's say, effective. Because if the support is there from your teammates, if that synergy is there from your teammates, definitely you will be able to become the champion. Because this is not a battle royale, this is the MOBA, where every agent or where every character or where every Pokemon has its own capability. The synergy has to work out, the support system has to work out, the defensive positions have to work out, and the attackers have to do their job. The speedsters have to steal the KOs and eventually go for the goal scorings as well. They have to hide out in the tall grasses and then maybe go for the goal scoring and get the Rayquaza in their favor as well. So definitely every single guy which is there present in the roster has to perform exceptionally well, and meanwhile they have to actually gel with each other in the team as well. Then only I believe the performance is going to be on peak, and that's what Team Godstrain did in front of SHL in the last 3 rounds. So I believe the meta that Team Godstrain is having right now, the momentum that they're having, will maybe help them quite a bit. But Godstrain sitting on the back end, trying to learn what Godstrain is going to do, and eventually they had quite a few anticipations, because if I talk about the first round when it got over, Marcos Gaming was there, SHL was there. So at that moment, I believe Team Godstrain would have been thinking about that who is the one which is going to face us. Then the things got clearer after the second BO3, BO5 to be precise. We got to know that SHL is going to face off Team Godstrain, and then at that moment, Revenant would have been learning the strategies of both SHL and Godstrain, because out of these 2 teams, one team is going to face us in the grand finals. So sitting on the back end might be quite fruitful for Team Revenant Esports, but it will all come down to the first game, and then we'll get to see how the initiation is going to be there.
Oh, that's way too true right now, and we are about to witness the first match of the BO7 series. The players are getting pumped up, the players are getting ready. It's God's Reign take on Revenant. For me, this is the Pokemon Unit Derby everyone is waiting for. You can see the intense moment. I can actually feel the heat right from my home. Though I'm not present in the arena, but still, the pressure, the intensity of this series, this match is what makes it more greater, is what it's making more interesting, to be honest, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But this time, these 2 teams, 1 trophy, 1 position, 1 winner from this one. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the first match of this BO7 series.
Well, let's see what happens, guys. Look at that, 4 rounds to win, and then only the victory, the glory, the championship, the prize pool, the bragging rights of winning this particular tournament is going to be there from corner. But let's see how far this approach is going to go on. Is it going to be Revenant Esports starting it off quite well in the first round, or is it going to be Godstrain? Because Godstrain, if I talk about their approach, it's going to be a little bit more like that, where they want to farm out the Pokemons and eventually evolve as fast as it's possible. If we talk about Revenant Esports, their Dodrio has to evolve up quite soon as well. The Sizer has to evolve. The particular Pokemons like Delphox and the other Pokemons have to evolve quite swiftly. So let's see how the evolution type of work is actually going to be done, and what kind of impact is going to be there. But already a KO comes in, and that was the Dodrio for you guys, which was able to steal that KO. The Snorlax has been taken down. The tank from God's Reign, who was taken down. But eventually, in the initial stages, getting that tank down is not going to cut the deal. And the side of plus 20 coming from Revenant. That's amazing. Revenant is on a rampage from the start. That's quite good. If we talk about God's Reign, only 4 points from the corner. Meanwhile, they are farming. Just evolve, just level up as fast as is possible. Look at the Gardevoir already at the level 5, which is quite amazing. On the other corner, if we talk about Dodrio, well, that Pokemon has got the particular 5 level in his favor. That's amazing. On the other corner, I believe the evolution is something which is going to help quite a bit for Team God's Reign. But Revenant started off quite well.
Revenant are just going with the same strategies, right? What they implemented in the upper bracket finals, they're just keeping this at the same, because they know if we start off with a good lead, if we do have a greater start, it will actually help up in before the Rayquaza fight. Eventually, if we lose a Rayquaza, because in which God's Reign are the experts of stealing Rayquaza n number of times.
Yeah.
So if you have to win against God's Reign, you better not rely on the Rayquaza fight and just keep your heads up and the goals and the scores up from a very start, because if you rely on it, you never know that God's Reign might just seize the entire series exactly below your nose, and you won't be able to know even also.
Well, in order to answer that Rayquaza stealing power of God's Reign, I believe Revenant is ready with the Dodrio. Because we know that swift attack, that unite move, could easily swipe out the Rayquaza in their favor at the last instant moment. Because range attackers is something which is Dodrio good at. But let's see what happens. Close to the century is coming from Revenant's corner, and look at that, they have already scored 104. The bottom lane first goal zone is about to go down. I believe one more goal to go, and then eventually that goal zone is going to get destroyed. God's Reign are stuck at 4. I believe God's Reign is going to have the same approach that they did in front of Team SA12, that in the initial few moments they will be a little bit more passive. But this is not SA12, this is the Revenant who knows how to be chaotic from start till the end. So definitely God's Reign have to watch out for that. But look at that, the Regis are actually going to spawn soon enough. 18 seconds, 15 seconds more to go, and then we'll get to see who is going to take the advantage of those Regis.
See, one thing is for sure, Revenant is one of those teams who actually does not go well through the Indian meta or the Indian regional meta. They actually prefer going outside of the India. They try to adapt the methods, the metas, and the strategies of the South Asian teams. They practice with those South Asian teams to just evolve their skills and get their skills much more upgraded till now. Because if they have to compete in the Asia Championship, they do need some upgraded strategies and upgraded skill sets. And for that, they are grinding for that. In that case, if God's Reign, if they're not prepared or they are not accustomed with those South Asian metas and the strategy, it will be quite difficult for them to just come across a strong team like Revenant, who has got the skill set, but also they also have got the South Asian meta of the foreign teams, those who are actually on the top. This time Regirock will be contested but will be taken away by the players of Revenant, and I'm quite sure of that. Yes, Delphox gets the final pro, but yes, there are some counter goals coming up from the side of God's Reign, and eventually the Regiliki will be getting in the favor of God's Reign, if I'm not wrong.
But look at that, Delphox on the other corner also manages to score another set of plus 40. That's amazing. It's 187 at this point from Revenant Esports. There is a buffer of 87 points. That's good enough. The Pupitar gets taken down by the Hoopa. Amazing performance is what we awaited, and that's what we are getting. But still, we have to await for the Legendary Pit to form, for the Rayquaza to come in, because at that moment, the Unites are going to get used up. Everybody is just trying their level best to farm out the evolution points and eventually evolve as fast as it's possible. Look at that. If we talk about the Gardevoir, 9 is the level from Team God's Reign. If we talk about Team Revenant Esports, they're looking a little bit more great and a little bit more decisive about the fact that they are trying to evolve their Pokemons, because 2 of their Pokemons are at level 10 and one is at 2 are at level 9, and the only one which is at level 8 is going to be the tank for them. That's the Mamoswine. Well, moving forward, let's see what happens at this point. If we talk about Revenant Esports, 187 points. Oh, another set of 15 getting dunked down. God's Reign, a beautiful performance. That's what is coming from the corner. Nova, the Dodrio tries to once again reach out to the bottom lane goal zone and eventually score for it.
Well, they want to go for that and they're going for it. This time I would say God's Reign are performing a bit better than what they have faced in the upper bracket finals, and that's quite impressive. They have improved their mistakes on a very short span of time, and that's really something we should actually, praise them for. But as for now, Revenant Esports, the way they're just going up ahead, 4 minutes and almost I would say like less than 4 minutes or 5 minutes is just remaining. Tyranitar is there who can bring the entire game home for the side of God's Reign, but they have to use it very precisely. Good usage of good Pokemons in the right time can actually gain them the entire match. But right now, as Revenant, they are moving forward. They're here to score some goals. Regiliki has already spawned. Caesar, and if I'm not wrong, another troop is going for the side of Revenant to just secure the Regiliki, while the other players of God's Reign are completely focused on getting that Reggie Rock or Reggie Ice in their favor.
Well, indeed, the Regia Lake is actually getting in the favor of team known as Revenant Esports. That's quite good enough. And there is nobody to contest it. That's something which is making me worried. Look at that. Azumarill goes in, tries to actually deflect it, but eventually it is a little bit too far away. And I believe that goal zone is actually going to get open-ended. Meanwhile, Costin was able to score out the Reggie on the bottom lane. And eventually with that, they are just trying their level best to go out with the goal. Sanitar managed to take out the Mamoswine. Good enough from the corner. But let's see how far it is going to help them. Revenant with 307 and Goldstein stuck at 158. But they are still trying their level best to grind out and eventually get as many as goals as possible. Meanwhile, if I talk about Rodrio, this particular Pokemon is just keen on farming and getting as many as placement points, as many as XPs, as many as EOS energy that's possible.
And well, he have to do that, but Tyranitar is barely surviving. You can talk about Scepter. Azumarill gets Rodrio down. That's a big breakthrough, but Azumarill also gets picked off. So this moment, God's Reign, they're trying to just get this goal zone completely scattered and shut down. But Scepter, I believe he needs to fall back because he's carrying a good amount of EOS energy. At this point, if he tries to flank out on the top lane, it can be a good decision. But Rodrio is already there just to march up and get a good sight over the top lane. Not to mention, they are just using the Hoopa's abilities to teleport from the bottom lane to directly in the top lane, because they don't want to concede any extra EOS goals and scores at this hour, because it's just about 37 more seconds to go for the Rayquaza to spawn up. And this moment, if we just talk about Revenant Esports, they are definitely having the cruise control. But God's Reign, if you just see that 168, it's still not over. If they anyhow manage to get the Rayquaza, this entire flow, this entire game can be turned around if they manage to stop Revenant and score the goals at the very same time.
I'm pretty sure about the fact that Rodrio is actually going to focus more on actually going and scoring the goals as sneaky as it is possible. But look at that, Hoopa is here, the Delphox is coming up in the close quarters, and now they are going to take up the fight. They are trying their level best to just learn out if there is anybody hiding in the tall grasses, but there was no one. The Regis are also here right now, as you can see that. But let's figure out what happens. If we talk about Revenant, well, the TP back situation is going to be there. Rodrio is actually going to be on the back foot so that he can farm out quite a bit. But everybody is just waiting. Look at that. The passive approach coming from Revenant and Goldstein is showcasing that nobody wants to take that initial step, because that could be the one chaotic step that can easily decline a lot of fact. Look at that. Scepter and Divine, both of them are hiding in the tall grasses. Snorlax is there. The Tyranitar, the all-rounder, is also surviving. And the level of Tyranitar is showcasing that the hits coming from that particular Pokemon can be quite chaotic. And look at that, the Ancient One comes in, Delphox goes in for another set of blows, but it's Snorlax who's going to bag out the tanker for the team known as Revenant Esports.
Well, Revenant, they do have one setback, might just go for another one, but gets Gardevoir down. Rodrio makes a difference. Hoopa, that is Swifty, will be targeted at this hour, but now the thing that comes up in my mind is that the Rayquaza might just be in the favor of nobody. So now, but still, there are 58 more seconds to go, but I just for 1 second, I just thought that God's Reign, they're going for the attack. That means they've got the Rayquaza, but then I noticed that Rayquaza is still there, exactly in the legendary pet, so there was no contest between them. But now, it's the time. Tyranitar has got the Unite. Mamoswine has got the Unite. Scizor is having the Unite. But I don't know for how long are they going to just stay awake and just stay there, that the Hoopa unleashes his Unbound mode. 168, 385, 30 more seconds. Rayquaza is the main concept that through God's Reign are looking forward to. But it's Scizor who steals the Rayquaza, and it's all over for God's Reign in the very first match. It's a complete 5-man shutdown as Revenant advances to score the goals and to seize and lead the series with a 1-0.
The Gardevoir is trying to maintain his distance and meanwhile just give the damage, but it's not going to be a possible task. But look at that, Revenant just trying to outshine, and the first round of this BO7 is actually for sure going to be in the favor of team Revenant Esports. A beautiful performance that was needed, and look at that, the jolly good faces coming from these guys is absolutely looking quite strong. They have to change their desk and then eventually perform. The guys are a little bit, let's say, tensed up quite a bit because they have to go for 3 more rounds. It's basically like a start of BO5 for them.
I would just say that at this BO7 series, you need 4 wins. In BO5, you need 3. In BO7, you need 4. So the number of wins, it is increasing. And I would say, losing the first match, it's nothing To be honest, it doesn't affect it. You need to keep, for the players of God's Reign, I would just say, keep your minds cool. Though they cannot hear me, that's for sure. But keeping your minds cool in this hour will give them a bit more advantage than what they think. It's 733 and 168. It's a brutal domination coming up from the side of Revenant Esports. That's for sure. There's no doubt in that. But still, when the number of requirement of the number of winning matches increases, the number of chances for you to make a comeback in a long series also increases, because the opponent team will have to play minimum 4 rounds to get the victory. 4-0,
Right.
I don't think it's going to happen, because God's Reign is there to just come up with some counter rounds. Maybe it can be a 3-2, maybe it can be a 4-2, you never know.
Oh man, Revenant Esports 733 points from the corner, and the defeated one, the God's Reign, have got only 168. That shows that there was a buffer of more than 400 points between these two teams. So definitely looking forward to see how far the approach is going to get established. Is it going to be God's Reign trying to come back? Because at this point, I'm not going to even doubt on God's Reign that they will be able to come back, because they have shown us that when everybody is out of the question, God's Reign will outperform and will give the comeback in front of SATL. The redemption champions have been overthrown by God's Reign, so definitely at this point, Revenant Esports have to be feared about that aspect as well. But after having the first match in their favor, I believe that motivation level, or should I say, the meta of their particular team is actually going to get boosted up, and the confidence is also going to be on par. Meanwhile, if we talk about the battle data, you can see that from Team Revenant, it was Crowley, the Delphox, who gave the significant amount of damage, and Nova was also there with the Speedster. On the other corner, if we talk about God's Reign, from that particular corner, it was Skepta, the Tyranitar, coming up with close to 60,000 damage.
You can actually always enjoy the matches of these two teams when you just see the best of the best competing against each other to become the greatest. That's when you actually enjoy. As a caster, we are just sitting here and we just representing the entire game to you as the audience. But even deep inside, we do have one audience heart for ourselves, as we are also enjoying the entire match being in a neutral position, because both the teams are doing their level best to win this championship. But this time the lead is taken by Revenant Esports. But I really want a Raider. What if it goes around like a 3-3 scoreline? Oh my god. That will be a much interesting. Like, we move on to the 6th round. It's the score of 3-3. The last round, it will be the decider, the BO7. Oh my god. If it happens, I don't know. It could have been... It can be a biggest Christmas gift for all the Pokemon Unite fans.
Indeed. Everybody is actually going to love that kind of aspect where the competition will go down to the last round. But for that, we have to look into the God's Reign's performance. Is it going to be a possibility that they're going to give that comeback or not? Meanwhile, if we talk about the player of the game, that's Dodrio for you guys. The Nova, who was able to secure these many points in his favor. Absolutely amazing performance from the corner. So yes, of course, loved a lot, gained a lot. A new strategy was implemented. Nova, having the Dodrio, was able to showcase his strength. The advantage coming from Dodrio was absolutely on point. But if we talk about the Tyranitar, I think Revenant should ban the Tyranitar coming from Team God's Reign corner, because that Tyranitar was able to get a lot of KOs, those ancient ones, and eventually the Ignite moves that this guy was able to farm out was absolutely on point. And it was the Dodrio and Sizer, the combined effect of those two Pokemons from Revenant, which helped them to gain the excess of Rayquaza. Otherwise, it could have been in the favor of God's Reign. And if God's Reign gets a Rayquaza, you all know what happened to SATL.
That's an alarming situation. That's definitely an alarming situation, but I really believe that Revenant, they do have the same strategies. SATL made a mistake. They made a mistake, not just one, not just two, but 3 times in a row, that led them to just get eliminated from this Pokemon Unite India Open 2022 in the lower bracket finals. But yes, Revenant, the confidence they have, just it's some kind of confidence like we used to have, Raider, in ourselves as well. But when you just beat one player down, you know, like this guy I can beat. I've already, I've won against him. I know how he plays. I know what strategies he's going to use. So I do have a plan against. They become a predictable opponent, and in that case, that's quite, I won't say very easy, but it's quite
Hmm.
easy for you to predict what move is that player or that team is going to implement against you. So if you have the preparations, if you have the mind game up that if he comes up with this move, we have got this move as a counter. And when that kind of thinking and that kind of strategy comes in your mind and sets exactly as a copy paste situation, nothing can be better than that. But if you talk about the Pokemon picks, in this entire Pokemon Unite India Open 2022 right now, the Eldegoss was taken 177 times.
The highest times Eldegoss was actually in the favor of these guys. That's amazing. Mime on the other corner is going to be the second Pokemon which everybody loves to choose and go for. Izumaral just being on the back end with only two choices, I believe. On the other corner, for talk about Snorlax 147, Mamoswine 132, Mew 123, Blissey 131, Gardevoir 119. I'm actually missing Pokemons like Pikachu at this point, but eventually I guess we saw a sneak peek that from Revenant there would have been a Pikachu coming up, but in that last instance, I believe the switches were there. But looking forward to see what happens because this Pokemon picks can actually showcase 8 Pokemons which are getting repeated quite often.
Don't be sad, Trader. You will get a chance to play your Pikachu again. So don't be sad. I can feel you. Once the Pikachu meta is back again, you might be able to see Pikachu coming up again. And Swifty will be the first one to take that control because he's mainly the speedster, or you can say mainly the Pikachu player that we used to see. But nevertheless, we have seen the Pokemon picks that have been taken as of now. But as we move down to the main Pokemon pick rates, so SATUL have taken Azumarill 21 times, the most number of time, and it's always Might. It's always Might who is the one to take the control of the Azumarill from Team SATUL. 19 times for God's Raid, 15 for Marcos, and 9 for Revenant. And yes, that's what true, because we haven't seen Revenant taking Azumarill on a regular basis or on a maximum basis as what we have seen God's Raid and SATUL. Because God's Raid also have some strategies in which they use Azumarill as a good agent, not agent, as a Pokemon, in which they do get some good success rate.
Well, definitely looking forward to see how Godstein and Revenant Esports are going to take the tussle because if we talk about SATL and Marcos, their position is pretty much done and dusted because SATL is going to reside at hashtag 3. Marcos will actually go for the hashtag 4th position. Meanwhile, it's a battle, it's the BO7. Well, one round is pretty much over, and Revenant is having the advantage of that first round. And after that, 6 more rounds to go. The fight might actually go for the 7th one as well if the 3-3 kind of composition is going to be there. But I really doubted that it's going to be like that at this point because the confidence that Revenant is having is absolutely amazing. But let's see how far Revenant will be able to establish their dominance and maybe forecast us with the kind of glory that we expect them. And meanwhile, on the other corner, guys, let me remind you once again, these 4 teams, Godstrain, Revenant, SATUL, and the Marcos Gaming are actually going to face off each other in the Asia Champions League as well. So definitely a lot of hopes are there from that corner as well. But before that, this battle has to come up and has to be conquered in order to go to that. But I believe the ban phase, the pick phase are actually going to come in soon enough so that we'll get to know which are the 2 Pokemons getting banned up. And from SATUL's corner, from us to be precise, Godstrain's corner, I believe it could be Dodrio, and from Revenant's corner, it could be Tyranitar. Let's see what happens.
That should be one of those picks, to be honest. God's Rain should ban Dodrio, and I believe Revenant should go for Tyranitar. But this time I believe it's a bit different. Not Tyranitar, but Dodrio ban is there from the side of Revenant itself. Okay.
That's good enough. Revenant was like, basically, we have played this Pokemon, we have shown you the strength of that Pokemon. Now we are going to set it aside. Now let's see what you have in your corner. But Revenant has to know that Godstrain is not going to rely on just Dodrio. They have got the Talonflames, they have got the Zorak as well. So quite a few Pokemons are there from the corner that they can use. But before that, they will choose the Mamoswine. And the Azumarill gets in the favor of Revenant. Revenant is basically like, we are going to take up a notch of the pick rates of Azumarill. And now it's 10 for you guys. On the other corner, it's Blissey, the all-rounder, the supporter to be precise for the team of Revenant Esports. Meanwhile, Tyranitar once again comes in for Godstrain. Still, things can change, I believe, Nexus.
This time, I am really doubtful that Tyranitar might be the game changer for the side of God's Rain. But I really wonder why banning Ninetales was the option for God's Rain. I am really surprised to see that. But if you see, it's a Cramorant pick coming up from the side of Revenant. And if I'm not wrong, this Cramorant will belong to Crowley. Without a single doubt, there's a Mr. Mime and a Machamp, or maybe a Scizor pick coming up from the side of God's Reign. Lucario can be a good choice, but I believe Caesar can be a better one in that opinion or in that case. But Cramorant, as well as this side, Grey Ninja. If this is a Grey Ninja pick from the side of Revenant, I won't be surprised because those comps are really cool and they are really better. But it's a time for the preparation phase in which we will be getting to see the changes. And that changes, yes, it is. 17 more seconds to go for the second round of this BO7 series to Commerce. As we see, Revenant are in the lead with a 1-0. God's Reign are looking forward to sell the scores while they have got a Delphox as well in their lineup.
Oh man, at this point the competition is just rising. Look at that. The composition coming from Team Revenant is looking quite well. If we talk about God's Reign, their composition is also looking quite sharp. God's Reign, they're just trying their level best to be a little bit more passive, but meanwhile be strategic. If we talk about Revenant, we all know that this team is one of those aggressive teams which have got the clean sweeps for n number of time. And having Pokemons like Revenant and other Pokemons, I believe we are actually going to see very soon that what Crowley and his teammates are actually going to do, how they can fulfill the expectations of the fans and the viewers that are sitting in that particular arena. Let's see what happens, guys. Eventually, at this point, the one thing that is going to matter a lot is how the composition, how the fights are actually going to get taken down, and eventually, are they going to some shifts, or is it going to be a steady approach? Well, you have to look into it.
That's something to really, talk about. But this is the moment. This is the main phase that we are looking forward. Second round will be underway. 10 more minutes. We will be 10 to 15 more minutes, and we will be letting you know which team will take the lead in this BO7 series. This is the second round which is underway as we move up to the next few minutes, 10 more minutes. Which team will be taking a lead on a good note? Is it going to be Revenant who will maintain their lead, or is it going to be God's Reign who will be coming up with some counter rounds to just make the series more spicy? But 9 minutes 25 more seconds to go. God's Reign starting off with a good note and trying to make a good lead, while Revenant still warming up themselves, as Umarel will be the one to be targeted out and will be taken down as well. Some early settlements, some early elimination and knockouts won't affect any of the Pokemons, but yes, it will actually, waste a bit of time for those players to just level up themselves. While Azumarill, Marill, he's in the Marill mode right now, but yes, he evolves up to Azumarill, just trying to provide some support to Grey Ninja on the top lane.
It's very important to actually get the support at this point because Revenant Esports, they've got the lead. All they have to do is capsize on it. And eventually, if we talk about God's Reign, they have to start the chapter for them. But is it going to be an easy task? Well, not at all, guys. This is the grand finale. There is nothing which is going to be easy at this point. And if we talk about the Larvitar, look at that on the bottom lane. That particular Pokemon is just trying to farm as many as points as possible. But now God's Reign is going to taste the factor of Team Revenant Esports soon enough. I believe Revenant Esports is much more focused on leveling up as fast as is possible, because if we talk about Team God's Reign, their Pokemons are not looking that good in terms of the leveling up scenario, and Lucario also gets taken down by the Azumarill, but finally Delphox is coming up in the scene. Level 6 is going to be the status for that particular Pokemon, but meanwhile Greninja and the Cramorant are also looking at level 6. Nobody has the Unite move yet, so definitely we have to look into it that how far they are actually going to fetch this particular competition. Nova gets stuck for a moment by the Icicle, but now Nova has to fall back. Is it going to be a possibility? Well, of course, the damage comes in. Oh, another Icicle. And with that, Azumarill gets contested and it has been KO'd. 3-4 seconds, and then after that, he is going to get respawn. And look at that, the respawn is done. On the other corner, the Mamoswine, the Piloswine to be precise, is trying his level best to put down as many as goals as possible. But he could be taken down because the Wild Berries are something which is going to get capsized. And look at that, the Grey Ninja manages to bag him out.
Well, we can say Grey Ninja just did what he wanted to, but at this point, 39-13, Grey Ninja is just going on a rampage, shuts down Mr. Mime as well. Might just go for the triple, but Grey Ninja gets shut down by Lucario. This time we can see God's Reign, they're trying to make the difference as Cramorant goes down. It's 31, 18 plus 18 coming up from the side of Nova. On the other end, plus 30 from the side of Tyranitar. It's 69-31, God's Reign trying to make the difference quite up. They don't want Revenant to take the lead in this round because they have seen n number of times that whenever Revenant is taking the lead, it's very tough for them to just beat in their own home because they're leveling up quite fast. They're creating the difference, but right now Grey Ninja will be just trying to get Mr. Mime down, because that's definitely a key point and will be getting
Oh.
the KO for sure, as Delphox still trying to level up.
Green Ninja is quite swift at this point, and eventually, if we talk about Eldegoss, managed to score another set of amazing points, and Green Ninja also goes in for another set of 11 points. Regirock is going to be the contestant that we might actually see soon enough. But on the back end, I believe the Cremonant also wants to go with it. The Pupitar is there. Eldegoss is also trying to come with the support for the team. The Icicles are actually coming up, which will stun, which will freeze down quite a few players from Team Revenant Esports. But the lead is not that much. 21 points is all the buffer that we are actually looking at. Delphox on the other corner with 30 AS energy is trying to be chaotic on the particular Pokemons, but Lucario, he has to fall back. The support system from Mime is also working out quite a bit. Nobody is focusing on the Regirock, because if you focus on that, you are easily going to get backstabbed from the other guys. But look at Divine, his HP is not looking that great. The push comes in, but then again, Divine will still survive. The Azumarill is still going to move on, and Divine is back in the home, back in the goal zone, so he's easily going to repatch himself.
That's for sure, and with that, it's 100 runs. It's 100 runs, not 100 runs, but 100 score coming up from the side of Revenant. But Grey Ninja again comes up with the 2 KO streak. There are n number of goals getting scored up from the side of Revenant, and as usual, what Revenant is doing in natural score is a plus 31 from Grey Ninja as well, and they move up to a 150s. While God's Rain are still struggling in the 90s. Delphox might just try. He's here to get everything, every objective, but Cramorant seizes the Regirock as well as Revenant. Got the first objective, will try for the Regiliki right now. I don't know, I really wonder what is God's Rain planning right now. Are they willing to just steal the Regiliki at the very end moment? If they are willing to do that, it will be tough, because Revenant, they are leveling up way too fast as compared to God's Rain.
But Mime actually went out to score, but eventually he was unable to, because he didn't have the right approach of the AS energy and stuff like that. But at this point, let's see what happens. On the other corner, if we talk about the top lane, we have got the Regiliki to be precise, getting summoned at that moment. But eventually the pause is actually going to be there. So let's see how far this situation is going to get helpful for the teams. Particularly, I hope so, that the competition is something which is going to ignite quite a bit of aspects. But after having the first round in the favor of Revenant Esports, Revenant, for let's say 2 or 3 minutes, they were getting shaken down in the initial start of the second round. But then again, you saw how Revenant Esports is able to capsize on it. The KOs were getting followed up. They are actually able to score quite a bit. And in the bottom goal zone, even the bottom goal zone to be precise, have been destroyed.
Well, it was a good match. It is going as a good match. God's Rain, and they are not. I would say this time they are not falling behind a hell lot of time. They are closing in, but yep, they need to gear up. They need to come up with a counter goals in the same flow how Revenant is taking the lead. If they just fall short of, for a good span of like 2 to 3 minutes, if they fall short of to score any kind of score, that moment Revenant will utilize to just come up with those equal scores to just get some good difference and make it a good lead. We will be moving forward to the match very soon as the pause timeout will get over, because they're having some quite discussions in that discussion panel. It will be sorted out, it will be cleared out that whatever the mistakes they're doing, not to do it, and this is the strategical timeout, we can actually call it off for any of the teams, because at that moment they can actually secure and get the things sorted in their way of how they can actually put an end to the Revenant's winning streak if they are willing to do that.
Well, for Revenant at this point, the only thing that they have to do is put on the pressure. 3-0 should be coming from Team Revenant's corner soon enough. The 2-0 is one thing which I'm actually looking forward to. But after that, if we talk about the domination of Goldstein, slowly but steadily, Goldstein is also showing the signs that they are also capable to turn down quite a few things and maybe become the champion of this India Open 2022. Let's see how far this establishment is going to help them, because the only thing which is standing in front of them is going to be the domination of Revenant Esports, and it's not an easy one to break down. It's not an easy task to go with. Definitely the competition is something which is messing around in my mind as well, that what will happen, how the things will be getting circumcised, and is it going to be Revenant Esports having the favor of the second round, or Goldstein will actually come back. If the 3-3 comes in, the 7th round will be there. A lot of speculation as a viewer, as a caster, is there in my mind.
Well, our predictions and our calculations might just be wrong, might just be fine as well, but at the very moment when we just talk about this is the time, this is the second round which is about to commence. The pause timeout will be over very shortly, and as soon as the things are sorted, as soon as the things are ready, we will be just moving forward to just gear up for this match, because I believe the players of God's Reign are facing some problem in which when it will be just sorted out, we will be just directly heading towards the match. As for sure, the teams and the management, they're working very hard in the LAN venue to just give you the best output that they can actually call it off for. But still, that is the main topic. That is the main reason that we are just sitting here and just enjoying the game, because God's Reign, they might buy some time with this timeout, because this timeout is going to take a good amount of time, and for that they have to think and come up with some good strategies what they want to implement against them.
Trying to commence the fight, trying to have the right Pokemons is going to be the goal, and eventually everybody has done it quite well. And the choices are pretty much over. Now the strategic timeout is one thing I'm actually worried about, that how the teams are going to come back after the timeout is over. Because to be honest, after seeing the first 2 or 3 minutes, I guess the enemy can easily predict what might actually come up in the next few seconds, next few minutes to be precise. So definitely looking forward to it, at how the second round is going to get balanced. And from Goldstein, I believe the technical difficulties are getting followed up soon enough. I believe those things are actually going to get repassed, and we will dive into the match soon. So, in order to wait, I believe we can actually talk about a bit about the past of this whole situation. I guess from 1st December to the 13th December, we saw the playoff stages. The stage one was there till the 8th or 9th of the December, and after that, we got to see the stage two, which was also quite impressive to be precise. The few matches from stage two were bound to happen today, and eventually it did. The upper bracket grand final, upper bracket finals was there. The lower bracket round three and the lower bracket finals was also pretty much over. And the two teams which are going to be the facing, two teams which are actually going to face off each other in the grand finals were confirmed as Revenant Esports and Godstrain. So definitely, I believe a long journey is about to come to an end, but eventually it was quite interesting to be precise.
That's for sure. Oh, this time it's a big league. This India Open was a big journey for many of the teams. Many new aspiring teams have arrived. They registered, they played, they came and they conquered in the previous playoff stages. We have seen n number of new teams, and it's very gladful and it's very cheerful for me to see those new faces, those new players in this particular scene, because at the very time Pokemon Unite was and always is a very cool MOBA game for me, and the people, the players who love MOBA games will definitely like it for sure. If you haven't tried it yet, make sure you try it at least once for you to just understand it, because when you understand the entire concept, it just is crystal clear exactly in front of you. But when it is coming on to the competitive mode, you can see how tough the competition is by time, by the ways, because the top teams, they're just not leaving a single inch of land to anybody to make their room for themselves and to get things going on, because this is the land, this is the fight, this is the battle that every team in the Pokemon Unite are seeking for.
One good matchup, one good round is actually going to cut the deal for Team Godsend. One good loss is actually going to be a very chaotic loss for Team Godsend, because the pressure is on Godsend at this point. Godsend is a team which was able to counter quite a few things from the lower bracket. Now they are in the grand finals. They are again going to face Revenant Esports. They are again having the disadvantage of the first round not being in the favor. And in the second round, things were looking a bit more comfortable for Team Revenant Esports. But until and unless the Rayquaza comes in, I guess we can't actually conclude the fact that which team is going to win this particular round. So definitely looking forward to see who is going to get the Rayquaza when the technical pause is actually going to get unveiled. We'll get to see how the fights will ignite and initiate once again.
That's for sure. The fights, and it will start from the very same place in which we have ended, but the pause timer is the one that we are looking forward to just get it over. The experts are there definitely trying to handle it out, but yes, that strategical timeout or that pause timeout actually gave the time to the players to just get the things right, just to get themselves a bit freshed up, because the next time we will be meeting is directly on that particular page only, when you can get to see the winning title prevailing over the name. Which team it will be, Gods or Revenant, we don't know, but for sure, the way Revenant, they have taken the lead, it is something for pressurizing moment for Gods. But now, when the flow was going in the favor of Gods, this is a positive timeout.
And indeed, it was God's Reign trying to actually overcome everything which was in front of them. But eventually, at this point, we can conclude the fact that that timeout will actually give both of the team a beautiful advantage of learning and eventually repassing their strategies, and maybe work it out quite well in their favor. So the expectations are there, but let's see which team is going to be the one which is easily going to overcome all the expectations and get this game in their favor. Although it's not going to be an easy task, that is one thing I would love to conclude with. But then again, the competition is what which will happen. The Asia Champions League is also on the way. This India Open 2022 is also about to get over. But before that, we'll get to know which is the team reigning on top in the Indian subcontinent.
That's for sure. One team who will win this will have the biggest attention in the Asia Championship, because whenever you're winning a tournament in your regional league or regional stage, then you to go to a new stage, a new championship where you are representing your country, and you do have the bragging rights of you were the champions of this XYZ league from your region, which is an official event that actually give you a big confidence as well as some big responsibilities from their end. But with that, we will be just going forward to the highlights to check it once, the map number 1.
Let's talk about the highlights at this point. You can already see that in the highlights, in the match number 1, a lot of things went out of the hands of Team Revenant Esports for a few moments, but eventually Revenant Esports started it off quite well. From the start till the end, they were the one trying to create the havoc, trying to actually create a lot of points for the team particularly, and eventually they were quite successful. Be it Zsol, be it the other guys from Revenant. In the mid-match, I believe, the performance was coming back from Team Godshin's corner as well, but eventually in the highlights you can clearly see how Dodrio was an advantage for the team known as Revenant Esports.
Well, Revenant has got a very big role with the Dodrio. If you stop the Dodrio factor, Revenant might face some backlashes, but in that case you need to actually be able to counter all the attacks that Revenant is going without a Dodrio, because that's how they have played. They actually know with which Pokemon they can be very vulnerable. Yes, definitely Dodrio is making the move, but in all these kind of matches you cannot use the same Pokemon over and over, so you have to need those variations, because if you just start to use only one like one strategy and one format in each and every match, it won't be like, it will be really predictable. So in that case, I believe the variations are quite important, and using of different Pokemons in different categories, maybe a speedster, maybe a defender, maybe a supporter, maybe all-rounder, maybe attacker. You should actually learn everything. But now in this case, without the Dodrio also, Revenant can be a very tough opponent to just take the fight against. But as of now, we need to speak of the match number 1. Tyranitar was the greatest X-factor against Revenant for the side of God's Reign, but this time, can it be the same again over and over? But this time the Smash 2, it's looking a bit more comfortable for the side of God's Reign, but we don't know the results till the match gets over.
Well, indeed, we have to look into it, that how far the results are actually going to come up, how far the competition is going to get evolved. One thing that is pretty much clear at this moment, that Revenant Esports to be precise as a team was absolutely chaotic, was absolutely on point in terms of the damage that they were trying to dish out. But then again, we have to look into the fact that God's Reign is a team which was able to beat out Team SHL after having the 2-0 in front of them, after having that kind of immense pressure of getting disqualified and not being in the grand finals. But then again, the choosing of Tyranitar coming from Team God's Reign was able to help quite a bit for them particularly. But on the, I guess, 1 minute marker, close to 1 minute marker, it was Team Revenant which was able to steal out the Rayquaza, and that actually changed the pace of the game.
Is this over? I'm scared to ask these questions 'cause I know that you'll reject my love.
Well, we have seen some kind of contest, but ladies and gentlemen, we are not going to keep you waiting for a very longer period of time. We will be moving forward to the second round directly, as this one, the match got rehosted. But yes, we are going to start up from zero with the same picks that were taken by the players.
Well, the picks are not going to be different. That is absolutely amazing. The Kremlin tries to actually go a little bit more far away. In the last round, I believe Revenant was the one team which was having a beautiful advantage in terms of their evolution and their Pokemons being evolved. And in this particular round, I guess the same approach is going to be there. But look at Delphox and look at Greninja on the back end. Level 4 is what they are actually residing at. And Greninja in the last round, you saw that how chaotic that particular Pokemon was. And a lot of KOs were getting followed up from that particular Pokemon. So looking forward to see what happens. Oh, the Larvitar wants to fall back, but the HP. He survives. That's good enough.
That's for sure. This is a tough battle. 22, 20, 30s. Okay, Revenant is taking the lead. God's Reign were looking quite confident and they were looking really pretty well in that kind of scenarios where God's Reign were trying to make up the difference quite in their favor. Revenant this time, they're coming with some counter trades and they were like, Revenant be like, I'm not going to let you do that this easy. So definitely, Revenant, they do have a 1-0 lead in this BO7 series and they want to make it a 4, definitely. But God's Reign, the main motto right now is to stop the Revenant, the OGs, the Giants right now. As Revenant, they were the hashtag the number 1 team in the Indian circuit for a very longer period of time. And there has not been a single team to actually put them in the trouble. But yes, if you just talk about in some last recent tournaments, God's Reign has proven themselves to be a tough competitor or a tough opponent for the side of Revenant in this case. But are Revenant going to keep these things alive, because it's an official event that values much more greater than any other event? But this time Crowley, he's got some level ups for himself, but yep, he's going forward just to get some EOS energy, collect it up and score some goals, because God's Reign are up with a 42-37 plus 26 coming up from the side of Delphox, which will lead Gods to a good start or maybe a good difference against Revenant.
At this point, God's Reign having 73 points is looking quite well, but eventually if we talk about Team Revenant Esports, their major focus is on trying to evolve as fast as possible. Look at that, the Greninja was able to take down one more Pokemon. That's amazing. Everybody is going to score it out, and I believe the goal zone is about to go down for sure if the Kremlin was able to score it out. And yes, he's also for sure going to put the goal, and look at that, one goal zone from Team God's Reign's corner has already been destroyed. The lead was there with more than 50 points, and now look at that, there is a lead of I guess close to 37 points coming from Team Revenant Esports. That's absolutely amazing. On the bottom lane, we have got Pokemon like Eldegoss trying to fight back, and the Izumiral also goes in for another sort of 5 points in the top lane second goal zone.
Well, at this time, if we just see Revenant Esports, they bounce back. Like, this is how Revenant actually play Raider. They just don't stay up around the corner, but just in a span of, in a blink of an eye, they just come up with a huge buffer, a huge score line, which actually stuns everybody out. But at this moment, God's Reign, if you just talk about 83-125 on the scoreline board, Regirock will be contested by the players of God's Reign, not allowing any of the players of Revenant to just come closer. But Mr. Mime, will he be able to do it? No, it won't be, because Regilicky has been stolen by Revenant, while Lucario will seize the Regirock in the favor of God's Reign, and with that they will be trying to get some scores on the board for sure, while Eldegoss trying to just maintain it up. Mr. Mime needs some KOs for sure. Revenant dealing some good blows, as the Mamoswine is still not in this final form. This is a good chance for Revenant to strike it back, but Mr. Mime, will he be able to defend this tower? He's trying his level best, but for now Revenant, they're just going on with all attack. Azumarill will be on the top lane for the side of Revenant, but still not making any quite difference, because Lucario will be there alongside Tyranitar to just hold it off against Azumarill. And if whenever the Tyranitar is coming in the final form, and you know, speak of the devil, and devil is here, when the Tyranitar is in the final form, and now it's going to be a tough time for Revenant if they are not being able to stop Tyranitar from leveling up.
Well, look at that. The Piloswine managed to bag out the Eldegoss. That's good enough. And despite of everything, at this point on the top lane, it's Lucario and the Azumarill trying to take the fight. On the bottom lane, we've got the Icicles coming up. The Tyranitar with the Ancient One is actually going to be quite aggressive on its own. The people which were KO'd from Revenant Esports corner are pretty much back in the game. You can see that Greninja is having 11 as its level. and nobody from Team Godsend is even at 10. Okay, my bad. It's going to be a Tyranitar which is actually going to go for the 10 level, which is amazing. But if we talk about Greninja, this guy is actually having level 11, which is absolutely amazing. Let's see how far that advantage as an attacker will be given to the Greninja.
That's for sure. At this time, even the difference is less than like 10 points. It's around, and I believe God's Reign, they want to maintain this at least 10-point difference. It's quite good, I believe, because if you are not in those hundreds, 1-0 is fine, but if it goes like 1-0-0, then it's way too tough for any of the team. But yes, God's Reign, this time they're trying to push up the efforts. The Tyranitar factor is working out for them, but the counter goals, they are coming up as Limoswine will be coming with this +9 with a 124, 125. Limoswine will be getting taken down by Cramorant, as Revenant will be just focusing on the Regiliki at this point. They have got the first Regiliki. Now it's time for the second one. While if you see God's Reign, they're not contesting for the Regiliki. They're just going forward to the bottom lane to get the Regi Ice in their favor. The Regiliki will be stolen up. So it's Regi Steel this time.
Yeah.
The Regi Steel might just go in the favor of God's Reign, but they have to be a bit fast. They have to be more efficient in this case. But +40 comes up from the side of Tyranitar, and before the players of Revenant arrive in this bottom lane, the Regi Steel will be secured by God's Reign. But still, the way God's Reign are playing this second round, it is looking a bit promising for the side of God's Reign that they can actually equalize the series right now.
It seems like that at this point, because the God's Reign, the way they are performing is absolutely looking quite strong. They're getting the KOs back and forth, they're getting the charming effect of this fight. But look at that, Blissey comes up with the support system that was required, but the beautiful Tyranitar advantage could actually come in. Let's see how far this situation will be helpful for the team, or the KO comes in as Greninja at a loss at this point. Wait for 15 more seconds, and then that particular Pokemon is going to bounce back, spawn back in the situation, and with that kind of disadvantage, I believe God's Reign is absolutely going to be actually on top. And look at that, on the top goal zone, other set of +40 points were delivered. In the bottom goal zone, other set of amazing points are actually delivered. And at this moment, Revenant Esports have lost their 3 goal zones, which is actually a very bad instance for them. But apart from that, the support system coming from Team God's Reign is looking quite amazing. Just one more point shy of 300.
Well, the way this time God's Reign are almost around the corners to reach 300 marker before Revenant Esports. The tactics is definitely working, but the mistake what Revenant did was to ban Dodrio. Definitely, if I'm not wrong, we'll have to look up that next round. Revenant will ensure definitely that they're not letting Tyranitar get in the hands of the players of God's Reign if they lose this round for sure, because the factor it was that God's Reign definitely managed to come up, and they have given up a big pressure to the players of Revenant this time. Even also, if Revenant Enia manages to secure the Rayquaza in the very end moment, they can actually turn up the game, but I don't think God's Reign will allow it anyhow for their side. It's the second round. It is a very important round for God's Reign to come as the Rayquaza comes up, and the final stretch is already on.
And indeed, the final stretch, in that final stretch, we can see that Noxie wants to fall back because his HP was not looking that good. Tyranitar is also there. The highest level of evolution that is there from Greninja's corner is going to be 13, which is absolutely amazing. But now they are actually hiding in the tree grasses and in the tall grasses, to be precise, so that they can actually live up to the marker and get the Rayquaza in their favor. But is it going to be an easy task? Well, not at all. The Azumarill and the other Pokemon are also trying to be chaotic. Look at that. The ancient one coming from the Tyranitar is also going to be quite amazing. And if we talk about the Mamoswine, look at that. That particular Pokemon is just hiding in those grasses so that when the time is right, he will be able to catch up on it.
Well, with this flow, when we just see it around, the Rayquaza is still in the control of Revenant. They can actually get it done, but well, they have lost one player down. This time they won't be able to do it. I believe that God's Reign, they're trying to defend and take the Rayquaza at the very same moment. So this is something that I can really, talk about and get onto the site. But yes, this is +78, and this time Rayquaza gets in the favor of God's Reign, and God's Reign will be just advancing with all the 5 players. But opposing team Revenant surrenders this match. They surrender it in the very end moment. They know they cannot win it, because that's definitely the factor on which they rely on. As Gods equalize the series with 1-1 on the board. The series, the showdown, it's coming on 4th. As Revenant, they will be upset a bit, but God's Reign, the comeback, it was needed from their end. The finale that we were hoping for, it's already coming down. So we can actually say we are at least going for 5 rounds in this BO7 series minimum.
Yeah, indeed, seems like that at this point. So I guess one more thing we have to actually witness is going to be the carnage that is going to come up in the next upcoming rounds. Crowley and his teammates were able to surrender this round, but let's see how far the approach is going to go in the next upcoming rounds. Because at this point, I have to just say this, that Gaussians, the temper, the momentum from the corner is coming up. And after surrendering, I believe Revenant was just trying to neglect the fact that the lead could have been quite huge. At this point, if we talk about Godsrain, where Divine, Noxy, Omen, Scepter, and Fiction was able to get the win in this particular round. And if I talk about the score gap, it was not that much. You can already see it's a 299 and 273. That means there was a gap of close to 16 or 17 points.
And it's all done and dusted. The way God's Reign actually played the second round, it's for sure. It's definitely incredible. It was expected from their end, and they delivered it pretty fine, pretty nicely. But still, it is when we just talk about this is the moment that we were all waiting for. It's the 1-all mode in which I really think this time it is definitely vulnerable position. If Revenant, if Crowley is thinking to come up with some new strategies, this is the moment, Crowley. If you need to buckle up, you need to do it now. Otherwise, it might be going in the favor of God's Reign. Well, the wait is what we are doing and we are expecting from their end. But if you talk about the overall performances, the total damage dealt, it will be much more higher from the side of Omen, 37,000 from his end, with 37,372, the highest one from his end, while 44,000 for the side of Crowley as Cramorant.
Oh man, everybody from Team Revenant Esports tried their level best to neglect this fight out of their hands, but eventually at the last instances, we saw how beautifully Revenant was able to conquer. And with that, honestly speaking, I guess Omen and their teammates were also not that aggressive. Because if we talk about Revenant's approach, look at that. Crowley, that particular Pokemon known as Cramorant, was able to have 44,000 damage in his favor. Meanwhile, let's talk about the graph. Very soon the graph will come in, and there we go. We have got the graph. From Revenant Esports, the initiation was good enough. And I believe they had quite a few Regis in their favor. But eventually when it came to the Rayquaza, that's where things went out of the hands.
The Rayquaza fight actually made a huge difference. They did not last it to the very last minute because they knew it. That it's all done and dusted. But yep, God's Reign will be happy with the comeback, I believe, Raiders, because this is a happy moment. This is a fine moment for God's Reign because after that loss of 3-1 in the very upper bracket finals, they needed the momentum against Revenant. They got it. Now they delivered it, and it is what it is. And this very particular moment is God's Reign. They level up the series. But the player of the game, it will be Noxy from the side of God's Reign. Mr. Mime, he was playing with 50 goals, 1 knockouts, 3 assists, 22,808 damage, and 28,881 recovery points.
Oh man, everything is done and dusted at this point, and the guy who is actually going to be on the top is God Reigns. Noxy, as you said, Necros, that the goals were actually definitely quite well, because when it comes to the overall goal, that was 299, out of which 50 was scored by this guy, and the damage is also looking quite amazing, and the recovery is looking quite amazing, and as a Mime, as a supporter, he did an absolutely number on the enemy, and through that, Godstain was able to bag out this particular round in their favor. Let's see how far this approach is going to get established in the upcoming rounds. I guess things might change in the upcoming fights. Things might change by Godstain Esports. The pace they are actually trying to pick up is looking quite well at this moment. So let's see how their pace is going to get countered by the team known as Revenant Esports, because even though they had the first round in their favor, in the second they had to surrender. That's how God's Reign come back.
Well, God's Reign actually pushed Revenant to surrender after taking the Rayquaza down. Now this is the twist, down this is the factor, because the third round will be just coming on the way, where I believe the players are getting just ready. They will be switching the sides, this to this, and now Revenant. You know about injured lion or injured animal, the way the ferociousness increases after getting beaten up badly. I believe that is how a wolf react, a pack of wolves react after being completely beaten up. But now is the time. Revenant, will the wolves howl up again, or the gods will be reigning again over the wolves in this time? But moving on to the highlights panel. We just
Mute.
Well, this is the time we come back again to this segment. What a wonderful series it's going right now. It's 1-all on the board, but probably in just a span of time the players will be ready. I just a random pick, Raider. Which team are you going to pick for the next round?
Godstrain. Would love to
Oh.
go for Godstrain.
Okay, so Raider is going for Godstrain, so I'll go for Revenant. Let's see which team will outshine each one in this next round, which is going to be a third out of the 7 rounds. In the third round, we might see some more comebacks or maybe some more changes, but well, Raider has picked up Godstrain. If Raider wins, he's going to give me treat. If I win, I'm not going to give anybody treat.
Wow. Classic bet, I believe, huh?
Yeah.
Let's move on to the ban phase and the pick phase. Yes, there we go. We have got the ban phase coming up in 20 seconds. We'll get to see 2 amazing Pokemons which are going to get banned. And Revenant is sitting in the left corner. You can see that. And if we talk about the Godstrain, they are sitting in the right corner. Meanwhile, Godstrain, they have to show their strength in this round particularly. Otherwise, things might not be that favorable for them. Because currently they have picked up the meta, and that's what they did in front of Skyesports. So we might actually assume as well. And my only reason to pick Team Godstrain at this point is because the way they showcase their strength in front of SATL, when they got their meta, when they understood what the enemy is trying to do, they were able to overcome quite fruitfully, and that's how I believe they were able to beat the Revenant in the second round as well.
We can actually say that at this point, both the teams are in the equal position. Like what they were in the 0-0, it is on 1-1. But now, oh, that's interesting. Tyranitar and Dodrio, both the Pokemon have been banned. So, in that opinion, we can actually say that now is the time. Now is the time that we are looking forward. Mamoswine, Eldegoss have been picked up. Lucario and Azumarill have been picked off. Caesar will be the one to take the control from the side of Revenant. So 3 picks have been done. Next 2 picks from the side of God's Reign will be important.
Oh man, at this moment, if I talk about Team Costin specifically, they've got the double all-rounder, a supporter, and a single attacker at this moment. If I talk about the particular picks coming from Team Revenant Esports, things are looking a little bit more different. They've got the defender, they've got the supporter as an Eldegoss, they've got the all-rounder that's going to be size for them, and Ninetales and Gardevoir are going to get confirmed as the attackers. Double attacker approach from the corner. And the only difference that is coming up is going to be the double all-rounder approach that is there from Team Cochrane.
Now the preparation phase starts off. God's Reign and Revenant, both the teams. The switches will be done from player to player. The Pokemons will be switched up. But well, with that, we will be moving forward in just 10 seconds to the third round of this BO7 series. And let's see which team will take the lead in this BO7. Because as the first, Revenant took the lead with a 1-0. God's Reign equalized it. But in the next way, let's see. The discussions are on from the side of Revenant's panel. They are willing to make a comeback. They're willing to make a statement. But God's Reign, what is coming up on the next side?
Well, the pressure is on. The pressure is for sure on. We'll see what happens and which team is going to bring back the glory for the team. And apart from that, if we talk about God's Reign, they're ready and jacked up to have the performance in their favor. Meanwhile, looking forward to see how this performance will get concluded.
Both the teams are just coming up forward. Discussions are ready. And we can see.
Yeah.
They have to just go for their own food because the hunger mode is on from both the teams. And which one will take the first bite of the victory or the lead? It's the main motto.
And indeed, it is going to be the main motto. But meanwhile, if we talk about Revenant Esports, well, they have got the first round in their favor. Second round was in the favor of God's Reign. And after that, meanwhile, if we talk about God's Reign, we've got Vixen, we have got Pokemon like Snorlax. And in the middle lane, I believe the Snorlax is trying to become the tanker. But if we talk about the goal getting scored, it's God's Reign who is trying to start it off quite well. Meanwhile, Saita goes in for another set of 4, and if we talk about God's Reign, they are actually acquired 14 points from the corner, which is lovely. But then again, Revenant is also trying their level best to just scatter around and eventually gather as many points as possible. On the other corner, the Ninetales is something I have to just look into, that how far that particular Pokemon is going to help. And the Delphox is also there from Team God's Reign's corner, so definitely Delphox is in the meta currently for Team God's Reign, and it is working out quite well. Scyther on the other corner manages to take out the Snorlax, the tank for the team.
Well, at this moment, we can actually see God's Reign as well as Revenant Esports. They're just trying to make the meta up and over. But God's Reign, it's a very tough call to be honest at this moment because they're trying to make the lead and they do have good comp at this moment. They've got to look at it, but Azumarill will be shut down by Gardevoir. This time, Revenant will be very angry and aggressive against God's Reign. They're just putting a plus 16 for the side of Gardevoir on the top lane. The defense is completely being shattered away by God's Reign. But Revenant, they're just coming up with good scores. Plus 20 from Delphox. That's God's Reign are just also managing up and trying to equalize the score. And I believe me, Raider, by this game, we can actually assume that this final of Pokemon Unite India Open 2022, it's going to be a big banger. I don't know how much time it's going to consume. Maybe it can go up to late 11 o'clock, or maybe we can see Christmas exactly. We can celebrate Christmas on stream. Maybe there is a high probability, but let's see what happens next.
Well, at this point, the initiation is there. The fights are actually coming up. Revenant coming up with 59 points. God's Reign with only 60. So definitely have to look into it, that how far this establishment is going to go on. Well, the KOs are coming up. Delphox manages to take down the Pillow Swine. On the other corner, the Snorlax. This particular Pokemon has to repatch himself so that he can bring back the glory for the team, or he's going to just get straight up knocked out. The Gardevoir is there, level 7 to be precise. Ninetales coming on the top corner. So Pillow Swine is also there. Let's see how Azumarill is going to conflict the top corner. But in the bottom lane, things are looking a bit more favorable for Revenant Esports.
Well, I believe the Revenant factor might just be able, but it's 59-60, almost a 1 point diff in which Revenant is lagging behind a 1 point. I actually don't consider it quite well, but now when you just talk about the stack up in the bottom lane, it's quite relevant from both the sides. Delphox is trying to make the things more often and more in a much better way. They're just trying to implicate these things, but if we just talk about the objectives will be coming up, the contest for Regirock, this time Revenant, they're just going for both the objectives. They have to go for it. If they want to win it, they have to make a hard work, because God's Reign are not the ones to be underestimated at the very moment. Crowley has got the Elon Ninetales, and the Ninetales will... that might actually make some good effective stance, but Regirock is in a low HP. But if you just see, Revenant are still stacking up, and they will be stacking at till the very end, but I believe the end moment Regirock will be getting seized up by Caesar from the side of Revenant Esports as they advance towards the scores towers to make this scores and to get some good lead, but I don't think they will be able to do it quite easily because they are being stacked up by the players of God's Reign.
Well, easy is not the game that we are actually witnessing at this point, but both of them are stuck at the same level of scores that they were in the previous, let's say, 5 or 6 minutes. But now look at that, they're trying to catch up. It's Revenant Esports who's trying to build the momentum, and they are pretty close to having the century, but the KOs are getting followed up. The Saizo manages to take down the Delphox. On the other corner, Pilsoin was also taken down, but look at that, they're trying their level best to meanwhile score the goals as well. Gardevoir also gets countered by God's Reign. That's interesting. Now the KOs are getting followed up by a team known as God's Reign. They're trying their level best to deliver as many as KOs as possible. Look at that. Lucario backs out another set of beautiful Pokemon. That's the attacker. Lucario was able to actually take down the attacker of the team Revenant Esports. That's 9 tails for you guys. Then again, the evolution is helping them quite a bit. Delphox on the other corner, the attacker, is having the highest level of evolution from Godstain. And meanwhile, if we talk about Revenant Esports, their attackers and their Pokemons are actually trying their level best to level up as fast as possible.
That's for sure. This is a big game going on. It's 123 as Revenant have taken the lead for some part of time, but now, that's a KO. That's definitely a good KO coming up from the side. Revenant are coming with those counter goals, and they will be going with a plus 40. Might just go for another score as well, but the top lane is being contested. Revenant, they are just obliterating God's Reign one after another, and there's a scoring goals, and they have advanced to the marker of 200. Well, it was going for a close call between God's Reign as well as Revenant. In just a blink of an eye, it got shattered away, and just this is the OG Revenant in the form we are seeing, as Regiliki is tainted and is just going forward towards the top lane against God's Reign. And as we just see, Revenant, they're just paving the path for the Regiliki to just advance towards the gold tower to manage them and get the scores done. The Snorlax will just try to implicate his defenses to prevent Regiliki from coming up to this far, but I believe the Regiliki won't be able to stop it up. As God's Reign, they're stacking up the top lane. This is a big chance for Revenant to just lurk around, go towards the bottom lane and score some pretty goals, but I don't think they will be able to do it. But they're still trying to go for it. Caesar is trying to go for a sneaky approach, but Azumarill will be there just to hold him back. But the bottom lane objective, that means the Regice is still there for the contest. He's available, and God's Reign will be in a desperate need of this Registeel, because if they don't get it, they will be just falling apart in just few more seconds.
I believe at this point, Revenant Esports, they have actually shown their dominance, but then again, it will all come down to the Rayquaza, if I'm not wrong. So the KOs are coming up. Look at that, 2 beautiful KOs being delivered. The Blissey was taken down. Apart from that, one more Pokemon was taken down. You have to wait for a few seconds, then the respawn will be done. Saizo manages to actually pick out the Azumarill, which is good enough. On the back end, Revenant Esports is looking quite confident. They are trying their level best to gain as many points as possible, meanwhile getting the KOs. Snorlax gets contested, and if I talk about the Registeel, well, that's in the favor of Team Revenant once and for all.
That's for sure. Revenant, they're just trying to make the lead more and more up, but there's less than 1 more minute to go for the Rayquaza to spawn up in the legendary pit. But in that same moment, 214, 142, the scoreline is just increasing for the side of Revenant. But the top lane Regiliki will be there. Delphox might just try to hop up in the scenario just to get the control. But this time the Regiliki factor might be the biggest thing that can actually occur up. Still now, if you see Blissey, Lucario, Delphox trying to just come up more or less, they're just trying to make the impact more precisely. But the scores will be coming up. The scores have to come up. Scores are being done and dusted by the players of Revenant. They're trying to just obliterate God's Reign and just try to defend the towers. But as you just see, 150, 214, the Regiliki is again sent off for the top lane against God's Reign. But in less than 10 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, the final stretch will begin, and the Rayquaza will be coming on the front.
Well, the Rayquaza is about to be here anytime soon, and eventually, yes, of course, the Rayquaza is going to be there, but eventually God's Reign is in a tussle with the Regiliki. So let's see Oh, in the mid lane, look at that. Revenant is already starting it off to just get the advantage of that Rayquaza. But let's see who is going to get it out. Who is going to get the advantage of the Rayquaza? Oh, it's Izumrel. And the advantage goes in the favor of Team Godstain. That's amazing. Godstain have got the advantage. But then again, they are also getting KO'd. So that's definitely something which have to make me worried. On the other corner, look at that. The goals are actually getting done. Plus 46. And now it's actually going to be plus 86. That's good enough. Let's talk about more and more goals getting over. 390 is going to be the score from Godstain's corner. They are going to TP themselves back. And look at that. Zsol is just trying their level best to wait. And meanwhile also come back quite stronger. And Godstain is the one which I think for now is going to win this round.
It is something that God's Reign were looking after, and the goals they have scored, the comeback they are delivering. Revenant will be in a troublesome position because the way God's Reign are playing right now, they are playing like gods, and the gods are reigning over the Wolves at this point. The Wolves pack, they're helpless at this position because the way they were trying hard, but they could not succeed to the top. Is this the moment, Raider, that we can actually say that the OGs are starting to be demolished by the gods? Because it's about the time for us to get a new champion or the new top team of the Indian subcontinent, because at this moment God's Reign, the way they are playing, the way they are conquering, they can be one of the greatest contenders of this Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. But time and the rounds are still counting, as I believe in the less than 13 seconds God's Reign will be taking the lead with a 2-1.
But look at the Snorlax, those shields are coming up so that nobody will be able to score the goals. But in the last few seconds, I believe quite a few goals were scored, but that won't be enough. Revenant Esports are going to lose this round for sure. The KO comes in at the last second, and it was Gardevoir which actually got countered. And this is God's Reign with a beautiful performance, to be precise indeed, coming from the corner. And as per the expectations, this team is actually looking quite strong. Meanwhile, if we talk about God's Reign, well, of course, that is the team which is going to win the third round from the particular scenario of this BO7, the grand finals to be precise. The grand stage is set, and it's God's Reign which is reigning on top.
God's Reign, a tremendous godly performance from their side as they lead the series with a 2-1. And right now, Revenant will be in a thinking procedure, because if you just see in their side, they wanted to ban Tyranitar, they did it, but still Gods managed to secure the victory. And the way that they lost the upper bracket finals, actually I believe that was the spark that God's Reign wanted before this entire event day. The spark they got from that loss actually overwhelmed them, and they got what they wanted. At this point of time, we can just say it's the gods who are reigning all over the top right now. It's a 684-318 scoreline, in which you can just see 203 goals scored by Vixen, 124 for Scepter, 130 for Roman, 105 for Noxian, 122 for Divine. Equally contributed in each and every factors. While if you talk about Revenant, 7 KOs from the side of Zesol and Nova, 6 for Blizzard, 3 for Crowley, 2 for Swifty. 131 goals from the side of Zesol. Being the defender, Zesol scored the maximum amount of goals from his team side, but that's a drastic moment. Though Gods, they lead with a 2-1 scoreline. 2 more rounds to go for Gods to secure the victory, and 3 more rounds for Revenant to secure the champion's title. Which team will advance? That's the question. But if you talk about the damage deal, 79,726, the highest for Revenant Nova from the side of Revenant Esports, and it's 58,912 for the side of God's Reign Omen from the side of God's Reign.
Well, God's Reign, they are winning. They are the defending one, which is actually trying their level best to put the carnage in the favor. Grand Finals match number 3 in the favor of God's Reign, looking quite sharp, to be precise. But Revenant Esports, I believe they have to catch up. They have to do a lot of efforts so that they can catch up on this particular aspect, because if God's Reign are actually going to have that meta, are actually going to have that kind of, let's say, carnage in their favor, I don't think so. It's going to be a possible task for Revenant Esports to come back at the later stages, at the latter one. But at this point, let's talk about the graph. And in that graph, you can see that in the initiation, it was Team Revenant Esports which was having the highest amount of points in the favor. 214 was there from the corner. Back to back, they had 2 Regia Leakers in the favor, but eventually, after the 8-minute marker, in I guess 8-minute or 15-second type of a period, things changed quite drastically, because it was God's Reign who got the Rayquaza in the favor. And with that advantage, it was no stopping.
Oh, indeed, we can see the graph. It's just spectacular to watch out for, because if you just see the jump from that 8th minute after the Rayquaza was there, it is a tremendous jump. Nobody can even imagine that sneak formation from the side of God's Reign. But I wonder what God's Reign is having in this upon their sleeves for the next 4th round, because next round, if it goes for a 3-1, God's Reign will still have to win on one more round to win the championship, and it's quite tough. But Revenant, I don't think they will allow it, because I am expecting for an equalizer for the side of Revenant at this moment. I really believe, Raider.
Mm-hmm. The gods are set to go. The Revenant are set to become the Reving champions to be precise. So let's see what happens. Snorlax was the Pokemon that Divine used, and 122 goals from the corner, 5 assists, 3 knockouts were delivered, 20,470 was the recovery points that he was able to attain for the team. Meanwhile, 33,121, despite of being a defender, this guy was absolutely on par with the damages he was able to dish out. So looking forward to see how far this establishment is going to help him out, how he's going to put the approach in his favor. 3 rounds have been passed, 3 matches have been passed of the grand finale, and it's God's Reign for now who is actually reigning on top, who is having the advantages in their favor. So let's see how these advantages are going to cut the deal and maybe push God's Reigns the way they did in front of team known as besides SC2 Esports. What happened in front of SC2 Esports was absolutely amazing, but I believe it can be repeated in front of Revenant as well, because now the team known as God's Reign, they have got their meta, they have got their carnage, they have got their synergy, and they are working out on it quite well. Because you saw that in the third match, in the start, till the 8-minute marker, it was the team known as Revenant Esports which had the lead in the favor. But after that, it was the Rayquaza which turned down the pace of the match. So I believe Godson is trying to much more focus on the Rayquaza as well, meanwhile leveling up their Pokemons.
I don't know, but I'm having a feeling, Raider, that it is a part of a plan for the side of God's Reign. Because as we all know, as Revenant also knows it pretty well, that God's Reign is such a team who actually focuses on the last minute steal of the Rayquaza. But in that case, when we just move on to the next phases or something, the next strategies that were implemented by Revenant Esports, they were more focused on that last minute, just preventing that last minute steal from the side of God's Reign in the previous upper bracket finals. But this time when they got completely shattered in that same strategy, they changed it up a bit and they went for the securing of objectives in this match, which also did not work in their favor. But now that this is a very fishy moment, this is a very fishy position in which Revenant is actually strangling and hanging out. I really believe that in this hanging position, Revenant needs to cool their mind, and they need to think of the next things that actually can stop God's Reign from reigning all over them. Because if the next round goes in the favor of God's Reign, they will be leading the series with a 3-1 scoreline, which will be way too tough for Revenant to come up with a reverse sweep. But if God's Reign anyhow manages to get next 2 rounds in their favor, at least 2 more rounds, the next 3 rounds as well, they will be the champions of the Indian subcontinent.
At this moment, the performance that is coming from Colson is looking quite sharp. They are trying their level best to establish their dominance. The effect that they had in front of SA12 when they got their meta established is what I'm actually expecting from them in front of Revenant Esports. Although Revenant is not an easy team to actually go with, so have to look into it. Have to look into the factor that is it going to be a possibility where this team is going to reign on top. And meanwhile, if we talk about performance, I guess Revenant is trying their level best to catch up on the game. They are the score setters, eventually having the Rayquaza advantage. I believe, if I'm not wrong, in the first BO5 for the day, we saw the same thing happening, where Team God's Reign was having the Rayquaza back and forth in their favor, and Revenant was the one which was trying to chase it out. And same thing is happening, to be precise, in this round.
We have to just wait and wait, because really it's almost a Christmas Eve that we are seeing. But before that, it's the next round. Veto, it's coming exactly on the front. God's Reign and Revenant, they're just going on for the next few moments, the next few, probably half an hour or maybe in another 1 hour. We are about to broadcast almost 9 hours. Raider, it's almost 9 hours. We are on the desk, sitting exactly, and just broadcasting over all the matches. All the casters in all the regional languages as well. They're here, just waiting for the right in the final moment to see who will be the champions of the Indian region. But now is the ban phase, in which we can see God's Reign have banned Ninetales, while Revenant, they have banned the trio. In this case, Tyranitar access will be available for the side of God's Reign again. We can see Delphox and Lucario picked by Revenant. Mamoswine will be picked up by God's Reign. 2 picks still about to come from the side of God's Reign. Yet now, it's Azumarill and Eldegoss that have already arrived. So the next 2 picks from the side of Revenant, which I'm really eager about, we might see a good attacker or maybe a all-rounder pick again. It's Mr. Mime and Mew, which will be locked and loaded by Revenant. And the last 2 picks from the side of Gods will decide the ventures.
Oh man, the performance is something I'm actually looking forward to. And Necros, you can see that the bans are something which is going to help out quite a bit for Team Revenant Esports, because they know if the speedster comes in, oh, the speedster is there. The Talent Flame is going to come from Godstain's corner, and look at that. Now they are actually bringing their Uno reverse card. So let's see what happens and how far they can actually survive in this particular battle for Revenant Esports. Let's see which is the one Pokemon which is going to get chosen at the last moment. Double attacker have already been summoned, one supporter is there, and double all-rounder is going to be there. So Revenant wants to go aggressive.
Revenant will try to go more aggressive at this last hours, because this is the moment probably we are going to see the bestest of the best fights that we are about to just witness. This is going to be the 4th round of this BO7 series, in which we might see Revenant equalize, or we might see God's Reign taking it home again in their favor. God's Reign, they have a lead of 1 round. It's a 2-1 scoreline which is prevailing over the top. Almost we are in the late hours of the Christmas Eve. The one who takes the crown, the one who takes the #1 spot all over the Indian region, will have the bestest of the best Christmas gift of this 2022 year, which will be remarkable for them. But which team will actually enjoy the after party? Which team will actually enjoy or be the one not to enjoy that much this Christmas will be decided within a few hours.
It will be, but let's see what happens in this particular arena at this point. Godsend are ready, the Crowley and his teammates, Revenant is pretty much ready. Let's see what establishment is going to be there. But look at that. Okay, we have got the 10-minute marker being set, and the battle has been started. Godsend on the purple corner. If I talk about Revenant Esports, they are sitting in the orange one. Let's see what happens.
I believe the orange and the purple, these combinations are just what we are expecting. God's Reign and Revenant, both the team fans, they're just holding upon their chairs, holding where they are sitting right now. They don't want to mess it up. They don't want to create any kind of distractions, but they're hoping for only one thing, that they want their team to win and wear the crown of the champion's title. God's Reign, Revenant, both have got the same intention, the same mindset, the same audacity, just to win it, just to get it, and just to finish on the first position. But it's really, really tough, because at this moment, Revenant, they are around the position, they're around the corners that they might not be able to come up with an equalizer, but they have to try till the very end second, till the very end millisecond, that they can change and turn around the tides. The counter goals are coming as Revenant, and they're trying to take the lead.
Well, man, look at that. The performance is something which is looking quite sharp from Team Godstain's corner, but Revenant, if I talk about their perspective, they're also trying to be chaotic, trying to be aggressive, trying to get the game in their favor. But Talflame actually managed to sweep out another set of 15 points. That's good enough. But the Azumarill goes in for another set of amazing points. 62 is what Revenant is stuck at. And if we talk about Godstain, they are actually trying to incline quite a bit with 45 points in their favor. Looking forward to see how far the approach is going to go on for Team Godstrain. Their Pokemons have to be evolved as fast as is possible. But look at that. The Larvitar gets taken down. That's a bad one. I mean, the Tyranitar has to come in. But for that, the evolution is the key. But at this point, if we talk about Team Revenant Esports, their Pokemon are evolving and everybody is at level 5. Meanwhile, when it comes to Team Godstrain, their Speedster is the one Pokemon which is actually having the 6th level. Oh, the KO is there. That's amazing. The KOs are coming up for sure, but Revenant Esports are looking a little bit more stronger. And look at that, they're going to punch down another set of 40 goals.
That's definitely, this is the set of goals. Revenant, they are going a bit more aggressive in this round as compared to the what we have seen in the previous 3. But oh, this is a technical pause, which is being taken by pause request from admin. We can see as we directly move on to back to the caster desk, and we can actually see, Raider, this fourth round is just being more interesting. You can see the pressure. I was telling you from the very start, we can actually feel the pressure. The teams are requesting the pause. They are much more tensed about this situation, that what can we do? We are just lead. The small mistakes. They cannot just, if it was a normal match, if they made a small mistake, they were like, okay, chalo, it's fine. We can just continue the match and we can just cover it up. But this time, this is the grand finals. They're just taking the pause. They're just buying themselves some time, so that, yeah, we made a mistake. Let's just get 1 or 2 minutes for ourselves. Let us just talk and discuss, and then we move forward to the match. Because this match, each and every minute is going to count it up. So we don't want to waste a single moment or a single mistake to let the lead or let the finals go away from our hands. So they're just utilizing each and every minute, and let's see what happens after this break gets over.
Indeed, we have to look into it. It could be a re-hosting coming up, or it could be the same match getting rewinded, because technical difficulties are for sure going to happen. And apart from that, if we talk about the gameplay, the actions, I guess that small buffer, that small time period, that small break, that small pause can easily bump up quite a few things, because we saw what happened in the second round. After the pause, it was God's Reign coming back quite stronger, and well, of course, guys, looking forward. If I talk about the performance, Godson is looking sharp. Let's see how far they can go with that aspect. But I believe the match is going to get resumed on the same page, so that we can actually witness the performance. And at this point, if we talk about the lead of Revenant Esports, it was looking quite sharp. If we talk about Godson, their lead has to actually come in. So let's see how far the lead is going to get countered. Meanwhile, of course, we are switching in the feed at this point, and you can see that Godson having 47 points, Revenant with 118. Well, let's see how far this establishment is going to go on, because 7 minutes and 33 seconds is what we have got.
This is a situation that we can actually see 47-118. It's already on the board. The Mew will be just creating the impacts. 47-118. And Revenant, they want to make this an equalizer at any cost. But yes, they're getting the KOs. They're just moving forward. They just have to level it up. Limberswine is there. The goals will be coming up. And I believe that at this moment, the Regirock is the one that they have to contest out. Revenant. And the two of the players, it's Mr. Mime and Delphox, just contesting over the Regirock, just trying to get it done. And they will be going in the favor. Revenant, the way that they have started the approach, it looks like the game this round at least will be going in the favor of Revenant. But God's Reign, we never know. The last minute changes, the last minute wins, they're always a part of a sentimental breakdown for the other team.
Well, indeed, in the last few seconds, things might actually change. Look at that, 6 minutes and 10 seconds that we have actually got. In the previous round, in the third round, if I'm not wrong, things were pretty much similar, where in the initial battle, for the first to 8 minutes, it was Revenant Esports which was ending on top with 200 and some points in their favor. But after that, what happened? When Rayquaza was in the favor of Team Godson, in just 1 minute, the score changed quite a bit, and Revenant was stuck at 300 or so points. And if we talk about Team Godson, they were actually having close to 600 points in their favor. So that might actually repeat once again. But look at that, Godson, they're getting circumcised quite a bit. Their performance is actually getting countered quite a bit, because everybody from Team Revenant Esports is trying to push in the goal zones of the enemy. And look at that, Pupitar has still to evolve.
Pupitar is still yet to evolve, and I really wonder if it comes down to a Tyranitar form in the very fine mode, because it's just about time he's going to evolve out to becoming a Tyranitar in the final form. And when it does, the Revenant might just be in some serious trouble. But though the Pupitar, how much time is it that he's going to consume, we are not quite aware. But well, Omen this time will be punished. Oh, it's a 4-3 down for the side of God's Reign. Revenant, they're just ruling all over the place. Caesar gets 2 KOs, but Delphox will be stopped by Mamoswine. Divine is taking the move. Divine is taking the chance. God's Reign, they're trying to make the counterattacks possible, but for that, they need to score. The scores, the Eos Energy scores are definitely what they need.
Oh, look at the Talonflame on the top lane. He's actually going to go and score the 12 goals, but look at that. The spottation is done. I believe the Sizer is actually going to chase him out of the equation, and yes, that's exactly what happened. 88 points coming from the Godsrain, looking good enough, but at this point, the contestment is going to be there, and it's going to be a surreal one for the Reggie Steel. The Mime is there. He's trying his level best to sneak out and eventually get the blows, but the beams are actually something which can easily turn down quite a few things. But look at that, another set of KO might actually come in, and yes, the Talon Flame was able to take down the Lucario, and the advantage now comes in the hands of team known as Godsrain, and they are going to dunk down quite a few amazing goals. And look at that, the goals are actually getting dunked. 99 is what they have actually secured, but at this point, the Mammoth Swine, the Mammoth Swine to be precise, is actually coming up with some good thumbs, but still gets KO'd. That's amazing. Despite of having the advantage, these guys are actually getting KO'd. That shows how Revenant is keen to just demolish every single perspective of the team known as Godsrain.
Godsrain are definitely trying to bounce back for sure. They are 99 and 227 around the corners. They need those scores. They need those points to just bounce back. This is the moment. Plus 14 coming up from the side of Godsrain. Azumarill instant shutdown from the side of Scissor. The maximum level they have reached. It's really promising for Revenant, because I'm feeling an equalizer coming up from the side of Revenant. This is a one hell of a final finale. We're just expecting, and we are seeing Mr. Mime will be getting the heals for sure. Revenant, they're stacking up with a plus 40. Swifty will be going. The top lane will be completely stacked up by the players of Godsrain, while Swifty won't have a chance because Eldegoss will be there just to stop him on board. But I don't know for how long he will have that privilege. But Tyranitar gets picked off by Scissor. The Flame Sweep will be coming up, and another tower falls as Revenant moves up to 350. As Godsrain, they're not looking in a good condition. Even after if they get the Rayquaza, they will be needing those level ups for themselves to steal it even, and then to score all the 5 goals. The Rayquaza can be the only factor that can actually help Godsrain to prevail over the victory or take the lead. Otherwise, it looks a bit complicated at this moment, because if you just see even this next 32 seconds, the Rayquaza will be also one of those tough factors to actually rely on. 113 350 is the scoreline. Revenant Esports, we are just seeing it. They do have the lead. 18 more seconds for Rayquaza, but then let's just see which team will get that one for their side.
Amazing. Godsrain trying their level best to counter quite a bit. 350 points coming from team Revenant Esports. Is looking like Revenant Esports is for sure going to nail this round in the favor. 4 more seconds to go, and after that, the particular POV of the Rayquaza is going to come in, and look at that, the Rayquaza is here. Let's see who is going to get the advantage of this particular Pokemon, and everybody is just trying their level best to comfort around and eventually go for the blows. And they're trying their level best to stake out the Rayquaza, but meanwhile, on the top lane, we can actually check out that we have got Pokemons like Tyranitar and some other Pokemons which are still surviving. The Ancient one comes in, and with that, Scepter is actually going to repatch himself. Everybody is waiting. Now, one thing is pretty much clear, that Godsrain is the one team which is actually waiting for Revenant to go bonkers on the Rayquaza, and if Rayquaza will be getting shattered by team Revenant Esports, then they might actually bag out quite a few things. And look at that, now the tussle comes in. They are trying actually their level best to just go for the blows, but look at that, the Talonflame tries to sneak around but gets focused by the Sizer.
This is the moment, Godsrain. If the Rayquaza is not in their favor, the game is this round will not be in their favor. That's the moment, that's the situation they are in right now. 2 players have been taken down. Revenant, they are being obliterated, but now Godsrain also loses one of their players again. Mamoswine is down. 2 KO streak for Tyranitar. He gets 3 of the players of Revenant. Now this is the main loophole that they can actually call it out for, but Crowley is there. He can steal the Rayquaza from a very distant place. Tyranitar goes for the Rayquaza. This is 3 player down for the side of Revenant. Talonflame gets Caesar down. It's 4-man down. Crowley being that last in the solo player for the side of Revenant who can bring back it to their home. The Rayquaza is there, but Godsrain gets it. Godsrain gets the Rayquaza as they are advancing towards the score lines. It cannot be the game changer though. Revenant, they do have the chance. They have the chance for the counter goals. It's 253. It's 353. As Godsrain takes the victory, they are in the 3-point lead for now, but they need more goals to get scored up. They do have the Mamoswines 40 over the place, and they will get a chance. Plus 12. Godsrain might just go for a plus 96, and that's it. That's it for the game as Godsrain gets a 3-1. The Golden Gods, they are really just going on a rampage as they lead the series with a 3-1. The BO7 is going on the way. Revenant, they are in a pressurizing situation. The Purple Army, they are in some serious trouble as gods. They are reigning all over the championship in the very end hour, in the very late hour, in the Christmas Eve. It's 3-1 on the scoreboard.
The gods are rising at this point. Revenant, they are just trying their level best to just counter the attacks, although they were actually having the lead of more than 200, 300 points in their favor in the initial stages. But when the Rayquaza came in, the Talonflame sweeps in, and now we can actually see how Godsend is a very beautiful team which loves to play with the speedsters. And look at that. At the last, I believe, quite a few seconds, Team Godsend was able to have an amazing jump. 481 points, that is a jump of 131 points against Team Revenant Esports. A 3-1 to be precise after the fourth match gets over. And just one more match, just one more round, just one more fight in the hands of Godsend will make them the champion, will make them the, let's say, reigning on top of this whole Indian subcontinent, will make them the team particularly which is going to be on top. So let's see how Revenant Esports is going to capsize on it in the upcoming 3 rounds which are left.
Well, I would just say that at this moment, this is the cherishing one. This is the hard-working way we can see God's reign. They faced a defeat in the very first match of the day, moved down to the lower bracket finals, faced off SATUL, wiped them out, came back again to the grand finals to face off Revenant once again in the same day, but this time for the crown. The crown is almost on the heads of the gods. You can see the logo of God's reign and you can see the crown exactly on their head, and this is the crown they want from their side. 54,783 damage dealt by Vixen, while 65,729 by Crowley. Crowley was the only survivor and he had no hope in the Rayquaza fight. One after another, they were completely shattered away by the players of gods. The way they played, the way they came back the next few rounds. 4 rounds gone. 3-1 is the scoreline. Next round, the 5th round, it can be the decider. If God's Reign wins that one, they will be crowned as the champions. But Revenant needs back-to-back 3 rounds from the next one.
I mean, I'm already loving the competition that is coming from both of these teams, particularly if we talk about Godsend. They're trying to be sneaky in the first few fights, and after that, what happens? Look at the sweeps coming up. But I guess I'm fearful for Godsend as well, because Revenant, they are aggressive. They know how to take the KOs. They know how to actually get a lot of KOs. So maybe in the next fight, Godsend will be getting KO'd before even they get the Rayquaza, and if that happens, it won't be an advantage that we will talk about in the stages. But at this moment, if we talk about God's Divine, again, the Mamoswine coming from his corner was absolutely advantageous. 110 goals. The defender is working it all out for Team God's Reign. Absolutely amazing. 1 knockouts, 2 assists, 30,652 is going to be the damage. Recovery is 6,106.
We can actually say it's a big game. It's a big stage in which all the players, those who are coming in, the player of the game, they're working hard, they're getting the rewards, they're getting the success that they deserve at this hour, because this is the final time, this is the final moment that we can actually say it up. All the players, all the teams, they're just perishing one after another. But with this, we are just going to move up to the next phase, because, yeah, it's 4 rounds gone. I have no words to say at this moment, because God's Reign, you see the name gods against the OGs.
And to be honest, Godsend is just trying their level best to reign on top. Their performance is absolutely amazing. Their aggression is absolutely amazing. Oh, wait, aggression is coming from Team Revenant Esports. It's Godsend who is trying to counter it out, and they are the one showing their aggression at the right time when the Rayquaza comes in, and they're able to snatch it out from the hands of Team Godsend, because you saw, Nicholas, that Mew was very close. Crowley, to be precise, from Revenant Esports. If the Unite would have been there, I believe then I guess the situation would have been a little bit more favorable for the Mew. But eventually, when the Unite move came for him, and his Unite move was pretty much charged up. Before that, the Unite coming from Talonflame was already delivered, and it was the round for Team Godsend. It was said and done. Although the only backlash that could have actually come in is the KOs. If Team Godsend, even after getting the Rayquazas in the favor, if their HPs would have not been that much, and if the players from Team Revenant would have been alive in that scenario, then I believe the contestment would have been quite lovely, and maybe the KOs would have been followed. But no, it was not something which happened, and it was the team known as Godsend which was able to get the advantage, be it Mamoswine, be it the Talonflame. Everybody was able to successfully score the EOS energy that they had, and even though even after scoring, they were able to just push back the team known as Revenant Esports in their own goal zone so that they won't be able to just go ahead, circle around, and eventually go for the goal zones of Team God's Reign. So meanwhile, they were aggressive, they were also quite passive and strategic enough to actually hold Team Revenant Esports in their own goal zone. Now, meanwhile, I believe the Pokemon pick rates are also going to be here anytime soon from the green field, and let's see what happens in that.
Well, that's for sure. We will be just seeing the Pokemon pick rates. That is, Mew has been taken up almost 23 times by SETUL, 17 for Marcus, 11 for Revenant, 8 times for God's Reign. But if we just see, Mew has been a good, efficient Pokemon which has worked out for Revenant for a good amount of times. But we have to just see and just wait for the right thing, because I really believe that this is the moment that we just speak of. This is the moment that we are waiting for. The break time is almost about to get over, as we will be moving forward to the 5th round of this BO7 series. Ladies and gentlemen, just stay focused. Tighten your seatbelts, because we are just sitting here for a very longer period of time just entertaining you guys. So make sure you eventually follow us and our socials if it is possible. But nevertheless, I want to get for another pick from your side, Raider. Is it Gods again? Are you going to stick with that?
I'm going to go with the God's Reign. Yes, of course, I'm going to stick with them because they are strategic. The only reason that I'm actually going to go with the God's Reign is the meta that I saw against SETUL. When they had that grasp, when they had that kind of read that what the enemy is about to do, they were able to outperform them quite swiftly. And that's what I'm expecting from the icon. And in every single time, I guess my picks are getting correct. But let's see what happens in the 5th round, 5th match to be precise, from the grand finals. It could be the one finalizing the deal, shutting it all out, and eventually the LAN will be over with that round. Or is it going to be Team Revenant Esports which is going to take up the next 3 rounds is a bigger question. For me, it's God's Reign which is going to seal the deal, or maybe in this round or in the next one. But it is God's Reign for me who is going to win the championship. That's my pick for now.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you've got an idea. Raider in here, he has already given up the entire concept of his that yes, gods are the one to take the championship home, the crown home before the Christmas time just over. It's almost 9:47 p.m. as we are broadcasting it. 12 a.m. the Christmas bell will ring. Santa Claus might just come up, but if Santa, if we just say it, if it is not God's Reign, I have to say Dev Bhai, who is the CEO of God's Reign, to just come up and shower Santa Claus bombs exactly over the heads of Raider. But yep, it's going to be the same, but I'm not going to go for any picks because I believe if Revenant makes a reverse sweep in this BO7 series, it will be a miracle, nothing less than that, because the momentum that God's Reign have already built up for their side, it's tremendous. They need one win just to secure the championship and just to get the crown. Exactly what's there on their logo to get there on their head. But I really wonder, will Revenant, the Wolf Pack, we know how hungry the Wolves are, will they be just giving it away in like this way, just getting only one round in their favor? I don't think so.
Well, same for me, because that's what I'm actually telling you, that maybe Goshen is going to win it, but eventually they might not win it in the 5th round. Maybe we will go for the 6th one or the 7th one as well. But before that, I believe the ban phase and the pick phase is going to come in very soon to be precise. And once more, let me remind you guys, the battle arena altogether from this particular tournament was the TS Sky Ruins, where once again we are going to gather, and the ban phase is pretty much over. Look at that, we have got Giorgio and Tyranitar once again getting banned. That's amazing. Tyranitar being banned, I guess now Goshen have to just figure out that what they are actually going to bring back in the lobby. Meanwhile, you can see that the defender Mamoswine comes in from Team Revenant's corner. Zisor is going to be the one who is going to pick it up. And then if we talk about the all-rounder approach, well, that is there from Team Revenant Esports because they have got the double all-rounders. But the Snorlax comes in from God's Reign. I'm confident that this round could actually go in their favor.
God's Reign. This time Snorlax, Azumarill, Delphox, Eldegoss, but they don't have the Tyranitar as it is banned. Drio and Tyranitar again getting banned. Revenant have got no other option rather than just to stop the Tyranitar factor. But will it be enough? Will it be enough just to stop them, Raider? Because at this hour, I really wonder nothing is enough to just stop the gods. Because they're just going all over and over and over.
Let's see how far this approach is going to get the help that is required. Hoopa is there as the supporter, and Revenant is actually going to be there for the attacking formation of the team. Meanwhile, when it comes to team Godstrain, they have got the double attacker approach. Mew is going to be there, and Delphox is going to be there. We have got the Eldegoss as well as the supporter. As a Morel, a great Pokemon to be precise, coming from the Godsrain's corner, and looking forward to see how Godsrain is going to establish the dominance. Meanwhile, if I talk about Team Revenant Esports, they're trying to figure out, they're trying to gel with their strategies and eventually get the blows in their favor. But although the confidence, all of the performance, everything that is coming up in their favor, Revenant Esports is unable to catch up on the glimpse that Team Godsrain are the one which is focusing more on the Rayquazas, which is focusing more on the strategic point of view rather than going aggressive. They're trying to evolve their Pokemons at the right time period. Although the evolution is also a bit more faster for Team Revenant Esports, but the only thing is that the execution of those Pokemons are not well enough in the past 3 rounds. But that doesn't mean that Revenant Esports is not a glorified team, not an amazing team to be precise. We have seen this team particularly outperforming everybody and being the first grand finalist. So things can change.
Things can change, things might change, things will change. That's the factor, that's the law that we are about to see. But this time, the sides have been alternated. Revenant Esports back in the purple. Godsrain leading with a 3-1 scoreline. Oh, man. I just cannot wait. I'm just sitting here with the heat of the moment. I can feel the intensity, the pressure on the boys of Revenant. Because they're about in such a position, they're standing up that they might lose the tag of the top team of the Indian subcontinent in a span of 10 minutes. They can lose it if they want to just keep that tag continued in their favor for a very longer period of time. They need to beat Godsrain consecutively in back-to-back 3 rounds. Counting this one, another 2 rounds, they have to beat them up, which is not that easy. But when you talk about Gods, 1 round win, this round win, they are taking the top team, the best team of India.
Indeed, that title is actually something everybody is just trying their level best to gather at this point, and I believe Skepta is going to be the guy from the back end trying his level best to go for those Mew shots. And the Solar Beams is something which everybody wants to cook for now. But look at that, the Scissor attack was actually coming from the Pokemons that Revenant is actually hailing. But look at that, Azumarill managed to get out the Lucario. Swifty on the other corner is also trying to fall back and eventually figure out the right strategy. Hoopa might not survive. Look at the HP that Hoopa is residing at. Hoopa's HP is not looking that good, but then again, Hoopa was able to capitalize on the fact. But Revenant Esports 49 points from the corner. Godsrain having 51. That's good enough from Team Godsrain's corner as well. Cameron goes in for another set of points, but the KO gets followed up, and that's the Pillow Swine. That's the swing up to be precise, which have been taken down. Mew on the other corner also gets taken down. Revenant has now got the lead, 63 points from the corner to be precise. They're still trying to counter the fact, but the Eldegoss wants to actually retaliate, wants to actually go with the blows. He is trying his level best to survive. He's trying his level best to just put down the energy. But look at that, his HP is not looking that great, but Noxy will recover, will repatch himself. The supporter is for sure working out quite well, but look at that, the Azumarill also gets taken down by the Pillar Swine. That shows at this point that team known as Godsrain is struggling a little bit more, but eventually we have to remember the fact that Godsrain is the one team which performs in the last 2 minutes in the final stretch.
That's very true. That's precisely very true, Raider. Because at this moment, when you just see in the previous round as well, Revenant were leading. They were leading with a good difference. But when their Godsrain just stepped up and they got what they wanted, but I really believe that at this moment, at this hour, we are just expecting some good comebacks from the side of Gods as well. But Revenant, the way this time they are also coming up, they might have a chance. They might have some situation on which they can actually work it out for.
Looking forward to it, that how far this approach is going to help them. And the only thing that I'm concerned at this point is how Godsrain is going to get the advantages that they were getting in the previous few rounds. Look at that, Revenant sweeps in and gets the Regirock in its favor. That's amazing. Hoopa manages to create that teleporting situation, and look at that, now the KOs are getting followed up, but it's Godsrain who is getting the KOs. On the other corner, Mew also gets squished, because I've talked about it quite often, that is Mew, and apart from that, all the other Pokemon are quite squishy that Godsrain loves to choose and go with. Revenant Esports 153 points from the corner. I believe more and more points are going to get dunked. 158 to be precise is what they are actually having. Swifty might actually go for another set of 2 points, but this Hoopa wants to actually secure more and more points. And look at that, the Eos energy is coming up. The Goldstones have yet to be destroyed, But still, if I talk about the comforting positions, I guess the top lane is one position where Team God's Reign wants to go with.
Well, God's Reign still about the corner. They're 100 points, almost 107 point diff. They're just into right now the situation, but I believe there's plus 24 Revenant. They're hungry for the win. They're hungry for a comeback. And the way, oh my god, this is a different Revenant I'm seeing right now, because the way they're aggressing, look at the game style, look at the gameplay. God's Reign are just completely getting obliterated by the players of Revenant. They're not getting a single chance to, bounce back or make a strike back again towards the side of Revenant. They're completely stacking with all the force they have got, the full power force, and they are forcing God's Reign to just push back, get back to their base, and just in a span of almost 5 minutes, 3 of the towers of God's Reign have been completely shattered out. While if you talk about God's Reign, they have not been able to just take down a single tower as well.
Exactly, everything is done and dusted at this point. God's Reign not looking that comfortable, but we are embarking the half of this particular round, to be precise, because 5 minutes more and then this particular round will actually go in the hands of one team. It could be either God's Reign wiping it out all, and on the other corner it could be Revenant Esports, which is going to ignite the spirits for the Revenant fan. But at this moment, Hoopa is the one Pokemon I'm actually fearing for him, to be precise, quite a bit, because that particular Pokemon is having a lot of advantage. The evolution is something that Hoopa is actually going to work on. Revenant meanwhile actually gets taken down. Delphox also gets taken down from Team God's Reign's corner, and it's Mew once again getting shattered. Look at that, Vixen goes in to score another set of 16, but I don't think so he's going to survive, because look at that, how he's getting engulfed at this point, and for sure the chaos will actually get there. Snorlax is having the Unite move, Mew is having the Unite move, and apart from that, I believe the Elder Gods is also having the Unite move on its own. But meanwhile, the focus gets shifted to the Registeel. Let's see who is going to steal this out and eventually have the advantage of the Registeel in their favor. And look at that. The Elder Gods tries to actually reside in the favor, but Sizer manages to get it out. Scyther manages to get it out. And with that advantage, once again, the attacking formation is coming up. Look at that. Unstoppable is going to be the question. But God's Reign are getting shattered. That is the one thing I'm actually looking up to. Exactly, at this point, I guess we can't predict a lot, because Revenant Esports, well, they have shown their talent in the first few 8 minutes, and after that, when it comes to God's Reign, they have actually shown that how beautifully they can steal out the Rayquaza in their favor. At this point, if we talk about the Pokemons, the choices, it seems like they don't have the right choices when it comes to the stealing power, because all they can do is come up with the solar beams of Mew, and apart from that, Delphox can actually come with the fire damage to be precise. But on the other corner, if we talk about Revenant Esports, Cramorant is there who can easily sweep in and eventually get the blows done. It could be the Sizer which can easily get it out. Hoopa can be coming up with the wing hand, with the unbound kind of, let's say, Unite move. So let's see what happens. Oh, the solar beam comes in. Another set of goals are actually getting dunked. And look at that. God's Reign finally decides that they have to actually go for the 100 pointer. It is going to be the deciding moment that we might actually go on and continue with the battle, or the grand finals will be getting over. Let's see what happens. If we talk about Divine and his teammates, they are trying their little best to figure out the strategy so that they can pull up the damage and eventually get the KOs done. On the bottom lane is Sizer, who is trying to just go for the goal zones, but it won't be an easy task for sure. That's what we have to figure out, to be precise.
Oh, indeed, this is the moment. God's Reign needs time in this match, in this round. They need time to just, bounce back. But I would just say that in this moment, I have to look after, but there are chance that Revenant might just fall off. Cramorant has been taken down. One goes, like 1-1 down from both the sides. They need those multiple KOs, 2 down, 3 down, might just go for a triple as well. Gods, I don't think they will be standing up against Revenant this time. It's plus 14. Eldegoss comes up with a score, but yep, it's done. I don't think Gods are going to make a comeback from this side.
Seems like that at this point. Definitely, I guess the advantage that they were having is actually getting undermined. Look at that. Revenant goes in for another set of 100. That actually showcases that for sure the victory is going to be there from the corner of Team Revenant Esports, and they are going to bring back their team's glory. They are going to bring back their team's performance, their meta to be precise, which was missing from the previous fights. But now Revenant Esports with this performance are actually going to focus more and more on the Rayquazas, more and more on the chaoses, more and more on the advantages of this particular fight. And look at that, despite of having a lot of solar beams getting dunked down, a lot of let's say advantageous kind of, let's say, perspective, but still the deal is not done. In just 10 more seconds, I don't think so a lot of things can actually happen, and the team which is actually going to get the favor of this round is going to be Team Revenant Esports, and a 3-2 will be actually there.
Well, that's it. Revenant will be happy with this comeback round for sure, because they're coming up with a good performance and they're still keeping their hopes alive, because the series comes down to a 3-2. This 3-2 scoreline will just keep up the momentum. Revenant, are they still up? Are they still having the hopes? Yes. Are they still having a try for the cup? Yes, it is. Well, will Godsreen let them do? We don't know about it. We have to watch out for the 6th round, which will be coming on the board. The decider round for both the teams. If Godsreen wins, it's all over. If Revenant wins, we'll move on to the decider one for sure.
Well, indeed, that is going to be the case. But let's see, at this point, if we talk about Revenant Esports, the factual fact is that Revenant Esports was quite aggressive. They were able to get a lot of KOs. Look at Blizzard, 10 KOs to be precise from his corner. And from Divine's corner, look at that. If we talk about Godsreen to be precise, 2 Pokemons were there which didn't have even a single KO from the corner. I mean, Swifty from the corner of Team Revenant Esports was also not having the KOs, but definitely I believe the performance was something which was quite on point. The aggression was something which was quite on point. But as the battle data comes in, you can already check out that Divine and his teammates like Noxy were the one which was having the least amount of damage that they dealt. Apart from that, when it comes to the highest amount of damage dealt by Team Godsreen, it was Omen, the Delphox, who was able to secure 54,000. On if I talk about Blizzard from Team Revenant, 85,000 is what he was able to get in the damage dealt.
We can say it's a tremendous game from side of Revenant, but the amount of aggression they put up, it was something to really say off the start. They were actually hunting down each and every player of Godsreen like in a pack. How Wolves play, Revenant played the same way. That's the motto of their side for sure. But now I'm really hoping that what is going to come up next. Are we going for a decider? We actually hope for a 3-3 Raider, and I believe our thoughts might be coming up true in the very last moments. And if it goes up like a 3-3, ladies and gentlemen, all the blames will go in the favor of Raider for sure. But yeah, it's Godsreen and Revenant. Let's hope for the best, because we want the best team definitely to win this championship.
Oh man, at this moment, Revenant Esports did everything that was required, and eventually they are just showcasing their talent and why they are actually known to be the one of the best team of the Indian gaming community is actually coming up as a closure. Sizer from Team Revenant Esports, the Blizzard, this guy particularly was able to do everything. 109 goals, 10 KOs, 5 assists, 85,504 is the damage, 20,000 recovery points was also there. Absolutely amazing.
That's what definitely Blizzard with outstanding performance. He deserved it, he did it, and now it's time to showcase one more time, because the wings have already been leashed out and the wings needs to be more widened up, because it's 3-2, still 2 more rounds needed for the side of Revenant to get off the victory, get the things what they want. But Revenant, will they be able to do it? It's a big question, because Godsreen, this time they will be definitely waiting. They will be prepared, because the momentum that Godsreen were building up with this back-to-back 3-round wins, that has been completely shut down. by the players of Revenant this time. So, in the next round, if you just see, if Revenant gets that round in their favor, the series will be leveled. If God's Reign wins it, they will win the championship. The planning is not to go for the decider. God's Reign don't want, not a single team. Even if I was a team, IGL, no, I would have thought not to go for the decider. Either we win it or we don't. Because the decider, it's a complete 50-50 chance. And the main motto, the main strategies, the main implementations of our strategy, what we did, it was tremendous. But before that, we are going to take a short break and we'll be coming up with the last 2 rounds of this BO7 series.
Miracle, it wouldn't be this difficult if we try to be a negative bull. Yeah, we could be taking control. If we try to believe in anything greater than a miracle, it wouldn't be this difficult if we try to be a negative bull. Yeah, we could be taking control. 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 Try to believe in anything greater than a miracle. It wouldn't be this difficult if we try to be a negative bull. Yeah, we could be taking control. If we try to believe in anything greater than a miracle, it wouldn't be this difficult if we try to be a negative bull. Yeah, we could be taking control. 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 chance to make it, to make it. I'm afraid if our love collides, you'll leave me alone tonight. 'Cause I'm changing and I'm breaking. Is this over? I'm scared to ask these questions 'cause I know that you'll reject my love. Moving slower, frozen to these pieces without a stand against all enemies, your enemies. I'm afraid if our love collides, you'll leave me alone tonight. 'Cause I'm changing and I'm breaking, but I'll still be a superhero. I'll be your superhero.
lights lit this town like a fire in a blaze. Gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in our eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it out tonight. We got
Well, we are back again before the final 2 rounds of this Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. This side Necros alongside Raider joining live on the desk for the final 2 rounds, which will be... We don't know whether it's going to go for the final 2 rounds or not, but at least this round will be decided. If Revenant bounces back, it's going to be a 3-3 in the series, and after that, which we will be getting and moving forward to the decider. If Revenant doesn't win it, God's Reign will be the champions, but... let the series talk, let the players talk, let their game talk.
Indeed, we are waiting for the match to get started. That's going to be match number 6 to be precise. And after that, just one more match will be there for us to get the closure. And if the 6th round to be precise is going to be in the favor of Team Godstrain, that could be it. We might actually see them as the champion of the India Open 2022 to be precise. And apart from that, getting the 11,25,000 prize pool in their favor, which is absolutely beautiful. And the bragging rights absolutely is also going to follow up until the next event, which is going to happen maybe whenever it will happen, I guess. Until then, the bragging rights of being the champion of the Indian subcontinent is going to be there for Godstrain, and Revenant is fighting for that. Revenant is trying their level best to embellish their kind of, let's say, dominance in the 6th round. If Revenant Esports comes back, that could be it. That could be the glorifying matchup. And the last BO5 was also like that only, where we get to see the 5th round as well. And in this one, I believe the BO7 will actually go down and push down to the 7th round. It might happen, but let's see what happens.
Well, I really believe that there's big chances that we might move on to the 7th round, and the chances for that, I believe it's way too high. Going forward, it's an official event, and we move on to a BO7 series in which you can get to see competing 2 best teams of the Indian region, Indian circuit, competing for the crown, for the #1 position. It has to be going for the decider round. It should be going for the decider, and it might just go for that as well. But as we got a break, the players have also got a break. They will be coming with some fresh minds, some fresh tactics, and probably they will be this time much more ready with what they have to showcase us, because we move on to the 6th match, Pokemon selection, and this is going to be the important one for sure, the impeccable, the important one. After which, we might just get to see Tyranitar, and it's a Ninetales ban. So Dodrio will be available, which I believe will be selected by God's Reign. Oh my god. Never going to disappoint you.
Yeah, indeed. The Dodrio is here right now. Omen is going to pick it up. And I'm again very confident that this round is actually going to be in the favor of God's Reign. Looking forward to see what happens. Having the Dodrio can easily give them the advantage, but on the other corner, they have to choose the right Pokemons which they have to play with the Dodrio, because Dodrio is one of those players which actually loves to go with the solo approach, and the stealing is there. Absolutely, if we talk about the goal zones, I guess that is the main area which is there in the crosshair of Dodrio. But apart from that, the rest 4 members which are going to play for Team Godstrain, they have to focus specifically on how they can defend and eventually meanwhile support the Dodrio in terms of the goals that he wants to go with. Look at that, Mew and Lucario are actually going to come in. And the Scyther is actually going to get confirmed, to be precise. Let's see what are the Pokemons which is going to be there from Team Revenant Esports as well. Mew, the attacker, might actually get confirmed. Okay, a squishy Pokemon, to be precise, coming from the corner. Slowbro, or is it going to be a Snorlax? Let's see.
I would just say that it might be something that I'm looking forward to.
What?
It's Venusaur and Mr. Mime. Okay, gods. I don't think you're gonna go for us. Okay, so it's Delphox, but there's no tank. Oh, no tank for God's Reign. Mamoswine for Revenant will be very relevant for them, but without going for a Snorlax, they're just going for a bit aggressive stance. Is it so? God's Reign, are they preparing for going for a very aggressive stance? I believe it can happen.
Feels like that at this point.
Yeah, Exactly, because if you're not going for any tanker like a Snorlax, you don't have a right for the Mamoswine for sure. You don't want to go for a Venusaur at least in this decided kind of rounds. Snorlax, you have got an option. It is not banned, but you're not going for a Snorlax, but you're going for some kind of a Delphox if you just see, or maybe Eldegoss is needed. You're going for Azumarill, you're going for Mr. Mime, it's all fine and well. But why not a Snorlax? That's a question that is just poking on my mind.
Well, that's a big question mark at this point, but let's see what happens and how the approach is going to get established. Everybody is ready, jacked up and pumped up to go for the 6th match. We are ready for the 6th match to be precise, and would love to see a beautiful closure coming up to this grand finale. But then again, if the competition goes on in the 7th round, that could be another unexpected moment. I mean, the expectations are there from Team Revenant's corner. The fans of Revenants are expecting that POV to come in. But look at that, the LAN stage is set. Everybody is just trying their level best to put down the strategies that is required at this point. So let's see what is going to happen. And I believe the match is bound to happen soon enough. And as soon as the match gets started, we will get to see how the impact will be getting. And specifically, if I talk about Revenant Esports, it's a big match for them. For God's Reign, 7th round may be actually in their favor, so they can actually live up to the 7th round. But having the equalizer in terms of the wins is not something everybody has to focus on.
But I have to be honest, Reed, in this kind of situation, I might have to say that looking towards the comp of God's Reign, I'm not confident about will they be able to just get the things or not on the track, because the comp is, with this comp I'm not really confident about God's Reign. They do have Delphox, they do have Decidueye, they do have Eldegoss and Mr. Mime, they do have Azumarill, but what for the defense? What they do have for the defense? Nothing. Mr. Mime alone cannot do it. It's not possible because his hit points are not that much higher compared to Mamoswine or Snorlax. You don't have a Mamoswine, you don't have a Snorlax. God's Reign are completely vacant in the means of defense. For the attack, they do have greater Pokemons, good Pokemons, but I don't think it's going to work out.
Trying to figure out that what Omen is going to do go on with, because Dodrio ban has been lifted, and apart from that, having the Dodrio might actually give him the boost, but then again he has to actually go for the goal zones. But on the top lane, we have got another set of deflecting Pokemons. The Hoopa comes in. Hoopa might actually go down. Let's see. Is it going to be a quick KO? Yes, of course, a KO comes in. The Hoopa has been countered. And if we talk about Omen specifically, let's see how far he is going to go. Azumarill actually gets taken down, and Dodrio knows that now it's not a great time to actually go with the tussle with that particular Lucario, because he can easily turn me down and cook me up as well. So on the other corner, if we talk about Mime, the Pillow Swine is actually going to be the focus for him, and Mime gets countered. That's interesting. God's Reign, 10 points from the corner, Revenant with 51. They are trying to move on to the 3rd round, 3rd victory to be precise from the corner, and maybe move on to the next upcoming beautiful 7th round that could seal the deal for them.
That's for sure. This might go for the 7th round, but as far as I see, no defenders, no tanks, no defense, and that means it's a clear open goal for the Revenant. And especially, you have to keep that in mind, guys, when you're fighting against Revenant, those who have obliterated you in the previous round, you went completely clueless against their attack, and now you just come up. Yes, there are counter goals coming up from the side of God's Reign, but will that be enough? Because in the end moment, when it will be the time for the Rayquaza fight, Revenant will have Mamoswine to just give them the backup. God's Reign don't have that much. The Mr. Mime factor won't be that much effective. God's Reign will go for attack. They might have that effect. The Hoopa is just creating and making the pace for the attacks of Revenant one after another, and Regice will be secured by Revenant. Counter goals are coming up from the side of God's Reign, but will it be enough to just score up in the same way?
Oh, Eldegoss steals the particular Pokemon known as Regieleki, and with that Mime is trying his level best to just deflect the situation, but look at the attacking formation, and then Mime gets taken down. 2 good KOs are coming from Team God's Reign as well, but meanwhile their Mime has been configured and been taken down. 157 point is what Team Revenant is looking up to, and at this point I believe God's Reign is also trying to be in the tussle, because God's Reign know that if they don't have the earlier set of points in their favor, that can easily be quite chaotic, and that's why they're just trying their level best to go with a lot of points. Eldegoss might actually go down, and yes, of course, Eldegoss with 29 years energy, and he was actually persistent with, has been taken down. Costain stuck at 111, and when it comes to Revenant Esports, they've got 157. They're just trying to farm out quite a bit in the legendary pit, in the mid pit to be precise, but at this moment, the grand finals is at stake for Team Costain, for Team Revenant as well, because Revenant, if they lose this one, the deal is done.
Revenant, if they lose this one, it's all done and dusted, but I don't think it's going to happen. Raider, according to my calculations, I don't want to give an early prediction or I don't want to jinx it, but I don't think God's Reign will be able to seize this round against Revenant. The mighty Revenants, they do have a better comp and all the means of attack, defense and the support stuff, while God's Reign are much more focused on just securing the objectives. But yes, Revenant, they're capitalizing each and every time one of the players are just coming on the board. Noxy coming on, going for the legendary pet areas. The scores are coming up. The difference is not that big. But Revenant, the scores, God's Reign are also coming with those counters. But it will be a close game. But I don't think God's Reign is going to take this home. But if they prove me wrong, I will be in the same position.
No, give us the party now that you were talking about.
No way. I'm running out of money. Sorry, bro.
Look at him. Anyway, being greedy is not a good thing. Apart from that, let's see what happens in the game. Godsend for now, 170 points from the corner. Revenant stuck at 199. Meanwhile, Godsend are trying to capsize. They are the ones score chasing. But look at that Dorio with the Unite move. Comes in the close quarters. Look at you is going to seal it out for Team Revenant. And the Dorio, is he alive? Yes, of course he is. I was actually worried about the Dorio because it's a very squishy Pokemon. He could have been taken down, but eventually that's not the case. But the Dorio has to actually go for the goal zones. Let's see how he's actually going to embellish the goal zones. But the Delphox manages to give the fireball, but eventually that fireball was not going to create any kind of damage for him. Meanwhile, Dorio is actually stuck at level 11. We have Scyther to be precise, who is having level 12, which is absolutely amazing from Team Revenant Esports. Their Pokemon are leveled up, their Pokemons are evolved, and which will actually easily give them a huge jump in the leaderboard. But let's see what happens. Oh, the KO gets followed. It's Delphox getting taken down.
Delphox has been taken down. 3 minutes 50 seconds. Still time for 1 minute. But I would just say that at this moment, Revenant, they're not letting God's Reign take any objectives. But for now, if we just talk about, I really want to see that if God's Reign prove me wrong, I will be happy in one case, because if my prediction goes wrong, I usually don't be happy. But if with this comp any team is just winning, that's a hell lot of showdown that they have the capability as well as the potential they do carry. If they can just win with this comp, which is completely an aggro based comp, and still with that aggro based comp, they're not just having lead against Revenant. So have to see, actually,
Well, indeed, we have to look into the fact that which team is going to win this one. Although the lead is not that much coming from Team Revenant's corner, the lead has to be close to, like, let's say 300, 400 points. Then we can safely say that if the Rayquaza is not there, for sure the team known as Revenant Esports is going to win. But at this point, if I talk about Team Costain, they trying their level best to chase as much as points as possible. But if we talk about the Eldegoss, his level is not looking that great. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, I believe another set of Raji is going to get spawned. And in the mid-tier fights, look at that. Oh, another KO gets followed, and that's going to be mine for you guys, getting taken down. But if I talk about team known as Godstrain, they're coming back with some good points. And now it's Revenant Esports once again having the advantage of getting the particular Regiais in their favor.
Well, at this point, 206, 225. The scores is getting much more heated up. 4 more seconds, and in next 2 minutes, we will have the fortune forged in gold or in silver, or it will just be on the static mode. The next 2 minutes will dignify each and everything of our prediction. As the Rayquaza fight, as the final stretch comes exactly in front of us. The players are stacking, they need the KOs. All the 5 players from both this, all the 10 players having those Unite moves just to dump it in the legendary pit. Crowley will definitely try not to mess these things up at this hour. Mamoswine has been put up in the backup. because it is a very vulnerable position that they don't want to just get it off. The main factor for the gods is that they need to keep Mr. Mime alive till the very end, as much late as possible, because if Mr. Mime goes down, it will be all over. But the Hoopa needs to be taken down on an early basis by the gods, as the gods are the most focused on the Rayquaza. The enemy steals are the ones that they're focusing on. The Hoopa's Rings and Bound will be unleashed within seconds as the Mammoth Mash has been activated. Revenant, they're just marching towards the Rayquaza's HP is way too low. It's less than 50, but the triple trample gets activated by Dodrio. As Mr. Mime goes down, Revenant, they do have a chance. 2 players down for the side of gods. 1 for down for Revenant. Might just go for another one, but the Rayquaza is still in the question. If we just see Revenant and gods, this fight is just getting much more heated up. Oh, it's gods!
Oh, that's Cellfox! Amazing, amazing, amazing. That's it, that's it. God's Reign is for sure going to become the champion. That is actually said and done at this point. There is no stopping, because they are the one which is easily going to chase a lot of scores. And apart from that, if talk about God's Reign, the performance was absolutely on point. It's God's Reign who is actually going to become the undefeated champion of this particular Indian subcontinent. Look at the performance that they were able to dish out. Amazing, glorified match, to be precise.
The team forged in golden, the crown on the heads. Ladies and gentlemen, bring it on for the champions of Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. The gods have reigned all over the top. The gods are the best team in India right now. Mark the date, mark the calendar, mark the names. God's Reign. They are reigning all over the Indian circuit. They are the champions. They are the winners of this championship. What a way the series went on. It's a 4-2 scoreline. Revenant did play well in the entire event, but gods are the champions. Gods are the winners. And they have made it proud. We can see them celebrating. We can see them wearing that golden flag. Their owner, Dave, will be very happy. God's Reign will be happy, and today's after party, this is what God's Reign wanted from the very start of the day. They are here to win, they are here to conquer, and they have won what they wanted. The gods are prevailing on the top.
Gods are in the top at this point. Exactly what you said, Nikros, because the performance was absolutely on point. Now they have to bid favorable to a team known as Revenant Esports, although it's not a huge favorable to be precise, because they have to face them in the Champions League, which is bound to happen soon enough in the next year, in the 2023. We are very close to it, but then again, this battle, this arena, this fight, this tussle is pretty much over, and the God's Reign are the one team which is actually going to be on top. Look at the happiness that Divine and his teammates are having. The photo shoot is actually going to be there. Everybody is trying to just bid favorable and eventually just get the points that was required. But eventually the battle was absolutely amazing. After the first round, we thought that Revenant will be actually able to catch up a lot of pace, but after that, what you saw in back-to-back 2 rounds, I believe it was Team God's Reign which was having the advantage of that particular fight. A score of 3-1 came in, and after that, in the 5th round, once again, I guess we saw Revenant Esports trying to come back stronger. 2-3 score was there, but then eventually at the end of the performance in the 6th round, you can see that after getting the Rayquaza in their favor, the deal is done.
अभी के लिए वो टीम आपको पता है इस समय काफी ज्यादा खुश है पीछे आगे there's one of my friends as well just looking really happy, to be very honest. Come on the stage, man. I mean, you got your chance to just celebrate with the team. Congratulations, to be very honest. Your team definitely just deserves every inch of win for themselves. But before we just move forward with everything, I would like to call up our runners-up for the entire tournament. Revenant, give it up for them. I would want you guys on the stage. Come on, with a huge round of applause, everyone. Well, I mean, you guys definitely gave everything. मैं बस आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ जितने summary में आप बता सके, what are the goods, bads, uglies and crazies that you are taking from this event and from your team and everything all around this this championship?
I think we just need more luck next time because we gave away like 2 games, so thoda scene ho gaya final mein.
Never mind, man. You guys were incredible, insane, mind-blowing, fantabulous. Yes, एक आदमी missing जरूर है अभी के लिए. But this is yours to take, to be honest. And this is going to be for the team. And definitely, next time, you're going to be insane. He's asking me कितने पैसे लिखे इस पे, but ठीक है. कितने पैसे डुबाए? एक तो कैमरास बहुत सारे होते हैं, समझ नहीं आता देखना किसमें एक टाइम पे, but ठीक है. Guys, you guys can just, this is yours to take, and congratulations again on the second over. But this time, we have our champions. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, national finals. ये लोग हारे, ये लोग लोअर तक गए, वहां से जीते. इस बार भी था काफी कठिनाई थी, but they have it for themselves. Congratulations, Godstrain. You guys just played brilliantly. Everyone, huge round of applause. I want to hear you. कैसा लगा आज के दिन की जर्नी वर्सेस पिछली जर्नी, सब चीजें, इमोशंस कैसे थे?
इमोशंस तो बहुत मिक्स्ड है, पर पता था हम ही जीतने वाले हैं, तो वी वर कॉन्फिडेंट.
Still at that phase, he's still at that phase, you know? But like any message that you want to give to your fans, your supporters, everyone?
Thanks for supporting us.
That is all, that is all. Now I would like to invite Mr. Shiva on the stage. If you can just come on the stage as well. If you can just come on the stage and be a part of this. This is yours to take, to be honest. Everyone. I believe you have a bigger gift for them, to be honest, right? So get on the center side, yeah. Yeah, आपका ही, आप लोग ही रखो. थोड़ा सा उधर हो जाते हैं, yes. Yeah. Well, a champion is definitely a champion with mentality, but a champion looks really good with a trophy. So now, I would want Shiva sir to just, crown these champions as the champions with this trophy for themselves. There you have it. इसको ऊपर उठाओ भाई, तुमने जीती है. ऊपर उठाओ, तुमने जीती है यार. Well, congratulations, guys. You have a night to celebrate, I believe. You have a night to party out, right? कोई प्लान है अभी पार्टी वार्टी के?
अभी तो फुल पार्टी है, रात को जाने वाले हैं अभी.
कहाँ पे? बता दो, लोग आ जाएंगे. हाँ? कहाँ पे पार्टी? अभी सोचा नहीं है. कोई बात नहीं. कोई बात नहीं. Definitely, guys. This was yours, and definitely, you guys can just enjoy the time for yourself. But these are your champions, guys. Godstrain, once again. Give it a huge round of applause for them. अच्छा अभी फोटोज और होनी है, ठीक है. Well, these guys had it for themselves. They had what they did. Once again, thank you everyone for watching and being a part of this one. Each and every guy and girl who was on the LAN event. Our lovely casters, once again, give it up for them as well. I'm going to be a host. We're going to be signing off. Thank you very much. You guys have been a brilliant audience, and this is for them to celebrate, to cherish, and to enjoy. See you guys again. Take care. Bye-bye.
Try to believe in anything greater than a miracle. It wouldn't be this difficult if we try to be a negative bull. Yeah, we could be taking control. Yeah, if we try to believe in anything greater than a miracle. It wouldn't be this difficult if we try to be a negative bull. Yeah, we could be taking control. Negative mode, yeah. 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 We could be taking control. If we try to believe in anything greater than a miracle, it wouldn't be this difficult. If we try to be a negative bull, yeah, we could be taking control. If we try to believe in anything greater than a miracle, it wouldn't be this difficult. If we try to be a negative bull, yeah, we could be taking control. Negative mode, yeah. 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 We could be taking control.